Chapter 1. Sea God Island, a realm forgotten by the mainland, remains isolated from the outside world. The island is home to the Sea Soul Masters, who revere the Sea God Temple as their sacred sanctuary, devoutly worshipping the Sea God through the generations. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed since Ye Xiaofeng was reborn here. Surrounded by the vast ocean, the island's simple yet united Sea Soul Masters live in harmony. Each day, Ye Xiaofeng strolls along the shore, gazing at the boundless sea, which brings him a profound sense of clarity and serenity. The island's inhabitants regard him with great respect, perhaps due to his unique lineage. Ye Xiaofeng recalls that 6 years ago, he was a third-year university student. One fateful afternoon, amidst a thunderous storm, he received a phone call while returning to his dormitory. The moment he answered, a lightning bolt struck, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself reborn. His mother, Poseidon, revealed that the sea god had manifested, sending down a divine light that illuminated the entire Sea God Island, leading to her miraculous pregnancy. This revelation quickly spread throughout the island, and the residents believed it to be a blessing from the sea god, heralding the arrival of a divine child, a sign of auspiciousness. Unbeknownst to them, the Spirit Hall had learned of this event, with the Pope, Bibidong, secretly observing from the shadows. Sea God Island had long been a source of trepidation for her. While many were aware of the two great titans of the soul world, few recognized that Sea God Island harbored a third formidable force to exert control over Sea God Island. One must subdue this third entity, yet no one could overpower her, not even the two titans of the soul world. For Bibidong, Poseidon's pregnancy presented a rare opportunity and occasion to seize the moment while she was vulnerable. Thus, she issued a papal decree, dispatching the elders Ge, Mei, and Yuguan, accompanied by 3 titled Douluos, 10 soul Douluos, and 50 soul saints to Sea God Island, under the pretext of establishing a soul master academy to educate the island's children. However, after discussions among the great priestess Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars, they unanimously rejected the Spirit Hall's overtures. On the day of Ye Xiaofeng's birth, the Spirit Hall launched a surprise attack on Sea God Island. Yet Poseidon, a formidable 99th level assault type titled Douluo, swiftly repelled the assault of 5 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, while the 7 elders joined the fray. Alongside the island's soul masters, Sea God Island belonged to the Sea Soul Masters, and the Spirit Hall suffered devastating losses in this ambush, as they were unprepared for the presence of 7 titled Douluos, whose strength surpassed their OWN. In a pivotal moment, Gue Mei and Yuguan executed their martial soul fusion technique, the polar stasis domain. Ultimately, 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall perished. One was gravely injured, and the remainder of their forces was obliterated. Only Gue Mei and Yuguan, along with the injured elder, managed to retreat in disarray. However, this battle took a toll on the Sea Douluo Poseidon, inducing premature labor. With no time to pursue Gue Mei and Yuguan, she hastily utilized spatial displacement to reach the Sea God Temple. As her waters broke, blood flowed, and her pale visage reflected her agony. The 7 elders anxiously awaited outside, while within the room, Xiaobai assisted Poseidon in childbirth. That moment, Poseidon was drenched in sweat. Yet ultimately, she gave birth to Ye Xiaofeng. Transformed into a human form, Xiaobai joyfully proclaimed, "Congratulations, High Priest, it is a boy." Upon seeing the divine child, Xiaobai was filled with elation. Perhaps Ye Xiaofeng was hungry, for he let out a hearty wail. Xiaobai, brimming with excitement, hurriedly cradled Ye Xiaofeng and presented him to the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. As Ye Xiaofeng beheld her extraordinary beauty, he was instantly captivated. She possessed clear blue eyes and flowing sea blue hair, gazing at him with kindness. In that moment, Ye Xiaofeng realized he had become the son of the sea god Douluo, and he quieted his cries, bursting into laughter instead. The sound of the infant's laughter brought joy to Poseidon, who affectionately kissed Ye Xiaofeng's forehead and named him Poseidon, elevating him to the status of a divine child, second only to the gods. For Poseidon, despite being the revered high priest of Sea God Island and one of the 3 supreme titled Douluos of the spirit world, this was her inaugural experience of motherhood. In the aftermath of the attack on the Spirit Hall, Sea God Island was sealed, prohibiting entry to outsiders, particularly land-based spirit masters. Each day, Poseidon remained by Ye Xiaofeng's side, occasionally allowing Xiaobai to take him out to play, leading a carefree life. As Ye Xiaofeng reached the age of 6, Elder Haima approached Poseidon with a proposal. "My lady, this year the children are set to awaken their martial spirits. May I inquire where this should take place?" Elder Haima gently queried, "Has this not always been your responsibility?" Poseidon retorted, not providing a direct answer. In previous years, the awakenings occurred beneath the 7 sacred pillars, but this year, the divine child will also awaken his martial spirit. Thus, I boldly suggest hosting the awakening ceremony in the Sea God Palace. Elder Haima awaited Poseidon's final decision. Among the 7 titled Douluos, while Elder Haima may not possess the greatest strength, he has earned Poseidon's utmost trust. He often determines the various affairs of Sea God Island. However, hosting the awakening ceremony at the Sea God Palace held significant implications, exceeding his authority, and he dared not overstep. Given the divine child's unique status, holding the ceremony at the Sea God Palace could be unprecedented, garnering the affection of the populace for the divine child. Then let it be, as you suggest, this year's awakening ceremony for all children on the island will take place at the Sea God Palace, and you shall oversee it. Poseidon expressed her satisfaction with Elder Haima's proposal and granted his request. Elder Haima summoned the other 6 elders of the 7 sacred pillars, instructing them to disseminate this news within their respective domains. On the day of the awakening, throngs of people gathered at the Sea God Palace Square, a revered sanctuary for all inhabitants of Sea God Island, representing an unparalleled honor. For the children awakening their spirits, Poseidon, accompanied by Ye Xiaofeng, executed a spatial displacement, instantaneously appearing atop the highest step. On this day, Poseidon donned a crimson robe and a crown adorned with silver gemstones. Her azure hair, cascading gracefully behind her, she exuded the aura of a 30-year-old matron. Yet her presence radiated an inherent nobility and elegance that seemed to be an intrinsic part of her essence. In her right hand, she held a 3-metal golden scepter, intricately engraved with magical runes, the apex of which was embellished with a golden gemstone. Salutations to the great benefactor and to the divine son. The 7 elders of the 7 holy pillars stood on the central steps, bowing slightly in reverence to Poseidon and Ye Xiaofeng. Bow in respect to the great benefactor. Bow to the divine son. The populace gathered in the square, upon catching sight of Ye Xiaofeng, immediately knelt in homage. Poseidon, who had always been averse to mundane formalities, gently waved her hand, prompting them to rise. She smiled down at them, as if her mere presence had caused the plaza beneath the sea god's temple to bloom with life. I hereby declare the commencement of this awakening ceremony. Let the high priest take the stage. Elder Seahorse proclaimed with palpable excitement, which was matched by the exuberant cheers of the crowd. People, it is through the protection of the sea god that our Sea God Island has thrived for so long. The arrival of the divine son signifies the sea god's expectations of us. Now, the awakening of the martial souls shall officially begin, and the 7 elders will awaken your martial souls. Poseidon spoke gently. Subsequently, Poseidon took Ye Xiaofeng's hand and slowly made her way toward the sea god's temple, followed by the 7 elders leading the children destined for awakening, arranged in 7 rows behind them. Upon reaching the sea god's temple, the elders sequentially awakened the other children from morning until noon, until it was finally Ye Xiaofeng's turn. Ye Xiaofeng approached Elder Seahorse, who was to awaken his martial soul. Uncertain of what the first awakening would entail, Ye Xiaofeng felt a twinge of nervousness. Divine son, there is no need for anxiety. Simply relax your mind. Elder Seahorse reassured him with a smile at that moment. All eyes were fixed upon Ye Xiaofeng. Even Poseidon felt a hint of anxiety, for he was her only child, and all awaited the awakening of his sea god martial soul. Suddenly, Elder Seahorse emitted a peculiar light towards Ye Xiaofeng's body, causing him to levitate in the air. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Elder Seahorse's expression shifted from a smile to one of grave concern, as Poseidon too sensed something amiss with Ye Xiaofeng's condition. Elder Seahorse, we will conclude this awakening here. I shall personally conduct Ye Xiaofeng's awakening, Poseidon declared without waiting for a response, leading Ye Xiaofeng away from the sea god's temple and back to her chamber. Within the confines of her room, Poseidon attempted the awakening once more in the same manner. However, the outcome remained unchanged. In that moment, Ye Xiaofeng comprehended that he was not the destined divine son, but rather a complete failure on Sea God Island. Mother, am I truly unable to awaken my martial soul? Despite knowing that change was unlikely, Ye Xiaofeng could not suppress a flicker of hope, and thus posed the question. Xiaofeng, perhaps your constitution differs from others. There is a possibility that you may awaken next year. Poseidon comforted him gently. Why Ye Xiaofeng pondered the possibility that he may not belong to this world, which explained his inability to awaken a martial soul. He couldn't help but criticize himself, questioning why others could traverse into new realms, becoming the extraordinary protagonist surrounded by beauties, while he remained a Complete failure. Why was this so? Mother, why? Ye Xiaofeng expressed his discontent. Fenger, she too could not provide a reasonable explanation. If he had inherited her martial soul, he would undoubtedly awaken the sea god martial soul. Poseidon embraced Ye Xiaofeng, aware of the profound impact this revelation had on him. She wished to alleviate her child's sorrow, but at that moment, Ye Xiaofeng only desired solitude. He broke free from her embrace and fled outside. Fenger, Poseidon called after him, but Ye Xiaofeng sought only to be alone. He ran to the shore, releasing his pent-up frustration, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Why was it that everyone else could awaken their martial souls and become sea soul masters? Even if Ye Xiaofeng could awaken a seemingly useless blue-silver grass martial soul, with Poseidon's assistance, he could have become a formidable soul master. Now, however, he was relegated to the status of a mere waste. Sitting upon a rock by the sea, he gazed out at the vast ocean, contemplating that perhaps this life, like his previous one, was destined for mediocrity no matter how hard he tried. He had lost from the very beginning. Unbeknownst to him, a small creature, named by, arrived at his side, silently sitting beside him. She was unsure of how to comfort him. Perhaps her quiet presence was the best solace at that moment. Originally the guardian beast of Sea God Island, she had taken on human form to accompany Poseidon. After Ye Xiaofeng was born, she often played with him. With her gray-blue eyes, a delicate nose, and long blue-gray hair adorned with slight scales, her appearance bore an exotic charm that only enhanced her beauty. "I'm fine, I just need some time." Ye Xiaofeng finally spoke. "Oh, you believe it? I'm not a divine child. I am merely an ordinary person who stumbled into this world by chance." Ye Xiaofeng reflected, unsure if he was speaking to himself or to Bai. "I know this is a heavy blow for you. Even if you cannot awaken, you will always be the most cherished son of the high priest." And also my Bai's belief in Ye Xiaofeng's words wavered as she trailed off, unable to finish her thought. Afternoon turned into evening. The two sat quietly by the sea, watching the waves crash upon the shore, their hearts inexplicably chilled. Let everything take its natural course. Some things are ultimately unattainable, Bai consoled Ye Xiaofeng. After an indeterminate time, Ye Xiaofeng found clarity within himself. Together, Ye Xiaofeng and Bai returned to the sea god palace. Instead of seeking out Poseidon, he retreated directly to his chamber. However, lying in bed, he found himself restless, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he heard the door gently creak open. Turning towards the moonlight, he saw Poseidon enter. In a fluster, Ye Xiaofeng pretended to be asleep, contemplating whether his earlier escape from her embrace had made her think him overly willful. She approached slowly, gently, covering Ye Xiaofeng with a blanket, her hand tenderly caressing his face, and with that, all her worries dissipated, leaving her with a sudden sense of drowsiness. Last night, Ye Xiaofeng had fallen asleep without realizing it, and when he opened his eyes in the morning, he found Poseidon sitting by the bed, smiling at him. Glancing at his hands, which were still clasping Poseidon's, he quickly released them in embarrassment. Could it be that his mother knew he was feigning sleep? It was understandable at her level of mastery. She was but a step away from divinity. How could she not discern his pretense? Yet every time she accompanied him to sleep, he felt an unparalleled sense of security. "Mother, I am sorry," Ye Xiaofeng expressed his guilt, feeling remorseful for keeping her awake all night, blaming himself for it. "Fenger, do not overthink it. Whether I sleep or not is inconsequential. As long as you are happy." Poseidon had known before entering that Ye Xiaofeng was not truly asleep, which was precisely why she chose to stay by his side. Eventually, Ye Xiaofeng came to terms with the situation. If he could not become a soul master, then he would settle for being a fisherman. However, he did not anticipate that after his failure to awaken, the people on the island began to distance themselves from him. The warmth of their previous affections had vanished, as had their respect and nobility, and Ye Xiaofeng could even hear the whispers of their disdain. He bore no grudge against them if blame were to be assigned. It could only fall upon himself. It felt as though everything and everyone on the island had transformed, save for the unwavering love and concern that his mother Poseidon and Xiao Bai held for him. As Ye Xiaofeng reached the ages of 7, 8, and 9, his repeated failures to awaken led the islanders to lose all hope in him. Yet Poseidon continually reassured him that the day of awakening would come. By the time Ye Xiaofeng turned 10, he once again failed to awaken his martial soul, and the gossip on the island grew ever more intense, transforming from the initial adoration of a divine child to the scorn of a worthless being. Some began to insult Poseidon as well, with rumors and slanders flooding in. Despite the mounting pressure, Poseidon's love for Ye Xiaofeng never wavered. If anything, it had deepened. She willingly bore the scorn of others, prioritizing her son's health and safety above all else. until one day, she discovered that 3 elders were conspiring to eliminate her. Son.it was hard for her to believe these 7 individuals were all nurtured by her own hand to become titled Douluos, and now they sought to harm her son for the sake of the sea god's reputation. Poseidon considered eliminating those 3 titled Douluos, but as the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, she had to think long-term. Xiaobai, you must take Finger away from Sea God Island. It is no longer suitable for him to remain here. Poseidon summoned Xiaobai privately. Grand Priestess, cannot we think of another solution? Xiaobai inquired, aware of the island's rule that those who failed to awaken their martial souls would be exiled. Ye Xiaofeng, the son of the Grand Priestess, had already been granted a reprieve of 4 years, but as the rumors intensified, the consequences of further delay were uncertain. Yet, would remaining on the island truly be beneficial for Ye Xiaofeng? Finger, if you must assign blame, let it be upon me, your mother, for I am unable to awaken your martial spirit, Posey said, embracing Ye Xiaofeng, who felt a warm moisture upon his shoulder. Mother, I will not hold you accountable. This is my destiny. My departure may not be a misfortune, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, aware that all on the island were against him. It would be better to leave than to endure such treatment. Finger, this jade pendant will safeguard you. You must never remove it, said Posey, as she placed a crescent-shaped jade pendant around Ye Xiaofeng's neck just before his departure. After I leave, I hope you will take care of yourself. Mother, Ye Xiaofeng said, kneeling before her for the first time, tears streaming as he bowed his head 3 times. Each bow was imbued with profound weight. For 10 years, Poseidon took care of him meticulously and fulfilled every request of Ye Xiaofeng. Now, as he was about to leave his mother's side, he felt he had nothing to repay her with, so he could only bow 3 times to bid her farewell. Poseidon couldn't bear to see her child leaving, so she turned away, but she could hear the sound of Ye Xiaofeng bowing as he left, and at that moment, she was already in tears. Xiaobai, witnessing the separation of this mother and son, couldn't help but shed tears as well, but he had to send Ye Xiaofeng away. Ye Xiaofeng boarded the boat, and Xiaobai began to row away. Poseidon watched his son drift away, his heart bleeding. He was only 10 years old, and he had cruelly exiled him. Xiaofeng had already reached the safe area of the port. Xiaobai took Ye Xiaofeng away from the dangerous waters of the sea, and now Ye Xiaofeng could head straight to the port. Sister Xiaobai, I will miss you, Ye Xiaofeng said as he hugged Xiaobai. The sudden embrace made Xiaobai's face flush, but she still did not push him away. Take care of yourself. If things don't go well here, you can return to Sea God Island. The High Priest and I will always take care of you. Xiaobai was the first person to see him born and had been by his side since he was little. She didn't want Ye Xiaofeng to leave Sea God Island, but she dared not defy the High Priest's orders. Sister Xiaobai, you are still so beautiful, Ye Xiaofeng said, gently kissing Xiaobai. This brat is still thinking of taking advantage of me at this time. Forget it, I'll just give in this time. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng about to leave, Xiaobai felt an indescribable sadness in her heart and could only say goodbye to him there. Xiaobai jumped off the boat and swam quickly towards Sea God Island, while Ye Xiaofeng continued to row toward the port. What they didn't know was that a danger was approaching. In the distance, a ship was moving toward Ye Xiaofeng, its mast flying a blood-red flag with a skull and 2 crossbones emblem. Big brother, there's a fat sheep, said a man holding a curved knife. Damn it, I'm not blind. I saw him long ago. A middle-aged man with a straw hat and a beard said joyfully. Bring him aboard, but make sure not to harm his life. We are civilized pirates, ha ha ha. The captain laughed heartily. The 3 subordinates beneath the boss began to flatter him. Ye Xiaofeng was unable to resist and had no choice but to board the ship. Soon, he was taken to the pirate ship. Kid, hurry up and hand over your valuables. You should understand our rules, the pirate captain said with a lewd smile. I don't have anything valuable, Ye Xiaofeng said nervously as he recognized the emblem on the flag, realizing he had been targeted by pirates. The pirate captain gestured for his men to search Ye Xiaofeng. After a long search, they found nothing, which left Ye Xiaofeng puzzled. How could no one see the jade pendant around his neck? Boss, he has nothing on him. We searched him and found nothing, one of the subordinates reported. Boss, this is what we found on his ship, another subordinate said, pulling out a package that Xiaofeng had received from Xiaobai before leaving. Give it here, open it up. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so rich. You have quite a few valuable treasures. To avoid them being stolen, I'll keep them for you this time for free, the pirate captain said lewdly as he looked at the pearls, jade, and other treasures in the package. I can keep this myself. No need to cause trouble, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking speechless at the pirate captain. Isn't it like giving a meat bun to a dog? Kid, the thing I hate the most is someone who can't make up their mind, Captain Jack the pirate said. Captain Jack, Why don't you just take me in as well? Ye Xiaofeng said, seeing that he had been robbed of his money and realizing he had nowhere else to go. Damn it, are you the pirate or am I? Throw him overboard, old Jack said, looking annoyed. As he spoke, two pirates dragged Ye Xiaofeng and threw him directly off the ship. With a splash, he was thrown into the sea. Damn it, I meant for you to send him down, not throw him. Old Jack was speechless at his subordinates. Boss, isn't this saving time? We brothers thought sending him down would be a bit of a hassle and waste the next family's time. The two quickly made excuses for themselves. Who knows what the boss thinks? Last time he clearly said to send him down, but in the end, we did. And he scolded us for half the day and docked our pay for half a month. Damn it, you make a good point. Let's go look for the next target. Set sail. Old Jack, having just robbed and made a decent income, felt quite happy and didn't continue to blame his subordinates as they searched for the next employer. Ye Xiaofeng fell into the sea and did not die, but his small boat was far away from him. He swam towards the direction of the boat, but his current physical strength could not support him, and he eventually lost consciousness in the sea. Ye Xiaofeng drifted in the sea for an unknown amount of time, until one day he was washed ashore by the waves. Shuaiwu looked quickly. It seems like there's a person lying on the beach. Shui Binger pointed out to the seaside. Let's go take a look, Shuaiwu said. And they walked over to find a man with a face covered in mud and sea blue hair lying unconscious. He is still breathing. We need to save him, Shui Binger exclaimed, realizing Ye Xiaofeng had drowned. Sister, from the looks of him, he must have drowned and is unconscious. If we don't save him, he will die, Shuaiwu said with a sly smile. Then hurry and treat him. Shui Binger was eager to save him, not noticing Shuaiwu's cunning smile. To save him, we need to perform artificial respiration. I don't want to. You saving yourself, Shuaiwu said, turning her head to the side. You guys. Shui Binger looked at the other sisters, who also turned their heads like Shuaiwu, acting as if nothing was wrong. There was no choice, since Shui Binger discovered him. She had to sacrifice her first kiss. Shui Binger lowered her head to give Ye Xiaofeng artificial respiration, while the other sisters watched in surprise, not expecting her to sacrifice her purity for a stranger. It was Shui Binger's first time saving someone, and she was a bit inexperienced, but she tried to perform CPR, causing Ye Xiaofeng to expel seawater from his mouth. Sister, hurry, there's hope. Shui Yueku started to fan the flames, looking excited. Just as Shui Binger performed artificial respiration again, their lips met, and Ye Xiaofeng opened his eyes, feeling the warmth from just now and licking his lips. Upon seeing this, Shui Binger's face turned red, wishing she could find a mouse hole to hide in. Hey kid, where did you come from? What's your name? Why were you unconscious on the beach? Shuaiwu bombarded Ye Xiaofeng with questions as soon as he woke up. Shuaiwu, can't you ask one at a time? Shui Binger said discontentedly. Sister, could it be that you have your eyes on this pretty boy? That's why you saved him? Shui Yueku said mischievously, causing the other sisters to laugh. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Shui Binger said angrily. By the way, how did you end up unconscious on the beach? Shui Binger asked Ye Xiaofeng. Just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to answer, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Ye Xiaofeng, you have successfully bound the heavenly mechanism system. Welcome to the Douluo Continent. What a scam, what a garbage system. It took me 5 years to awaken my martial soul because of you. All these years, I was ridiculed by the people of Sea God Island for not being able to awaken my martial soul, and in the end, I was exiled. Host, Ye Xiaofeng male, 11 years old, awakened martial soul. Emerald Swan, innate full soul power level 30. Due to system malfunction, the male lead has not awakened his martial soul for 5 years. As a special gift, you are awarded a second martial soul, 7 killing sword. Your appearance will rewrite part of the history of the Douluo Continent. From now on, you are my master. You can call me Xiao Bing, the heavenly mechanism system said. Wow, the era of the protagonist has finally arrived. From now on, I will dominate everywhere, surrounded by beauties. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel excited. I finally awakened my martial soul. Ha ha, I finally awakened. No more being ridiculed. Ye Xiaofeng joyfully hugged Shui Binger beside him. Hey kid, my sister saved you out of kindness. How dare you take advantage of her? Shui Yueru looked at Ye Xiaofeng with disbelief. This kid was either grinning foolishly or too excited to speak. Did he have a problem with his brain? Shuaiwu and the others whispered among themselves. Are you okay? Hearing this, Shui Binger also began to doubt if Ye Xiaofeng had a problem with his brain. Sorry. I was too excited just now and couldn't hold back. Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized to Shui Binger. My name is Ye Xiaofeng. I left home and encountered pirates at sea. After they looted everything valuable from me, They threw me into the sea. You know the rest. Ye Xiaofeng briefly recounted what happened, but didn't he mention Sea God Island. So that is how it is. Hello, Yem Shui Binga. This is my sister Shui Yue. And this is Shui Wu, Yu Hai Ro, Shen Lu Yu, Gu Qing Bo, Chiu Rua Shui. Shui Binger introduced Ye Xiaofeng one by one. Thank you for saving me. Kid, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Sister Binger. She even lost her first kiss to save you. Shui Wu brought up an embarrassing topic. Shui Wu, if you say another word, you could just stay silent next time. Shui Binger said angrily, immediately shutting Shui Wu up. I was a bit too excited when I awakened my martial soul, so I couldn't control myself. I will definitely repay the life-saving grace of Miss Binger. Ye Xiaofeng said seriously. Isn't it normal to awaken a martial soul? Shui Binger asked in confusion. I have dual martial souls. Ye Xiaofeng said excitedly again, raising his palms and slowly opening them, revealing a sword and an emerald swan in each palm. Everyone was shocked and couldn't react. And Ye Xiaofeng continued to reveal his soul rings. He saw 3 white rings appear on the soul ring of the emerald swan martial soul, which was hard for him to believe. The same way, the 7 killing sword soul ring also had 3 white soul rings. TCH, I thought you were impressive. I didn't expect you to turn yourself into trash, Shui Wu said disdainfully. Don't you know that white soul rings are the lowest quality? And you used 10-year soul rings for both of your martial souls. Shui Binger also felt it was a pity. Dual martial souls are a rare genius, but now, because of the soul ring, he was buried. Heavenly mechanism system, you jerk. Xiao Bing, get out here. Ye Xiaofeng was completely devastated. After finally awakening his martial soul, the era of the protagonist was about to begin, but now the system had let him down again. Ye Xiaofeng cursed for a long time, but the system showed no response at all, as if it had never existed. I have no choice, Ye Xiaofeng said helplessly. It's all because of this useless system, which delayed my awakening for 5 years and now has added a white 10-year soul ring. It's just a pure trap. If you have nowhere to go, you can follow us for now. Shui Binger thought Ye Xiaofeng was all alone and helpless, so she had to look for a 10-year soul ring. Sister, our academy doesn't accept males, Shui Yue said softly. I know, I will find a way. Shui Binger understood that the Tianshui Academy didn't accept males, but thinking of Ye Xiaofeng's situation, she felt pity. You can follow us for now. Shui Binger still didn't refuse Ye Xiaofeng. Thank you. Do you have anything to eat? Ye Xiaofeng had been drifting at sea for a year, and now that he woke up, he was starving. Then let's take you to eat, Shui Binger said gently. Yue, does your sister like this silly guy? Shui Wu quietly asked. Who knows what's wrong with her today? Shui Yue quietly replied to Shui Wu. Although I have a crush, I only like handsome guys, and this one in front of me is far from being handsome, not even close. Ye Xiaofeng followed Shui Binger and the others to an inn, where the sight of Shui Binger and her companion stunned all the guests dining inside, leaving them drooling. However, when they saw Ye Xiaofeng, who was dirty and walking among them, it was like a bouquet of flowers stuck in a pile of cow dung. The people in the inn began to whisper among themselves. Look at that fool, surrounded by a group of beauties. It's really a case of good cabbage being dug up by a pig. That's right, I'm still single. The heavens really have no eyes, a middle-aged man said reluctantly. Boss, hurry up and bring me everything delicious. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, all of it. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed lude, his eyes sparkling with hunger as he ran to a large round table. Kid, you're not shy at all. Did the big sister save you? So you plan to repay her with your body? Shui Wu teased. What do you think if I promise my body to Miss Shui Wu? Ye Xiaofeng did not answer Shui Wu's question, but instead posed a dilemma for her. Get lost. Who wants your mixed-up self? You must be blind, Shui Wu retorted, left speechless by Ye Xiaofeng's comment, stomping her feet in anger, which caused her sisters to burst into laughter. Guest, your 4 cold and 4 hot dishes. 8 dishes and a soup are ready. Chicken, duck, and fish will be served shortly, said the waiter as he brought out the dishes one by one. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng couldn't care less about anyone else. He grabbed his chopsticks and crazily piled food onto his plate, shoving it into his mouth. Be careful not to choke yourself, you idiot, Shui Wu said discontentedly, since Ye Xiaofeng had embarrassed her earlier. You all take your time eating. Don't mind me, Ye Xiaofeng said while eating. But the others noticed that his bowl was stacking up layer by layer, attracting the attention of many in the inn. Guest, your chicken, duck, and fish are here. All the dishes are served. Please enjoy, the waiter said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng's frenzied eating and then at the others who hadn't touched their chopsticks, utterly shocked. What surprised everyone next was Ye Xiaofeng saying, Hey, please set another table. I'm still not full. Hey, Are you a reincarnated starving ghost or something? Shui Yue joked. Pretty much, Ye Xiaofeng replied awkwardly. You really don't know the hardships of the common people. After finishing the first table of food, Ye Xiaofeng didn't continue eating. Shui Binger, who had been quietly observing him, suddenly spoke up. Are you full? If you want to eat more, it's okay, she said with a smile. I'm already full. It's been a long time since I've had such a delicious lunch. Thank you. And if you ever need help, I will definitely assist you. To Ye Xiaofeng, Shui Binger was the first person to save him, so he wanted to help her in any way he could. Sure, but if you want to help me, your current strength isn't enough. Shui Binger did not directly refuse. I know, that day will come, Ye Xiaofeng said firmly. After they finished eating, they opened 3 rooms, 2 for themselves and 1 for Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room, called for the waiter, took a hot shower, and changed into a new outfit, instantly looking handsome and refreshed. The next morning, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, Shui Binger walked in. You. Ye Xiaofeng's handsome face captivated Shui Binger, leaving her momentarily speechless. Binger, what brings you here? Ye Xiaofeng asked. I just came to see you, Shui Binger replied. Her face flushed, her heart racing like a deer. Came to see me? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shui Binger in surprise, wondering if this girl had developed feelings for him. No, we're going to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. I've reached level 30, you can stay here and wait for us to get the soul ring. And then I'll take you back to the academy, Shui Binger said shyly, her cheeks still red. I was wondering why big sister hasn't come back. Turns out she sneaked over to meet a handsome guy, Shui Wu teased. No way, shut your crow's mouth, Shui Binger said, embarrassed and angry. Hey, who are you? Don't think just because you're a bit handsome, you can flirt with my sister so early in the morning, Shui Yuek said, not recognizing Ye Xiaofeng at first, feeling displeased. Where, it's me, Ye Xiaofeng said, scratching his head. Wow, I didn't expect such a big change overnight. I didn't recognize you. Shui Yuer began to blush and act infatuated. Ye Xiaofeng's heart was racing. Actually, I have always been like this, okay? It's just that you haven't noticed. This time, I want to go with you because I don't want to keep eating and drinking for free. I want to contribute as well. With your level of strength, what can you do? Don't hold us back, Shui Wu said with some difficulty upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng wanting to go. Although Ye Xiaofeng was already a soul master, his strength wasn't that impressive after all, given that he had 6 10-year soul rings. Don't worry, I won't hold you back, Ye Xiaofeng said firmly. Then stay behind us and don't stray too far, Shui Binger said gently. Shui Binger didn't refuse Ye Xiaofeng. Although his strength was lacking, he was still a healing-type soul master, and he could be useful when necessary. Then let's hurry and set off. What are we waiting for? Ye Xiaofeng said excitedly. Hey, kid, it's not you hunting soul beasts. Why are you more excited than us? Shui Wu said with a face full of speechlessness. Miss Shui Wu, please call me by my name. I don't go by Hey, Ye Xiaofeng said unhappily. Who wants to be called Hey every day? Who knows what your name is? After a long time, I forgot. Shui Wu pretended to forget on purpose. Then it's Miss Shui Wu. Remember, my name is Ye Xiaofeng. You can call me Yi Xiao or Yi Gongzi, Ye Xiaofeng said narcissistically. Young Master Yi, I have seen many shameless people, but I have never seen someone as thick-skinned as you, Shui Wu said with a sly smile. This made everyone laugh, but Ye Xiaofeng was completely immune to Shui Wu's ridicule. Miss Shui Wu, where am I small? I'm already quite big, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly said something shameless. Get lost, Shui Wu said directly without any courtesy. All right, let's set off, Shui Binger quickly interrupted, otherwise these two wouldn't know when to stop. Soon Ye Xiaofeng and the others arrived at the Sunset Forest and directly entered the outskirts. This place was different from the Star Doe Forest, where a special token from the Spirit Hall was required to enter. As they moved forward, suddenly 500-year-old reddish-brown wild boars with tusks charged at them. Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Shui Binger immediately activated her first soul skill, Ice Seal, instantly freezing the 5 wild boars. Her first soul skill could be used continuously and consumed very little soul power. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Shui Yuer activated her second soul skill, instantly shattering the 5 wild boars, leaving Ye Xiaofeng stunned. Kid, stop daydreaming, let us go. We are here to help the big sister find a soul ring. Shui Wu teased as she saw Ye Xiaofeng staring blankly at the scene of the soul beasts being hunted. Ye Xiaofeng remained silent and continued to follow them. After searching for a long time, he finally found a Millennium Ice Toad, which was already surrounded by ice. The second soul skill, Snow Dance, was instantly activated to prevent the Ice Toad from escaping. The first soul skill, Ice Seal, was used by Shui Binger to continue freezing the Ice Toad. It was directly frozen. The second soul skill, 0-degree impact, was activated by Xueyuer, instantly shattering the ice that had frozen the toad. Just when Xueyuer thought she had easily resolved the situation, the ice toad suddenly launched an attack. The ice toad spat out a cold toxin towards Xueyuer. Yuya, be careful. The second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor, was used by Xuebinger to block the ice toad's attack. Let me try. You freeze it first, Ye Xiaofeng said. The first soul skill, Ice Seal, was instantly cast again by Xuebinger to freeze the ice toad. The third soul skill, Sword Seal Throat, saw Ye Xiaofeng condensing the 7-killing sword in his hand, instantly activating the third skill to stab at the ice toad. The ice that Xuebinger had just frozen was pierced and exploded by Ye Xiaofeng's 7-killing sword, leaving the ice toad with only minor injuries, which was not a big problem for it. This won't work. We can't kill the ice toad like this, Xuewu said cautiously. Yuya, Mazia's sword fusion. Xuebinger called out to Xueyuer, and the two embraced, instantly completing the fusion skill. A cry was heard, and an ice phoenix formed in the air. The pressure of the king weighed down on the ice toad, making it unable to move. The martial soul fusion skill, Snow and Ice Drifting, was simultaneously spoken by Xuebinger and Xueyuer, and the ice phoenix instantly launched an attack on the ice toad. The ice toad was completely frozen and unable to move. The third soul skill, Sword Seal Throat, saw Ye Xiaofeng's 7-killing sword fly towards the frozen ice toad, sealing its throat, leaving the ice toad on the brink of death. Binger, act quickly, Ye Xiaofeng said as he threw the 7-killing sword to Xuebinger. Xuebinger caught the 7-killing sword from Ye Xiaofeng and swiftly eliminated the Millennium Ice Toad with a single strike. After the fierce battle, their soul power was severely depleted, especially Xuebinger and Xueyuer, who were completely exhausted due to their martial soul fusion skill. Xuebinger couldn't absorb the soul ring in such a drained state, as she might be counterattacked by the Millennium Ice Toad. The first soul skill, Blessing from Ye Xiaofeng's Emerald Swan, could heal and restore soul power to the group while consuming little of his own soul power. Under Ye Xiaofeng's treatment, Xuebinger and the others regained their initial battle state. To be safe, let's absorb the soul ring first while the others stay alert, Ye Xiaofeng said. Although it shouldn't be Ye Xiaofeng giving commands, what he said made sense in the current situation, and everyone protected Xuebinger as she absorbed the soul ring. Xuebinger sat cross-legged beside the ice toad, absorbing the soul ring, and soon a purple halo appeared on the ice toad, slowly transferring to Xuebinger. After a while, Xuebinger finished absorbing the soul ring and stood up, revealing a circle of 2 yellow and 1 purple light beneath her feet. Sister, what skill does your third soul skill grant? Xueyuer asked as she ran to Xuebinger's side. The repelling ice ring can form a repulsive ice ring that expands outward from my center, dealing damage to the opponent while also pushing them away, Xuebinger said calmly. This way, we can use this skill to interrupt the strong attack soul masters during battle, Xuewu analyzed coolly. That's right. But this time we owe it all to you, young Master Yi. Xuebinger knew that if Ye Xiaofeng hadn't come, even if they had hunted the ice toad, they would have paid a heavy price. Miss Binger, you're too polite. Helping you is what I should do, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, feeling quite happy inside, as this was the first time he had helped others. Then let's head back, Xuebinger said, having achieved the goal of obtaining a soul ring. Xuewu and Xueyuer were still at level 28, so there was no need for them to hunt soul beasts, while the others were at levels 27 and 26. Everyone was very happy that Xuebinger had obtained her third soul ring. She was the leader in their hearts, the core figure of the team, and everyone followed her decisions without question. Wait a moment, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly said. What is it? Xuebinger and the others were about to head back when they were interrupted by Ye Xiaofeng. Congratulations, host Ye Xiaofeng, for successfully helping Xuebinger acquire her third soul ring. All soul ring cultivation increases by 100 years, and soul power level rises by 5 levels. A mechanical voice announced. Wow, little Bing, you can finally use it normally, Ye Xiaofeng said happily. Host Ye Xiaofeng, your words are inappropriate. As a special reward, here's a lightning strike, Little Bing said, and a bolt of lightning struck towards Ye Xiaofeng. After the lightning struck, Ye Xiaofeng's hair stood on end, smoke rising from his body, and his face was blackened, with only his eyes and teeth visible. Young Master Yi, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? Even heaven doesn't want to spare you, Xuewu said slyly. Damn it, I just said one thing. Do you have to strike me with lightning? Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling overwhelmed. Are you okay? Xuebinger asked with concern. I'm fine, let's head back. Ye Xiaofeng clearly didn't want everyone to know about his soul ring. After returning to the inn, Ye Xiaofeng quickly freshened up and changed his clothes. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. Ye Xiaofeng went to open the door, and it was Shui Binger. Shui Binger smiled and said, "What? Can I come in and sit for a while?" Ye Xiaofeng, puzzled, asked, "Of course you can, Miss Binger. Is there something you need? Can I come to see you if there's nothing?" Shui Binger de liba ateli tizet Ye Xiaofeng. "Of course you can," Ye Xiaofeng said, pouring a cup of water for Shui Binger and sitting down, only able to smile. "Now that no one is around, you can speak." Shui Binger walked to the table, sat down, and her aura instantly changed. "Miss Binger, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Ye Xiaofeng knew Shui Binger was asking about what happened during the day, but he didn't want anyone to know. "Do I have to hide it from even me?" Shui Binger said unhappily. "Aye, then you have to keep it a secret from me." Ye Xiaofeng knew that he couldn't hide things from Shui Binger and the others. It was only a matter of time before they found out. "Look," Ye Xiaofeng said, as the soul ring under his feet changed from a 10-year white soul ring to a 100-year soul ring. "How is that possible? Are you a soul beast transformed into a human?" Shui Binger was stunned, staring at Ye Xiaofeng's 2 soul rings. In just one day, 6 10-year soul rings had upgraded to 100-year soul rings, which was truly unheard of. "Miss Binger, do you think I look like a soul beast transformed into a human?" Ye Xiaofeng smiled and asked. "This matter cannot be known by others," Shui Binger said nervously. "I know, but Miss Binger is not just anyone." Ye Xiaofeng remembered that Shui Binger had saved him, and he was grateful. "From now on, just call me Binger. Don't keep calling me Miss," Shui Binger said, her face slightly reddening. "Binger, then from now on you can call me Xiaofeng." Ye Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Xiaofeng, thank you for helping me get the soul ring today." Shui Binger didn't know what else to say and could only make small talk. "Binger, you saved me, so helping you is the right thing to do," Ye Xiaofeng said, patting his chest. "Don't keep mentioning the life-saving grace every day. Let's just be friends from now on," Shui Binger said. "Binger, Akto Ali. I couldn't awaken my martial soul when I was 6 years old. I tried for 4 years, but couldn't do it. My mother had no choice but to let me leave home, and later I encountered pirates on the way. At that time, I thought I was going to die, but heaven wouldn't let me die, and I was ultimately saved by you." Ye Xiaofeng recalled the ridicule he faced on Sea God Island and being forced into exile, crushing the cup in his hand. The broken cup cut his hand, and blood flowed, but Ye Xiaofeng felt no pain. This scene shocked Shui Binger. For the first time, she realized how difficult the years had been for this boy, who was the same age as her. Ye Xiaofeng joked with Shui Wu, and he seemed cheerful, completely hiding his inner pain. In that moment, Shui Binger felt a pang of heartache and took out a handkerchief from her pocket, gently wrapping it around Ye Xiaofeng's wound. "No one will bully you anymore." Shui Binger held Ye Xiaofeng's hand, and gradually, his emotions calmed down. Just then, Ye Xiaofeng's door was kicked open. "Young Master Yi, have you seen my sister?" Shui Wu came in and said. Seeing Shui Binger holding Ye Xiaofeng's hands, she was stunned and speechless. "I didn't see anything intimate. I didn't see anything." Shui Wu quickly ran back to her room. Shui Binger saw Shui Wu burst in and quickly withdrew her hands, but it was too late. Shui Wu had seen it. At that moment, Shui Binger's face was as red as a ripe apple. "Xiaofeng, you take your time to rest. I'll go back first," Shui Binger said, wanting to find a mouse hole to hide in. Retreating was the best strategy. "Shui Wu, didn't you go to find my sister? Why are you back alone?" Shui Wu and the others noticed Shui Binger had returned, but could not see anyone else, and sent Shui Wu to look for her sister. Now, Shui Wu returned alone without Shui Binger. "I didn't see my sister in young Master Ye's room. I didn't see anything." Shui Wu shook her head. "What do you mean? Are you saying my sister is in Ye Xiaofeng's room?" Shui Wu felt something was off upon hearing Shui Wu's words. "Ah, no. When did I say my sister was in his room?" Shui Wu denied it emphatically. "What are you two talking about?" Just then, Shui Binger returned and heard the noise in the room. "Just now," Shui Wu said. Before Shui Wu could finish, Shui Wu quickly covered Shui Binger's mouth with her hand. "And no, it's nothing," Shui Wu said awkwardly. "Sister, your hand is injured?" Shui Wu saw the blood on Shui Binger's hand. "Ah, it's nothing, just a little injury." Shui Binger had hurried earlier and forgot to clean the blood on her hand. "You all go eat first. By the way, Shui Wu, you stay behind." Shui Binger instructed to send the others away, leaving Shui Wu. "Sister, are you going to kill me to keep me quiet?" "I didn't see anything," Shui Wu said nervously after the others left. "Tell me, what did you see?" Shui Binger said coldly. "I just saw a little, but I won't say that you were holding hands intimately, showing affection," Shui Wu replied nervously. "You little brat. When did I show affection with Xiaofeng?" "I was just helping him bandage his wound," Shui Binger explained. Xiaofeng, that sounds so intimate. Shuewu continued to misunderstand. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tie you up and send you to his bed. Shui Binger gritted her teeth in anger. All right, but sister, would you really do that? Shuewu said with a mischievous smile. Just as Shui Binger was about to hit Shuewu quickly turned and escaped. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng had just come out of his room and saw Shui Yue and the others, but he didn't see Shui Binger and Shuewu. Miss Yue, we're your sister and Miss Shuewu. They're talking in the room. We're going down first, Shui Yue said, noticing Ye Xiaofeng's injured hand. Your hand is injured? Shui Yue noticed the familiar handkerchief on Ye Xiaofeng's hand, as if she had seen it somewhere before. No, Ye Xiaofeng said, turning his injured hand away. Give it to me. Why are you hiding? Shui Yue remembered what Shuewu had said when she returned and saw the familiar handkerchief. Honestly, what stage have you and my sister reached? Shui Yue asked curiously. Ah, Binger and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand, Ye Xiaofeng said. It was better if he didn't explain. This explanation only led to more speculation. One calling her Binger and the other calling him Xiaofeng. You two sound so intimate. Shuewu, who had just rushed overheard the conversation. Ah. Ye Xiaofeng didn't know how to respond. Young Master Yi, quickly call her Yue. Let us hear it, Shui Yue said playfully. Go away. What young Master Yi? Just Xiaofeng. Call her Wu, Shuewu said directly, causing the group of sisters to burst into laughter. Ye Xiaofeng suspected that this group of sisters had taken the wrong medicine today. Why was everyone acting so strangely? Shut up. Shui Binger was really at a loss for words after seeing the earlier scene. Ultimately, this was all caused by that dead girl Shuewu. Eldest sister. You're eating meat. You should at least leave a bowl of soup for your sisters, right? This isn't fair. The sisters chimed in, agreeing with Shui Binger. Shuewu was stirring things up again. Enough nonsense. Let's eat. I see that food can't even stop your mouths. Shui Binger and the other sisters were helpless. Shui Binger sat down at table 9, with Ye Xiaofeng beside her and Shuewu on the other side. The others also took their seats. Shuewu raised her hand, and the waiter immediately understood and hurried over. Young man, bring out the best meat and dishes in the restaurant, Shuewu said. Okay, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you right away, the waiter replied and turned to leave. Oh, by the way, bring a plate of lamb kidneys, Shuewu said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng with a sly smile. Miss, let me recommend our signature dish, tiger whip. It's better than lamb kidneys. Would you like to try a portion? The waiter looked at Shuewu and then at Ye Xiaofeng, surrounded by a group of girls, and instantly understood. We'll take all. It's time to nourish ourselves, Shuewu said nonsensically. Hearing Shuewu, Shui Yue nearly choked on her drink. All right, table 9. Add a portion of lamb kidneys and tiger whip. The waiter shouted loudly. The others wished they could find a mouse hole to hide in. What was wrong with Shuewu lately? She was acting so strangely. By the way, Miss Shuewu, do you really need to nourish yourself? You don't look weak at all, Ye Xiaofeng said, puzzled. Don't call me miss, it sounds so distant. Just call me Shuewu, she said before she could finish her sentence. You can call me Yue, just call me that. Shui Yue quickly interjected, seizing her chance to speak. You can call me that too, Xiaofeng. Lamb kidneys and tiger whip are to help you nourish yourself, Shuewu said with a mischievous smile at Ye Xiaofeng. Shuewu, please stop joking. Let's eat first. Ye Xiaofeng quickly refused. It was impossible to have a serious conversation with Shuewu. The more they talked, the more absurd it became. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng fall silent, Shuewu lost interest as well, and the once lively table suddenly quieted down as everyone ate their own dishes. The signature dishes have arrived, the waiter shouted as he walked to table 9, eager for everyone in the restaurant to know. Shuewu directly took the lamb kidneys and tiger whip the waiter brought over and placed them in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, try it and see how it tastes. Shuewu continued to stir the pot. Never mind. I've already eaten enough. Ye Xiaofeng quickly declined. Eldest sister, persuade Xiaofeng. After all, he is still growing. This cannot be overlooked. Shuewu directly aimed her words at Shui Binger. You dead girl, shut up. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Shui Binger blusit angridi. Since everyone is full, let's disperse. Go about your own business, Ye Xiaofeng said, not wanting to stay there any longer. He couldn't withstand Shuewu's relentless bombardment. After everyone dispersed, Shuewu lingered at her spot. Shui, seeing Shuewu not leaving, curiously asked, by the way, Shuewu, aren't you going back? I'm just waiting to settle the bill. Why don't you pay it, and I'll head back first. Shuewu said seriously. Oh, I just remembered. I haven't washed my clothes. Shui, unwilling to settle the bill, quickly made up a lie she didn't even believe herself, and slipped away. Once everyone returned, Shui Wu suddenly smiled wickedly. Young man, go and bring those 2 dishes with 2 jugs of good wine to that young master's room. And then go call my eldest sister Shui Binger, saying that young master Yi has something to discuss with her, Shui Wu said with a sly smile. Already having made arrangements. Miss, the waiter looked a bit troubled. This 1 gold soul coin is for the meal. If you can complete the task, you can handle the remaining 1 as you see fit. Shui Wu generously pulled out 2 gold soul coins from her pocket. I guarantee to complete the task you assigned. The waiter, seeing that he could also earn a gold soul coin, immediately changed his demeanor. There was no way around it. Money could make the world go round. And the waiter's monthly salary was just 1 gold soul coin. Now, a small task could earn him a month's salary. Why not? After dark, the waiter brought the dishes Shui Wu had instructed earlier to Ye Xiaofeng's door and knocked. When Ye Xiaofeng opened the door, he said, Young Master Yi, Binger asked me to bring this to you. There were too many people during the day, so it was hard to say. All right, just put it on my table. Ye Xiaofeng replied, seeing the restaurant's signature dishes. He couldn't believe they were sent by Shui Binger, but since the waiter brought them, he had to believe it. If young master Yi has no other commands, I will take my leave, the waiter said, seeing Ye Xiaofeng didn't speak, and then he exited. Could it really be her who asked to send this? Ye Xiaofeng began to imagine the scenario. After the waiter left Ye Xiaofeng's room, he went to knock on Shui Binger's door. When Shui Binger opened the door, he said, Binger, young master Yi said he wants to talk about his feelings. I wonder if the young lady could go over for a moment? The waiter looked innocent. Seeing that Shui Binger remained unmoved, he began to retreat while advancing. Of course, young master Yi also said that if Binger has any difficulties, just pretend he never said anything tonight. There's nothing difficult. You go down first. I'll come over shortly. Shui Binger thought about what Ye Xiaofeng had said today, and even though it was late, she still went. As the waiter left, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The task was completed, and he had a gold soul coin in hand. As for the matter between Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger, it was none of his business. It was all Shui Wu's instructions for him to do so. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep, Shui Wu said to Shui Yuer, and she turned off the light. Sister Shui Wu, don't you usually stay up the latest? Shui Yuer was a bit puzzled. I said I'm tired. You should rest early too, she said, pulling Shui Yuer to bed to sleep. On the other side, Shui Binger gently knocked on Ye Xiaofeng's door. Ye Xiaofeng opened the door. Binger, why did you come over? Ye Xiaofeng asked. It's nothing, just came to see you. Shui Binger was speechless. Did you not call me over? After entering the room, Shui Binger saw the food on Ye Xiaofeng's table and blushed slightly. This guy pretended to be very honest during the day. Could it be that Shui Wu was right and Ye Xiaofeng really needed to nourish his body? You look pretty thin too. You should nourish your body, Shui Binger said indirectly. Thank you for your concern, Ye Xiaofeng replied a bit awkwardly. And they chatted back and forth like this. Late at night, Shui Yuer had fallen asleep, and Shui Wu suddenly opened her eyes, secretly put on her clothes, and walked out of the house. Xiaofeng, please don't blame Shui Wu and the others. They're just a bit mischievous, but they have kind hearts, Shui Binger said gently. How could I? I consider them all my good friends, Ye Xiaofeng smiled and replied. Here you go, why aren't you eating? Shui Binger said, her face red. I forgot about this. Ye Xiaofeng initially didn't want to eat, but since it was brought by Binger and she mentioned it, he felt embarrassed to refuse. Saying this, Ye Xiaofeng started eating lamb kidneys while grabbing 2 cups and pouring wine, and he and Shui Binger began to drink. Although it was their first time drinking, in this situation, to ease the awkwardness, they both downed their drinks in one go. A good show was about to unfold. Shui Wu outside the window was watching everything clearly. Xiaofeng, do you feel a bit dizzy? Shui Binger, having had 2 cups, became a bit dazed. I don't know why, but I feel the same, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at Shui Binger across from him, finding her increasingly charming. Ye Xiaofeng, after drinking, couldn't help but say, Binger, you look beautiful tonight. This guy must have honey on his lips tonight. Shui Binger got drunk and lost her memory. With such a beautiful woman by his side, it's impossible not to sweeten things up. Ye Xiaofeng became more and more spirited as he spoke. Come on, admit it. How long have you been planning this? Shui Binger said, blushing as she hugged Ye Xiaofeng's shoulder. Since the moment you saved me. Ye Xiaofeng's hands began to wander. Outside the window, Shui Wu was getting more and more into the scene, but as the two of them couldn't handle their alcohol and collapsed on the table, Shui Wu lost interest and pushed the door in. What lucky guy, she said, as she helped Shui Binger and Ye Xiaofeng to bed, not forgetting to remove their coats before leaving. Shui Wu looked at her handiwork, smirked wickedly, and went back to her own room. The next morning, Ye Xiaofeng, still groggy, turned over, feeling something beside him, and squeezed it, hearing Binger's voice. Ye Xiaofeng felt something was off and instantly opened his eyes, petrified. At that moment, Shui Binger also woke up. She looked at Ye Xiaofeng, then at the hand he had placed on her chest, and for a moment, she couldn't react. Both of them shouted simultaneously, their minds going blank. "Get your dirty hand off me!" Shui Binger exploded, and before Ye Xiaofeng could pull his hand back, she kicked him off the bed. Ye Xiaofeng's head just hit the edge of the bed chair, but this was not the time to care about his own pain. "Binger, I didn't mean to." Ye Xiaofeng didn't know what was happening. He completely forgot what happened after drinking. Shui Binger, without saying a word, slapped him, wishing she could kill the person in front of her, as her innocence was lost just like that. "Binger, I will take responsibility." Ye Xiaofeng saw the tears slowly rolling down Shui Binger's cheeks, feeling like a sinner. "If you tell anyone about this, I'll kill you, and then I will choose to die." Seeing Ye Xiaofeng being kicked down, blood streaming from his forehead, her heart suddenly softened. "Binger, it's all my fault, don't be angry." Ye Xiaofeng pulled her over and hugged Shui Binger. "Get off me, let me go or I'll kill you." Shui Binger was startled by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden embrace. After all, sleeping together wasn't her intention, and now this bastard was taking advantage of her. "Even if you kill me, I won't let go." Ye Xiaofeng held her tighter, looking at Shui Binger with red eyes, and kissed her. "Get off me, I want to kill you." Woo Shui Binger struggled, punching Ye Xiaofeng's chest. But gradually she stopped resisting and slowly hugged him back, letting him have his way. After an unknown amount of time, a knock on the door interrupted their passion. "Young Master Yi, Miss Shuwu is calling you down for breakfast." The innkeeper's voice came from outside the door. Both of them instantly woke up at this point. Ye Xiaofeng's hand was already inside Shui Binger's clothes, while she was tightly hugging him. "Okay, I'll be down soon." Ye Xiaofeng quickly pushed the innkeeper away. "Get off me. Take your hand out," Shui Binger said angrily. I couldn't help it, I lost control," Ye Xiaofeng said as he pulled out his hand and let go of Shui Binger. "Hurry and get dressed. Come down with me," Shui Binger said angrily. If Ye Xiaofeng didn't go down soon, others might notice something was off, and her face would be embarrassed. After Ye Xiaofeng left, Shui Binger checked her body, but she was still intact, and the stone in her heart finally fell. This meant that nothing else had happened last night. After waking up, Shui Binger had imagined countless scenarios, fearing she and Ye Xiaofeng had done something they shouldn't have, as they were still young. She hurriedly tidied her clothes and touched up her makeup to avoid raising suspicion, especially from Shuwu, who would not let her off easily if she had any dirt on her. Everyone downstairs was having breakfast. When Ye Xiaofeng walked to the table, Shui Yuer noticed the injury on his forehead. "Xiaofeng, how did you get hurt?" Shui Yuer asked with concern. "I accidentally fell and hurt myself," Ye Xiaofeng said awkwardly. "You're really bringing up the wrong topic. Maybe our young master Yi went out to do something shameful in the middle of the night and got beaten up," Shuwu said, drinking water with a distracted look, but she was secretly delighted. "Xiaofeng, you really wouldn't be." Shuwu's words made everyone turn their heads towards Ye Xiaofeng, and Shui Yuer was a bit suspicious about whether what Shuwu said was true. "How could that be? What kind of person do you think I am? How could I do such a shameless thing?" Ye Xiaofeng glared at Shuwu. If looks could kill, Shuwu would have been dead by now. "Damn, you actually hit the nail on the head. What are you all talking about?" Shui Binger, having tidied herself up, walked over. "Nothing, we were just chatting casually," Shuwu said with a straight face. "Sister, where did you go? I didn't see you all night." Shui Yuya asketvo itli. As she hadn't seen Shui Binger when she went to bed and didn't see her when she woke up. "I couldn't sleep last night, so I went out for a walk." Shui Binger's words directly caused Shui Yuer to feel uneasy. Her speech was impeccable. "Sister, if you have anything on your mind, you can tell us. We can help you," Shui Yuer said with concern. "Yeah, big sister, if something's bothering you, tell us. We can help you share the burden. Even if we can't help, there's still Xiaofeng, right, young Master Yi?" Shuo looked meaningfully at Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger. Right," Ye Xiaofeng quickly replied. And at this moment, Shui Binger turned as red as a ripe apple. "Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Hurry up and eat." Shui Binger didn't know what to say and quickly changed the subject. Shuo looked at the two and found it increasingly amusing, but clearly, she wasn't satisfied yet, and then thought of a mischievous idea. While everyone was eating, Shuo reached under the table and lightly touched Shui Binger's thigh, then immediately pulled back. Pretending as if nothing had happened, "I'm just eating." Shui Binger thought Ye Xiaofeng was being inappropriate, daring to tease her in front of so many people, and she fiercely pinched Ye Xiaofeng's thigh. Ye Xiaofeng groaned in pain, but still held back from crying out. What was wrong with this girl? Why was she pinching herself? Was she seeking stimulation? "Xiaofeng, Are you feeling unwell? Shuewu asked with concern upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng's pained expression. Inside, however, she was overjoyed. She had just touched the big sister's thigh, and the big sister must have thought it was Ye Xiaofeng. How could she let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook? Let's go back to school today, Shui Binger said. Big sister, can we stay a few more days? It's not easy to come out this time, Shuewu quickly replied, thinking that she hadn't had enough fun yet. How could she go back to school and leave the two of them in a bind? No, we can't delay any longer. You should start cultivating early and level up to level 30, Shui Binger said rationally. After all, strength was the most important thing in this world. Xiaofeng, you should come back to school with us, Shui Binger said gently, looking at Ye Xiaofeng. Maybe it's better if I go out and explore on my own. Ye Xiaofeng replied, not wanting to put Shui Binger in a difficult position as he wasn't a water or ice attribute soul master. You can't leave, Shuewu said quickly. You finished what you had to do, and now you want to leave? There's no way. How can we let you go after what happened? Why not? Ye Xiaofeng asked, seeing Shuewu's intense reaction. He actually didn't want to leave them, especially Binger. Have you studied the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts? Shuewu asked pointedly. I haven't, Ye Xiaofeng admitted, as he had never studied theoretical knowledge due to being unable to awaken his martial soul. No? Then what are you practicing for? Big sister, aren't you going to take care of Xiaofeng? Shuewu turned her head to Shui Binger, clearly implying something. Shuewu is right. You should come back to school with us, Shui Binger directly ordered Ye Xiaofeng. You can't just finish your business and sneak away. It won't be that easy. Master, you can join the Tianshui Academy and systematically learn about soul masters and soul beasts. You also have a task to help Shuewu and Shui Yuer obtain a level 30,000-year spirit ring. The rather clueless Tianji systems, Xiao Bing said as they were talking. Xiao Bing, what rewards are there for helping them complete the task? Ye Xiaofeng asked, as he didn't dare to scold Xiao Bing after being struck by lightning last time. Master, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Xiao Bing said something pointless and then fell silent again. Ye Xiaofeng has lost confidence in this pitiful system, and ever since coming to this world, he has been digging his own pit. Hearing you, I'll return to the academy with you. Ye Xiaofeng ultimately considered their request. This was also the result everyone wanted to see, but each had their own motives. For example, the mischievous girl Shuewu just wanted to continue messing with her elder sister and Ye Xiaofeng. Upon returning to Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger took Ye Xiaofeng directly to find her homeroom teacher. Teacher, this is Ye Xiaofeng. Can I let this friend join our class? Shui Binger said to the 30-something female teacher in front of her. She was Shui Binger's homeroom teacher and also her mentor. Wang Yin usually wore glasses and appeared very gentle, but anyone who bullied her students would face her wrath immediately. She was famous in the school for being protective, earning her the nickname Female Tyrant. Kid, are you a water or ice attribute soul master? Wang Yin asked expressionlessly. Teacher, I'm not a water or ice attribute soul master, Ye Xiaofeng said weakly. Binger, have you forgotten the school rules? Wang Yin looked at Shui Binger with a look of disappointment. Teacher, although I'm not a water or ice attribute soul master, I'm a healing type, and my soul power has reached level 41, Ye Xiaofeng said. Kid, we don't lack healing type soul masters. Binger, please take your friend back, Wang Yin said, not wanting to continue the conversation and directly issuing an eviction notice. Xiaofeng, I'm sorry, the teacher doesn't know about your third soul skill, which can enhance the entire team's attributes by 20, Shui Binger said loudly to Ye Xiaofeng, pretending to be about to leave. In reality, Shui Binger was playing hard to get. Wait, what did you just say? Wang Yin clearly heard Shui Binger's words. Teacher, Ye Xiaofeng's third skill of the Emerald Swan Martial Soul can enhance our entire team's attributes by 20, Shui Binger explained. You silly girl. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why go around in circles? Wang Yin immediately perked up, having never seen such a strong healing type soul master. Teacher, I'm not a water or ice attribute soul master, Ye Xiaofeng said deliberately. That is not a problem. I'll go talk to the dean. Wang Yin thought she had struck gold this time. I have no theoretical foundation or practical experience, Ye Xiaofeng continued slowly. None of that is a problem. I can help you with all of it. Wang Yin thought that Ye Xiaofeng's concerns were trivial. All right, no need for small talk. If you have anything, just tell Binger. She'll help you solve it for me. Wang Yin didn't want to hear Ye Xiaofeng's trivial matters. By the way, kid, have you thought about apprenticeship? I'm Wang Yin. My martial soul is the Titan Snow Ape, a level 76 attack type battle soul master. If you become my disciple, you'll live a good life. Wang Yin directly made her pitch, not wanting to miss such a good student. Teacher, I haven't considered the apprenticeship issue for now. Ye Xiaofeng said awkwardly to Wang Yin. Kid, Bing is my disciple. Don't miss such a good opportunity, Wang Yin said with a sly smile. Thinking if soft tactics don't work, then she'd use her disciple's beauty. Teacher, what are you talking about? Shui Bing's face instantly turned red from embarrassment at her teacher's words. Kid, think it over carefully and reply to me. No need to rush. Wang Yin reminded Ye Xiaofeng, suggesting that if soft tactics don't work, then they would resort to harder ones. Teacher, he asks all your student. Are you afraid he'll run away? Shui Binger hurriedly interjected before Ye Xiaofeng could speak. Binger, you go back to class first. I'll come with Ye Xiaofeng shortly. Wang Yan dismissed Shui Binger. Kid, wanting Binger 1TB that simple. Wang Yin understood from their previous conversation that Ye Xiaofeng held considerable weight in Shui Binger's heart. Teacher, I understand, and I will prove myself with strength. Ye Xiaofeng said firmly. I look forward to that day. Just don't let me down, Wang Yin said seriously. I understand. Ye Xiaofeng remained steadfast in his resolve. Class is starting. Come back to the classroom with me, Wang Yin said as she headed back to the classroom, completely disregarding any chance for Ye Xiaofeng to speak. Ye Xiaofeng followed Wang Yin into the classroom and was shocked to see that all the students were girls, not a single boy in sight. Apart from Shui Binger and a few others, everyone else looked at Ye Xiaofeng with curiosity, wondering what was going on with the sudden appearance of a handsome guy. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? Wang Yin said casually. Hello everyone. My name is Ye Xiaofeng. I'm a healing soul master with the martial soul Emerald Swan. If any classmates get injured in the future, you can come to me for help, Ye Xiaofeng said simply. The class applauded. By the way, Shui Yuer and Shui Wu talk too much in class. You should sit next to your sister. Ye Xiaofeng, you go to Shui Yuer's seat. After a round of applause, Teacher Wang directly assigned the seats. Shui Yuer was furious but dared not say anything. It was clearly Shui Wu who talked the most, and she looked displeased. Little did they know, Ye Xiaofeng had offended her on his first day. Wanting to be with Binger, she decided to break them apart. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Ye Xiaofeng thought Wang Yin was a bit difficult with him. But there was no time to worry about that now. He could only obediently return to his seat, but fortunately, Binger was sitting in front of him. However, sitting next to Shui Wu felt a bit off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. All right, let's start the class. Wang Yin suddenly became serious. There are 10 types of soul masters: attack type, agility type, control type, defense type, healing type, support type, food type, summoning type, strength type, and range type. An excellent battle team needs to be composed of 5 parts. Support type, healing type, food type. Soul masters are responsible for supplies. Attack type soul masters are responsible for annihilating enemies. Agility type soul masters are responsible for reconnaissance. Defense type soul masters are responsible for withstanding attacks. And control type soul masters need to manage every aspect of the battle. Teacher, what about the other types? Shui Yuer interjected. Of course. What I just mentioned was one example. Other types can also be categorized based on their conditions. For example, if a summoning type soul master summons a defensive type, they should develop in the direction of defense. And if it's an attack type, they should develop in the direction of attack, Wang Yin explained, slightly annoyed by Shui Yuer interrupting her. Does anyone else have questions? Wang Yin asked. Teacher, if the attack power reaches its peak, isn't it unnecessary to be so flashy? Ye Xiaofeng asked innocently. Perhaps. Wang Yin stood still and thought for a moment before slowly replying. But Ye Xiaofeng, while having imagination is certainly good, I personally suggest you stay grounded. Wang Yin knew Ye Xiaofeng was a healing type, and even if he reached the rank of title Daw, healing types would still compensate for their lack of attack power. Wang Yan's words made the entire class laugh, mocking Ye Xiaofeng for having overly high expectations, except for Shui Binger and a few others who looked forward to him. All right, everyone, study on your own. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Wang Yin said gently. Hearing Teacher Wang's words, Shui Wu perked up. She exchanged glances with Ye Xiaofeng, but he ignored her, which made her angry. Shui Wu secretly reached behind Shui Binger to tug at her hair tie, pulling it hard enough to hurt her. But Shui Wu quickly withdrew her hand and quietly returned to her book, as if to say that the earlier incident had nothing to do with her. Ye Xiaofeng was speechless, while Shui Binger turned her head with a flushed face and saw Ye Xiaofeng staring blankly at her back. Shui Binger was furious inside. How could he tease her in front of so many classmates, and yet she felt powerless against him? Ye Xiaofeng saw that Shui Binger had misunderstood him, and that dead girl Shui Wu was digging a pit for him. He truly wanted to cry, but had no tears. After class, he must teach that little girl a lesson, or else she would keep putting him in trouble every day. Meanwhile, Shui Wu kept making funny faces, taunting, "Come hit me. Come on," until the noon bell rang, and Teacher Wang walked out of the classroom. Shui Binger turned around and hit Ye Xiaofeng on the head with her book. "Binger, let me explain." Ye Xiaofeng wanted to clarify that it was Shui Wu who pulled him, not himself. "Ye Xiaofeng, you can get lost," Shui Binger said to him in a low voice. Her face red. "Sis, don't be angry." Shui Wu quickly stood up to play the good guy. Ye Xiaofeng grew angrier as he thought about it, and slapped Shui Wu on the butt, instantly making her furious. "Sister, look, it's one thing for him to bully you, but now he's bullying me too?" Shui Wu said, feeling wronged. "Ye Xiaofeng, you're shameless. I misjudged you." Shui Binger saw that Ye Xiaofeng was getting more and more pushy and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Saying that, she turned and walked out of the classroom, while Shui Wu stuck her tongue out at Ye Xiaofeng. "Sister, wait for me." Shui Wu followed Shui Binger out of the classroom. "Xiaofeng, everyone has gone to eat. Aren't you going?" Shui Yuer, seeing that Ye Xiaofeng had angered her sister and Shui Wu, still asked with concern. "Ah, you guys go ahead. I'll join you later." Ye Xiaofeng replied jesually. His mind was occupied with how to explain things to Binger. He had to expose Shui Wu's schemes. Otherwise, he would be the one blamed while Shui Wu remained free. When Ye Xiaofeng came back to his senses, the classroom was empty. Helpless, he walked out of the classroom, not knowing where to go. He wanted to go to the cafeteria, but found his pockets empty. Stepping out of the teaching building and into the campus, he found a long bench to sit on, basking in the sunlight, looking up at the sky. The blue sky seemed as vast as the ocean. Ye Xiaofeng thought of his mother and Xiaobai, reminiscing about the bits and pieces from Shunshan Island, and unknowingly fell asleep. Meanwhile, the three sisters in the cafeteria finished their meal and were about to leave. "Sister, aren't you going to get Xiaofeng some food?" Shui Yuer asked upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng eating. "Who cares if he eats or not? Let him starve," Shui Binger said, but inside she was a bit worried. She had just said that out of anger, feeling ignored. Knowing he was broke and not asking anyone for help made her angry. Shui Wu gently tugged at Yuer's sleeve, and Yuer immediately understood, rushing to the window to pack a meal for Ye Xiaofeng. "Eldest sister, even though that guy's a bit annoying, he still needs to eat. What if he starves? Xuevu eshuot Shui Binger. Let him starve, so he won't bully us all day long," Shui Binger said as she turned and walked out of the cafeteria when Yuer brought back the meal. They went to the classroom, which was empty, and then to the sports field, but still couldn't find anyone. "Shui Wu, do you think I scared him off with my words?" Shui Binger asked nervously as she couldn't find Ye Xiaofeng. "I don't think so. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. Let's look somewhere else." Shui Binger. Eventually, the three of them arrived at the square and saw Ye Xiaofeng sleeping on a bench. "Ye Xiaofeng, you sure sleep comfortably." Shui Wu couldn't help but say. "You guys, how did you get here?" Ye Xiaofeng was startled awake by Shui Wu's words. "Do you know he searched the whole campus for you? And here you are, sleeping," Shui Yuer said bluntly, saying whatever came to her mind, but she wasn't wrong. "This is your food. We looked for you for so long, my legs are about to fall off." Shui Yuer directly threw the boxed meal at Ye Xiaofeng and then plopped down beside him. "Thanks, I accidentally fell asleep just now." Ye Xiaofeng quickly took the boxed meal and started eating. Shui Wu and Shui Binger also sat down with him, and Ye Xiaofeng finished eating quickly, taking out the handkerchief Shui Binger had given him to bandage his wound to wipe off the grease from his mouth. Shui Wu and Shui Yuer watched Ye Xiaofeng's actions and then glanced at Shui Binger, who clearly noticed that Ye Xiaofeng had used her handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Now, the two of them looked at her with a sly expression, causing her to blush. "Since you're done eating, I'll take you to a ranger dormitory." Shui Binger quickly tried to shift their attention. They then arrived at a courtyard with a plaque that read Peach Blossom Garden. It seemed like no one had lived there for a long time, as weeds had grown on the ground. However, the courtyard had 4 rooms, and the furniture inside was relatively complete. With a good cleaning, it would be fine to move in. "Xiaofeng, for now, you can stay in the Peach Blossom Garden. The dormitory is full, and there are no empty beds," Shui Binger said a bit awkwardly. "It's fine, I prefer peace and quiet. You all go ahead and do your things. I'll handle it here." Ye Xiaofeng didn't mind. For him, as long as he had a place to stay, it was fine. "Shouldn't we help you?" Shui Wu spoke up. "All right, then just let Shui Wu stay and help me. Bing, of you two go rest." Ye Xiaofeng finally tricked Shui Wu for a bit. "Okay, Shui Wu, good luck." Yuer couldn't help but smile at Shui Wu. And then Shui Binger and Shui Yuer returned to the dormitory. "Wu, you clean the inside of the room first, and I'll clear the weeds in the courtyard," Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile to Shui Wu. "Who are you calling Wu? You're the one living here, not me. If you want to clean, you do it yourself," Shui Wu said unhappily, as this guy was tricking her. You said I could call you Wooer. Are you going back on your word? Ye Xiaofeng pressed forward, standing right in front of Shui Wu. They could both hear each other's breathing. Don't mess around. If you dare to do anything, I'll scream. Shui Wu said nervously. Go ahead and scream. Binger and Yue just left, and the dormitory is so far away. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come save you. Ye Xiaofeng said with a wicked smile. Don't mess around. I'll help you clean, all right? Shui Wu immediately conceded. If you trick me again, be careful. I might strip you and throw your clothes out in the campus. Ye Xiaofeng said mischievously. You dare. If you mess around, I'll go tell the eldest sister. Shui Wu clutched at her last straw. I'm not afraid of her. You should worry about yourself. Ye Xiaofeng clearly didn't plan to let Shui Wu off easily. I'll go help you clean the room now, Shui Wu said as she slipped into the room. Ye Xiaofeng no longer teased Shui Wu. After removing the weeds in the yard, Shui Wu cleaned the rooms inside. Hey, go help me fetch some water, Shui Wu said to Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng saw Shui Wu cleaning the room and didn't say anything to her, taking a bucket to fetch water. After Ye Xiaofeng left, Shui Wu revealed a long-lost smile and said to me, You're still a bit inexperienced, As she spoke, she threw away the cloth in her hand and left. After a while, Shui Wu swaggered back to the dormitory. Sister Shui Wu, why are you back? Shui Yue usket in confusion. Xiaofeng said I was in the way and asked me to come back, so I called my big sister to help, Shui Wu said helplessly. Then you rest for a while. I'll go help him. Shu Binger did not blame Shui Wu and left the dormitory, heading towards a courtyard where Ye Xiaofeng lived. Ye Xiaofeng returned with water and walked into the room. Seeing the rag on the floor, he thought of Shui Wu running away. He smiled helplessly, picked up the rag, and continued cleaning the room. Just then, Shui Binger returned. Binger, you're back, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Give me the rag, you go clean outside, Shui Binger said, not blaming Ye Xiaofeng for what happened earlier. As Shui Binger took the rag, Ye Xiaofeng grabbed her hand. Binger, are you still angry with me? Ye Xiaofeng asked, looking at Shui Binger. Silly, if I were angry, would I come help you? You go do your thing. Shui Binger interrupted, just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to proceed to the next step. After Shui Binger returned, Ye Xiaofeng felt relieved. One cleaned outside while the other cleaned inside. They were busy from noon until afternoon and finally tidied everything up. The bed still lacked sheets and bedding, along with toiletries. Just then, Shui Yue and Shui Wu returned. Just in time, you two go buy some daily necessities, Shui Binger said to them. In front of Shui Binger, Shui Wu didn't dare treat her like Ye Xiaofeng, but after thinking, she remembered something. Sister, you two clean the other rooms, Shui Wu smiled at Shui Binger. He looked a bit confused. Then you guys go ahead, Shui Binger continued to tidy up the other rooms. By evening, Shui Wu and the others returned. Why did you buy so many things? Shui Binger asked when she saw that Shui Wu and the others had brought back clearly more than one person could use. Sister, we discussed it and decided to move here too, Shui Wu said with a smile. Sis, it's so boring for Xiaofeng to be here alone. Can you talk to Teacher Wang about it? Shui Yue began to act cute towards Shui Binger. All right, I'll communicate with the teacher, Shui Binger said, feeling speechless. You all moved over. What else is there to discuss? She thought, feeling a bit annoyed. Hey, we came here to keep you company, and you're not helping, Shui Wu said to Ye Xiaofeng in a bossy manner. If you cleaned up, go to the cafeteria and wait for me. I'll go find Teacher Wang, Shui Binger said helplessly. Yay! Shui Yue and Shui Wu immediately clapped their hands upon hearing Shui Binger's words. Teacher, I've arranged for Ye Xiaofeng to stay in Peach Blossom Garden, Shui Binger said quietly to Wang Yin. Now the male and female dormitories are full. Putting him in Peach Blossom Garden is fine, but it hasn't been occupied for a long time, Wang Yin thought for a moment and said. Teacher, we clean it up, it's ready for living, Shui Binger quickly replied. Good, that makes me feel relieved. I understand now, you can go. Wang Yin was busy with her work. After a while, Wang Yin saw Shui Binger still there and asked curiously, Binger, why are you still here? Teacher, can we move somewhere to live? After all, there are too many people in the dormitory. It's disturbing our cultivation, Shui Binger said, lowering her head. No, the academy has a clear rule that all students must live on campus. Wang Yin immediately opposed. But we've already moved over, Shui Binger said, mustering her courage. You all? Who else? Wang Yin picked up that it was clearly not just one person from Shui Binger's words. Besides me, there is Shui Wu and my sister. Teacher, we haven't violated the academy's regulations. Peach Blossom Garden is also on campus, Shui Binger continued. Tell me, what kind of charm did Ye Xiaofeng cast on you that you all run to him? Wang Yin looked at Shui Binger with a disappointed expression. Teacher, I can't disclose the secrets about him, but I don't regret my choice, Shui Binger said firmly. Sigh, Girls can't stay once they have a lover. They forget their teacher. Wang Yin seemed a bit older at that moment. Teacher, please just agree to us this time. Shui Binger tugged at Wang Yin's arm and Wu Ti let go. You stubborn girl, if you shake me like that, you'll break my arm. Wang Yin said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Shui Binger happily hugged Wang Yin. All right. How old are you? Still so mischievous, Wang Yin said. But in her heart, she was thinking about finding a time to meet Ye Xiaofeng, who had captured 3 treasures all at once, and all of them were elite. The teacher is the best. Teacher, you're busy. I want to disturb you. Shui Binger felt relieved. Wang Yin thought about Ye Xiaofeng as she saw Shui Binger leave her room. Wang Yin took out Ye Xiaofeng's personal enrollment form, which Shui Binger had given her. Ye Xiaofeng, male, 11 years old, martial soul emerald swan, soul power level 41, with 4 yellow soul rings, other details unknown. Wang Yin was both surprised and regretful when she saw Ye Xiaofeng's enrollment form. At such a young age, he had already reached the level of a soul master. But why did he not even have a 1,000-year soul ring? Was it because no one helped him? But that brat, too proud to accept help, had rejected her olive branch multiple times. Otherwise, she would have gotten him a soul ring from a 1,000-year soul beast, or even a 10,000-year soul beast if necessary. I will find a time to meet this brat. It won't be so easy for him to take my beloved disciple from me. Shui Binger was happy when she saw the teacher had agreed and went to the cafeteria first. Teacher, what did you say? Shui Wu and Shui Yuer looked at Shui Binger. Of course the teacher agreed, Shui Binger said with a smile. By the way, why aren't you 3 staying in the dorms? Why move over here? Ye Xiaofeng asked blankly. What? You don't want 3 beautiful girls living with you? Shui Wu said unhappily upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words. No, I just think the dorm is livelier, and I'm afraid you won't be used to living here. Ye Xiaofeng quickly replied. Brat, your sister suddenly likes a quiet life and doesn't want to be disturbed. Shui Wu continued to take advantage of the situation. All right, the food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat. Shui Yuer quickly interrupted when she saw the 2 arguing. After the 4 finished eating, Shui Binger took out a small bag and gave it to Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, take these 100 gold soul coins for now. If it's not enough, just tell me, and I will think of a way, Shui Binger said gently. Thank you, I'll owe you for now. I'll pay you back once I earn some money. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to rely on others, but now he had no choice but to accept it. You little brat. Your big sister has given you her entire month's living expenses, so make sure to spend it wisely. Shui Wu gave Ye Xiaofeng a warning in advance. Ye Xiaofeng nodded, and the 4 of them returned to Taohua Garden, starting to bicker again about dividing the rooms. In the end, Ye Xiaofeng slept in the large room in the middle, with Shui Binger in the room to his right, and Shui Wu and Shui were arranged to the 2 rooms on the right. In the next 6 months, Ye Xiaofeng attended classes and spent all his other time in the library, having basically read all the information on soul masters and soul beasts. Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were also close to breaking through to level 30. Shui Binger suggested that they continue hunting soul beasts in the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings. However, Ye Xiaofeng vetoed this, stating that their attributes were water and ice, and they should either go to the sea or to the extreme north. They ultimately chose the extreme north. Ye Xiaofeng brought 3 women to the extreme northern outer circle, where it was bone-chillingly cold. The 3 women were shivering, but Ye Xiaofeng was fine. Xiaofeng, how long do we have to stay here? Shui Binger couldn't help but ask. That depends on our luck. If we're lucky, it could be just a few days. If not, it could take half a year, Ye Xiaofeng replied calmly. If I had known it would be this cold in the extreme north, I would have gone to the Sunset Forest or the Stardew Forest, Shui Wu complained. Vuya, I came here for you. Even this freezing weather can't dampen my passionate feelings for you, Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly. Don't say such disgusting things. Hurry up and find a suitable soul beast. Shui Wu never showed Ye Xiaofeng a good face. Look how well-behaved Yuer is. She's not like you, Ye Xiaofeng said while pinching Shui Yuer's round face. Yuer, you can't fall for his tricks. Big sister was tricked into his hands because of his smooth talk. Shui Wu said to Shui Yuer. Don't worry, sister Shui Wu, Shui Yuer said with a smile, but her laughter betrayed her. All right, stop messing around. Let's quickly look for a soul beast, Shui Binger said, looking at the 3 of them endlessly. After 3 days of searching, Ye Xiaofeng finally found soul beast footprints on the ground. We've searched for 3 days and haven't even seen a ghost. Shui Wu started complaining to Ye Xiaofeng again. Wuer, watch out behind you. Ye Xiaofeng teleported, using his left hand to hug Shui Wu and his right hand with the 7-killing sword to block the Ice Emperor Scorpion sneak attack, forcing him to retreat 3 steps while holding Shui Wu. If Ye Xiaofeng hadn't blocked the Ice Emperor Scorpion's tail, it would have instantly taken Shui Wu's life. Prepare for battle. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Bingya immediately reacted. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Tornado. Shui Yuer joined the fight. From the size of this Ice Emperor Scorpion and its attack power in the previous battle, its cultivation is already close to 2,000 years, Ye Xiaofeng analyzed. It's about to break free from the Ice Seal. Shui Binger knew that her Ice Seal couldn't hold the Ice Emperor Scorpion for long. You guys restrain it. Leave the rest to me. Ye Xiaofeng's gaze changed instantly. Xiaofeng, be careful, Shui Wu said with concern. Although she often argued with Ye Xiaofeng, she understood the gravity of the situation. Don't worry, I won't die. How could I die so quickly when I haven't married all three of you yet? Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. I take back what I just said. You should just be killed by the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Shui Wu said angrily, annoyed that he was still boasting about marrying them. Second soul skill, Sweeping the Army. Ye Xiaofeng swung the 7-killing sword, and just as the Ice Emperor Scorpion broke free from the Ice Seal, he slashed at its body, but it used its pincers to block the attack. However, this angered the Ice Emperor Scorpion, which charged straight at Ye Xiaofeng. Second soul skill, Falling Snow. Shui Wu restricted the Ice Emperor Scorpion's speed. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger instantly froze the Ice Emperor Scorpion again. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Shui Yue shouted. Third soul skill, Sword piercing the throat. Ye Xiaofeng stabbed at the Ice Emperor Scorpion. This wave of alternating attacks injured the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and seeing that it was outnumbered, it tried to escape. Don't let it get away. Leave the rest to me. Ye Xiaofeng glared at the Ice Emperor Scorpion fiercely. Third soul skill, Sword piercing the throat. Instantly, everything around froze, and the Ice Emperor Scorpion couldn't move. Ye Xiaofeng approached and delivered a heavy blow to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Xiaofeng, why did your soul ring turn into 100 years? Shui Wu asked in surprise, not paying much attention to Ye Xiaofeng during the battle. You two just pretend you didn't see anything, Shui Binger said coldly. Shui Wu originally wanted to ask for clarification, but since the eldest sister spoke, she didn't pursue it further. You two discuss who will absorb the soul ring first, Ye Xiaofeng said, not knowing how to decide. Since both of them had reached level 30. Sister Shui Wu, you go first, Shui Yuetu said with a smile. No, you go first. There might be even better soul beasts waiting for me. Shui Wu insisted on not taking advantage. The Ice Emperor Scorpion was already good, and it would be hard to find a better one, but she didn't regret giving it to Yuer, as she considered Yuer like her own sister. Yuer, I'll let you have this one. Sit down and absorb it, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling gratified to see them being so courteous. Xiaofeng, can I absorb a 2,000-year soul beast? Yuer was a bit worried that she couldn't absorb such a good soul ring. Don't worry about that. I'm here, Ye Xiaofeng reassured Yuer. Get ready. We still need to find a soul beast for Shui Wu. Ye Xiaofeng handed the sword in his hand to Yuer. Shui Yuer didn't hesitate. Took the sword from Ye Xiaofeng, stabbed it into the Ice Emperor Scorpion's body, and then sat down to absorb the soul ring. A purple soul ring emerged from the Ice Emperor Scorpion's body and transferred to Shui Yuer, who slowly absorbed it, sweating from her forehead. Shui Binger and Shui Wu were sweating for Yuer, but Ye Xiaofeng activated his healing, ready to save Yuer at any moment. After an afternoon of absorption, she finally succeeded. Xiaofeng, I finally succeeded. Yuer opened her eyes, stood up, and immediately hugged Ye Xiaofeng excitedly. Hey, little sister Yuer, so quick to throw yourself into my arms? Do you think we don't exist? We'll roll in bed later, Shui Wu teased Yuer. Sister Shui Wu, I was just excited and couldn't control myself, Yuer said, blushing. That doesn't mean you can take advantage of this guy. Quickly tell us what your third soul skill is. Shui Wu insisted on not letting Ye Xiaofeng benefit from the situation. Ye Xiaofeng was puzzled about what he had done to offend this girl. Ever since they met, she had been targeting him everywhere, setting him up in various ways, and in the end, she wouldn't even give him a good face. The third soul skill, Ice Explosion Technique, Shui Yuer said as she activated her third soul skill, launching it into the distance, resulting in a massive explosion within 100 meters. Wow! No one expected the power of the Ice Explosion Technique to be so strong. The Ice Explosion Technique consumed 20 of my soul power, but it decreases as my cultivation level improves. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Shui Yuer said as she ran over and gave him a peck on the cheek like a chick pecking at rice. Shui Wu rubbed her hands and looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Can we discuss something? What is it? Ye Xiaofeng noticed that Shui Wu had a mischievous look on her face. Find another Ice Emperor Scorpion. I want the Ice Explosion Technique too. I'll agree to any conditions, Shui Wu said, completely captivated by the power of the ice explosion technique. Are you willing to be my wife? Ye Xiaofeng asked. That's not out of the question, Shui Wu replied firmly. The ice explosion technique is hard to come by. Even if we find another Ice Emperor Scorpion, it would be very difficult to get one, with a probability of 1 in 10,000. Ye Xiaofeng had spent half a year in the library and was well aware of the odds of the ice explosion technique appearing. But even if we can't find that, we can look for others, right, Wu? Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Without the ice explosion technique, you can't even think about marrying me. Shui Wu said and turned to leave, while Shui Binger and Shui Yue couldn't help but snicker. It seems our couple's fate hasn't arrived yet. By the way, shouldn't you consider offering yourself? Ye Xiaofeng saw that Shui Wu had no chance and turned to Yue. Sister Shui Wu, wait for me. Shui Yue didn't want to pay attention to Ye Xiaofeng. Being with him only meant being bullied, and she couldn't do anything about it. It seems someone's harem can't be realized, Shui Binger thought as she continued to jab at Ye Xiaofeng, seeing that Shui Wu and Yue were ignoring him. Binger, why don't they understand my feelings? They should be more like you, Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly. Don't come to me with that. How can you flirt with me and then want to flirt with them too? Shui Binger said angrily. How could that be? Just kidding, haha, Ye Xiaofeng said, reaching out to hold Shui Binger's hand. Binger, why is your hand so soft? Ye Xiaofeng held onto Shui Binger's hand tightly. Shui Binger tried to pull her hand back several times, but couldn't, so she let Ye Xiaofeng hold it. Enough teasing. Let's find a soul ring for Shui Wu and then head back, Shui Binger said. She wanted to leave this cold weather, even though there were soul beasts suitable for them here. Binger, you're becoming more beautiful. If only this moment could last forever, Ye Xiaofeng said with a sigh, then hugged Shui Binger and kissed her. Xiaofeng, do you have something on your mind? You can tell me. Shui Binger noticed Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts. It's nothing. Just mentioning it casually, Ye Xiaofeng said without saying much, continuing to hold Shui Binger's hand as they followed the others to search for suitable soul beasts in the extreme northern outer circle. Hey, how long are you two going to show off your affection? Shui Wu couldn't stand it anymore. She and Shui Yue didn't want to be the third wheel. Wu, didn't you promise to marry me? How about we tease them together? Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Godi, you want to marry me, but don't look at your own character. You look like a dog, and a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Shui Wu said to Ye Xiaofeng, showing him no mercy. If you could have even half of Yue's gentleness, that would be great. Ye Xiaofeng said as he saw Shui Yue giggling at their banter. I'm not marrying you, so why are you worrying about it? Shui Wu was annoyed after hearing Ye Xiaofeng say something bad about her. Ah, a handsome guy like me, and you can't even see it? I'm really worried about your future, Ye Xiaofeng said. Ye Xiaofeng tidied up his hairstyle and felt that he was the most handsome man in the world. Yue, do you think so? Ye Xiaofeng turned his head and said, yes, it's just that your handsomeness isn't obvious enough, Shui Yue said playfully. You wasted my sincere feelings. Yeah? It hurts my heart. Ye Xiaofeng was very happy to hear Shui Yue's first sentence, but he was speechless at the latter. Should I stab you in the heart? Then you won't have to feel pain, Shui Wu said coldly. No wonder there's a saying, what was it again? Right, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Ye Xiaofeng instantly said to Shui Wu. Huh, what did you say? The three of them said in unison. Ye Xiaofeng didn't expect his words to provoke the public anger of the three. Just kidding, haha. Let's quickly find a suitable soul ring for Wu. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly changed the topic. There are no other suitable soul beasts in this area. How about we go check out that mountain ahead? Shui Binger said, looking at the snow-capped mountains in front of them. Okay, then you all be careful, Ye Xiaofeng said as he led the way. The four of them walked for 3 days before reaching the foot of the snow mountain. It looked close, but the more they walked, the more tired they became. I'm exhausted. I can't walk anymore, Shui Wu said, panting. Then let's rest at the foot of the mountain tonight and go up tomorrow, Shui Binger said, seeing that it was getting dark. The four of them looked for a place to rest at the foot of the mountain and finally found a cave not far away. There's a cave ahead. Let's settle down there. In the extreme north, the wind and snow at night are strong. This is the perfect place, Ye Xiaofeng said to everyone. They arrived at the cave, where there was no fierce wind, and it was a bit warm, perhaps because they had been in the bone-chilling weather for too long. You three look for some firewood nearby. I'll go see if there's any food to eat, Ye Xiaofeng said to the three beauties. Not long after Ye Xiaofeng went out, he brought back 2 wild rabbits, and Shui Binger and the others also returned with firewood. Why haven't you started a fire? Ye Xiaofeng asked in surprise as he looked at the 3 of them sitting there in a daze. We don't know how, Shui Yue said with a smile. While Shui Wu and Binger blushed and remained silent. Ye Xiaofeng directly started the primitive method of making fire by drilling wood and, after great effort, he finally produced a source of fire. Then he kept blowing, and eventually succeeded in making fire. Ye Xiaofeng finally cleaned the wild rabbits and was ready to roast the rabbit meat. "You bastard! How can you kill the rabbits?" Shui Wu said angrily. "Then you eat dry rations. Don't worry about us," Ye Xiaofeng said, not wanting to argue anymore. He then skewered the 2 wild rabbits on a stick and slowly rotated them over the fire with both hands. "I don't want to eat." "Humph," Shui Wu said angrily, and then took out some dry rations from her pack, biting down hard. At that moment, the dry rations were frozen solid like a stone, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't bite into them. Frustrated, she threw the dry rations at a distant rock, but they hit the rock and remained intact. "What did the dry rations do to you?" "Go pick them up," Ye Xiaofeng said deliberately. "Mind your own business if you want to pick them up. You go do it," Shui Wu replied angrily. Unable to stand the bickering any longer, Yue turned around to retrieve them, wanted to put them back in her pack. "Yue, give me that, and bring me the others too," Ye Xiaofeng said to Shui Yue. Ye Xiaofeng took the dry food from Shui Yue's hand and slowly toasted it over the fire, feeling that it was almost ready. "Vuya, let's put out the fire for now." Ye Xiaofeng continued to give the dry food he had thrown away earlier to Shui Wu. "Can this still be eaten?" "I almost lost my teeth earlier," Shui Wu mumbled. "You'll know if you give it a try," Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. To his surprise, Shui Wu found the roasted dry food tasted better than usual and couldn't help but praise Ye Xiaofeng. "You don't know, I have even more skills. If it weren't for trying out other skills tonight," Ye Xiaofeng said lewdly. Shui Wu glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, wanting to ask what other skills he had, but seeing his lewd smile, she realized it was nothing good, though this time she didn't scold him. Ye Xiaofeng handed the roasted snacks to Shui Binger and Shui Yue, and took one for himself. The wild rabbit was almost done roasting, giving off a delicious barbecue aroma, causing the 3 inexperienced beauties to swallow hard. Shui Yue was drooling, staring intently at the rabbit on the spit, and Shui Wu had lost her compassion at this moment. "Xiaofeng, is it almost ready?" Shui Binger asked eagerly. "It's ready." "Don't rush," Ye Xiaofeng replied, slowly taking down the 2 hind legs of the rabbit and handing them to Shui Binger and Shui Yue. "Thank you, Brother Xiaofeng." Shui Yue casually called him brother for the sake of the delicious food, feeling it was worth it. "Yue, eat slowly. There's more," Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. "Hurry up, stop dilly-dallying," Shui Wu urged. "Yue, I just heard someone say they love rabbits and blame me for killing one." Ye Xiaofeng turned to Shui Yue and said, "I think I heard it too." "I heard it too," Shui Yue and Shui Binger echoed. I won't eat it. That should be fine," Shui Wu said angrily, turning her head away and munching on her snacks. "Here, take it," Ye Xiaofeng said without continuing the joke. "I won't eat it," Shui Wu, feeling embarrassed, could only refuse. "If you don't eat it now, there won't be any left," Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. "I'll let you off this time, but next time, I won't let you go." Shui Wu, hearing that it was finished, immediately snatched the rabbit meat that Ye Xiaofeng handed to her. Ye Xiaofeng roasted while eating, and the 4 of them finally had a hearty meal. Shui Wu finished eating and didn't forget to lick her fingers. For the 3 of them, this was the most delicious food, but Ye Xiaofeng felt a bit melancholic. His task of helping them obtain their spirit rings was almost complete. The night before their departure, the Tianji system gave Ye Xiaofeng a new task: to go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and take the sword Douluo Continent as his master. This also meant he would leave the Tianshui Academy and leave them behind. "Xiaofeng, after you go back this time, you have to roast wild rabbits for us every day." Shui Wu, who had just eaten rabbit meat, was still not satisfied. "Yeah, Brother Xiaofeng, Yue wants to eat too. If there's a chance in the future, I will make it for you." Ye Xiaofeng neither agreed nor refused. "Why do we have to wait until the future? Can't you do it when you go back?" Shui Wu asked in confusion. "After I help you get your spirit rings, my task will be complete," Ye Xiaofeng said slowly, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "What does that have to do with roasting wild rabbits?" Shui Wu felt Ye Xiaofeng's words were off topic. "Nothing, get some rest early. Tomorrow we'll go up the mountain together." Ye Xiaofeng didn't say anything more, and they didn't ask further, but Shui Binger remained silent, quietly watching Ye Xiaofeng. Late at night, Shui Wu and Shui Yue fell asleep leaning against each other, while Shui Binger quietly looked at Ye Xiaofeng. "Binger, why aren't you asleep yet?" Ye Xiaofeng asked, feeling guilty. "You're going to leave, right?" Shui Binger bit her lip, her eyes red as she stared intently at Ye Xiaofeng. "Binger, let me explain." Ye Xiaofeng was about to say something when Shui Binger stood up and walked in front of him, slapping his right cheek. "Binger," Ye Xiaofeng called out again, but Shui Binger slapped his left cheek. "Get lost. If I hadn't asked, would you have kept hiding it from me?" Shui Binger trembled as she hugged Ye Xiaofeng. I'm about to break through to the Spirit King level. I want to go out and hone my skills alone. Ye Xiaofeng comforted Shui Binger. You're afraid we'll hold you back, so you're leaving us, right? Shui Binger said coldly. No, my cultivation is improving too quickly. I need to hone and solidify my realm, Ye Xiaofeng explained. Then let me accompany you to train, okay? Shui Binger knew his mind was made up, but she wanted to be with Ye Xiaofeng. Take good care of them. You all are developing ice attributes, so cultivate your existing attributes to their extreme. Break through all techniques with the ultimate ice. This is the task I'm giving you, and I hope you can agree. Ye Xiaofeng had analyzed their team for a long time. This was his conclusion. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. If you need anything, you can come back to find us at any time. Shui Binger really wanted to accompany Ye Xiaofeng, but after hearing his words, she still agreed. Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. It's getting late, so rest. Shui Binger hugged Ye Xiaofeng's arm and leaned on his shoulder, slowly falling asleep. Ye Xiaofeng felt particularly happy watching them, and gradually they became an inseparable part of her heart. The next morning, Shuewu woke up and opened her eyes to see Shui Binger sleeping in Ye Xiaofeng's arms, who was also asleep and hadn't woken up. Shuewu thought she was seeing things and rubbed her eyes, but it was still the sight of the two of them cuddling in their sleep. Shuewu hurriedly woke Shui Yuer. Shoo! Just as Shui Yuer was about to scold Shuewu, she was interrupted. Shuewu pointed in a direction, and Shui Yuer looked where she was pointing. They were stunned by the sight of the two sleeping and showing affection. Soon, Ye Xiaofeng woke up and saw Shuewu and Shui Yuer looking at them with a mischievous expression, as if they understood everything immediately. Ye Xiaofeng moved slightly, waking Shui Binger, who completely forgot that she had fallen asleep in Ye Xiaofeng's arms last night. What are you two looking at? Shui Binger opened her eyes and saw Shuewu and Shui Yuer staring at her, feeling uncomfortable all over. Sister, did you sleep particularly well last night? Shuewu asked mischievously. It was okay, Shui Binger replied, still a bit groggy. Sister, how long are you going to sleep in Xiaofeng's arms? Shui Yuet said speechlessly as she saw her sister still in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. Shui Binger finally realized that she was still in Ye Xiaofeng's arms and hurriedly got up. Sister, you called out all night last night and still haven't had enough? How about I and Yuer step outside to give you two some privacy? Shuewu said playfully. If you keep talking nonsense, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Shui Binger blushed and said with a tone that lacked conviction. After Shui Binger got up, Ye Xiaofeng shrugged his shoulders, feeling a bit sore from staying still all night. You all tidy up, and let's go up the mountain together, Ye Xiaofeng said as he moved his body and walked outside. Stepping out of the cave, it was still bone-chillingly cold, but everything was worth it for the soul ring. After climbing the mountain all morning, they discovered a snow lotus over 2,000 years old on a snow-capped mountain. It was truly a case of having searched everywhere without finding it, yet it comes effortlessly, and they prepared for battle. First soul skill, Dark Cloud. Second soul skill, Rainfall. Shuewu activated two skills in succession. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm. Shui Yuer unleashed her first soul skill. We can't use violence against it, otherwise we won't be able to obtain the soul ring. Binger, restrain it, Ye Xiaofeng said urgently as he saw the 1,000-year snow lotus trying to escape. First soul skill, I seal. Shui Binger sealed off all escape routes. Wuer, hurry. Ye Xiaofeng tightly focused on the snow lotus with his 7-killing sword. If it tried to flee, he would directly slice its throat. The 1,000-year snow lotus wasn't as domineering as the Ice Emperor Scorpion and was quickly defeated by Shuewu. The absorption process was also relatively gentle and easy. They succeeded soon after. Sister Shuewu, what is your third soul skill? Shui Yue Uskit Usli. Look, the third soul skill, Snowfall. Suddenly, thousands of ice spikes appeared in the sky, striking the ground instantly, like a rain of arrows. So powerful, Shui Yue exclaimed, realizing the skill was not much weaker than her ice explosion technique. Congratulations, Master, for successfully helping Shuewu and Shui Yuer obtain their third soul ring. Reward, Simulation Soul Ring Skill, and increased soul power level by 5. Xiaobing's voice came through. Ye Xiaofeng broke through to level 40 soul master rank, and 4,000-year purple soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, stunning Shuewu and Shui Yuer. Shui Binger was also slightly surprised, but she knew a bit about Ye Xiaofeng's secret. Xiaofeng, you. Shuewu was so astonished that she didn't know what to say. I have a skill that simulates soul rings. It can simulate not only 1,000-year ones, but also 10,000-year and even 100,000-year ones, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Then the 4 soul rings beneath his feet transformed into black 10,000-year rings. followed by bright, red 100,000-year rings. So that's how it is. I was wondering how someone like you could be so strong, Xuewu said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng, clearly unconvinced. However, your simulated soul ring skill is quite impressive for scaring people, Xuewu added with a jab. Hey, I help you get the soul rings. Not even a thank you? Why do you always oppose me? Ye Xiaofeng said helplessly. It seems you didn't do much just now, Xuewu said with a smile, clearly unwilling to let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook. I'm just controlling the overall situation, Ye Xiaofeng replied, admitting that he hadn't taken action, but he was preventing the 1,000-year snow lotus from escaping. TCH, you're really thick-skinned, Xuewu muttered. Since our mission is complete, let's hurry back to the academy, Xuewu said cheerfully. Then let's head back. Remember to keep a secret from me, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at Shui Binger. Shui Binger nodded in agreement, but inside, she felt a bit down. Returning to the academy meant Ye Xiaofeng would leave the academy and her. On the way back, everyone spoke much less, and Shui Binger didn't say a word throughout. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Garden, Xuewu and Xueyu perked up. It's great to be back. I never want to go to that ghostly place in the extreme north again, Xuewu complained. Me too. I'm going to take a hot shower first, Xueyu added, following Xuewu's lead. I'll join you, Xuewu said with a smile. How about I come help you scrub your backs for free? Ye Xiaofeng said lewdly. Think it would be thrilling. Get lost, the two said in unison, not looking back as they returned to their respective rooms. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it too seriously, Ye Xiaofeng said, but when he saw that Xuewu and Xueyu were ignoring him, he turned to tease Shui Bing, who didn't give him a chance, and returned to her room without looking back. The large courtyard was left with only him. Ye Xiaofeng walked into his room, took out a jar of wine, and sat down on a bench under the peach tree. A gentle breeze blew, and peach blossoms fell like snow. Ye Xiaofeng drank the wine, looking up at the sky, filled with too much sorrow. He thought that drinking would help him forget his worries, but he never expected that it would only deepen them. Drunk, he dreamed of Shui Binger appearing before him. Binger, why are you here? Ye Xiaofeng said, slightly tipsy. I came to see the peach tree. Is that not okay? Shui Binger replied with a smile. I thought you came to keep me company, huh? Ye Xiaofeng said with a sad smile. Now I can keep you company. Don't you want to say something to me? Shui Binger saw that Ye Xiaofeng was drunk and seized the opportunity to ask about his innermost thoughts. What do you want to ask? I can tell you anything. Ye Xiaofeng continued to mumble. Why do you have to leave? I said it's to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I protect the ones I love. You're already very excellent, with twin martial souls and extraordinary talent. You'll definitely break through to the tidal Douluo realm in the future, Shui Binger comforted him, understanding that Ye Xiaofeng was gifted and would surely have a place among tidal Douluos in the future. Binger, wait for me to come back, Ye Xiaofeng said, drunkenly embracing Shui Binger. Shui Binger didn't ask any further, quietly holding Ye Xiaofeng until he fell asleep. She helped him to his room and tucked him into bed. Shui Binger didn't leave. Instead, she stayed by the bedside, quietly watching him, and unknowingly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Ye Xiaofeng opened his eyes and saw Shui Binger asleep. He got up. Princess carried her back to bed, covered her with a blanket, gently stroked her delicate face, and kissed her forehead affectionately. Just as he was about to leave, at the moment Ye Xiaofeng turned around, Shui Binger slowly shed tears. Ye Xiaofeng had pretended to be drunk and asleep all along, but wasn't Shui Binger doing the same? They both didn't want to make each other sad, but it had to be this way. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't let go of Shui Binger, and Shui Binger couldn't part with Ye Xiaofeng. But reality was cruel, and they could only choose this. Ye Xiaofeng walked out slowly and gently closed the door. Ye Xiaofeng walked out of the room, glanced at the doors of Xuewu and Xueyu, and left the Peach Blossom Garden without looking back. In the dead of night, the academy was empty, and Ye Xiaofeng headed straight for the main gate. After leaving the campus, he walked a short distance and arrived at a wooded area. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly sensed a killing intent around him. An ice spear suddenly attacked from behind, but Ye Xiaofeng dodged the lethal blow with a quick step. Who are you? Ye Xiaofeng saw a masked figure. And who are you? The masked person replied. I am a student of Tianshui Academy. I hope you will show mercy, Ye Xiaofeng said, realizing that the person was a woman. If you're a student, you could have applied to leave during the day. It's the middle of the night. I suspect you have ulterior motives, the masked person interrupted, not giving Ye Xiaofeng a chance to explain. With her second soul skill, Ice Palm, the masked person attacked directly. Ye Xiaofeng used his 7 kills sword to counter with his second soul skill, sweeping the army. How is that possible? In that case, you cannot be spared, the masked woman said, becoming more interested in Ye Xiaofeng. With her third soul skill, Ice Fist, she continued her assault. Ye Xiaofeng realized that the masked woman's strength was clearly superior to his own. If this continued, he would die at her hands, so he needed to take the initiative. Just as Ye Xiaofeng's sword was aimed at the masked woman's throat, she broke through his fourth soul skill. With her martial soul true form, Titan Snow Demon King, the masked woman was about to defeat Ye Xiaofeng when Shui Binger rushed over. With her first soul skill, Ice Seal, second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor, and third soul skill, Resistance Ice Ring, Shui Binger unleashed 3 skills in succession to block the Titan Snow Demon King's attack for Ye Xiaofeng. Binger, why are you here? You shouldn't have come, Ye Xiaofeng said urgently, realizing that the opponent was a soul master above level 70. Making escape impossible in the face of a martial soul true form. You brat, you really are lucky. I'll give you a chance. Only one of you can live. The masked person said mockingly. Let her go. Once she is safe, you can kill me as you please, Ye Xiaofeng replied, feeling satisfied that Shui Binger had come to save him. Brat, are you really not afraid of death? The masked woman asked in surprise, thinking that Ye Xiaofeng would abandon Shui Binger to escape. I'm afraid. Everyone is afraid of death. But I have no other choice, Ye Xiaofeng said helplessly. Teacher, are you done playing? Shui Binger noticed the martial soul true form and realized it was Wang Yan. Hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, her heart melted, and she no longer wanted to see her teacher torment him. Teacher? Ye Xiaofeng thought he had misheard. You little girl, truly disappointing. Wang Yan took off her veil, intending to tease Ye Xiaofeng further, but Shui Binger had already exposed her. Teacher, this is too much, Ye Xiaofeng said speechlessly. He could tolerate all of Shui Wu's tricks, but now even his teacher wanted to trick him. How would you know if you don't try? How would you know you're a rare twin martial soul? How would you know your true feelings for Binger? You've hidden yourself well, Wang Yan teased. Teacher, you know how important twin martial souls are. It could cost me my life, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling like a child who had made a mistake in front of Wang Yan. As for the twin martial soul, please keep it a secret, Ye Xiaofeng added, not wanting others to know. Rest assured, teacher will help you keep it a secret. Where are you planning to go? Wang Yan continued to ask. I want to go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. You know my other martial soul is the 7 Kills Sword. I need someone to guide me in swordsmanship. And in today's Soul Master World, only souls.Douluo Continent has a 7 Kills Sword as his martial soul. So I must find him, Ye Xiaofeng said firmly. Brat, it's not so easy to take souls.Douluo Continent as your master, Wang Yan said, knowing that meeting a titled Douluo was not easy, let alone becoming a disciple. How would you know it's impossible if you don't try? I hope you will support me, teacher, Ye Xiaofeng said seriously. Since your mind is made up, what use is it for me to keep you? Go. If you have difficulties, remember to come back, Wang Yan said as she left the woods. Thank you, teacher, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, leaving only himself and Shui Binger in the woods. Binger, Ye Xiaofeng hugged Shui Binger, intending to leave secretly. But he didn't expect this silly girl to notice. What are you doing here? Ye Xiaofeng had clearly seen Shui Binger asleep. I was worried, so I came to see you off. I didn't expect the teacher to deliberately make things difficult for you, Shui Binger complained in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. It's fine. The teacher might still be holding a grudge since I didn't become her disciple, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. In fact, Ye Xiaofeng understood that Wang Yan valued talent. During the past year at the academy, Wang Yan had repeatedly expressed her desire to take him as a disciple, which he had refused. Despite this, Wang Yan had always responded to his requests. Binger, promise me you will take care of yourself. Ye Xiaofeng was still worried about Shui Binger. I know, Shui Binger said, nestling against Ye Xiaofeng. Looking at Shui Binger in his arms, Ye Xiaofeng felt a bit dry in his throat. He held her tightly and leaned in to kiss her red lips. Shui Binger responded, and after an intense moment, the two finally ended their embrace. As dawn approached, Ye Xiaofeng turned and headed deeper into the woods. Shui Binger watched the boy walk further away until he disappeared from sight. Shui Binger turned around and walked back to the academy, entering the peach blossom garden where Shui Wu and Shui Wei had just woken up. Sister, what did you go so early in the morning? Shui Wu asked curiously when she saw Shui Binger come in. Xiaofeng, he has left, Shui Binger said sadly, feeling a deep sense of reluctance, but ultimately agreeing to Ye Xiaofeng's decision. Where did he go? You should let him go. He has grown up now. He won't get lost, Shui Wu said, stretching and dismissing the matter. He has gone. He won't come back, Shui Binger said. Her eyes red as she spoke to Shui Wu, not knowing how long it would be until they met again. He won't come back? Sister, where did he go? Shui Wu thought she had misheard. Wherever he goes doesn't matter. What is important is that he wants to train himself, Shui Binger replied, not telling them where he had gone. Even if she told them, they wouldn't be able to reach him. I'll go find him and ask clearly. That brat just left without a word. Shui Wu cursed Ye Xiaofeng, but in her heart, she didn't want to believe. He left last night. Shui Binger closed her eyes and shed tears again. Sister, is it because Brother Xiaofeng is angry with us that he left? Shui Wearer, feeling guilty, said. She thought it was them who made him angry and caused him to leave us. Eldest sister, you clearly knew he was going to leave. Why didn't you tell us? Why did you just watch him leave? Shui Wu questioned Shui Binger for the first time since she got to know her. His heart is no longer here. Even if he stays, so what? Since he is determined to leave, what can you do if you know? I can't keep him, and neither can you. Just let him go. Shui Binger had 1,000 regrets, but still agreed to Ye Xiaofeng. He has his own path to follow, and we have our own path to take. Let's cultivate well. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Shui Binger did not continue to answer them, instead muttering to herself. This sentence was meant for them, but also for herself. Ye Xiaofeng is already 40, while they are only level 30. By the time he breaks through to level 50, his soul rings will all be 10,000 years old. Even if they meet again in the future, the gap between them will only grow larger. However, Shui Binger doesn't want to concede defeat. She just wants to train harder so that she can help him in the future. Ye Xiaofeng's departure also inspired Shui Binger's fighting spirit, which is what Ye Xiaofeng wanted to see. He believes that Shui Binger can lead them well. Ye Xiaofeng arrived alone in the capital of the Tiando Empire, where there were bustling commercial streets, a constant flow of people, and busy traffic, creating a lively atmosphere. Ye Xiaofeng had been traveling for several days and felt a bit tired. He arrived at an inn called Heaven on Earth and wanted to take a break. The first floor of the inn was for dining, while the second and third floors were for accommodation. Young master, are you here to eat or to stay? The innkeeper, noticing Ye Xiaofeng's attire, thought he was a wealthy young master and immediately greeted him with a smile. I want to eat, and I also want to stay, but innkeeper, is it proper hospitality to make me stand here and talk? Ye Xiaofeng teased the innkeeper. Please don't take offense. This way, please. The innkeeper gestured to his servant, who quickly understood and brought over a teapot. The innkeeper took the teapot from the servant's hands and brewed a cup of tea for Ye Xiaofeng. Li Bohai, the innkeeper of Heaven on Earth. How should I address you, young master? Li, the innkeeper, said respectfully with a smile. Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng saw Manager Li smiling respectfully at him and didn't think much of it. Young master Yi, what would you like to eat? Our restaurant has everything from the sky and the ground. As long as you can name it, there's no dish we can't make, Manager Li confidently said. Manager Li, bring me one of everything delicious and drinkable. By the way, it's just the amount for me alone. Also, open another room, Ye Xiaofeng said. He didn't want to continue the small talk with Manager Li. After a few days of travel, he was a bit tired, and his stomach was growling. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to waste it. After all, the gold soul coins on him were given by Binger. Manager Li immediately made arrangements and also assigned Ye Xiaofeng to room 1 on the 3rd floor. Ye Xiaofeng sat for a while, and not far from the dining table. Several young people were chatting about the major events of the Dou Empire. One piece of information was that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was recruiting outer sect disciples. Ye Xiaofeng was immediately intrigued and called a shopkeeper over. Shopkeeper Li, I heard that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is recruiting external disciples. What are the requirements? Ye Xiaofeng turned to ask Shopkeeper Li. This matter has been quite the hot topic recently in the Heaven Dou Empire. But the requirements are also strict. Soul power level must exceed level 30. Age must not exceed 14 years, and there must be a strong attack-type soul master. Shopkeeper Li said somewhat helplessly. Indeed, that is a bit strict. Can't soul masters from other systems apply? Ye Xiaofeng asked curiously. Young Master Yi, you may not know this, but the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has a top-tier support-type martial soul, but its only drawback is insufficient attack power, which is why they recruit every 3 years. Shopkeeper Li continued to explain to Ye Xiaofeng. Young Master Yi, if you're interested, you could give it a try. The conditions for joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are strict, but the benefits are also quite generous. Entry disciples receive 100 gold soul coins each month, along with other perks. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng ask so many detailed questions about the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Shopkeeper Li, based on his past experiences, felt that Ye Xiaofeng was here for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ye Xiaofeng nodded, indicating that he would go, and then continued eating. Just as he was finishing his meal, Manager Li brought over a jug of fine wine and poured it for Ye Xiaofeng. Manager Li, I didn't order any wine. What is this? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Li Baochai with curiosity. This is just a small token of my appreciation. All expenses for young Master Yi in the shop are on the house, Li Baochai said with a smile. Manager Li, I believe in no free lunch. I will pay for all expenses, not a single cent less, Ye Xiaofeng replied, unsure of what Li Baochai was up to, as he wasn't used to eating for free. I just want to establish a good relationship with young Master Yi, Li Baochai said with a smile. Manager Li, you really think highly of me, Ye Xiaofeng responded. Young Master, I have been running a shop in the capital for 40 years. I do have some understanding of people, Li Baochai said. Then thank you, Manager Li. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't argue with the shopkeeper, finished his meal, and took the wine jug back to his room. Ye Xiaofeng returned from vacation, and the shop assistant asked the shopkeeper, Boss, why do you give him so many benefits? I don't see anything special about him. The shopkeeper, Li, concluded from their earlier conversation. Jin Lin is not an ordinary being. Young Master Ye's future is limitless. Ye Xiaofeng came to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and he meets all the recruitment criteria of the school. Ye Xiaofeng is 14 years old and a level 30 assault type soul master. Such a person is worth spending a few gold soul coins on. Although Manager Li's guess was not accurate, it wasn't entirely wrong either. Ye Xiaofeng still had to stay in the heavenly paradise for 3 more days. The imperial capital is indeed different. The rooms are particularly luxurious. When Ye Xiaofeng opened the window, he could see the garden, which stands in stark contrast to the commercial street outside. Ye Xiaofeng was drinking fine wine, looking out the window, feeling a bit nostalgic for his mother and Xiaobai, as well as Shui Binger and the others. Ye Xiaofeng was thinking about returning to Sea God Island, but he didn't want to go back just like that. He planned to return only after achieving great success in his cultivation, sweeping through Sea God Island and making all those who once looked down on him submit at his feet. After traveling continuously lately, he was indeed a bit tired. Ye Xiaofeng took a bath to relax, and as soon as he returned to bed, he fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the noise from next door was too loud, with the voices of 2 women coming through. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to pay attention to it, and covered his head with the blanket to continue sleeping. However, the noise from next door persisted, and Ye Xiaofeng became more awake and irritated, feeling that it was truly unbearable. He got up, put on his clothes, and went to the door of the next room. Suddenly, a voice from the room said, Dai Xiao, you are so amazing. Dai Xiao is incredible. Your sister's Haven tea truly seen it yet. Ye Xiaofeng became angrier the more he thought about it. He kicked open the door and saw a blonde-haired man by the bed along with 2 twin sisters. That man must be the young Dai Mubai. The door was kicked open with a loud bang, startling the 2 girls, who quickly wrapped themselves in their blankets. You have some nerve barging into my room like this. You're really asking for death. Dai Mubai, having put on his clothes, was extremely annoyed at being interrupted by Ye Xiaofeng. You woke me from my beautiful dream, and I didn't come looking for you. Yet you want to find me? Ye Xiaofeng sneered. Just then, Manager Li rushed upstairs, likely because the noise from Ye Xiaofeng kicking open the door was too loud. Gentlemen, let us calm down. It was my mistake. Manager Li clearly did not want to offend either side. Manager Li, step aside. Let me teach this arrogant guy a lesson, Dai Mubai said, not wanting to let it go so easily. Manager Li, just watch and see how he teaches me a lesson, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, clearly not taking Dai Mubai seriously. Kid, you're so arrogant. Don't cry when you lose later, Dai Mubai said with a smile. We'll see who loses. It's not certain yet, Ye Xiaofeng coldly replied. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Without further ado, Dai Mubai initiated the attack. First soul skill, Green Lotus Barrier. Ye Xiaofeng calmly replied, not taking Dai Mubai's attack seriously at all. Dai, is that all you've got? Is your power lacking? Ye Xiaofeng mocked with a laugh. Impossible. Dai Mubai, using his second soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, was surprised to find that although his martial soul was originally stronger than others, he couldn't break through Ye Xiaofeng's first soul skill, indicating that Ye Xiaofeng's strength was above his. Dai Mubai's second soul skill still failed to break through the Green Lotus Barrier, which completely overturned his understanding. But what Dai Mubai didn't know was that he was using 100-year soul skill against a 1,000-year soul skill, which was simply impossible to see through in Ye Xiaofeng's simulated soul skill state. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai became furious and unleashed all his soul power on the Green Lotus Barrier, yet still couldn't break through. He began to attack continuously in one spot, and the Green Lotus started to show slight cracks. Dai, I assume your ultimate move is used up now. How about a strike for me? Ye Xiaofeng knew it was only a matter of time before Dai Mubai's continuous attacks broke through the Green Lotus Barrier. What is one strike to you? Dai Mubai understood that the person in front of him was stronger than him, but it was impossible for him to defeat him with just one strike. Very well. I hope you can take this sword. If you can't, don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too weak, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Second soul skill, sweeping through the 1,000 armies. Ye Xiaofeng gathered his 7-kill martial soul, slowly raised the sword in his hand, and concentrated all his soul power into this one strike. Dai Mubai resisted in the White Tiger Diamond transformation state. But the power of this strike was approaching a 10,000-year level, and in the end he couldn't withstand it, flying backward 10 meters and falling down, blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. Deep sword marks appeared on the wooden floor, and Manager Li didn't expect Ye Xiaofeng to be so strong. He thought he would have to find someone to repair it another day, otherwise the house would collapse. Dai, if you want to kill, just do it. Please spare us. The twin sisters cried out, seeing Dai Mubai injured and risking their lives to protect him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Dai Mubai slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Dai, you've trained them well. I didn't expect they would sacrifice themselves for you, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at the twins and then at Dai Mubai, realizing this guy had quite the fortune with women. I'm Dai Mubai, a level 31 assault-type battle soul master. How should I address you, brother? If possible, join us at Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai did not hold a grudge, but instead extended an olive branch. I am Ye Xiaofeng. As for Shrek, we'll talk about it, if fate allows. Ye Xiaofeng saw that Dai Mubai had an outgoing personality and appreciated his ability to bend and stretch. Since brother Yi has his own plans, I shall take my leave. Dai Mubai admitted defeat and decided it was not worth staying any longer. Dai, it's late at night. Why rush to leave? How about we sit down and drink a few cups? Ye Xiaofeng felt that after fighting with Dai Mubai, his anger had dissipated, and he found him more agreeable, wanting to befriend him. Brother Yi, since you have such an interest, how about I accompany you for a few drinks? Dai Mubai, as expected of a prince, was able to bend and stretch. Please, this way. Manager Li quickly made way, which was also the outcome he wanted to see. They soon arrived at a private room, and Manager Li hurriedly brought out the wine and had the staff arrange everything. Dai, you truly are young and promising, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at the twins beside Dai Mubai with a sly smile. If Brother Yi is interested, you can also experience it. After all, it's rare to encounter beautiful twins. Dai Mubai proudly stated while looking at the beauties beside him. Dai is quite generous, but a gentleman does not take what others love, Ye Xiaofeng humbly replied, thinking to himself, what you've used, I can't use. Dai, you're so bad. Exactly, so indecent. The two twin sisters in purple chimed in shyly, yet they constantly tempted Dai Mubai. With the two beautiful women accompanying them, it was particularly enticing. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone was feeling quite tipsy. Brother Yi, drink slowly. I'll take my leave now. Let us continue drinking another day, Dai Mubai said, holding the twin sisters on either side as he returned to the new room, the Jiazi No. 1. Ye Xiaofeng smiled, continued to drink, and suddenly felt a bit envious of Dai Mubai, who really knew how to have fun, unlike himself who was such a gentleman. Apart from hugging and giving Binger a kiss, he hadn't done anything else. Dai Mubai returned to his room, and his primal instincts kicked in. But the twin sisters preferred Dai Mubai's wild side. Ever since they clung to Dai Mubai's thigh, the sisters never worried about money. They could ask him for anything they wanted to buy, and besides, he was handsome and skilled. Ye Xiaofeng stumbled back to his room and continued to sleep, not waking up until noon the next day with a slight headache. He slowly got up to wash up, walked out of his room, and went downstairs where Manager Li quickly came over to greet him. Young Master Yi, I'm really sorry you didn't sleep well last night. Li Baokai apologized hurriedly. It's nothing, just a small matter. By the way, where is Dai Xiao? Ye Xiaofeng asked curiously. Dai Xiao hasn't gotten up yet, you know? He went to bed late last night, Manager Li said with a sly tone, implying that he expected Ye Xiaofeng to understand. Manager Li, it's not good to speak ill of others behind their backs, said Dai Mubai, who was coming down the stairs with his twin sisters. How could I dare to speak ill of you, Dai Xiao? Manager Li smiled and replied. Dai Xiao, after so many rounds of drinking, Manager Li, isn't it time to bring out the good supplements? Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. All right, please wait a moment, Dai Xiao. It will be ready soon. Manager Li chuckled slyly. Soon, the staff brought out soft-shelled turtle, lamb kidneys, and tiger whip. Dai Xiao, please enjoy your meal, the staff said politely before leaving. Still, Brother Yi understands me. It's time to replenish. Come, let us have a drink. Dai Mubai directly started drinking and eating. Dai Xiao, eat less. Last night almost took half our lives. If you keep this up, we won't hang out with you anymore, the twin sisters said. but their smiles betrayed their satisfaction with last night's events. You said it, so if I don't take you out to play next time, don't blame me, Dai Mubai said, putting his arms around their waists, playing hard to get. Dai Xiao, we were wrong. Isn't that enough? Yeah, we were just joking, the two said as they accompanied Dai Mubai for dinner, while Ye Xiaofeng ruthlessly displayed his affection. Dai Mubai couldn't compete with Ye Xiaofeng, but regained his face in the realm of romance, smiling smugly. Brother Yi, are you interested? I can introduce you to two exquisite ladies, and they are pure and untainted, Dai Mubai said with a smile. Dai Xiao, I'm solely focused on cultivation. With no other intentions, Ye Xiaofeng said seriously. Brother Yi, since you're not willing to enjoy, I won't recommend anymore. However, there's a fun place I'd like to know if you're interested, Dai Mubai said with a smile. What's south of fun place? Ye Xiaofeng had 2 days to spare and could go out to play. Brother Yi, just follow me, Dai Mubai said, leading them to the great soul arena of the Heaven-Do Empire, where the soul fighting competition was in full swing and bustling with excitement. Brother Yi, are you interested in playing around? Dai Mubai asked with a smile, handing Ye Xiaofeng one of 2 masks he had taken out. Since Dai Xiao has invited me, how could I refuse such a kind offer? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ye Xiaofeng still put on the mask, feeling a bit eager to try it out, knowing he could perform exceptionally well in the simulated soul ring state. Dai Mubai led Ye Xiaofeng to the registration desk, where he handed the attendant 10 gold soul coins for Ye Xiaofeng to register his personal information. Ye Xiaofeng provided personal information, name, sword god, martial soul, 7 kills. Soul power level, 41. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The waiter completed the registration, glanced disdainfully at Ye Xiaofeng, and handed over the token. Ye Xiaofeng gave 100 gold soul coins to bet on himself, and told the waiter to add all the principal and rewards from the previous round to the next round for every win. Beautiful lady, bet 1,000 gold soul coins for him, Dai Mubai said to the front desk beauty. Every day, the beauty watched the two of them like fools, as if they were certain they would win every match. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although the risks are higher, the profits are also quite substantial. Ye Xiaofeng slowly walked up to the Great Soul Arena and coldly said, I will accept any soul master from the soul sect and below. Anyone who is unconvinced can come up to challenge. Soon, a muscular young man around 18 or 19 years old walked up, clearly the first person who was not convinced by Ye Xiaofeng's words. Kid, you're quite arrogant, but I like it, the man said disdainfully. Welcome to the Great Soul Arena of the Heaven-Do Empire. Now, let's introduce the personal information of both contestants. Name, Sword God Martial Soul, 7 kills soul power level, 41 soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Name, Neo Dali Martial Soul, Rhino soul power level, 43 soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Our Neo Dali has previously achieved an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories, while Sword God is making his debut at the Great Soul Arena. Let's see who will win this competition. The match officially begins. Dali, Dali, Dali. The audience below shouted, clearly not optimistic about Ye Xiaofeng. Neo Dali was the first to launch an attack with his first soul skill, stone throwing. Ye Xiaofeng's expression suddenly changed. He concentrated all his energy into one sword, as if he were ruling the world. Everyone on the stage was stunned. If Ye Xiaofeng didn't defend, he would be instantly defeated by Neo Dali's first soul skill. Only Dai Mubai slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Ye Xiaofeng used the same method of sweeping through thousands of troops against Neo Dali. With just one sword, he broke through Neo Dali's soul skill. Neo Dali didn't have time to react or defend against this sword, and was sent flying off the platform, spitting blood and barely conscious, before falling into a coma, and the medical staff took him away. Shouldn't the result be announced? Ye Xiaofeng reminded the host, pulling everyone back from the shock of the previous scene. The host was brought back to reality by Ye Xiaofeng's words. In the first round, the sword god wins. This is really garbage, Ye Xiaofeng disdainfully said. How can you say that? A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated, someone in the audience protested, unable to accept it. I'm not saying he is garbage. I'm saying everyone below the soul sect in the audience is garbage. Ye Xiaofeng just provoked their anger, which would lead to more people challenging him and better honing his skills. However, he didn't become overly arrogant and didn't mock the Soul King level. Even if he won, he couldn't offend everyone. This kid didn't use his full strength when fighting me. Dai Mubai watched the earlier battle and noticed that even with the same move, Ye Xiaofeng still held back his strength during their fight. How is that possible, Dai Xiao? Is Ye Gongzi really that strong? The twin sister said. finding it hard to believe. Yeah, but in some aspects, I'm stronger than Ye Gongzi, Dai Mubai said slyly. In what aspects? The twin sister eagerly asked. Don't you already know? Why are you asking me? Dai Mubai replied with a smile, continuing to hold the two as they watched Ye Xiaofeng's match. Everyone's attention was on the fighting stage, and no one noticed Dai Mubai in them. Dai Xiao, you're so bad. The twin sister understood what Dai Mubai meant, and shyly punched his chest with her small fist. Exactly. He hurts everywhere now, the twin sister said, biting her lip and blushing slightly. It's all my fault. Next time, I'll pay more attention, and later I'll reward each of you 1,000 gold soul coins. How about that? Dai Mubai said with a smile to the two beauties. Dai Xiao, you just know how to tease us. You bet all your money. Where you get more to give us? The twin sister said, always trying to entice Dai Mubai. Not now, but I will later. Dai Mubai looked at the snowy valley, his hands wandering unceremoniously around the sisters' waists. Let's continue watching the match. We'll enjoy ourselves slowly when we go back. Dai Mubai said with a smile, his eyes still focused on Ye Xiaofeng on stage. Let us see the lineup for the second match. We'll be up next. The host continued. Let's watch the big screen. Name, Ye Xiaohu, Martial Soul. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Soul Power Level. 44, Attack Type Soul Master. Soul Ring Configuration. Yellow, yellow. Purple, purple. Ye Xiaohu challenges Ye Xiaofeng. The battle officially begins. Kid, your skills are strong, but I wonder if your strength is just as strong, Ye Xiaohu said disdainfully. As the top beast, Martial Soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus had never been mocked before. You'll find out if you try. I hope you aren't as useless as the last challenger. Ye Xiaofeng naturally knew the power of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Martial Soul, but it was far inferior to him. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Ye Xiaohu didn't want to waste words with Ye Xiaofeng and launched an attack directly. First soul skill, Green Lotus Shield. Ye Xiaofeng continued to defend. Everyone look, Ye Xiaohu's first soul skill actually has no effect on the Sword God's Green Lotus Shield. Have plant soul rings become this powerful? The host explained the duel. Is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus this week? I'm quite disappointed. Ye Xiaofeng continued to mock. Is that so? Then let me show you the true power of a top beast Martial Soul, which someone like you cannot afford to offend, Ye Xiaohu said angrily, as others treated him with respect. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Ye Xiaohu used two skills in succession, breaking through Ye Xiaofeng's Green Lotus Shield. Kid, I'll make you pay for what you just did. Ye Xiaohu continued to attack. Second soul skill, Sweeping Thousands. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Head. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng display his second soul skill, Ye Xiaohu didn't want to give him the chance to use it. In their exciting duel, Ye Xiaohu could only use his fourth soul skill to match the Sword God's second soul skill evenly. What are Ye Xiaohu have a turning point? The host saw the fierce clash on stage, both of them stepping back 3 meters. I've seen your strength. Now you can see my ultimate move, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, but his eyes changed. Third soul skill, One Sword to Seal the Throat. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Head. Ye Xiaofeng's 7-kill sword flew like an arrow, directly breaking through Ye Xiaohu's attack and knocking him flying. Ye Xiaohu, lying on the ground, was bleeding profusely from his mouth. He tried to stand up several times, but couldn't manage it. In the second match, the Sword God emerged victorious. Where did the Sword God come from? How can he be so strong? Even the top beast Martial Soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, suffered a crushing defeat. The people below whispered, Young Master Yi is so strong. Fortunately, young Master Yi didn't truly go all out against us that day. The twins were amazed by Ye Xiaofeng's strength. To be honest, I'm finding it harder and harder to see through that guy, but the stronger he gets, the happier I am, Dai Mubai said with a smile. That's true. The stronger he gets, the thicker young Master's wallet becomes. The twins naturally hoped for Ye Xiaofeng to grow stronger, as that would mean Dai Mubai would earn more money, and their own benefits would increase as well. By then, if young Master was happy, the rewards he gave them would be more than just 1,000 gold soul coins. The competition continued from morning until afternoon, and Ye Xiaofeng had already won 9 consecutive matches. Manager, if the Sword God keeps this up, we can't afford the losses, the person in charge reported to the manager. If he wins the 10th match, the Soul Fighting Arena will lose over 2 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai's betting returns multiplied, and the audience below rushed to bet on the Sword God to win. Go, call Xian. I don't want to see Ye Xiaofeng winning continuously in this match, the manager said, as he had to take responsibility for the Soul Arena. However, Xian was a solitary person and wouldn't easily take action, the steward said. Just tell him, if he wins this match, the Soul Arena will privately give him 200,000 gold soul coins, the manager continued to say to the steward. In another room, Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai were also secretly discussing. Brother Yi, we have already won 9 matches in a row. The next match may arrange for Xin to battle against you. He relied on his martial soul, the Fire Dragon Spear, and won 10 consecutive matches in the Soul Arena 6 months ago. He even defeated a level 52 Soul King when he was at level 48, Dai Mubai said, showing signs of hesitation. It's hard to come by such an opponent. How else can I hone my swordsmanship? Ye Xiaofeng, repeat. Dai Shao. If you don't want to continue betting, you can go and collect your winnings. Ye Xiaofeng didn't blame Dai Mubai. After all, from a rational perspective, Dai Mubai was undoubtedly correct. Brother Yi, if you want to continue, I will accompany you to the end, Dai Mubai said firmly, clearly not wanting Ye Xiaofeng to look down on him. Dai Shao, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although the risk is a bit high, the return rate is also quite high, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. On the other side, the steward brought Xin to the manager's office. Xin requested a reward of 500,000, but the steward could not agree and had to seek help from the manager. Xin, I can agree to your request, as long as you can win. The Soul Arena can also help you obtain a 10,000-year soul ring, the manager said cautiously. I understand, but I will never lose. Xin replied, having confidence in himself after many trials. The audience on the stands was growing more numerous, all cheering for the two of them. Currently, Xin had odds of 1, 2, while the sword god Ye Xiaofeng had odds of 1, 8, 5. This meant that 2/3 of the people favored Xin, while the remaining 1/3 leaned towards the sword god Ye Xiaofeng. Ladies and gentlemen, the true peak showdown is about to begin. Who will be the champion of this match? The announcer called for the sword god, who had 9 consecutive victories today. Sword god, sword god, sword god. Next, Xin, who had a previous record of 10 consecutive victories, was called. Xin, Xin, Xin. The audience on both sides was enthusiastic, cheering for the upcoming peak final. Now let's watch the big screen. Sword God vs. Xin. Name, Sword God, Martial Soul, 7 kill, Soul Power Level, Level 41, Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Name, Xin, Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear, Soul Power Level, Level 55, Assault Type Weapon Soul Master, Soul Ring Level, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Seeing Xion's Soul Ring configuration, his supporters continued to increase their bets, while some of the Sword God supporters, to play it safe, added chips to Xion. Xion's odds dropped from 1, 2 to 1, 1, 3, while the Sword God's odds rose from 1, 3 to 1, 5. Both sides, please prepare. The 10th peak showdown of the Soul Arena officially begins. You kid, considering you are talented, I advise you to admit defeat now, while there's still time. No soul can survive under the Fire Dragon Spear, Xion said confidently, convinced that although Ye Xiaofeng was strong, he was not his match. Old man, you should worry about yourself. What if you lose? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, but he didn't relax. He remained fearless against his powerful opponent. You kid, I'll let you strike first, or else you won't have the chance later, Xion said coldly. You are the senior, so you should strike first. Ye Xiaofeng continued to smile. With his first soul skill, the spear shot out like a dragon, and a fiery red spear appeared in Xion's hand, stabbing towards Ye Xiaofeng. Using his first soul skill, the Azure Lotus Shield, Ye Xiaofeng defended, and the spear tip struck the Azure Lotus barrier, creating sparks, but failed to break through. Kid, your first soul skill is quite strong, but I see you can still withstand the attack. With his second soul skill, the yellow dragon emerges from the mountain. Xion aimed to break through Ye Xiaofeng's defense, but he underestimated Ye Xiaofeng's protection. His soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring, but in simulated mode, it was a 100-year yellow soul ring, which had not been discovered. Old man, haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you have? Ye Xiaofeng said coldly. You kid, you're too happy too soon. With my third soul skill, the 100 steps piercing yang, this shot comes swiftly, Xion said, and Ye Xiaofeng did not continue to defend. With his third soul skill, he launched a swift strike towards Xion. In midair, the spear tip collided with the sword tip, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Ultimately, Ye Xiaofeng had a slight edge, forcing Xion to take half a step back, but Xion quickly changed his approach. With his fourth soul skill, the Heaven Sweeping Slash, and his second soul skill, the 1,000 Army Sweep, the two fought evenly, and Xion was a bit surprised. The sword god was strong and unexpectedly matched him blow for blow. Ye Xiaofeng understood in his heart that he lacked practical experience, while Xian had clearly undergone more real battles and was more proficient with soul skills. The audience held their breath, watching the peak showdown as Xian and the sword god fought intensely. Kid, being able to force me to use my 5th soul skill. Even if you lose, you could be proud of that, Xian said confidently. At that moment, Xian felt that the sword god was a worthy opponent. Uncle, let me give you a piece of advice too. Don't celebrate too early. Losing to me is not unjust. Ye Xiaofeng's aura suddenly changed. The 5th soul skill. The destruction of the fire dragon spear seemed to carry the power of a fire dragon as it swept towards Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng felt an unprecedented killing intent, not expecting the 10,000-year soul ring to be so terrifying. With the 4th soul skill, instantaneous no trace, the surrounding space instantly froze. In that brief moment, Ye Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to strike. The previous soul skill had interrupted the 10,000-year soul ring, allowing Ye Xiaofeng to successfully launch a surprise attack and wound Xian with a sword. Blood flowed from the corner of Xian's mouth as Ye Xiaofeng calmly said, "You should just admit defeat. If I had aimed for your heart earlier, you wouldn't have survived." Although Ye Xiaofeng could only control the space for 3 seconds at the moment, it was enough for a duel between experts. "You are truly strong. If this were half a month ago, I would have admitted defeat, but now I have comprehended my own soul skill," Xian said with a smile, confident that he would not lose. If anyone were to lose, it would be the sword god. "Show me all your trump cards," Ye Xiaofeng said coldly. He not only wanted to win through techniques, but also wanted Xian to acknowledge his defeat willingly. "Sword god, if you can take this move, I will respect you from now on," Xian declared, his entire being seemingly merging into the fire dragon spear. At that moment, he was the spear, and the spear was him. "Sword god, take this," Xian shouted, causing everyone to hold their breath for the sword god. With the blue lotus protection and instantaneous no trace, Ye Xiaofeng continuously unleashed his 1st and 4th soul skills to defend. Xian directly broke through the blue lotus protection and lunged at Ye Xiaofeng. Although instantaneous no trace reduced the attack, the spear pierced directly through Ye Xiaofeng's chest. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of Ye Xiaofeng's mouth. "You lost," Xian said. At this moment, his soul skill was also exhausted. "Is that so?" Ye Xiaofeng tightly gripped the fire dragon spear in his left hand, while his right hand thrust the 7 kills sword towards Xian's chest. "How is this possible? How could you?" Xian's eyes widened as he looked at Ye Xiaofeng, unable to believe that the sword god could still strike back and injure him under such a powerful attack. What exactly happened on the field? All the spectators in the stands were confused, not knowing who had won or lost. How is it possible that the sword god can still retain strength under such a strong attack? The host shouted loudly. "You won," Xian said slowly, his clothes stained red with blood. The two simultaneously withdrew their weapons, and Xian collapsed from exhaustion. Ye Xiaofeng understood in his heart that he had actually lost. Xian had not lost in spirit or acceptance. In the 10th match, the uncrowned king, sword god, Sword-gu, Sword-gu, Sword-gu. All the spectators cheered at this scene. It was absolutely thrilling, and it would soon spread throughout the entire Tiando Empire. "Are you okay?" Dai Mubai rushed over to support Ye Xiaofeng as he slowly walked down from the battle platform. "This is not the time to talk. Let's go back first," Ye Xiaofeng said, and they returned to their room in the Soul Arena. As soon as they entered, Ye Xiaofeng spat out blood and collapsed on the floor. "Brother Yi, are you okay?" Dai Mubai hurriedly helped him. "I'm fine, just quickly close the door," Ye Xiaofeng said. The twins were startled by this scene and quickly ran to close the door. That soul skill Xian created was too strong. "I just need a rest. You all go out and don't let anyone in," Ye Xiaofeng said, struggling to hold on until now. "Okay, you rest first. Call me if you need anything." "I'll be right outside," Dai Mubai said as he led the twin sisters out. Ye Xiaofeng used his 1st soul skill, Blessing, to send Dai Mubai and the others away because he didn't want them to see his other martial soul. Under the healing of the Emerald Swan martial soul, he was quickly healed, but after 10 consecutive matches, his body was still a bit weak. The gunshot from earlier. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly recalled the memory, repeatedly replaying Xian's self-created soul skill, the unity of man and gun, and unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment. "Dai Xiao, Yi Gongzi has been in there for 3 days without any sound. Could something have happened? Dai Xiao, should we go in and take a look just in case?" Hearing their words, Dai Mubai thought it made sense. It had been 3 days, and continuing to wait could lead to unforeseen consequences. He believed Brother Yi wouldn't blame himself either. After considering it several times, Dai Mubai slowly opened the door and entered. Brother Yi. Dai Mubai saw Ye Xiaofeng sitting cross-legged by the bed without moving. Dai Xiao Yi Gongzi He. Shu. Dai Mubai saw this scene and thought for a long time. Ye Xiaofeng had entered enlightenment and signaled them not to disturb him. Brother, you must have entered the state of enlightenment. It's truly a blessing in disguise, Dai Mubai sighed. Is enlightenment really that powerful? The twin sister asked, as they were not soul masters. Enlightenment is what soul masters dream of. It is something that can only be encountered but not sought, Dai Mubai said with emotion. Let's wait outside. We shouldn't disturb Brother Yi. Dai Mubai took the sisters out. Dai Xiao, have you ever experienced enlightenment? Do I even need to say? Dai Xiao must have experienced enlightenment. The two sisters chimed in, although Dai Mubai felt a bit awkward. I already said that the state of enlightenment is something that can only be encountered but not sought. Although Dai Mubai had cultivated to soul sovereign, he had never experienced enlightenment. Dai Xiao, how long does enlightenment take? The twin sisters continued to ask. Naturally, the longer the enlightenment lasts, the better, Dai Mubai said helplessly. At this moment, the manager of the Great Soul Arena came over. Dear guest, hello. Could you help me introduce the Sword God? The manager said politely. Manager, I already informed the steward that the Sword God is injured and temporarily cannot meet anyone. I will notify you when the situation improves, Dai Mubai said flatly. If the guest needs treatment, the Great Soul Arena has healing-type soul masters who are willing to provide help free of charge. The manager understood that the Sword God was very strong and wanted to befriend him, especially since he had just defeated Xin. Not for now, but we need to rent this room for a while longer, Dai Mubai said, and the manager was polite in his response. After all, they were on someone else's turf. That's no problem at all. If Dai Xiao has any needs, I can help, the manager said with a smile. Okay, I will notify you when he wakes up, Dai Mubai said, curious about how the manager knew his name, but assumed the manager had done his research. Then I won't disturb you, Dai Xiao. You can also go to the room next door to rest, the manager said. Seeing Dai Mubai waiting outside the door, and specially arranged for his subordinates to provide them with a resting room next door. For more days passed. In the afternoon, Ye Xiaofeng woke up from his enlightenment. Dai Mubai and the others were still waiting outside. As Ye Xiaofeng was about to get out of bed, his body felt a bit stiff, and he rolled directly off the bed. Hearing the noise in the room, Dai Mubai and the others rushed in and saw Ye Xiaofeng lying on the floor. Brother Yi, are you okay? Dai Mubai asked with concern. I'm fine. Just a leg cramp, Ye Xiaofeng said awkwardly as he got up. What time is it? Ye Xiaofeng felt like he had taken a nap. Aside from feeling a bit weak, he was feeling refreshed. Brother Yi, you entered the state of enlightenment. It's already been 7 days, Dai Mubai said enviously. He had heard of some once-in-a-century geniuses entering enlightenment, and their first enlightenment usually lasted only 2 or 3 days. While Ye Xiaofeng had lasted a full 7 days, he was simply a monster. Just then, the voice of the heavenly machine system, Xiao Bing, echoed again. Master, congratulations on entering the enlightenment state for 7 days, exceeding the expectations of the heavenly machine system, hereby rewarding you with the Eye of God and Demon. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes instantly turned one gray and one green, with the gray exuding endless destructive power, while the green emitted an infinite breath of life. Dai Mubai was instantly injured by Ye Xiaofeng's demon eye and fell unconscious. Young Master Dai, what happened to young Master Yi? The twin sisters were unaware of what had happened. Don't move him, let me see. Ye Xiaofeng saw that Dai Mubai was injured because of his eyes and quickly retracted his demon eye, quietly activating the first soul skill of the Emerald Swan Martial Soul. Blessing, to heal Dai Mubai. What is wrong with me? After Ye Xiaofeng's treatment, Dai Mubai woke up, but when he saw Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, he instantly felt a sharp pain and fainted again. Maybe you've been too tired lately. Just take a rest and you'll be fine, Ye Xiaofeng evasively replied. Young Master Dai, you scared us to death. The twins were almost in tears. Without Dai Mubai, their happy life would come to an end. Dear esteemed guest, hello. I am Luo Xiaotian, the manager of the Duhan Arena. After knowing that Ye Xiaofeng had woken up, Luo Xiaotian quickly put down his work and ran over. Hello, may I ask what Manager Luo is looking for us for? Ye Xiaofeng curiously asked when he saw Luo Xiaotian approaching. This is a diamond badge from the Duhan Arena, along with 2 exclusive purple gold cards from the Duhan Arena's bank. All your capital and bonuses have been deposited into the cards, with gold soul coins amounting to 189, 650, and 18, 096, 500 respectively. Thank you, Manager Luo. Ye Xiaofeng smiled as he took the badge and the 2 purple gold cards. While Luo Xiaotian showed a moment of heartache, but it was only for an instant, yet Ye Xiaofeng caught it. I wonder if the Sword God is interested in joining the Empire's soul fighting arena. As long as you are willing, we will provide you with 10,000 years of soul rings, and the quality will be top-notch. Luo Xiaotian didn't want to lose such a talent. If he joined the soul fighting arena and was properly trained, there might be a powerful attack type titled Law emerging from the arena in the future. Ye Xiaofeng's stunning performance even moved Luo Xiaotian. He defeated Awaken, who was at level 55, while he was only at level 41. Awaken's battle power is comparable to that of an average soul emperor, and Ye Xiaofeng will only become stronger in the future. I'm sorry, Manager Luo, but I'm used to being free and currently have no such considerations. Ye Xiaofeng doesn't need soul rings, and if there's nothing else, we will take our leave. You might want to think carefully. The doors of the soul fighting arena are always open for you. Luo Xiaotian doesn't want to lose such a talent. Ye Xiaofeng stopped talking, changed clothes with Dai Mubai and the others, left the Great Soul Arena, and arrived at the Heaven and Earth Inn. Manager Li, prepare a private room and serve the best dishes, Dai Mubai said to the innkeeper, speaking mysteriously for the rest, which Ye Xiaofeng didn't hear and went straight upstairs. Manager Li smirked lewdly, putting on a knowing expression, and Dai Mubai, with the twin sisters in tow, also went upstairs. Brother Yi, we struck it rich this time, Dai Mubai said, suddenly gaining so much money. Indeed, I didn't expect that we would make such a huge profit from the Soul Arena, Ye Xiaofeng replied, smiling and feeling particularly pleased. Dai Xiao, you promised us, the twin sister said, you can watch us. After all, we are all yours. Dai Mubai was speechless in response. I'm happy today, so I'll give each of you 100,000, enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime, Dai Mubai said with a smile. And the sight of 100,000 gold soul coins made them envious. Dai Xiao, we don't want money, we just want you to treat us well, the twin sisters said, feeling that Dai Mubai's affection was more important than wealth, believing that as long as he was around, they wouldn't lack for money. The money is promised to you, and it won't be less by a single cent. My affection for you won't decrease either. Make sure to fill your stomach. We have to work overtime tonight, Dai Mubai said with a lewd smile, having spent 7 days watching over Ye Xiaofeng and was nearly going crazy. Dai Xiao, you're so annoying. Yi Gongzi is still here. The twin sister scolded Dai Mubai. It's fine, you all continue. But if you want to have a big fight, go back to your room. I can't afford to see you perform in front of me, Ye Xiaofeng joked. Ye Xiaofeng felt even happier in his heart because he had gained enlightenment, leading to a deeper understanding of the sword path, and unexpectedly obtained the Eye of Gods and Demons. He also had nearly 200,000 gold soul coins. Brother Yi, I want to transfer 1 million from my card to you. After all, I obtained it because of you. For Dai Mubai, Ye Xiaofeng is more worthy of friendship, and money is just a numerical symbol for him as a prince. I appreciate your kindness, but you should handle it yourself. I already have a bonus of 200,000 gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng replied, not wanting to owe anyone a favor, as it would need to be repaid in the future. He felt he already had enough gold soul coins and didn't need so much. He remembered that Bing had given him 100 gold soul coins, which was her pocket money for a month, and now that he had money, he was thinking of ways to send it to her. All right then, Brother Yi. If you need anything, just let me know, Dai Mubai said, not insisting. Dai Xiao, it's been 7 days already. How did the recruitment for the 7-treasure glazed tile school go? Ye Xiaofeng asked. He had missed the time after his 7 days of enlightenment. Brother Yi, while you were in your state of enlightenment, I've already inquired. The recruitment plan has concluded, but with your current achievements. Joining the 7-treasure glazed tile school is not a problem, Dai Mubai said to Ye Xiaofeng. Then I'll go take a look tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng said, not saying much more. After all, there was no use in hurrying. He decided to eat well, drink, and get some sleep before thinking about it again. Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai had a meal together with the 4 of them, and after finally feeling full, Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room to rest. Dai Mubai embraced the twin sisters as they headed back to their room, and he looked at Ye Xiaofeng entering his room with a lewd smile. Dai Xiao, what are you laughing at? Did I laugh? I saw you looking at young Master Yi with bad intentions and smiling. After returning to the room, Dai Mubai told the twin sisters that he arranged for Manager Li to find 2 beautiful women to serve young Master Yi. Dai Xiao, you men are just bad. Exactly. Men always say one thing and do another behind your back. The twin sisters pretended to be angry, but their bodies were constantly enticing Dai Mubai. A man's true nature. As the saying goes, a bad man is loved by women. Dai Mubai lewdly laughed and lunged at the twins. Dai Xiao, it's not dark yet. Dai Xiao, the person next door is young Master Yi. I can't care about that anymore. It's been a whole week. Dai Mubai couldn't care less and directly pushed the twins onto the bed. Here we go again. This guy just doesn't want you to sleep, Ye Xiaofeng said helplessly. Ye Xiaofeng was almost going mad, but Dai Mubai next door showed no signs of stopping. Just then, Ye Xiaofeng heard someone knocking on his door. Who are you? Ye Xiaofeng opened the door and saw two beautiful women, thinking they must have the wrong room. You must be young Master Yi. I didn't expect young Master Yi to be so handsome and charming, said a woman in a red dress with exposed shoulders. Oh, the other woman in a white dress intentionally fell onto Ye Xiaofeng. Miss, are you okay? Ye Xiaofeng thought the woman in white had really stumbled. Young Master Yi, won't you let us come in and sit for a while? Before Ye Xiaofeng could respond, the woman in red entered and shut the door behind her. Ladies, I do not know you two. If there's nothing else, please leave, Ye Xiaofeng said, seeing the two beauties before him, while the urgent sounds of crying from next door occasionally interrupted him, making it hard for him to resist. Young Master Yi, why be so nervous? We sisters won't eat you. The two sisters teased him, one sentence after another, making Ye Xiaofeng almost lose control, wishing he could deal with these two enchantresses on the spot. However, he couldn't betray Xiao Bai and definitely couldn't let down Binger and the others. I appreciate your kind intentions, but please go back, Ye Xiaofeng said coldly, not wanting to see these two enchantresses trying to seduce him. Young Master Yi, you're making it very difficult for us sisters. We can't explain this to young Master Dai, they said. If you don't leave soon, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Ye Xiaofeng said coldly, already condensing the 7-killing sword in his hand. What a blockhead, they huffed. Let's go. The two women angrily left Ye Xiaofeng's room. They had initially intended to stay, but for the sake of their own lives, they had to leave. Dai, this is making me commit a crime. Tempting me with two enchantresses, Ye Xiaofeng thought as he quickly locked the door after they left. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't stand the stimulation and quickly took off his clothes, jumping into the icy bath to calm his racing heart. At that moment, Dai Mubai's room fell silent, and Ye Xiaofeng slowly emerged from the water, got dressed, and returned to his bed to sleep. In the neighboring room, Dai Mubai was asleep, hugging two people with clothes scattered all over the floor, while Manager Li shook his head helplessly. The young people really know how to have fun, Manager Li sighed, feeling old and lacking the passion of his younger days, realizing he was no longer up to it. The next day at noon, Ye Xiaofeng, dragging his dark circles, came out of his room just as Dai Mubai was also stepping out. Brother Yi, how was the experience last night? Dai Mubai asked with a lewd smile. Get lost. Can't you see? Ye Xiaofeng replied angrily, blaming Dai Mubai for his bad night's sleep. Brother Yi, I admire you. Those two beauties are still in dreamland, right? Dai Mubai gave Ye Xiaofeng a thumbs up, clearly misunderstanding his words. Get lost. It's all your fault that I couldn't sleep well. Ye Xiaofeng became increasingly angry. Brother Yi, I have something to do, so I won't accompany you to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Dai Mubai said with an awkward smile, quickly making his escape. Ye Xiaofeng went downstairs to grab a bite before leaving the Heavenly Realm Inn, heading alone towards the Qibao Liuli sect. By the afternoon, Ye Xiaofeng finally arrived at the Qibao Liuli sect. Who goes there? I am Ye Xiaofeng. I have admired your esteemed sect for a long time and wish to join. I hope you can pass on my request to the two of you. The guard stopped Ye Xiaofeng, who helplessly expressed his admiration for the Qibao Liuli sect. The recruitment of disciples has already ended. If you want to join the sect, you'll have to wait until the next time. The guard directly rejected Ye Xiaofeng's request. Next time? But I don't want to wait 3 years. Please give me a chance and pass on my request. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to wait that long. 3 years later, everything will be different. You're ungrateful. Hurry up and scram. Don't be an eyesore here. The guard said impatiently to Ye Xiaofeng. What if I insist on going in? Ye Xiaofeng, seeing that soft tactics weren't working, decided to be tough, daring to act wild in front of the Qibao Liuli sect. You're looking for death. The guard was angered by Ye Xiaofeng's defiance. Even the guards of the Qibao Liuli sect were above others and had never tolerated disrespect from a young punk. With his second soul skill sweeping through the army, Ye Xiaofeng struck the two guards down before they could unleash their martial souls. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out. Who are you? Sectmaster. You must stand up for us. That kid attacked us without any provocation. One of the guards quickly complained to the newly arrived middle-aged man. Kid, this is not a place for you to act wildly. Why did you injure these two guards? The middle-aged man, still calm, asked for the reason. I want to join your sect. It would be one thing if these two guards were unwilling to pass on my request, but they also told me to scram. Ye Xiaofeng said confidently. Kid, the recruitment of disciples has ended. I want to hold this against you this time. Come back in 3 years. The sect master thought to himself that since Ye Xiaofeng only acted out of a desire to join the sect, it was better to avoid further trouble. But Ye Xiaofeng, don't want to wait 3 years, Ye Xiaofeng said fearlessly to the man before him. Kid, if you can take 3 of my moves without falling, I will give you a chance to join the sect, the middle-aged man said coldly, clearly trying to intimidate Ye Xiaofeng. Sect master, why don't we try a different method? Ye Xiaofeng, seeing an opportunity, smiled at the sect master. What method? Let us hear it. The middle-aged man became interested upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's proposal. The same 3 moves. If you remain unscathed after my 3 moves, I'll take my leave. Conversely, if I succeed, you'll let me join, Ye Xiaofeng stated, having gained new insights and wanted to test them on the sect master. Kid, you're quite arrogant, but I like it. Here's the deal. If you can make me take half a step back, I'll consider it a win for you. Leyu. With a martial soul fire wolf, a level 71 attack type beast martial soul. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're young, the sect master said seriously. I would want it any other way. Bring it on, sect master Lei, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a strange smile. Ye Xiaofeng faced his opponent with a slight disregard, despite being 3 levels higher. Although using 2 soul powers in an instant consumed a lot of energy, it was undoubtedly the best choice against a powerful adversary. The Firewolf's true form, Master Lei, showed no mercy. The 4th soul skill, Instantaneous Trace, and the 3rd soul skill, Sword to the Throat. Kid, you surprised me. Master Lei Yu was astonished to find that Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul looked somewhat familiar. Even more surprising was that Ye Xiaofeng's soul skills made him sluggish for a second. Fortunately, in his martial soul true form, otherwise, he would have been injured by Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng still underestimated the power of the martial soul true body. Even after using 2 soul skills in a row, he couldn't shake Master Lei Yu at all. It seems I can only use this move now. Master, be ready to receive it. Bring out any tricks you have. Old man will take them all. Soul skill, Sword and Man is 1. This is a self-created soul skill that Ye Xiaofeng comprehended from Xin's Mangun Unity, further perfected it, and infused all his soul power into the 7 killing sword, merging his mindset with the 7 killing sword. This kid has made me feel a hint of killing intent. Master Lei Yu, in the state of the martial soul true body, still stood there. Get ready to take it. Ye Xiaofeng instantly stabbed into the body of the Thunder Mountain Master. Out of instinct, he released his soul power, and Ye Xiaofeng was sent flying. Ye Xiaofeng was knocked back 10 meters and quickly propped himself up with his sword while kneeling on the ground. Blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. He gently wiped it with his hand and then stood up. I lost, Ye Xiaofeng said, not wanting to say any more, and turned to leave. Wait, it's not that you lost, but that I lost, Master Lei Yu said helplessly. He hadn't expected such a small child to force him to release his soul power under his martial soul true form. If the sect members found out, he would be embarrassed. Master, does that mean I can still join the sect? Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to leave. He still had a mission. Without becoming the disciple of the Sword, he couldn't complete his task. Of course, this is your token. From now on, you're a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and you must obey the arrangements of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Also, about what just happened with the 3 of you. Lei Yu clearly didn't want them to speak of it, or else he would be humiliated. Master, what are you saying? I completely don't understand. Ye Xiaofeng instantly understood that they should treat what just happened as if it had never occurred. Then what about the 2 of you? Master values talent. We didn't see anything, the 2 guards quickly echoed, not daring to offend the master. We didn't see anything at all. Ye Xiaofeng followed the Hall Master into the sect and saw the magnificent buildings of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which were no less impressive than the royal palace. Today's visit truly lived up to its reputation, as the world's #1 support-type martial soul was indeed wealthy. Kid, I take a liking to you. I want to take you as my disciple, Hall Master Lei Yu said to Ye Xiaofeng with a smile. The recent duel had sparked the Hall Master's desire to accept a disciple. Hall Master, I'm dull-witted and currently have no intention of apprenticing, Ye Xiaofeng replied. He had come to the sect for the Sword de Law. How could he possibly become the Hall Master's disciple? Kid, your martial soul is very similar to that of our sect's elder. If you become my disciple, I guarantee you will enjoy a life of luxury. The Hall Master did not want to miss out on such a young talent. Hall Master, may I meet that elder? Ye Xiaofeng asked tentatively. Do you think everyone is as free as you? Moreover, the elder is extremely busy every day. You think you can just meet them whenever you want? What do you take this place for? Hall Master Lei Yu replied unceremoniously, noting that even he rarely saw the 2 elders, let alone a newcomer like this young lad. By the way, why are you so curious about the elder? Lei Yu asked seriously. Hall Master, you mentioned that the Elder's martial soul is similar to mine. So I also want to meet the Elder you spoke of, Ye Xiaofeng explained. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject to avoid arousing the Hall Master's suspicion. Kid, become my disciple. And in the future, I'll shamelessly ask the Elders to guide you a bit. How about that? The Hall Master, Lei Yu, was very impressed with Ye Xiaofeng's talent. Being old and having never taken a disciple, he finally encountered a genius and wouldn't want to let go of him, no matter how many times he had to say it. At such a young age, he had already reached the Soul Master rank and even comprehended his own soul skills. He was a once-in-100-years talent. Really? Can the Hall Master make me a registered disciple? Ye Xiaofeng immediately spoke up upon hearing there was a chance to meet the Sword, but he still didn't want to become the Hall Master's disciple. Kid, go find out how many disciples in the sect want to be my disciples. Others are eager to be my disciples, yet you're being picky. Hall Master Lei was not satisfied with Ye Xiaofeng's words. Being a registered disciple and a direct disciple were two different things. If the Hall Master is unwilling, then I'll just pretend I didn't say anything. Ye Xiaofeng directly refused, as becoming a registered disciple was merely a way to get closer to the Sword. Well then, what a pity, kid, but I still don't know your name. Hall Master Lei made an exception to let Ye Xiaofeng join the sect, because Ye Xiaofeng's strength indeed met the requirements. I am Ye Xiaofeng, a level 41 attack type soul master, and my martial soul is the 7 killing sword, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. What? Ye Xiaofeng's words directly overturned the worldview of Master Lei Yu. The 7 killing sword. Could he really have some connection with the Elders? This matter had gone beyond his control. He initially thought that Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul was extremely similar. But now Ye Xiaofeng had personally admitted that his martial soul was the 7 killing sword. Master Lei was constantly thinking about Ye Xiaofeng. Master, what are you thinking about? Ye Xiaofeng interrupted his thoughts. It's nothing, just follow me, Master Lei said as he led Ye Xiaofeng back to his residence, asking someone to make arrangements to take good care of Ye Xiaofeng. You can rest here for a while. If you need anything, just let them know. I have something to attend to, so I'll step out for a bit, Master Lei said to Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng noticed that the leader Lei became a bit tense after hearing about his martial soul. Although he hid it well, it didn't escape Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. Leader, you can go about your business. I'm not in a hurry, Ye Xiaofeng said calmly. Soon after, Lei hurriedly left his residence. Xiaoyu, what else with the sudden panic? A white-haired man in a blue robe sat calmly at the table, speaking with composure. This was Jian Dao Qinshin, who was always unhurried, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. Elder, today a talented young man came to the sect, and I made an exception to bring him in, Lei told Jian Dao Qinshin, sounding a bit stammering. Like an immature boy, as long as he meets the sect's requirements. What's the harm in making an exception this once? You could have just told me about this little matter. Jian Dao shook his head helplessly and elegantly took a sip from the teacup on the table. No, Elder. That boy might be your descendant, Lei said without thinking. Jian Dao Qinshin nearly choked on his tea. Xiaoyu, my sword lineage has always been passed down through a single line. How could there be descendants? Jian Dao Qinshin had indeed had a fleeting romance in his youth. But that was a long time ago. Elder, the boy who came today, is just like you. He also has the 7 killing sword martial soul, Lei said, getting to the point. Please elaborate. The situation is like this. Lei detailed the events of the day. Do not make this public for now. Everything should proceed in your way. I understand the situation regarding him, Jian Dao said, remaining calm and unsurprised. Yes, Elder, Lei returned to his room. Feng Ji, I'm going out for a bit. I'll leave the sect affairs to Xiao He for now. Jian Dao entered Ning Fengji's room without waiting for the sect leader to speak, leaving only one sentence before departing. After half a day's search, Jian Dao quickly found out that Ye Xiaofeng had been to the Tianshang Renjian, and Manager Li promptly revealed everything. He then went to the Great Soul Arena and learned that Ye Xiaofeng had defeated awaken, surpassing ranks with the title of Sword God. He sought out Dai Mubai to understand the situation, but the trail went cold once he reached the inn. Manager Li told Jian Dao that Ye Xiaofeng had appeared suddenly and had never been seen before. Jian Dao even checked the Soul Master Registry at the Martial Soul Hall, but found nothing. Just a person. There should always be some clues left behind. Manager Li suddenly remembered and told Jian Dao that when Ye Xiaofeng first came to the inn, he wore clothes with the emblem of the Tian Shui Academy. Jian Dao Qinshin went to Tian Shui Academy and after various inquiries, finally learned that Ye Xiaofeng had studied there for a year and had always lived in the Peach Blossom Courtyard. Coincidentally, today was the weekend, and the school was less populated. Jianduo simply went to the entrance of the peach blossom courtyard, where the gate was open, and he saw 3 girls playing on a bench under the peach blossoms. "Miss, is this where Ye Xiaofeng lives?" Jianduo asked with a smile. "How do you know?" Shuewu blurted out. Shuewu was shot a fierce glare by Shui Binger, who knew she had misspoken, and quickly shut her mouth. "Hello, who are you?" Shui Binger looked warily at the white-haired old man before her. "My name is Qinxin. Xiaofeng asked me to tell you that he has joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect," Jianduo said, still smiling. "Sis, did you know that Brother Xiaofeng went to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect?" Shui asked Shui Binger with a pained expression. "I walked such a long way to provide you with this information, and you won't even invite me for a cup of tea?" Jianduo said indifferently. "Please, Shuewu. Go get some water." Shui Binger felt very nervous but didn't dare to show it. "Sis, it's not that. Just go, why so much chatter?" Shui tried to say something, but was hurried away by Shui Binger. "Old man, just get to the point. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to know some information about young friend Yi," Jianduo said. "Xiaofeng joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is something only I know. They won't find out even if I bring back news, so you might as well just say it. I'm just an ordinary old man. I won't pose any threat to you," Jianduo said, seeing his lie exposed, feeling unsurprised since he never intended to harm them. "I know you are not an ordinary person. I beg you not to hurt him." "How do you know?" Jianduo was surprised by Shui Binger's keen insight. If only his little princess Rongrong were as perceptive. He just wants to learn a higher sword path. He won't pose any threat to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Shui Binger did not respond to Jianduo's words. The 3 of them did not know when Jianduo had entered. An ordinary person could not enter the school, and it was impossible that Shui Binger would not notice, leaving them to speculate that the person before them had unfathomable strength. "What if I really wanted to kill him?" Jianduo said calmly. "I would be willing to trade my life for his. Please spare him. Are you really willing to die for him?" Jianduo was slightly surprised. He didn't expect someone would willingly die in his place. "Go ahead." Shui Binger closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, everything around went dark. Shui Binger felt the presence of death, and the surrounding space shattered. She could hardly breathe, as if she would die the next second. The only regret Shui Binger had before dying was not being able to see Ye Xiaofeng one last time. Now, if her life could be exchanged for his, she would accept the regret willingly, with tears slowly rolling down her cheeks. "Sis, what are you doing? Why are you crying?" Shuewu and Shui returned with water and saw Shui Binger standing there, motionless, with her eyes tightly shut and tears streaming down her face. "I'm still alive?" Shui Binger was surprised to find that she was not dead, and the elderly gentleman in front of her was elegantly drinking tea. "Sister, what do you mean by living?" Shui asked in confusion. Shui Binger realized that since she was not dead, it meant that the person in front of her did not intend to kill her, but merely wanted to test her. "You and Shuewu go back to the room. I will talk to this old gentleman alone." Seeing her elder sister speak, the 2 hurriedly returned to their room. The 7-killing sword noticed that the sword in the hands of the person in front of him looked exactly like Ye Xiaofeng's, but had no soul power at all. "Little girl Shui Binger, I pay my respects to Sword Douluo Sr." Shui Binger knew that Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul was the same as Sword Douluo genetic science. Since the martial soul of the person in front of her was the 7-killing sword, he must be an elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Swat Douluo Jianxin. Little girl, can you tell me now?" Sword Douluo continued to drink tea elegantly, smiling at Shui Binger. "Actually, we haven't known each other for long. A year ago, we went to the seaside to save him." Shui Binger roughly told Sword Douluo Chanxan that after Ye Xiaofeng encountered pirates and saved himself, he awakened his martial soul on his own and had been following her in the academy for a year before leaving. "So you don't know about his life before he turned 10? He is not very willing to talk about it. I only know that he was unable to awaken his martial soul and was exiled, abandoned by his family." "I see. Awakening his martial soul at 11 and reaching Soul Master at 12 means he has a natural soul power of level 30. Even though Sword Douluo has reached the 97th level, it's hard to believe what is in front of me, but I have to believe it. I kindly ask you, Senior, to accept him as your disciple." Shui Binger knelt on the ground and said to Sword Douluo, "Get up. He still needs to hone himself. When the time is right, it will happen naturally." "Thank you, Senior." Shui Binger was filled with joy and tears. "Little girl, let today's events be as if they never happened. Thank you for the tea, goodbye." Sword Douluo Chanxan came quietly and left quietly. Shui Binger felt as if nothing had ever happened, yet she felt that everything had changed dramatically. "Sister, where did the old gentleman go?" When Shuewu and Shui came out, they saw that the old gentleman was already gone. He left. He said that Xiaofeng is doing well, and we don't need to worry about him. Since Ye Xiaofeng left, Shui Binger had not had a single peaceful sleep, always worrying about him. Now, she could finally feel at ease. What happened today must not be mentioned to anyone. Understood, the elder sister replied. Shuiwu had her doubts, but did not ask further. Don't worry, sister. I promise I won't tell anyone. By the way, that old man was quite handsome. Shui Yuer began to swoon again. Shui Binger and Shui Wu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. This silly girl was completely off topic. Ye Xiaofeng. A month from now, there will be a new disciple competition in the sect. The one who comes in first can propose a reasonable request to the sect master. Lei Tangzhu said with a smile. The opportunity is right in front of you. It all depends on whether you can seize it. Rest assured, master. I won't let you down. Ye Xiaofeng would definitely not miss such an opportunity. If he missed this chance, who would know when he would be able to meet Sword Douluo to become a disciple? All right, you go ahead and get busy. But don't injure the sect's disciples like before, or you'll be expelled from the sect. Lei Tangzhu gave Ye Xiaofeng a warning in advance to prevent him from causing trouble again. Don't worry, master. As long as others don't provoke me, I will never take the initiative to stir up trouble. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, but in his heart, he thought that if others provoke him, they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. You can leave now, the leader of the Thunder Sect quickly said to send him off. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his own room, but because he had just arrived, he could only be assigned to the courtyard where newcomers lived. Ye Xiaofeng found a secluded, independent house, which was quite quiet. After cleaning it up and preparing to rest, a middle-aged man arrived. Kid, this house has already caught my eye. You should choose another one. Wang Hao said, as if he were looking down from a high position, issuing a command. Sure, but do you have the strength to back that up? Ye Xiaofeng smiled and said to Wang Hao that he had been feeling restless these past 2 days, and this was just the right opportunity. Kid, are you looking for death? Wang Hao, being one of the best among the newcomers, shouldn't be treated like this. Let's go to yard to avoid damaging the house. Ye Xiaofeng said with a strange smile. All right, show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. Wang Hao felt that Ye Xiaofeng's words were provoking him, as if he didn't take him seriously. Wang Hao, a level 53 assault-type soul master, with a martial soul, great strength bear. Ye Xiaofeng, a level 41 assault-type soul master, with a martial soul slaughter bear sword. Kid, I thought you were strong, but you're just a level 41 soul ancestor, spouting nonsense. I was planning to teach you a lesson, but now I can't let you go. Who teaches whom is still uncertain. You talk too much. Second soul skill, sweeping thousands of armies. Second soul skill, diamond body. Ye Xiaofeng took the initiative and attacked first. Wang Hao also used his second soul skill to defend. But what he didn't know was that Ye Xiaofeng's second soul skill was also a 1,000-year one, and his diamond body protection was instantly broken. Kid, I underestimated you, Wang Hao said, as he directly used his fifth soul skill, the powerful diamond fist, without bothering to waste time with Ye Xiaofeng, even though it consumed a lot of soul power. Fourth soul skill, instant no trace. Third soul skill, sword to the throat. Ye Xiaofeng continuously unleashed his fourth and third soul skills, choosing to clash head-on with Wang Hao. Ye Xiaofeng's fourth soul skill caused a brief stun for 3 seconds, but it was enough. You lost. Ye Xiaofeng's sword was already pointed at Wang Hao's neck. Kid, I'll deal with you at the competition. I won't be as careless as today. Wang Hao was very unconvinced, feeling that it was unacceptable to lose to a kid who had just broken through to the soul scholar level while he was a dignified soul king. I'm always ready. But you can't change the final outcome, Ye Xiaofeng said coldly. He despised people who thought they were the boss, as they looked like fools in his eyes. Whether it can be changed is not up to you, Wang Hao retorted, storming off in anger. Ye Xiaofeng turned around to take a break. By the next day, he felt bored in the sect and decided to go out to the Great Soul Arena in the imperial capital. Young Master Yi, welcome to the Great Soul Arena. Luo Xiaotian, seeing Ye Xiaofeng wearing a mask, hurried over to greet him. Ever since Ye Xiaofeng achieved 10 consecutive victories, the Great Soul Arena had also looked into his information, but they didn't have much. Good morning, Manager Luo, Ye Xiaofeng smiled. However, Luo Xiaotian felt uneasy looking at Ye Xiaofeng's smile. Young Master Yi, are you going to the soul fighting stage today? Although it was somewhat inappropriate to ask, Luo Xiaotian still inquired. The last time, due to Ye Xiaofeng, the Great Soul Arena lost nearly 4 million, half of which was taken by Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai. I didn't plan to play, just wanted to take a look. But since Manager Luo has mentioned it, it's hard for me to refuse. Ye Xiaofeng said with a particularly strange smile. Young Master Yi, I was just joking, just casually saying. But out of respect for you, the opponents we invited are all level 55 soul masters, Luo Xiaofeng forced a smile, both of them harboring ulterior motives. The next match was a duel between a Xian and a level 61 Soul Emperor. Originally, a Xian had made a name for himself at the Great Soul Arena, and no one dared to challenge him. However, after losing to Ye Xiaofeng, challengers began to come one after another, but they were all defeated by a Xian. Today's challenger was a level 61 Soul Emperor, and his strength was also quite considerable. The two would be evenly matched. This was what the Great Soul Arena wanted to see, and the match was scheduled to start in half an hour, prompting others to quickly place bets. Xian's odds were 1-4, while the Soul Emperor's odds were 1-6, with 90 of the audience favoring the Soul Emperor. Ye Xiaofeng walked over to the betting area. Beautiful lady, 150,000 gold soul coins on Xian, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Sir Sword God, have you thought this through? Xian's opponent is a Soul Emperor. The female attendant quickly reminded Ye Xiaofeng upon seeing he was the Sword God. Beautiful lady, although the risk is a bit high, the profit is also substantial. As they say, fortune favors the bold. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at the front desk attendant. Sir Sword God, let me tell you a secret. Your exclusive purple gold card can overdraw up to 1 million, and there's no interest within a week, the front desk attendant whispered. Then add another 1 million, Ye Xiaofeng said as he watched the attendant gently swipe the purple gold card and then handed it back to him with both hands. Sir Sword God, please take care of your card, the attendant said politely, looking quite attractive. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly and turned to leave. Manager, the task is complete. The attendant reported to Luo Xiaofeng after Ye Xiaofeng left. Not bad. This time, a Xian will lose. I'll make sure Ye Xiaofeng loses everything. Luo Xiaofeng was still brooding over the money Ye Xiaofeng won last time. Dear audience, the soul fighting competition this afternoon is officially starting. Now, let's take a look at the big screen. Xian versus Tian Hu name. Xian Martial Soul. Fire Dragon Spear Soul Power Level. 57. Strong Attack System Weapon Soul Master Soul Ring Levels. Yellow, purple, black name. Tian Hu Martial Soul. Saber-Toothed Tiger Soul Power Level. 61. Strong Attack System Soul Master Soul Ring Levels. Yellow, purple, black. Next, let's invite the two to the stage. The match is about to officially begin. Xian, I advise you to admit defeat. You can't even handle a soul zone. What face do you have to fight me? Tian Hu mocked, knowing that Xian's reputation had plummeted after losing to Ye Xiaofeng, but Xian did not give up. Instead, he leveled up by 2 levels in just half a month. I don't feel ashamed because of failure. On the contrary, this defeat has helped me correct my shortcomings in marksmanship. Xian reflected after returning from his loss. Although it was a brief half-day, it was enough for Xian to perfect his self-created soul skill and level up continuously. Then let me see how much you have improved. First soul skill, Fire Gun Tiger Claw. Tian Hu initiated the attack first. First soul skill, Gun Out Like a Dragon. Xian also launched his attack, believing the best offense is a good defense. Unexpectedly, Xian was even stronger than before. Will he be able to turn the tables in this match? Let's wait and see, the host shouted excitedly. Second soul skill, Demon Tiger Heavenly Gang Transformation. Second soul skill, Yellow Dragon emerges from the mountain. Xian was in a passive position, having to counter every move. Even at level 61, Tian Hu couldn't harm Xian, having experienced too much life and death. Every move Xian made was filled with killing intent, even against a stronger opponent. Third soul skill, Grinding Tiger Wings. I've been waiting for this move. Third soul skill, 100 steps to penetrate the yang. Fifth soul skill, Demonic Tiger Heavenly Cry. Tian Hu underestimated Xian, who used deadly moves in every strike and could not hold back his 10,000-year soul skill. Fifth soul skill, Annihilation Kill. Xian didn't want to drag it out. The longer it went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He needed to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Fourth soul skill, Demonic Tiger Protection. Tian Hu didn't expect Xian to push him to this extent and quickly used his fourth soul skill to defend, but he was still injured by Xian. After all, his 1,000-year soul skill couldn't withstand Xian's 10,000-year soul skill. Xian, you can push me to this extent. You have every reason to be proud. I take back what I said earlier. Admit defeat, Tian Hu said seriously. Xian had exhausted all his soul skills, but he had yet to use his 6th soul skill, which Xian couldn't block. Let me see how strong your 6th soul skill is. I hope you don't disappoint me. Xian coldly looked at Tian Hu. Xian, since you are so determined to seek death, I will send you on your way. Tian, seeing that AXIN was still unyielding, became furious. The moment to decide the victor had arrived, and Ye Xiaofeng on the stage had been watching the battle below. Let's see who will be the final winner. The host continuously built suspense, while the audience shouted in excitement. Sixth soul skill, demonic tiger annihilation kill. Tian unleashed his sixth soul skill, confidently believing he would win soon. Bring it on. Soul skill, man and gun unity. AXIN had cast aside his life and death, once again achieving unity with his weapon, becoming one with the gun. Activate the energy shield. The host saw the battle power generated by the two and quickly shouted, if we don't activate the energy shield now, the arena will collapse. What happened? I can't see anything. Who won? A piece of dust two people could no longer see. The audience in the stands was in an uproar. You lost. AXIN said coldly. How is that possible? Tian couldn't believe it. He had lost to AXIN when he clearly thought he was stronger. Nothing is impossible. AXIN's gun was already embedded in Tian's shoulder. He pulled it out and turned to leave. I cannot lose. Go to hell. Tian, filled with rage, lost his rationality and wanted to take down AXIN. Since you're seeking death, then I won't let you go. AXIN fired a shot, and the fire dragon gun pierced directly into Tian's heart. Tian's hands hovered in the air, but he was still a step slower than AXIN, and he collapsed on stage, barely alive. No one expected Tian to fail and still attempt to kill. The audience thought that even if they were in his place, they would have killed Tian, but none were as quick as AXIN. In this match, AXIN won. The audience continuously cheered for AXIN. Upon hearing the host declare his victory, AXIN coughed up blood and quickly used the fire dragon gun to support himself. He had won this match, but it wasn't easy. Exhausted, AXIN slowly walked down from the fighting stage. Some people cried at AXIN's victory, wanting to jump off a building to commit suicide, while others were so happy they couldn't stop smiling and couldn't sleep. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Without your reminder, there wouldn't have been today's gains. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly ran to the service area front desk and said to the female attendant, it's just like taking advantage of the situation. I overdrew 1 million with a big fighting spirit arena card, and now I've won 6 million. After repaying the overdraft card of 1 million, I still have 75 million left. Manager, come quickly. Manager Luo has fainted. Ye Xiaofeng was smiling proudly, enjoying the fruits of his victory today, when suddenly someone shouted from a distance. Since Ye Xiaofeng entered the great fighting soul arena, Luo Xiaodian has been having bad luck every day. Ye Xiaofeng is like a jinx as long as he is around. Luo Xiaodian is bound to face misfortune. Luo Xiaodian originally planned to trick Ye Xiaofeng into losing 1 million, and when he was left with nothing but his underwear and unable to repay the 1 million, he could use this condition to force him to join the great fighting soul arena. Now, he realizes how ridiculously wrong he was. If this continues, he won't even be able to keep his managerial position. Manager Luo, I only want a few lousy coins. Is it really necessary to react this way? Ye Xiaofeng laughed with glee. In your eyes, are those just a few lousy coins? Luo Xiaodian was so infuriated by Ye Xiaofeng's words that he fainted again. Ye Xiaofeng ignored Luo Xiaodian and turned to leave with the purple gold card in his hand. There was still more than half a month until the sex newcomer competition, and Ye Xiaofeng didn't know when he had arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Human Inn. I didn't know young Master Yi was visiting. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Manager Li said, quickly flattering Ye Xiaofeng upon seeing him. Manager Li, it's good to see you again, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Ye Xiaofeng was in a good mood and treated Manager Li with flattery, which naturally made him happy. Young Master Yi, please come in. Manager Li quickly led Ye Xiaofeng to a private room, exchanging glances with the waiter, who understood immediately and hurriedly brought out the restaurant's signature dishes and fine wines. Manager Li, I didn't say I wanted to eat. I see that it's almost lunchtime, so I specially instructed them, Manager Li replied. Flattery without reason is either deceitful or mischievous. I heard that young Master Yi is especially attentive to the great fighting spirit arena. Ye Xiaofeng casually mentioned that he didn't expect Manager Li to actually have business with him. Occasionally wandering around, Manager Li had also heard about young Master Yi, and just a casual stroll could be worth millions. Since we have become close friends, how about taking me for a casual stroll sometime? Manager Li was quite concerned about Ye Xiaofeng's affairs. At such a young age, he had caught the attention of that figure from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, and his future was boundless. Ever since Ye Xiaofeng made 1 million with Dai Mubai last time, Manager Li wanted to follow him for a stroll, and today it was another 1 million, making him feel very unbalanced. From morning till night, He served every guest just like last time, earning only 1,000 gold soul coins a day, while Ye Xiaofeng made 1,000,000 in a day. Managerly, I still think you're better off being a manager. What if you lose and end up too poor to afford even a pair of underpants? But there's still another chance, young Master Yi, don't you think? Manager Li quickly replied, but now he couldn't take in anything Ye Xiaofeng said. Manager Li, you consider me a close friend, and you're making it difficult for me. Ye Xiaofeng said with a troubled expression. Are you trying to get something for free? Young Master Yi, what do you think of this inn? Manager Li asked enthusiastically. Quite good, Manager Li, what do you mean by that? Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, this old guy isn't planning to give this in to me, is he? As long as young Master Yi likes it, this old man will gladly present it to you, Manager Li said with a smile. Manager Li, you said we are close friends. Discussing money like this really hurts our relationship. Ye Xiaofeng thought he was overjoyed inside, but his expression still showed reluctance to accept. Young Master Yi, you said we're close friends? This is a gift from me to you. This old guy, are you trying to rob the Great Soul Arena? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by Manager Li's actions, casually wanting to give the in to him. How could that be? This old man has saved some money from running this and over the years, and before I die, I should leave it to someone else. After all, you can't take anything with you when you die. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the aging Li Zhonggui and almost believed his words. Old man, how much are you trying to swindle from the great fighting soul arena? Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Zhonggui said nothing and just extended a finger. 1,000,000? Ye Xiaofeng asked tentatively. How much is my inn worth? Li Zhonggui laughed. 10,000,000? Ye Xiaofeng roughly calculated that the inn could be worth 5,000,000. Even if he gave the inn to himself, Li Zhonggui could still make 5,000,000. Li Zhonggui shook his head again. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly widened his eyes. This old guy wants 100,000,000. Young Master Yi, come, let us drink. Li Zhonggui hurriedly poured himself a drink. No way, Ye Xiaofeng decisively refused. Young Master Yi, why is that? Li Zhonggui was puzzled. Just a moment ago, Ye Xiaofeng seemed tempted, so why did he refuse? I don't want the inn. I want a 37 profit split. You take 3, and I take 7, Ye Xiaofeng said calmly. Young Master Yi, why don't you just rob? Li Zhonggui almost wanted to slap himself. If he had known, he would have just asked for 1,000,000, and he never expected Ye Xiaofeng to be so greedy. Just joking, I was just saying, how about a 60-40 split? Seeing Li Zhonggui's reaction, it was clearly impossible, so Ye Xiaofeng had to take a step back. All right, I'll take 60, you take 40, Li Zhonggui said with a lewd smile. Get lost, I meant I'll take 60, you take 40. Ye Xiaofeng didn't expect Li Zhonggui to misunderstand him. Young Master Yi, you must understand that the one spending money is me, not you. Li Zhonggui said to Ye Xiaofeng, asserting his control. Li Zhonggui, can you guarantee a 100 win in the competition? Don't forget, if you lose, you'll be so poor you can't even buy a pair of shorts. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't back down. The initiative was in his hands. As long as you can guarantee a 100 win, we'll do it your way. Li Zhonggui still took a step back in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Li Zhonggui, let us do it your way. You take 60, I take 40, just give me the inn. Ye Xiaofeng had his own plans, so he conceded 20 for the inn. Young Master Yi, how about this? We split 50-50, and the inn is yours. Once we win the money, I will leave. Li Zhonggui's initial displeasure about Ye Xiaofeng, taking 20 more, faded away when Ye Xiaofeng actively offered it to him, and he began to view Ye Xiaofeng in a better light. Li Zhonggui, if you submit to me, I won't take a single cent, Ye Xiaofeng said while drinking. Addressing Li Zhonggui, young Master Yi, I know you will definitely have a place in the world of souls in the future, but whether I can live to see that day is another matter. Li Zhonggui thought it impossible to submit to him for no reason. Wouldn't it be better to win money and live a carefree life afterward? Ye Xiaofeng, Yi Gongzi Yu. Li Zhonggui didn't expect to die at the hands of Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng instantly drew the 7-kill sword and used his first soul skill, Blessing. He used his second martial soul to heal the wound of Manager Li, completing the healing in an instant. Manager Li felt as if he had just woken from a dream. The treatment made his body seem more vibrant than before. Manager Li, how do you feel? Ye Xiaofeng asked with a smile. Young Master Yi, could it be that you have dual martial souls? Manager Li asked in surprise. He had seen many people in his life, but couldn't believe the fact before him. Didn't you see it? As long as I'm alive, you won't die. Ye Xiaofeng said confidently. Young Master Yi, I, Li Baochai, am willing to submit to you. Manager Li realized he had seen something he shouldn't have. Even if Ye Xiaofeng didn't kill him, he wouldn't let him off easily. Moreover, being old, nothing was more important than his own life. Submitting to Ye Xiaofeng would only bring him benefits, so why not? For now, he needed to come up with a foolproof plan. The people from the Great Soul Arena were not foolish enough for that. Ye Xiaofeng understood that Luo Xiaodian wouldn't be fooled again. On the other side, Luo Xiaodian was being scolded mercilessly by Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire, wondering what was going on these past 2 days as his right eyelid kept twitching. From today onwards, he would not allow Ye Xiaofeng to open any betting projects. To be cautious, Luo Xiaodian directly placed Ye Xiaofeng on the blacklist. Ye Xiaofeng was troubled about how to deceive Luo Xiaodian when he heard good news. Awaken had issued a challenge to him for a battle at the Grand Soul Arena in 3 days. 2 days later, Luo Xiaodian sent someone to invite Ye Xiaofeng. To ensure the plan went smoothly, Ye Xiaofeng quietly arrived at the Grand Soul Arena alone in the middle of the night. Manager Luo, how have you been lately? Ye Xiaofeng greeted Luo Shouxin. It was clearly a caring question, but something fell off. Thanks to Yi Gongzi's great fortune, Luo Xiaodian wanted nothing more than to beat Ye Xiaofeng. But he had to compromise for the sake of the Grand Soul Arena. Manager Luo, just say what you need to say, Ye Xiaofeng said. Not wanted to beat around the bush. Gongzi Yi, for tomorrow's match between you and Awaken, 99 people are betting on you and to place their bets. The Grand Soul Arena cannot bear the weight of this. Luo Xiaodian said with difficulty. So, you mean I should concede in tomorrow's duel? Ye Xiaofeng asked, feigning ignorance to test Luo Xiaodian. Gongzi Yi, rest assured everything will be kept secret. Once accomplished, the Grand Soul Arena will reward you with 5 million. Luo Xiaodian believed he had offered an irresistible temptation to Ye Xiaofeng. Luo Xiaodian, don't you know that the entire imperial capital is full of fans of the Sword God? You want me to intentionally lose the match? Ye Xiaofeng said angrily. At that moment, someone sneaked in and whispered a sentence in Luo Xiaodian's ear. 8 million. How about that? Luo Xiaodian initially didn't want to increase the offer, but after hearing that someone had bet 20 million on Ye Xiaofeng, he changed his mind. Manager Luo, you are indeed a straightforward person, Ye Xiaofeng said innocently. 10 million. In the end, Luo Xiaodian compromised. He looked at the betting situation on his mechanical screen. Awaken only had over 1 million, while Ye Xiaofeng was nearing 100 million, and that was just for today. Then let's sign this agreement to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Luo Xiaodian, fearing any changes, secretly signed an agreement with Ye Xiaofeng. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Ye Xiaofeng was already overjoyed. He didn't expect that Ye Gongzi was still a kindred spirit. Luo Xiaodian thought Ye Xiaofeng rejected his goodwill for the sake of his so-called fans, not realizing that this guy was dissatisfied with the amount of money he offered. After completing the agreement, Ye Xiaofeng headed to the betting area of the Grand Soul Arena. Hey, beautiful. Please place a bet of 5 million on Awaken for me tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile to the female staff member. Even though the Grand Soul Arena would restrict him, he still wanted to play along. Oh, Missouri, Gongzi. But the Grand Soul Arena has rules that you cannot participate in betting, the female staff member said with a smile. But no matter how Ye Xiaofeng looked at her, she seemed to have a gloating expression. You wait, I'll go find Manager Luo, Ye Xiaofeng said angrily as he turned to find Luo Xiaodian. Luo Xiaodian, what the hell do you mean? Ye Xiaofeng kicked open the door to Luo Xiaodian's office. Gongzi, please calm down. Due to your performance in the last 2 matches, the higher-ups have given you special treatment. Please understand, Luo Xiaodian quickly tried to appease Ye Xiaofeng's anger. Special treatment, my ass. How am I supposed to understand this? Ye Xiaofeng showed no respect to Luo Xiaodian. Gongzi Yi, even without betting, you can still get 10 million. Why get angry over such a small matter? Luo Xiaodian smiled, as if he knew Ye Xiaofeng would be angry, but still try to calm him down. Really no way at all? Ye Xiaofeng stubbornly asked. Gongzi, this is not something I can decide. It's arranged by my superior, and I am powerless to change it. How about I accompany you to relax? Luo Xiaodian played the emotional card, secretly delighted. No need, Ye Xiaofeng said as he slammed the door and left. Ye Xiaofeng, you have your day too? Luo Xiaodian revealed a long-lost smile, finally managing to trip Ye Xiaofeng up this time. Someone go follow him. Luo Xiaodian was still worried about him participating in betting through other channels. Ye Xiaofeng went directly back to the Heavenly Inn, ignoring everyone else. He spent his time either drinking or eating. Everything seemed so normal. Manager Li, go continue to bring me wine, Ye Xiaofeng shouted loudly, throwing the empty wine jug out of the private room. Young Master Yi, please calm down, I'll bring it right away. Manager Li hurriedly came to Ye Xiaofeng's private room, carrying the drinks. Manager Li, I'm quite unhappy. Today I want to drink to my heart's content. Ye Xiaofeng continued to speak loudly, as if addressing outsiders. Young Master Yi, it's my fault for not attending to you properly. Please forgive me, Manager Li quickly apologized. Once everything was arranged, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly said in a low voice, "Then I'll get into it half an hour before the start." Manager Li chuckled lewdly and then exited the private room. Ye Xiaofeng, feeling dizzy after drinking, returned to his room to rest. The next day, just before noon, he groggily headed to the Great Soul Arena. Now the entire capital knows that Xin is challenging the Sword God to redeem himself. The match is set to start in an hour, and everyone is worried about the return of the Sword God. So far, 3 million has been bet on Xin, while the investment in the Sword God has reached 260 million, including 50 million deliberately bet by Xue Qinghe, and 100 million bet directly by Prince Xuexing to suppress Xue Qinghe. Douluo also bet 50 million. The current odds for both competitors are Xin 113, Sword God 115. Ladies and gentlemen, the match will start in just over half an hour. Now, let us welcome Xin with applause. But the audience's applause is noticeably less enthusiastic than if they had just eaten lunch. Next, let us welcome the Sword God. Before the host could even say applause, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. As all eyes focused on the battle stage, Li Baokai directly invested 120 million on Xin, completing the bet in the final minute. Instantly, Xin's odds dropped to 1.56, while Ye Xiaofeng's odds rose to 1.32. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look at the big screen. Both are champions of the Great Soul Arena with 10 consecutive victories. Last time, Xin lost to the Sword God in a half move. In this peak showdown, can Xin turn his defeat into victory? Sword Gu, Sword Gu, Sword Gu. Xin. The audience on both sides is enthusiastic, cheering for the upcoming peak final. Now we watch the big screen. Sword God versus Xin. Name, Sword God. Martial Soul, 7 kills. Soul power level, 41. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Name, Xin. Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear. Soul power level, 57. Strong attack system weapon Soul Master. Soul ring level, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Xin, we meet again. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Xin across from him. This time, I will make you lose badly, Xin coldly replied. Then let me see if you have that ability, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, not caring about Xin's words at all. Ladies and gentlemen, the peak showdown officially begins. Speaking of which, aren't you going to invest a little in your future disciple? I already bet 50 million in a high-level room at the Great Soul Arena. The two of them directly watching the big screen. Douluo said to Douluo, I'm still more rational. I want to believe in free lunches from the sky. Douluo seemed to know something, but didn't say it outright. You coward. After the set competition, I'll let him change his master to me. Douluo disdainfully glanced at Douluo. What do you teach him? What do you teach him? Douluo retorted. You silly fool. You have to understand, what you can teach, I can teach, and what you can't teach, I can teach just the same. Douluo confidently said. What? Just because of the 7 kills sword in my hand, Douluo can always suppress Douluo in terms of strength, leaving Douluo only able to take small verbal advantages. Douluo was left speechless and continued to watch the match. Have you not noticed a problem? Douluo asked suddenly while drinking tea. What do you mean? Douluo didn't quite catch on to Douluo's words. The odds of this peak showdown. 1 hour ago, compared to now, Douluo's words hit the nail on the head. Isn't this better? That kid's odds have risen since before. Douluo was still in the dark. Half an hour ago, someone bet 120 million on that kid. Xin, Douluo still calmly sipped his tea. Who is so rich to not bet on your disciple, but instead bet on Xin? They really have no brains. If that money had been given to me, this old man, I might have ensured his later life was worry-free. Douluo said regretfully and angrily. I just passed through the betting area and found out that the person is Li Zhonggui from Tianshang Renjian. Douluo said with a slight smile at Douluo. That old man is about to throw out all his assets. Douluo also knew Li Zhonggui, after all. Every dish from Tianshang Renjian is a top-quality product. From my understanding of Li Zhonggui, he has never been impulsive. And I also know that my disciple is in cahoots with Li Zhonggui, Douluo said with a gloating expression. You mean your disciple? Douluo finally realized he had been tricked. No, to be precise, everyone had been tricked by Ye Xiaofeng and Li Zhonggui, and Douluo knew a bit about this matter. Where are you going? Douluo asked when he saw Douluo about to run out. I need to make up for my losses. By the way, lend me $1 billion. I'll pay you back later, Douluo hurriedly said. Although he was quite wealthy, 50 million was still no small amount. It's too late. Don't you know that betting closes half an hour before the final start? Douluo reminded Douluo. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Douluo said angrily, grinding his teeth. I just came over to see, out of boredom, and hearing the rumor. I followed the trend a bit. Xian and Ye Xiaofeng were evenly matched, but at this moment, Xian directly used his self-created soul skill again. Soul skill, man and gun unite. Third soul skill, one sword to seal the throat. Xian's fire dragon spear shot toward Ye Xiaofeng, who directly blocked it with the 7-kill sword. The two were evenly matched, and the audience held their breath, concerned about Ye Xiaofeng, but more worried about the returns Ye Xiaofeng could bring them. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, the 7-kill sword in Ye Xiaofeng's hand suddenly shattered, and the fire dragon spear pierced directly into Ye Xiaofeng's left shoulder. Ye Xiaofeng spat out blood and collapsed directly in the Great Soul Arena. All the spectators present were so furious they felt like vomiting blood, and Prince Xuexing was furious, losing 100 million just like that. Only a small portion of people were excitedly crying for Xian's victory, while Manager Li couldn't stop smiling and quickly took Ye Xiaofeng back. In an office, Luo Xiaodian was proudly reporting today's earnings to Xuexing when a steward rushed in. Can't you see that I'm discussing confidential matters with His Highness? Luo Xiaodian angrily slapped the steward. Manager, someone placed a bet of 120 million on Xian winning in the last minute before the betting closed. The steward said timidly. What? Say that again. Luo Xiaodian couldn't believe what he just heard and pulled the steward closer by his chest. According to today's odds, we lost that person 672 million, the steward said softly again. Luo Xiaodian, you really are something, Xuexing said coldly, feeling murderous. Your Highness, it really has nothing to do with me. I beg for your mercy. Give me another chance. Luo Xiaodian quickly knelt down and pleaded. Go. Find out who placed that bet and make sure to clarify it. If you can't find out, come to see me with your own head, Xuexing said, gritting her teeth in anger. It wasn't just about losing, it was the fact that someone could toy with her like that. Thank you for not killing me, Your Highness. Luo Xiaodian quickly expressed his gratitude. Get out, Xuexing said angrily, and Luo Xiaodian immediately left the room. The commotion we caused this time is too big. We need to lay low and close the inn, Ye Xiaofeng said to Manager Li. It was already arranged. Manager Li had expected this. Let's head to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Ye Xiaofeng said as they left the Great Soul Arena with Manager Li. Ye Xiaofeng. The sect has regulations against bringing outsiders in. The 2 guards at the entrance blocked their way. Master Lei sent me to invite Manager Li from Tianshan Renjian to improve the sect master's meals. Are you going to stop me too? Ye Xiaofeng said coldly. In that case, Manager Li, please go back, Ye Xiaofeng said deliberately. Ye Xiaofeng, tell Sect Master Ning that I, Li Baochai, am not someone to be toyed with. No matter how you plead next time, it won't work. Farewell, Manager Li said, angrily turning to leave. This is a misunderstanding between the two of us. Please forgive us. The 2 guards quickly apologized. Ye Xiaofeng felt that experience always trumps youth, and he almost believed that Manager Li was genuinely angry. Junior brother Yi, don't misunderstand. We were just acting according to the sect's regulations and weren't aware of what Home Master Lei instructed you. The 2 guards quickly changed their demeanor. They dared not offend Home Master Lei, nor the sect master. Manager Li, please come inside, Ye Xiaofeng said politely while putting on an act. After entering the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the 2 went directly to see Home Master Lei, and fortunately, he was not out. Reporting to the Home Master, Ye Xiaofeng requests an audience, saying he has something to discuss with you. A maidservant announced as she entered. Let him in. Home Master Lei, who was busy handling sect affairs at a table, agreed to meet him upon hearing that Ye Xiaofeng wanted to talk. Home Master, long time no see. Ye Xiaofeng greeted as he brought Manager Li to see Lei Yu. Kid, where have you been recently? I haven't seen you around, Home Master Lei said, knowing that Sword Douluo had asked him to keep an eye on Ye Xiaofeng, but this kid had been absent from the sect lately. Well, seeing the Home Master working hard on sect affairs, I specially invited Manager Li to come and assist you for a few days, Ye Xiaofeng said, jokingly. Ye Xiaofeng, you're quite bold. Since there's no special need for me, you're bringing outsiders into the sect. Home Master Lei slammed his hand on the table in anger. Home Master, this is unjust. I did this for your sake. My sincerity is as clear as day, Ye Xiaofeng said, lying without batting an eye. Someone, expel Ye Xiaofeng from the sect, Home Master Lei said coldly. Wait, Home Master, if you don't like it, I'll send Manager Li back right away. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is not a place you can come and go as you please. Leave Manager Li here. And you can leave, the Home Master said coldly. Don't, Home Master. I can still lend you a hand, Ye Xiaofeng said. I don't need that from you. The Hall Master replied. Then I'll guard the courtyard for you. I don't need you to guard the courtyard either. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want? Hall Master Lei was not easily fooled and directly asked Ye Xiaofeng for the main point. Someone, take Manager Li to the back kitchen. Ye Xiaofeng took the initiative and ordered the servants. The servants could not listen to Ye Xiaofeng, and Hall Master Lei slightly nodded. And the servants took Manager Li to the back kitchen. Hall Master, come. Let's chat while we drink. Ye Xiaofeng quickly made way for Hall Master Lei. Kid, you can speak directly if you have something to say. Hall Master Lei sat down, drinking the tea Ye Xiaofeng had just poured. Well, after tomorrow's newcomer competition, I think we should celebrate. So, I specially invited Manager Li to improve the sex meals, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Is that it? Hall Master Lei asked, puzzled. Yes, that's it, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. This matter is a bit difficult. Hall Master Lei appeared troubled. Hall Master, this is just a small token of appreciation from me to you, Ye Xiaofeng said, taking out a check for 100,000 gold soul coins. Kid, I'm not doing this for the money. The sect master has regulations against overstepping authority, Hall Master Lei said to Ye Xiaofeng again. Come on, Hall Master. Try some delicious food from heaven on earth. Ye Xiaofeng quickly shifted the focus as the dishes were presented. Not bad. In the entire imperial capital, if someone says heaven on earth is second best, no one would dare say it's the best, Hall Master Lei said while eating. Hall Master, let's drink. Ye Xiaofeng quickly served him, not forgetting to flatter him. Kid, just be honest. I'm not foolish enough to be deceived, Hall Master Lei. As the Hall Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, naturally wouldn't be that naive. Hall Master, it's like this. Manager Li and I got into a bit of trouble outside, and recently we've been avoiding attention in the sect. So, through food, I wanted you to introduce me to the elders, Ye Xiaofeng said after Hall Master Lei had eaten and drunk enough, smiling as he revealed the truth. However, this statement would likely make Luo Xiaotian spit blood. How did 670 million turn into a small matter in Ye Xiaofeng's mouth? Hall Master, after this matter is settled, I'll treat you to another half, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Kid, you need to understand, this money isn't going into my pocket. Hall Master Lei took the check from Ye Xiaofeng and stuffed it into his own pocket. I understand that. Hall Master will use this money to handle relationships for me. Please don't be polite. This is money we should spend. Ye Xiaofeng spoke with a tone of seeking favor, but both knew the unspoken meaning behind it. As long as you understand, go ahead, prepare well for tomorrow's competition, and leave the rest to me, Lei Yu said, feeling pleased after receiving the 100,000 check. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly went to the kitchen and took Manager Li back to his residence, bringing along a portion of his meal. Previously, Ye Xiaofeng had instructed Manager Li to prepare a serving for him as well to take home. How'd things go? Manager Li asked anxiously. Everything has been taken care of, but to get the money, we still need the help of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Otherwise, the two of us won't get a single cent, and we might even lose our lives. Ye Xiaofeng understood that to get money from the Grand Soul Arena backed by the Empire, he needed a strong backing, but to win over that backing, he had to pay the corresponding price. Young master, wealth is just an external possession. The money that needs to be used should still be used, said Manager Li, who submitted to Ye Xiaofeng and referred to him as young master. It seems that we have to make a big sacrifice this time. Ye Xiaofeng was reluctant to give so much profit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but he endured it for the sake of getting the money back. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small details. The next morning, the competition proceeded as scheduled, and all the new disciples were waiting in the square. The top 3 in the new competition would receive generous rewards. As for the specific rewards, the Hall Master would keep it a mystery for now. All of you come forward to draw lots for the ceremony conducted by Hall Master Lei. The numbers in your hands are random and have nothing to do with your strength or background. The first 50 numbers will challenge the last 50, and so on, until the top 3 contestants are selected. Do you all understand? Hall Master Lei looked at the 100 people and said, Understood. Of course, among you, some will be lucky, and they will directly advance to the next round of finals. The rules of the competition are that you must not deliberately kill your opponent. Those who concede must not harm their opponent, and jumping off the ring is considered a concession. The entire process of the competition will be overseen by the Hall Master. Now, the competition officially begins, Hall Master Lei said seriously. In the first round, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 101 and automatically advanced, while the competition continued normally. In the second round, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 51 and again advanced without a fight. Wang Hao, who had a grudge against Ye Xiaofeng, was furious about this automatic advance. Hall Master, I object. Why does Ye Xiaofeng get to skip twice? Wang Hao said, feeling unjust. Why not? Are you accusing the Hall Master of favoritism? Hall Master Lei came over and slapped Wang Hao's face, prompting others to quickly fall silent. Disciples dare not. Even if Wang Hao had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to confront the Hall Master. Your luck is not as good as others. Don't blame them. If you are dissatisfied, defeat him with strength. That will solve it, Hall Master Lei said angrily, not expecting a young brat to question him. In the third round, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 13, and Wang Hao drew number 26, as if everything had been arranged. Next match, Wang Hao versus Ye Xiaofeng. What? No more empty draws? Wang Hao stepped onto the stage, coldly saying that he wanted to avenge his previous defeat. Dealing with you is no different from an automatic advance. Don't think too highly of yourself. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Ye Xiaofeng certainly wouldn't concede verbally. Do you think I will be careless like before? Wang Hao is eager to kill Ye Xiaofeng now. Are you two going to compete or not? If not, I will consider you both to have forfeited, the Hall Master said, watching as the two started to bicker on the stage. Eventually, even Hall Master Lei couldn't stand it anymore. All right, let us start the match. Second soul skill, sweeping through the army. Ye Xiaofeng smiled harmlessly at Hall Master Lei, but as he turned around, his aura changed instantly, and he actively launched an attack. Second soul skill, diamond body. Wang Hao quickly defended against Ye Xiaofeng's attack, but Ye Xiaofeng easily broke through Wang Hao's defense. How is this possible? Ye Xiaofeng broke through Wang Hao's defense with one strike. The crowd started to murmur again. 7 kill is indeed the #1 attack power, martial soul. Hall Master Lei nodded in satisfaction, having wanted to take him as a disciple multiple times, but he was focused on worshipping Chun Xin as his teacher. Is this all you've got? Show me your strongest power and fight me. Ye Xiaofeng looked down on Wang Hao. Kid, don't get too cocky too soon. Wang Hao, looking at Ye Xiaofeng like a bitter enemy, prepared his 4th soul skill, strong diamond palm. Ye Xiaofeng, in others' eyes, was as arrogant as could be. But who would know that Ye Xiaofeng had the capital to be arrogant? His first soul skill was originally a millennium-old one, but it was simulated under a 100-year yellow soul ring. When Wang Hao's strong diamond palm collided with Ye Xiaofeng's green lotus protection, neither side gained the upper hand. Wang Hao, in a fit of rage, added more soul power, and the protection shattered, causing both of them to be knocked back a few steps. Wang Hao, have you not eaten? Ye Xiaofeng continued to look down on Wang Hao. 5th soul skill, strong diamond spring. Wang Hao, having not fully recovered from the soul power consumption of the previous 2 rounds, now directly used a 10,000-year soul skill. Even if he won this match, he wouldn't be able to compete in the next one, but he didn't care. He just wanted to win against Ye Xiaofeng and would kill him if necessary. Just in time. 3rd soul skill, sword to seal the throat. Ye Xiaofeng sidestepped Wang Hao's 10,000-year soul skill. He wouldn't be foolish enough to clash head-on, as it would be counterproductive, and he directly used his 3rd soul skill for a counterattack. Wang Hao wanted to defend, but he had no soul power left to do so. Ye Xiaofeng's sword moved forward half an inch, directly stabbing into Wang Hao's throat. Before he could concede, Ye Xiaofeng kicked him off the stage. Wang Hao fell off the stage, spitting blood and losing consciousness, becoming a half-dead person. Hall Master, Ye Xiaofeng violated the competition rules. I suggest disqualifying him. Someone saw Wang Hao's tragic state and seized the opportunity to report, hoping to prevent Ye Xiaofeng from participating in the subsequent matches. Ye Xiaofeng's strength is not a good thing for them. Hey, even the emperor isn't anxious. Why are you, a dead eunuch, so eager? Even if there's a complaint, it's Wang Hao who will complain. If you let him complain, I accept it. Everyone looked at Wang Hao, who was unconscious, and then listened to Ye Xiaofeng's words, feeling truly speechless. You see, Wang Hao has no objections, so what does it matter to you? Ye Xiaofeng angrily said to the crowd below. Hall Master, look. Ye Xiaofeng is not following the rules and is talking nonsense. Ye Xiaofeng, please mind your tone. This is not outside. This is a set competition, friendship first, competition second. The Hall Master said seriously. Even if he privately thinks Ye Xiaofeng is right, he still needs to appease the crowd on the surface. Hall Master, first, Wang Hao did not admit defeat, and second, Wang Hao is not dead, so how did I violate the competition rules? Ye Xiaofeng directly acted as if he were a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. Well, since there was no violation of the rules, Ye Xiaofeng can continue to participate in the competition, but next time be careful not to seriously injure others. Ye Xiaofeng did not violate the competition rules, and the Hall Master has no right to revoke his qualification to compete. In the end, the third match concluded, with 13 participants remaining, and the next round of matches would take place in the afternoon. However, there would be one lucky person who would advance directly. The fourth round in the afternoon began, and Ye Xiaofeng drew number 3, thinking that luck wouldn't always be that good, shaking his head helplessly. What's wrong? Are you looking for a fight? The guy who was suggesting to disqualify the competition earlier drew number 13 and proudly showed it to Ye Xiaofeng. Even if you get a bye, there's no spot for you in the top 3, so what are you so proud of? Ye Xiaofeng undoubtedly slapped him in the face. Wait until you win this match to talk. Number 13 directly retorted Ye Xiaofeng. Next match, number 3 versus number 4, Home Master Lei shouted. Ye Xiaofeng walked directly onto the arena, but there was still no sign of the person from number 4. If number 4 doesn't come up, the furious Thunderhall Master will directly expel them from a sect, saying that someone like this would have no fighting spirit when encountering an enemy attack. I am Lu Yuan, please spare me. Senior brother Yi. Lu Yuan originally thought he could win a match, but upon seeing that his opponent was Ye Xiaofeng and recalling Wang Hao's miserable state, he instantly lost all fighting spirit. Don't worry, I will definitely go easy on you. Take this. Ye Xiaofeng, seeing Lu Yuan back down, didn't want to go too far. Second soul skill, sweeping thousands of armies. I concede, Ye Xiaofeng had not made a move yet, and Lu Yuan quickly admitted defeat. The people in the audience looked at Lu Yuan with disdain, thinking he was a coward for losing without a fight. Hall Master, Lu Yuan's surrender without a fight disgraces the purpose of the competition. Please expel Lu Yuan from his sect. Hey, the Hall Master hasn't said anything. Why are you shouting? Are you trying to make the Hall Master take action? Ye Xiaofeng finally couldn't stand this fool any longer and directly used the Hall Master to counter him. Hall Master, I dare not. All right, stop arguing. Lu Yuan knows he can't win and chose to surrender, which does not violate the competition rules. Hall Master Lei was too lazy to listen to their bickering. The competition continued, and Hall Master Lei proceeded with the matches. After another round of battles, only 7 people remained. Just as Hall Master Lei was about to start the next round, someone suddenly shouted. Ning Fengji slowly walked in, followed by souls.Sword and Douluo. Greetings, Sect Master. Hall Master Lei quickly went to greet him. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground to pay their respects. No need for too much courtesy. The competition continues. Ning Fengji said as he approached the finals to take a look, as the sect needed to inject new blood, which concerned its future. Ning Fengji and the 2 elders sat on the podium, watching the disciples below. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the Ning sect master, whose face resembled a fine jade, with a straight nose and square mouth, exuding a scholarly and gentle demeanor. Dressed in a spotless white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, with a soft gaze that made him seem like an ordinary person. His smooth black hair fell casually down his back, giving an impression of ease without any pretense. In contrast, the souls.Duo Qinshin appeared as an elderly man, clad in an immaculate white robe, with white hair and beard. His long silver hair was neatly combed back, and his ancient appearance was complemented by a delicate, baby-like face. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes seemed to see nothing around him as he stood quietly, seemingly blending into his surroundings. The souls.Duo's clothing appeared to be entirely supported by a skeletal frame, with shriveled muscles and skin and deep-set eye sockets. The 2 elders sat on either side of the Ning sect master, forming a stark contrast. Lei Yu, let these 7 people take the stage together. The one who remains on the stage will be the champion, the souls.Duo said lightly from the podium, his gaze fixed on Ye Xiaofeng. Under the scrutiny of souls.Duo, Ye Xiaofeng felt uncomfortable all over, unsure of how he had offended him. But considering he had never met the souls.Duo, he felt he hadn't wronged him at all. Sect Master this. What should we do? Lei Tangzhu was at a loss, as the decision still rested with Ning Fengji. Just as Uncle Bone suggested, the rule is that there are no rules, Ning Fengji said with a slight smile. Did you all understand? If you want to concede, now is the time, Lei Yu said seriously, as the lack of rules could lead to serious consequences. The remaining 7 did not hesitate and all stepped onto the stage, while the previous number 13 shot a malicious look at Ye Xiaofeng. The match officially starts. Lei Tangzhu announced, Everyone, you must have seen Ye Xiaofeng's combat power, so I suggest we take him down first, and then the 6 of us will duel. What do you think? Number 13 directed his focus squarely at Ye Xiaofeng. Sounds like a good suggestion, a somewhat effeminate man said. I agree, another followed. Ye Xiaofeng. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing how to hold back. Today I, Chong Sheng, will let you understand a principle. The taller the tree, the harder it falls, the previous number 13 said angrily. What, trash? Do you think you can join forces against me? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a cold smile. Just know, later I will make you feel like even trash is better than you. Chong Sheng didn't mind Ye Xiaofeng's words, thinking of avenging past grievances by teaming up against him. Oh, by the way, I'm not just talking about you. In my eyes, the others are no different from trash. Ye Xiaofeng's words directly incited the anger of the crowd. Ye Xiaofeng, I previously felt a hint of guilt for wanting to team up against you, but now I see your arrogance. Today I, Han Lei, will teach you how to be a person, Han Lei said, furious due to Ye Xiaofeng's words. You guys are talking too much, Ye Xiaofeng said as he directly made his move, sweeping aside the competition. Sword Uncle, you told me about him. Although this little guy is a bit arrogant, he indeed has the capital to be so. Ning Fengji observed Ye Xiaofeng from below. Sect Master, this guy is indeed worth cultivating. Why not leave him to me? I will definitely train him well, the Bone Douluo quickly replied, emphasizing the word cultivate. Uncle Bone, his martial soul is the same as Sword Uncle's. Both are 7-kill sword. Ning Fengji said, puzzled as to why Uncle Bone was acting unusually today. Sect Master, I've heard that the idiot He heir was scammed out of 50 million, the Sword Douluo remarked in an opportune moment. No, don't listen to him rambling. The Bone Douluo's expression faltered. If the Sect Master knew he had been tricked by that brat, Ye Xiaofeng, out of 50 million, how could he face anyone? Ning Fengji ignored the two and continued watching the match. After a round of attacks, they were all somewhat injured, while Ye Xiaofeng remained unharmed, as if his soul power was inexhaustible. Changsheng once again joined forces with the other 5 to attack. Great Strength Diamond Palm, Ghostly Sword Qi, Blade of the Gale, Shield of the Xuanwu, Fire Dragon Devours Heaven, Spear of Revenge. The 6 launched their assault on Ye Xiaofeng simultaneously. Azure Lotus protects the body, sweeping away thousands. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly used his first soul skill to defend, and just as the protective barrier shattered, he instantly counterattacked with his second soul skill. Ye Xiaofeng directly bypassed others and attacked the exhausted Changsheng behind him. Ye Xiaofeng had endured him for a long time, and this time he thrust his sword into Changsheng's left chest and kicked him off the stage. This kid was decisive in killing, fitting for his age. The Bone Douluo on the stage couldn't help but sigh at Ye Xiaofeng's methods as he saw the barely alive Changsheng. Uncle Bone, this world should be like this. If you want to avoid being bullied, you must be stronger than others. Ning Fengji looked at Ye Xiaofeng without much surprise. However, this kid was a bit unusual. From the previous battle, his first and second soul rings were comparable to others' 4 soul rings. The Sword Douluo's words were indeed to the point. The match is over. Just ask to find out. The Bone Douluo was also curious about how a 100-year soul ring could compare with a 1,000-year one. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as it can serve the sect, why ask? I believe the sect will become even stronger in the future. Ning Fengji looked at Ye Xiaofeng. The achievements of the 7-treasure glazed tile school today were inseparable from himself, and even more so from Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle. Now, Sword Uncle was at level 96, and Bone Uncle at level 95. With his assistance, they could reach levels 98 and 97, respectively. In the future, when he grew old, and Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle also aged, they would need a strong person to assist Rongrong. So Ning Fengji thought of cultivating Ye Xiaofeng. There are only you 5 left. You just showed off enough. Now it's my turn, Ye Xiaofeng said coldly. 4th soul skill, instant no trace. 3rd soul skill, 1 sword to seal the throat. Ye Xiaofeng first used his 4th soul skill to control the situation, and then attacked with his 3rd soul skill. The 5th soul skill, Black Turtle Protection, the 4th soul skill, Nether Clone, and the 4th soul skill, Gale Phantom. The others tried to resist, but it was already over. 3 people attempted to block Ye Xiaofeng's attack, while the other 2 were knocked off the stage. I admit defeat. I just used my 10,000-year soul skill to fight, and my soul power is completely exhausted, leaving me without combat ability, so I withdrew from a match. Now only the 3 of us are left. If you have any secret moves, use them quickly, or you won't have a chance. Then, as you say, Lin Fei, let us join forces to deal with him. And how about splitting the reward between us? Han Lei said to Lin Fei. That suits me fine. Lin Fei directly used his 10,000-year soul skill, Inferno of Blackfire. Han Lei also unleashed his 5th soul skill, Blade of Gale. Watching how the kid would withstand the 2 people's 10,000-year soul skills, Bone Douluo said with a smile, as he wanted to see Ye Xiaofeng admit defeat. That would make him feel good inside, especially since Ye Xiaofeng had tricked him out of his money. Ye Xiaofeng quickly used his 4th and 1st soul skills to defend himself. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to withstand the 1,000-year soul skills of 2 opponents using their 10,000-year soul skills. In an instant, he was knocked back to the edge of the arena, half kneeling on the ground, blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ye Xiaofeng, admit defeat. You are indeed strong, but you cannot withstand the attacks of two people, Han Lei said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng with a hint of admiration. He managed to hold on against the attacks of 6 people until now. Thinking about himself, he knew it was impossible for him to do that, nor could Lin Fei. Haha, you finally forced out your 10,000-year soul skills, Ye Xiaofeng said as he leaned on the 7-killing sword and slowly stood up. Could this kid still have a hidden card? Didn't he already use all his soul skills? Lin Fei asked nervously. I don't know, Han Lei replied, knowing that Ye Xiaofeng was only a soul master and couldn't possibly have 10,000-year soul skills. Take this. Soul skill, human sword unity. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes changed instantly, and he merged completely with the 7-killing sword. At that moment, he was the 7-killing sword, with all his soul power infused into it. Quick defend. Han Lei and Lin Fei's soul power was running out. Now, they couldn't even use 1,000-year soul skills, let alone 10,000-year skills. That's right, but with this strike, those 2 kids will be either dead or injured. Sword was quite satisfied with Ye Xiaofeng's self-created soul skill, even though there were many shortcomings. It was remarkable for someone his age to comprehend a self-created soul skill. The 7 treasures turn out to be glazed, 1 for strength and 2 for soul. Suddenly, Han Lei and Lin Fei, filled with soul power, quickly used their 1,000-year soul skills to defend. Rongrong, why are you here? Ning Fengji was a bit surprised to see his girl running over, wondering what wind had blown her here. Daddy, such an exciting match, and you didn't call me. Nor did Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. You don't love Rongrong anymore, Ning Rongrong complained, looking at the 3 in front of her. Rongrong, come here. Come to Grandpa Gu's side. I have good news for you. Bondoa directly called Ning Rongrong over, smiling wickedly at sword. Even with Ning Rongrong's earlier assistance, Han Lei and Lin Fei were still heavily injured, though Han Lei was slightly better off than Lin Fei. The match officially ended, and the champion of this set competition was Ye Xiaofeng. Second place was Han Lei, and third place was Lin Fei, announced by Hall Master Lei as he looked at the final match results. Hall Master Lei was not too surprised by Ye Xiaofeng winning the championship, though some were gritting their teeth in anger. As for Han Lei taking second place, Lin Fei naturally had no objections, having no battle power left. And even though Han Lei was injured, he was still stronger than him. Thank you, young sect master. Han Lei and Lin Fei quickly thanked Ning Rongrong. No need for too much courtesy. Even if I don't intervene, Hall Master Lei will act. After all, you are all the hope of the sect. Ning Rongrong didn't take it too seriously. Now, let's invite the sect master to present the awards. Hall Master Lei looked towards Ning Fengji at the podium. Winners, please come up to receive your awards, Hall Master Lei said from the podium as Ye Xiaofeng and the other 2 slowly walked up. The third place winner, Lin Fei, will receive a 10 cubic meter soul guide storage ring and 100,000 gold soul coins as a reward from the sect. As Hall Master Lei's voice rang out, the participating contestants began to stir with envy. The second place winner, Han Lei, will receive a 50 cubic meter soul guide storage ring and 500,000 gold soul coins. The champion of this competition, Ye Xiaofeng, will receive a 100 cubic meter soul guide storage ring and 1,000 gold soul coins, along with an additional reward as the sect can afford. All the contestants present did not know that the final rewards were so generous. Some contestants regretted not being stronger, feeling a bit envious of such rewards. Ning Fengji awarded the prizes, smiling slightly at the eager eyes of the contestants below. To all the participants, don't be too discouraged. This sect master will make an exception today and give each of you 10,000 gold soul coins. I hope you will work harder to better serve the sect. Ning Fengji smiled at the crowd below. For him, this amount of money was nothing. He needed to win people's hearts. We vow to serve the sect loyally. The crowd below exclaimed, not expecting to receive such a generous additional reward. Ye Xiaofeng, if you have any requests, you can ask this sect master. Ning Fengji turned to Ye Xiaofeng, reporting to the sect master, may I have a word with you privately? Ye Xiaofeng said, steeling himself. Come with me. Ning Fengji turned and left, with Ye Xiaofeng following behind. Everyone else, please disperse and get back to your own business, Hall Master Lei quickly said, knowing that since Ye Xiaofeng wanted to talk privately, he wouldn't follow. Other contestants were happy, as 10,000 gold soul coins were enough for them to live comfortably for several years, and they could also use the money to buy better things at the auction house. Ye Xiaofeng and the sect master arrived at the conference room, with Sword and Bondoa following closely behind, and of course, Ning Rongrong also came along. Ye Xiaofeng, you can speak now, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Disciple, I hope Senior Qinshin will take me as his apprentice, Ye Xiaofeng said again, bracing himself. Kid, you really know how to ask for too much. Do you think a title Douluo is just anyone? You say you want to be taken as an apprentice. Douluo was the first to voice his discontent, feeling unhappy about being scammed for 50 million gold soul coins. This is not something I can decide. You should ask Sword Uncle for his opinion, Ning Fengji said. Even as the sect master, he couldn't order the two elders to do something they didn't want to do. What gives you the right to have Sword Grandpa take you as an apprentice? Ning Rongrong also expressed her discontent. In fact, on the way, Douluo had said a lot of bad things about Ye Xiaofeng to Ning Rongrong through voice transmission. The young master is the sword in my hand, Ye Xiaofeng said coldly. Having Sword Grandpa take you as an apprentice is fine, but you must guarantee that you will only be loyal to the 7-treasure glazed tile school for your entire life. Ning Fengji thought about saying that his daughter shouldn't speak recklessly, but she wasn't wrong. If he was truly willing to be loyal to the sect, even if Sword Uncle was unwilling, he would still have to put on a brave face to ask Sword Uncle, and he would agree. Impossible, Ye Xiaofeng decisively refused. Not want to be bound by such conditions for a lifetime. What did you say? Ning Rongrong looked at Ye Xiaofeng angrily. And even Ning Fengji and Douluo frowned slightly. A true man, born between heaven and earth. How can he remain lowly for long? Ye Xiaofeng said coldly again. So you mean to take advantage of us? Ning Rongrong seit Steinschuldi. Sect master, young master, if you agree to my request today, you will have me, Ye Xiaofeng, ensuring that the 7-treasure glazed tile school remains prosperous for 1,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng said confidently. And if you don't agree? Ning Rongrong understood Ye Xiaofeng's strength. But he was not something she could control. If you can't agree, I will leave the sect, Ye Xiaofeng said. He joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school to learn the sword path from Sword Douluo, and if his wish couldn't be fulfilled, he wouldn't stay. Kid, do you think the 7-treasure glazed tile school is a place you can come and go as you please? Douluo lightly twisted his hand in the air, and Ye Xiaofeng was lifted into the air, feeling as if someone was choking him, making it hard to breathe. I heard the sect master is a talented person, but I didn't expect that upon meeting him, he is just a short-sighted person, Ye Xiaofeng said angrily. I agree to take you as my apprentice. But remember what you just said. Sword Douluo's words interrupted the thoughts of others. Qinshin wanted to take him as an apprentice, but Ye Xiaofeng's earlier words had angered others. So he could only have Ye Xiaofeng guarantee that the 7-treasure glazed tile school would remain prosperous for 1,000 years. Then let's go with Sword Uncle's intention. Ning Fengji thought about seeing if Ye Xiaofeng could submit under Douluo's pressure. Since Sword Uncle agreed, he felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. For Ning Fengji, Ye Xiaofeng could either be recruited or won over, but he could never be an enemy. Ye Xiaofeng's future achievements would not be below Sword Douluo, and the best way to deal with him now was to win him over. Ye Xiaofeng saw Douluo release his grip, but he did not immediately kneel to accept him as a master. Instead, he continued to think about his own matters. Master, I have one more thing, Ye Xiaofeng said awkwardly. Kid, don't go too far. Even if he takes you as a disciple, you can't just act recklessly, Douluo said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng unhappily, not expecting Ye Xiaofeng to push his luck. What else is there? Ning Fengji looked at Ye Xiaofeng with confusion. The thing is, I won a bit of money betting at the Great Soul Arena before, but I am weak and hope the master can help, Ye Xiaofeng quickly said to Ning Fengji. This little matter, you can just ask Master Lei for help. Ning Fengji, not understanding Ye Xiaofeng's words, really thought it was just a small amount of money. He was busy with his own affairs, and solving this kind of thing through the Hall Master could also be considered as agreeing to Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng awkwardly looked at Ning Fengji, and Douluo's face turned red. Having lost 50 million, it seemed like pocket change in Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. Sword Douluo looked at Douluo with a gloating expression. Why aren't you going down yet? Ning Fengji glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, who remained unmoved despite having made a promise. Kid, you're trying to pull teeth from Tiger's mouth. This matter isn't so easy. The pocket change you mentioned is a hot potato. Douluo understood that Ye Xiaofeng wanted to collect money from the Great Soul Arena and needed a backing to get it. Sect leader, as long as you agree to help, I am willing to pay the sect 200 million once the matter is successful. Ye Xiaofeng saw an opportunity and quickly threw out the temptation. Are you planning to rob the Great Soul Arena? Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Although he wasn't short on money, 200 million was still a significant amount. Kid, you're quite the businessman. Be honest, how much did you actually win that time? Douluo was still unwilling to let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook. I didn't win much, only about 500 or 600 million. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head and smiled innocently at Douluo. Ning Fengji frowned slightly. At such a young age, Ye Xiaofeng had brought so much money to gamble and won so much. No wonder he wanted to hitch a ride on his big ship. Oh my god! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Although the seven-treasure glazed tile school was wealthy, it was impossible to take out 500 or 600 million all at once. Of course, if the two elders could support the kid as well, I would be willing to pay each of you 100 million as a token of gratitude. Ye Xiaofeng looked at sect leader Ning, who seemed to be pondering, and threw out another temptation. Kid, why not kneel and worship your master? We're all family now. No need to be so distant. Douluo, hearing that he could also receive 100 million, immediately changed his attitude. If Ye Xiaofeng gave 100 million as a reward, not only could he recover the previous loss of 50 million, but he would also have an extra 50 million, and he could save face. Disciple Ye Xiaofeng, pay respects to my master. Hearing Douluo's implication, Ye Xiaofeng quickly knelt on one knee in front of Douluo Continent. No need for excessive formalities. Don't be constrained by these worldly customs. Douluo Continent, at his level, saw everything quite openly. Congratulations, master, successful apprenticeship. Soul power level increased by 5 levels. The voice of the heavenly machine systems, Xiao Bing, came again. Ye Xiaofeng was very dissatisfied with this useless system, which only appeared when he completed tasks, had brief exchanges, and then fell silent, making it impossible for him to contact it. Since that's the case, this matter will be handled by Uncle Jian. Ning Fengji was also moved by Ye Xiaofeng's temptation. Even if the Great Soul Arena had the royal family as its backing, they still had to pay if they lost. For 100 million was not a small sum. Helping Ye Xiaofeng for a while, what harm could it do? At that moment, Master Lei walked in, smiling at everyone. Report to the sect leader, the banquet is ready. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, and everyone proceeded to the dining hall. Your Highness, I found out that everything is the doing of Ye Xiaofeng, Luo Xiaotian reported to Xue Qinghe with his head down. Have you found out Ye Xiaofeng's identity? Xue Qinghe looked coldly at Luo Xiaotian. Not yet. We've only found out that Ye Xiaofeng arrived in the imperial capital not long ago, then settled in Tianshang Ruanjian. Later, he won twice at the Great Soul Arena, and it wasn't just Manager Li who knew about it. Then the two of them partnered to trick us. Luo Xiaotian looked at the prince's eyes, wishing he could chop himself into meat paste to feed the dogs. Tonight, go to Tianshang Ruanjian and secretly deal with the two of them. Xue Qinghe coldly looked at Luo Xiaotian. Only by dealing with these two could they stop the losses at the Great Soul Arena. It's already late. Tianshang Ruanjian has closed for business. My subordinate has also found out that Ye Xiaofeng has joined the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and Manager Li is probably there as well. Luo Xiaotian continued to tremble as he reported. Luo Xiaotian, do you know why I haven't killed you and let you live? Xue Qinghe looked at Luo Xiaotian, gritting his teeth. Your Highness, spare my life. Luo Xiaotian quickly knelt on the ground. Killing you would dirty my hands. Ye Xiaofeng, I remember you. Xue Qinghe directed all his anger and hatred towards Ye Xiaofeng. Go prepare the money. Xue Qinghe knew that since Ye Xiaofeng had joined the seven-treasure glazed tile school, it was impossible to kill him now and would have to find another way. Your Highness, are you really going to give it? Luo Xiaotian asked in confusion. Are you a pig brain? Xue Qinghe turned around in an instant and slapped Luo Xiaotian's face. He didn't expect Luo Xiaotian to be so foolish. With Ye Xiaofeng joining the seven-treasure glazed tile school, how could he not give it? Luo Xiaotian's eyes filled with stars. His face felt hot and painful, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't care about that now. As long as he didn't die, Xue Qinghe's slap was nothing serious. I'll go handle it right away. Luo Xiaotian crawled and rolled out of the room. Today's banquet is not bad, Douluo said, while eating heartily, feeling that today's food was different from usual. Reporting to the elder, today is the sect's grand competition, and I invited Manager Li from Tianshang Ruanjian to come and specially prepared a few home-cooked dishes. Master Lei reported truthfully from the table below. Master, thank you for your hard work. Ning Fengji was also very satisfied with tonight's banquet. Sect leader, this is my duty. Master Lei was naturally happy to hear the sect leader's satisfaction. After the banquet, Ye Xiaofeng went to see Manager Li. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng come in, Manager Li hurriedly asked, Young master, how did it go? Everything is going smoothly for now. You can return to the inn for normal business tomorrow morning. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Manager Li. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Manager Li hurried back, and Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room to rest. The next day, Ye Xiaofeng went to find Sword Douluo Continent. When he reached the door, before he could knock, the door opened automatically, possibly because Sword Douluo Continent knew he was coming. Disciple, pay respect to my master. This time, Ye Xiaofeng did not kneel, but simply clasped his hands in front and slightly bent his body. No need for excessive formalities. Sword sat in his chair, lightly raising his hand in the air. Ye Xiaofeng floated in the air, a beam of light infused into his body, making Ye Xiaofeng feel warm and somewhat comfortable. Talent and bone structure are excellent, not bad. Sword withdrew his hand, and Ye Xiaofeng slowly landed. Sword said with satisfaction, then continued to sip his tea leisurely. Thank you for the compliment, master. Ye Xiaofeng felt very happy upon hearing Sword Douluo's praise. Now you can tell me, how did your martial soul come about? Sword Douluo waved his hand, creating a layer of white light shield around the entire room. Sword Douluo knew that Ye Xiaofeng was neither his descendant nor a survivor of the sword sect. Disciple is not clear. Ye Xiaofeng didn't know where to start. I have been paying attention to you since you arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Later, I went to Tinshui Academy and met those 3 little girls. They all told me about you. Sword Douluo looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a slight smile. So master already knew. Please keep a secret. Ye Xiaofeng felt as if Sword Douluo's eyes could see through him. Are you referring to innate, full soul power of level 30? Sword Douluo asked in return. I'm not just talking about innate soul power, but also about my twin martial souls and soul rings, Ye Xiaofeng said earnestly. You should release your twin martial souls. Sword Douluo was already greatly surprised inside, but still didn't show it. Ye Xiaofeng released his 2 martial spirits. The sword fighting Douluo was not particularly surprised by the 7 killing sword, but was astonished to see the Emerald Swan martial spirit. Unfortunately, the sword-fighting Douluo Chan Xin saw Ye Xiaofeng's dual martial spirits and realized that he was a rare genius in the world today. Looking again at Ye Xiaofeng, both of his martial spirits had attached martial souls. Master, look, Ye Xiaofeng is not simulating the soul rings and is directly showing 8,000-year purple soul rings. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng's dual martial spirits, even the sword-fighting Douluo Chan Xin could not suppress his excitement. The sight of 8,000-year soul rings completely overturned the sword-fighting Douluo's worldview. How is this possible? The sword-fighting Douluo stood up from his chair and came in front of Ye Xiaofeng, grabbing his shoulders and questioning him. I don't know either. Every time my soul power reaches a bottleneck, the soul rings will naturally appear, and the age of the soul rings will also upgrade. Ye Xiaofeng answered honestly. But I just check your body. You are human. The sword-fighting Douluo saw too many doubts in Ye Xiaofeng and could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Master, how could you be confused? I am human, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Who else knows about this matter? Ye Xiaofeng's secret was too great. If others found out, they would do everything possible to capture him and explore his secrets, apart from Binger and the others. No one knew, as Ye Xiaofeng had not told anyone. Fenger, your secret is too big. Handle those 3, the sword-fighting Douluo said calmly. No, master. They won't tell anyone. Please spare them. Ye Xiaofeng knew that his secret was too significant. If it were exposed, the entire soul world would be in an uproar, especially the spirit hall. They indeed haven't told anyone, including me. The sword-fighting Douluo smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Master, are you setting me up? Ye Xiaofeng's heart raced. He did not expect the sword-fighting Douluo Chan Xin to be so cunning. This guy was full of schemes. I tested her. That girl is too vigilant. However, kid, you have quite the luck with the ladies, the sword-fighting Douluo said with a lewd smile. Master, I beg you to spare them. They saved my life, and I cannot repay kindness with enmity. Ye Xiaofeng was reluctant to believe that the sword-fighting Douluo would kill them, but it was not impossible to protect his secret. Is it just a life-saving grace? The sword-fighting Douluo asked rhetorically. Master, isn't that normal? Ye Xiaofeng could only smile helplessly. Do not mention this matter to anyone in the future, not even to those around you. Continue to cultivate as you are now, and handle your personal affairs yourself. The sword-fighting Douluo specifically reminded Ye Xiaofeng. Disciple understands. Thank you, master. Although Ye Xiaofeng knew the sword-fighting Douluo had tricked him once and learned his secret, he still believed that the sword-fighting Douluo would keep it confidential. Also, you should restrain your brilliance if you don't have sufficient strength. Not every time can you escape death. The sword-fighting Douluo saw Ye Xiaofeng's display of brilliance yesterday, facing the sect master and others. If it weren't for him, perhaps there would have been an assassination later. Disciple joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to learn the strongest swordsmanship and to fulfill master. Ye Xiaofeng knelt on one knee. No need to kneel in the future. Since I have accepted you as a disciple, I will naturally teach you the sword path. But do not forget what I said before. The sword-fighting Douluo looked at Ye Xiaofeng calmly. Master, within my capabilities, I can ensure the prosperity of the sect for 1,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng was confident that he would eventually reach the highest realm of cultivation. Master, how did you join the sect? Ye Xiaofeng wondered, knowing that with the sword fighting Douluo's strength, founding a sect would be no problem. My father, Chen Jianjun, who is the supreme Douluo, founded the sword sect. The sect was not weaker than the current top 3 sections. When my father was at level 98, he encountered the strongest opponent of his life, a peerless powerhouse at level 99. To show respect for my father, that peerless powerhouse also used his full strength. My father fought him for 3 days and nights, but was ultimately heavily injured and defeated. 3 days later, he passed away due to his injuries. The sword-fighting Douluo said calmly, with no sadness visible on his face. What happened afterward? Ye Xiaofeng was curious about what happened next. After my father passed away, the sword sect's strength plummeted, and many enemies came looking for us. I fought them, but there were too many on the other side, and, at that time, I had just broken through to the soul.Douluo realm and couldn't resist. In the end, I fled with only a few survivors, and we were saved by Fengji. The sword-fighting Douluo could have fought alongside the sect to the death, but the sect's elder chose to self-destruct to create an opportunity for him to escape in order to protect Chenexen. This incident became a scar in his heart and a laughingstock in the mouth of the Bone Douluo, who called him cowardly man. Master, if one day I establish my own power, will you support me? Ye Xiaofeng asked politely. I know what you mean, but I cannot leave the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Fengji has helped me. However, if one day you are in trouble, I will still step in for you. The sword-fighting Douluo had his own difficulties, so he did not want to leave the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Perhaps after the sword sect's downfall, the 7-treasure glazed tile school became his home. Thank you, Master. Ye Xiaofeng did not say much, as he knew the sword-fighting Douluo had his own difficulties. He was naturally happy to see the sword-fighting Douluo's loyalty. If he left easily, would Ye Xiaofeng feel at ease? By the way, Master, what level are you currently at in your cultivation? Ye Xiaofeng knew that the sword-fighting Chenexen had reached the title Douluo level, but he did not know what level he was currently cultivating. I am already at level 96. After reaching the title Douluo level, it is no longer something you can compensate for with hard work and talent. It is more about comprehension. I have been stuck at level 96 for 10 years now, and without better comprehension, it is difficult to break through to the next level. The sword-fighting Douluo spoke plainly. Master, if one day a peerless powerhouse at level 99 helps you, what then? Ye Xiaofeng looked at the sword-fighting Douluo Chenexen, but in his heart, he was thinking about what level his mother could help the master reach one day. Perhaps it could raise 1 or 2 levels, but it is impossible to reach level 99. You didn't understand what I said. You need to rely on your own comprehension to break through. The sword-fighting Douluo was also thinking about having a peerless Douluo help him, which could possibly raise him 1 or 2 levels to reach his father's realm. I see. Ye Xiaofeng said thoughtfully. Do you think a peerless Douluo is easy to find? There are only 2 peerless Douluos on the entire continent. One is Qian Daolu from the Spear Hall, who is also the opponent that killed my father, and the other is Tang Chun from the Haoqian sect. But he has been missing in the soul world for 30 years, and no one knows where he went. Hee, I was just speaking casually. Ye Xiaofeng smiled to brush it off. Master, should we take a walk? Ye Xiaofeng smiled as he looked at the sword-fighting Douluo. It is time to get some fresh air. The sword-fighting Douluo Chenexen had been staying in the room and had not gone out yet. Master, let me lead the way for you, Ye Xiaofeng quickly offered. They then arrived at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena. Why did you bring me here? Sir Douluo frowned slightly. This kid is trying to trick me early in the morning. Master, don't forget. The 100 million I respectfully presented to you is still stored here. I sent this for convenience. Ye Xiaofeng similed innocently. Sir Douluo didn't say much, and then the two entered the Great Soul Arena. Manager Luo, good morning. How have you been lately? Upon entering, Ye Xiaofeng saw Luo Xiaotian. Just as Luo Xiaotian was about to deliver goods, he noticed Sword Douluo Chunshan behind Ye Xiaofeng. Didn't he know Senior Chunshan was here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Luo Xiaotian quickly suppressed his anger and greeted Sword Douluo Chunshan. No need to be polite. I'm just accompanying my disciple for a stroll. You all carry on with your work. Sword Douluo made it clear that Ye Xiaofeng was his disciple. Senior Chunshan, please wait a moment. Luo Xiaotian quickly went inside, and Ye Xiaofeng guessed that there must be important figures inside. Soon, Luo Xiaotian came out following Shui Qinghe. Senior Chunshan, didn't he know you were visiting? The servants are unrefined. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Shui Qinghe said politely. Your Highness, no need to be courteous. I'm just wandering around to relax. You all don't need to mind me. Sword Douluo also smiled at Shui Qinghe. Senior Chunshun, please come inside. Shueqinghe said with a smile, while looking at Sword Douluo Chunshun. Ye Xiaofeng followed behind and entered. For Ye Xiaofeng, the existence of Sword Douluo meant that today's account was settled. Not knowing what Senior Chunshun was doing at the Great Soul Arena, Shueqinghe looked at Sword Douluo and asked, even though he knew, he still chose to pretend to ask. It's like this. My disciple went to bed at the Soul Arena a few days ago. Today, I have nothing to do, so I'm accompanying him to take a look, Sword Douluo said, looking at Qianrenxue with a slight smile. Senior Chunshun, I wonder when you accepted such a talented disciple. I have never heard of it. Shueqinghe clearly knew that Ye Xiaofeng had become Sword Douluo's disciple, but she chose to ignore him. Damn, this girl can't see such a big person. Could it be that she's blind? Ye Xiaofeng muttered to himself. Fenger, don't hurry to greet His Highness the Crown Prince. Sword Douluo showed an unhappy expression. Ye Xiaofeng, greet His Highness the Crown Prince. Ye Xiaofeng clasped his fists and slightly bowed. I have long heard of young Master Ye's great name. Today, seeing you in person, it truly lives up to the reputation. Shueqinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, but a flash of killing intent passed through her eyes, which was still captured by Ye Xiaofeng. Kid from a mud-legged background, how dare you let His Highness the Crown Prince remember you? Ye Xiaofeng responded innocently. Your Highness, a few days ago, I won a bit of money at the Soul Arena, but I have something urgent and didn't have time to collect it. Today, my master happened to be free, so he accompanied me to collect it. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shueqinghe with a look of glee. Fenger, you mustn't be rude to His Highness the Crown Prince. Sword Douluo began, one playing the red face and the other the white face. It's all right, the money is ready. Give it to him. Shueqinghe looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a desire to tear him apart, wishing to dismember him and throw the pieces into the river to feed the fish. Luo Xiaotian quickly handed a black golden card to Ye Xiaofeng, suppressing his inner anger in front of everyone. Your Highness, is this all? Ye Xiaofeng couldn't believe this was all the money. Of course not. There are 500 million in the card, and the rest will be repaid with this Great Soul Arena. Shueqinghe said, taking a deep breath. Your Highness, may I ask if this Great Soul Arena is worth 270 million? Ye Xiaofeng was still more interested in the money, as the Great Soul Arena was worth at most 100 million. Fenger, let's do it according to His Highness's wishes. Sword Douluo Chunshun told Ye Xiaofeng to shut up, still leaving some face for Shueqinghe. After all, she was still a prince at the moment. Hee, just joking. Then let it be according to His Highness's wishes. Ye Xiaofeng also smiled at Shueqinghe. Young Master Yi, we have plenty of time, Shueqinghe said coldly, then wanted to take Luo Xiaotian away from his place. Your Highness, why wait for the future? Isn't today better? Ye Xiaofeng emphasized the word day, as he had read the history of Douluo before his transmigration. Even if he changed some things in Douluo Continent, it wouldn't change too much. What did you say? Shueqinghe frowned, suspicious of Ye Xiaofeng's words. What I mean is, Manager Luo promised to give me a reward of 10 million, but it hasn't been given yet. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head and smiled at Shueqinghe and Luo Xiaotian. With no money. As for the 10 million, he considered it as collateral. Shueqinghe didn't want to spend another penny on Ye Xiaofeng, thinking Luo Xiaotian was useless. So she treated him as the 10 million. Okay, Ye Xiaofeng had nothing to say to Shueqinghe, directly taking Luo Xiaotian, this waste, as collateral for 10 million. Young Master Yi, come. I hope next time you can have such good luck again. Farewell. Shueqinghe wanted to say, we have plenty of time, but Ye Xiaofeng's words were disgusting, so she immediately changed her mind. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng had completely entered Shueqinghe's blacklist. Once Shueqinghe left, only Sword Douluo, Ye Xiaofeng, and Luo Xiaotian remained in the room. Manager Luo, I don't see how you are worth 10 million. Ye Xiaofeng coldly looked at Luo Xiaotian. Young Master Yi, please spare me. I am willing to serve you. Luo Xiaotian saw Ye Xiaofeng's anger and felt the need to build a relationship with him, as he had been abandoned by the Crown Prince. Of course, now that Ye Xiaofeng had Sword Douluo Chunshun as his backing, no one dared to touch him openly. Now, for self-preservation, Luo Xiaotian had no choice but to choose Ye Xiaofeng. Spare you? I don't see how you're worth 10 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng coldly stared at Luo Xiaotian, needing to make him completely submit, otherwise he could bite back in the future. Young Master Yi, I know my life is worthless, but the Great Soul Arena happens to need a management personnel, and I could just be of use. Luo Xiaotian quickly smiled and became clever. What? Do you want me to lose a few billion? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Luo Xiaotian. I think throughout the soul world, you won't find anyone as clever as young Master Yi. Luo Xiaotian hurriedly flattered. Stop flattering. The betting rules of the Great Soul Arena have some loopholes. It seems it needs to be changed. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want anyone to cheat him out of his money. Starting today, the arena betting project will be changed to a welfare betting center. First, establish a welfare foundation, and from now on, 20 of the winnings from welfare betting will be used every month to help soul masters with education, medical assistance, poverty alleviation, and disaster relief. Young master, isn't 22 high? We can't afford it, Luo Xiaodian quickly said to Ye Xiaofeng. What does it have to do with us? I made it very clear that it's the winner's earnings. For example, if you previously bet 100 gold soul coins and win, you can get back 100 as principal 100 as a reward, a total of 200 gold soul coins. Now you can only get back 100 as principal 80 as a reward, a total of 180 gold soul coins. Do you understand? Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at Luo Xiaotian. Wonderful, why didn't I think of that? Luo Xiaotian patted his head. Sir Douluo saw this and sighed, realizing that Ye Xiaofeng not only had a good heart, but also considerable business acumen. In fact, Ye Xiaofeng knew in his heart that he was merely transplanting the lottery rules from his previous life. The essence of gambling here was quite similar to that of a lottery, just that one goes into the national pocket and the other into his own, but the 20 earnings remain the same. The second rule, which was previously non-existent, is that every ticket purchased for welfare betting at 100 gold soul coins will still have its 20 earnings included in the welfare foundation. Young master, isn't that a bit expensive? It was free before, Luo Xiaodian whispered. What? You don't want a salary? Other staff don't want a salary? Ye Xiaofeng needed money to expand his strength. Not expensive. Not at all, Luo Xiaodian quickly smiled, thinking he was about to be punished. But now he could have a salary, so he hurriedly flattered. The third rule states that every participant in the arena competition, whether it's a single challenge, combination, or team, the registration fee will be raised to 10,000 each time, with the winners able to win 5 of the earnings from this competition. The fourth rule is for the fairness of the competition to prevent match fixing. The opponents for the matches will be randomly arranged by the Great Soul Arena, ensuring that no soul master is more than one level higher than their opponent. The fifth rule is regarding challenges. If the stakes are too disproportionate, the betting welfare for this competition can be cancelled, and the principal will be returned, but the ticket fee will not be refunded. All right, that's it. You prepare the announcement today and publish it in 3 days, Ye Xiaofeng said, smiling harmlessly at Sword and Luo Xiaodian. Oh, by the way, Manager Luo, how much was your salary per month before? Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Luo Xiaotian. Ye Xiao, it was about 10,000 per month before, right? Luo Xiaotian said with a stiff expression. The whereabouts sounded a bit vague. The previous 10 million doesn't need to be repaid, starting this month. Your salary will increase to 100,000 per month, while other waiters will uniformly receive 10,000 per month, plus a full attendance bonus and performance bonus. Ye Xiaofeng aimed to fully motivate his employees, and using money was the simplest and most straightforward way. Thank you, Ye Xiao. I won't let you down. Luo Xiaodian quickly expressed his gratitude, almost moved to tears. However, you must understand that everything I give you can also be taken back, if you dare betray me. Ye Xiaofeng turned his back to Douluo, and his gaze towards Luo Xiaotian suddenly changed. Ye Xiao, don't worry, from now on, my life belongs to you. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, which seemed to signal the arrival of death, Luo Xiaodian hurriedly declared his stance before Ye Xiaofeng could finish speaking. Manager Luo, you're already my person. No need to be so nervous. I was just joking, Ye Xiaofeng said, using a slap and a candy as a metaphor for his methods. Thank you, Ye Xiao, Luo Xiaodian said, sweating profusely. Go. Divide the money inside into 2 portions, 1 billion, and repay 200 million. Ye Xiaofeng pulled out a black gold card and handed it to Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian didn't hesitate to take the card and immediately went to handle it. Transferring between cards was much more convenient than the troublesome gold soul coins. Fonger, if you continue to develop like this, in a few years, you can control the wealth of the entire empire, Douluo marveled at Ye Xiaofeng's business acumen. Soon, Luo Xiaotian returned with several cards divided up, and he looked at them with envy, but didn't dare express it. Lunchtime arrived. Master, I heard that the food at Tianshang Renjian is quite good. Ye Xiaofeng turned around and smiled at Douluo. Yes, yesterday's home-cooked meal was quite good. Douluo slightly closed his eyes and reminisced. Manager Luo, follow my plan and get to work. Master, please. Ye Xiaofeng's entire focus was on Douluo. As long as he pleased him, his own strength would only grow stronger. Master, your next task is to learn the sword path from Douluo and successfully complete a kill to finish the task. Ye Xiaofeng heard the Tianji system's Xiao Bing open another task. By the way, can't you communicate more instead of appearing and disappearing without a trace? Ye Xiaofeng complained while looking at the virtual image of Xiao Bing. You dare to be angry with me, master? You dare to be angry with me? Xiao Bing immediately acted like a little girl. How could that be? I was just saying, don't be mad. Ye Xiaofeng quickly softened his tone. Next time you dare to be angry with me, I'll strike you down with lightning. Xiao Bing said, and then disappeared in anger. Damn, I knew this damn system would try to screw me over. Luckily I'm clever, and why is this robot pretending to be a girl? Seriously. Ye Xiaofeng began to grumble internally. Fenger, what are you daydreaming about? Are you thinking about those 3 girls? Douluo teased Ye Xiaofeng on purpose. Oh, master, how could that be? I'm thinking about how to learn the sword path better. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly began to weave a lie, covering it with another lie. Well, as long as you have that intention, let's go. Douluo reluctantly believed Ye Xiaofeng's fabricated nonsense. Soon, the two arrived at Tianshang Ruinjian, where Manager Li saw Ye Xiaofeng and Douluo approaching from a distance. I didn't know that Senior Qinshin and young Master Yi were visiting. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Manager Li quickly started flattering them. Manager Li, the home-cooked meal yesterday was quite satisfying for Master. Ye Xiaofeng smiled and winked at Manager Li. You're too kind. Please, both of you upstairs. Manager Li quickly led Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng to a private room. Manager Li, Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Manager Li. Ye Xiao, rest assured, I will definitely make sure Senior Qinshin is satisfied. Manager Li understood that Ye Xiaofeng's wink meant the money had been received. Fenger, your relationship with Manager Li is quite special. Douluo deduced from the conversation between Ye Xiaofeng and Manager Li that their relationship was indeed unusual. Hee, master, nothing escapes your keen eyes. I moved here when I first arrived in the capital and gradually became familiar with Manager Li. I won 2 rounds before, so he was eager and lent me 1 billion, Ye Xiaofeng said harmlessly while smiling at Douluo, quickly pouring wine. To be able to borrow 1 billion so casually, why don't you let Manager Li lend me 1 billion as well? Douluo wanted to tease Ye Xiaofeng, who dared to trick him. By the way, this is for you, master. Ye Xiaofeng quickly took out the 1 billion black gold card that Luo Xiaodian had given him from his soul guide ring. You can keep this and use it. Consider it a gift from your teacher. Douluo didn't lack money and just happened to know Ye Xiaofeng needed it urgently. Master, with your super Douluo status being so distinguished, wouldn't 1 billion as a gift be a bit too little? Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly smiled as he said this. If you think it's too little, then bring it back. Next time I'll give you more. Douluo enjoyed Ye Xiaofeng's flattery and felt happy inside. But upon hearing the latter part, his expression darkened. He didn't expect his disciple to be so greedy. Not too little at all. Ye Xiaofeng quickly placed the black gold card into his soul guide ring, thinking that if Master took it back, who knows when he would get another gift. And it might not come at all. Manager Li, the meal yesterday was not enough. Just then Bondo also arrived downstairs. I didn't know Senior Guron was here. I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please come inside. Manager Li quickly greeted Douluo. Senior, are you dining alone or with Senior Qinshin? Manager Li weakly asked Douluo as they ascended to the 2nd floor. Serving such big shots will mean everything will go smoothly, but failing to serve them well can lead to constant trouble. Why is this coward here too? Douluo loudly spoke to Manager Li, actually aimed at Douluo inside. What? Just because you black air has come, I can't come? Douluo elegantly sipped his wine, ignoring the others. Ye Xiaofeng saw Douluo slowly walk in, with Manager Li following behind, looking embarrassed. As soon as my master and I arrived here, we saw Elder Bone had come, truly an early arrival, but rather a timely one. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject to Douluo. Otherwise these two would start bickering again. Manager Li, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and serve the wine. All the signature dishes should be brought out. Ye Xiaofeng said to Manager Li again. All right, coming right up. Manager Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped back to close the door. Elder Bone, please take a seat and have a drink. Ye Xiaofeng directly took the initiative and acted as a server, quickly pouring wine for Douluo. Why are you not staying at the sect? Why come here? Sword Douluo was clearly unhappy that Douluo had come to disturb him. This isn't your family's establishment. If you can come, why can't I? Douluo was equally unyielding. You came here just to mooch off a meal. Don't think I don't know. Sword Douluo was deliberately trying to embarrass Douluo. You really are flattering yourself. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You both clearly saw me walking this way and came in early. Douluo's words were not without merit. You should stay at the sect, black fool. I know your ugly appearance isn't your fault, but coming out in broad daylight to scare people, is your fault. Sword.Luo deliberately provoked Douluo. Coward! Don't attack my appearance. You're half buried in the ground and still have a pretty boy's face. You're not much better off. Douluo was most annoyed by Sword.Luo, commenting on his looks. A handsome man like me is rare to see in a century, Sword.Luo said, flicking his white hair with his fingers and smiling with satisfaction. The food is here, Manager Li shouted from outside, and as he spoke, he brought in the delicious food. Normally, serving food is done by the restaurant staff, but with these few big shots in the room, Manager Li had no choice but to do it himself. Master Elder, let's eat first. We can talk about other things after we finish. Ye Xiaofeng started to mediate. Douluo and Sword.Luo glanced at each other, then disdainfully turned their heads away, not wanting to see each other. Two seniors, Ye Xiao is right. These dishes will lose their original flavor if they cool down. Manager Li quickly echoed Ye Xiaofeng's words. Just so you know, I'm only here to eat, so I won't hold it against you. Douluo began to soften upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng and Manager Li's words. I can't be bothered to argue with you, lest it affects my appetite. Sword.Luo also found it difficult to continue teasing Douluo. Manager Li, your skills are quite good. Douluo started eating, and didn't he forget to praise Manager Li. Senior, I'm glad you like it. Manager Li felt happy to be praised by Douluo. Hey, I haven't even touched my chopsticks yet, Sword.Luo said dissatisfiedly as he looked at Douluo gobbling down the food. Who cares if you eat or not? Douluo replied rudely. As long as he was comfortable eating. Sword.Luo ignored Douluo, and Ye Xiaofeng accompanied the two of them for the meal. Once Douluo was full and satisfied, his mouth began to chatter again. Today's meal was really enjoyable. If you didn't affect my mood, I would be even happier, he said to Sword.Luo, who was drinking. Can't the food silence your mouth? Sword.Luo's originally good mood was ruined by Douluo, this black fool. Then don't come here to eat. Douluo wouldn't show weakness to Sword.Luo. Having eaten and drunk enough, it was time to digest. Elder Bone, this is the reward I promised you. Ye Xiaofeng took out a black gold card worth 100 million and handed it to Douluo. Douluo would not be like Sword.Luo and refused that 100 million. He readily accepted the black gold card from Ye Xiaofeng and placed it into the soul guide storage ring on his finger. I didn't expect you two to finish so quickly. Had I known, I would have gone with you. Douluo knew that Sword.Luo and Ye Xiaofeng had gone to the great fighting soul arena to collect money, but he acted innocent, as if he was unaware. Are you even ashamed to accept my disciples' money? Sword.Luo glanced disdainfully at Douluo. What do you mean my disciples' money? This is my money, okay? Ye Xiaofeng, you say, isn't this a tribute to me? Douluo, unable to argue with Sword.Luo, pointed his argument toward Ye Xiaofeng. It's my tribute to Elder Bone. It's only right for Elder Bone to accept it. Ye Xiaofeng could only chuckle, as he couldn't offend Douluo. You're clever. Douluo accepted the 100 million, and the 500 million he had lost before didn't bother him anymore. After all, that money had come back. My disciple, and I are going back to the sect. You don't need to follow, Sword.Luo said lightly to Douluo after he had eaten. You go your way, I go mine. Besides, the sect isn't yours alone to decide. Douluo was irritated by Sword.Luo's words. Fine. You go back to the sect first. I'll take Fenger to the auction house for a stroll, Sword.Luo said with a cunning smile. Who wants to go with you? Seriously, Douluo said angrily and stormed off. Fenger, let us go to the auction house. Sword.Luo didn't really want to return to the sect so quickly. Master, why do you and Elder Bone bicker as soon as you meet? Ye Xiaofeng looked at the two, both esteemed titled Douluos, wondering why they acted like children when they met each other. When we were both at level 95, we had a bet on who could break through to level 96 first. In the end, he lost, Sword.Luo said lightly. Since then, most of the sect's affairs have been handled by Douluo, leaving me more leisure time, and that is how it became what you see now. Ye Xiaofeng realized that their bickering had become a habit over time. If they went days without it, they'd feel uneasy. Let us go. You'll understand what kind of person he is soon, Sword.Luo smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, and then turned to leave the heaven and earth. Douluo did not follow them this time, and went directly back to the sect. Suddenly, he thought of something and smiled lewdly. Grandpa Bone, where have you been? Why haven't we seen you all afternoon? Ning Rongrong asked Douluo. Yesterday, I had Manager Li's delicious food and felt it wasn't enough. So I went to heaven and earth to eat a bit, Douluo said with a smile, completely transformed from the person Ye Xiaofeng met. Looking at Ning Rongrong as if she were his own granddaughter. Grandpa Bone doesn't love me anymore. You secretly went out to eat without taking me. Ning Rongrong immediately became unhappy. While I was eating at heaven and earth, guess who I saw? Douluo said with a surprised expression for Ning Rongrong to see. Who did you see? The words of Douluo immediately attracted Ning Rongrong. I saw your grandpa Jian bringing his precious disciple. The two of them secretly having a meal in the sky and the world, and after finishing, he smiled sinisterly. All right, you grandpa Jian with a new disciple. You've forgotten about your granddaughter. Ning Rongrong was already angry because Bon Douluo had left her to eat, and now, with Bon Douluo saying this, it was like adding fuel to the fire. I thought so too, but I secretly overheard that the two of them seemed to be going to some auction house. Bon Douluo was delighted inside, wanting to see how that cowardly guy would handle it. It makes me so mad. Ning Rongrong stomped her feet in anger. Rongrong, maybe your Bon grandpa misheard. Your grandpa Jian accompanying his newly accepted disciple for a meal is to be expected. Bon Douluo couldn't make it too obvious. Otherwise, it would raise Ning Rongrong's suspicion. The best strategy was to retreat to advance. What do you mean by expected? Am I not even as good as his newly accepted disciple? Ning Rongrong started to tear up, looking at Bon Douluo with grievance. How about this? Grandpa Bon will accompany you to the auction house to take a look. Whatever you want to buy, Grandpa Bon will buy it for you. Bon Douluo wanted to use this precious granddaughter to deal with Jian Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng later. I want to see what Grandpa Jian will buy for him. Ning Rongrong sait angridi. Then let's hurry, otherwise those two will have already bought everything, Bon Douluo said to Ning Rongrong. From childhood to adulthood, Bon Douluo and Jian Douluo have always indulged Ning Rongrong. Even her father Ning Fengji didn't dare to intervene. Over time, this has developed a bit of a domineering temper, but it wasn't too excessive. This time, Ning Rongrong was originally angry at Bon Douluo, but after Bon Douluo added fuel to the fire, her anger completely shifted to Jian Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng. Jian Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng arrived at the auction house in the imperial capital, which was also crowded with people. Everyone was fighting for a coveted item, even bidding higher than the item's worth. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer for this auction, Lingling. Now we will auction the first item, a 50 cubic meter soul guide storage ring. Starting bid of 500,000 gold soul coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 50,000 gold soul coins. A woman in a cheap how displayed the soul guide storage ring to the crowd. I bid 550,000. A middle-aged man immediately called out. Number 22 has bid 550,000. Is there anyone else? Lingling smiled at the crowd. 600,000 gold soul coins. 650,000 gold soul coins. 800,000 gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng saw that this soul guide ring was quite good and could be given a binger. After all, they didn't have a storage ring yet, which made storing items particularly inconvenient. Holding up the 22 car with a slight smile, Ye Xiaofeng said 1 million gold soul coins. The bidder for number 22 had already offered 1 million. Was there anyone willing to bid higher? This was a rare opportunity. As the auctioneer, Lingling's responsibility was to sell each item for a higher price, which meant her commission would also be higher. I'll bid 1.5 million. Ye Xiaofeng said upon seeing Chang Sheng's bid, who clearly still had lingering feelings about the previous sect competition. It seemed that contestant number 88 also liked this item very much. Lingling noticed Chang Sheng's bid. 2 million gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling irritated by this disgusting guy and directly adding another 500,000. 3 million. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong snatched the bidding card from Chang Sheng's hand. The auction house had rules. Without the auction card from the venue, no bidding was allowed. Seeing the young master and elder Gu, Chang Sheng quickly stood up to give his seat to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong came to the auction house this time specifically to prevent Ye Xiaofeng and Jian Douluo from having a pleasant auction. Jian Douluo glanced at Ning Rongrong's arrival, then at elder Gu beside Rongrong, who was also looking at Jian Douluo and smiling smugly. Jian Douluo realized that Rongrong was called over by this black fool. Looking at Rongrong's bid just now, it seemed she was going against the two of them. As a young master, she lacked nothing. So why did she need a storage ring? 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million 3 times sold. Lingling's hammer struck decisively. The next item up for auction was the Sand Shadow, which had been entrusted to the auction house by a young man a week ago. After testing, its attack power could penetrate a 1 centimeter thick steel plate within 10 meters, assessed by the appraiser to be worth 500,000. It was also noted that this item was quite good for auxiliary soul masters for self-defense. Lingling began to introduce it in detail with a starting bid. 1 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong saw this item, which perfectly compensated for her attack power shortcomings. It was also good for self-defense. Others looked at Ning Rongrong, who started with 1 million, wondering why she couldn't take her time. They were so angry they gritted their teeth, but with Elder Gu beside them, They could only quickly keep quiet. 5 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng, seeing that Ning Rongrong had just caused him not to win the bid, also directly made a bid. Oh my god, contestant number 22 directly bid 5 million gold soul coins. Is there a higher bid? Ye Xiaofeng's bid stunned the crowd, including Lingling. I'll bid 6 million. I'll bid 7 million. I'll bid 8 million. I'll bid 9 million. I'll bid 10 million. Ning Rongrong was unwilling to lose to Ye Xiaofeng. For her, money was not an issue as long as it was something she liked. Since the young master likes it, then I will graciously yield. Ye Xiaofeng decided not to raise his bid anymore. He had already exceeded the original price of the Sand Shadow. For Ye Xiaofeng, it was of no use. The bidding was merely to take a jab at Ning Rongrong. You. Very well. I remember you. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in anger. It wasn't that she was heartbroken over the money, but rather that she couldn't stand Ye Xiaofeng being more pleased than herself. Thus, the auction continued until the afternoon. But neither of them raised their bids again. During this time, they had coexisted peacefully for a while. The next item was the highlight of this auction. The Soul Master Armor. This armor was crafted by the Master Craftsman Gao, and its defense could withstand a full force attack from a Soul Sage in their true martial soul form. The starting bid was 20 million, with each increment being 5 million. The bidding officially began. 50 million gold soul coins. Let's see who wants to compete with this prince. Prince Xuesheng directly raised his card, revealing his trump card. Oh my god, contestant number 1 directly bid 50 million gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Lingling shouted. Prince Xuesheng was not someone that ordinary people could offend. Even with money, many dared not bid, which was the last thing the auction house wanted to see. I'll bid 60 million. Ye Xiaofeng raised his card directly, showing he had no reason to fear any prince. You dare to compete with this prince. Prince Xuesheng was about to scold Ye Xiaofeng, but upon seeing Jianduo Chunshi beside Ye Xiaofeng, he quickly shut his mouth. Even though he was the younger brother of the Snow Knight Emperor, he didn't dare to offend a super-titled Douluo, especially one as strong as Jianduo. 65 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong thought she also needed this armor, and Wu Ti let it slip away, especially since it was Ye Xiaofeng. Young master, this armor is male armor. It's best if the young master lets me have it. I owe you a favor. How about that? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Ning Rongrong. Knowing that under the roof, it was better not to offend excessively. One should bow when necessary. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier. This armor is indeed male armor, auctioneer Lingling said to Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit awkward. Although it was better for her that things sold for a higher price, she still had to clarify for the auction house's credibility. 65 million gold soul coins once. 65 million gold soul coins twice. Give it to him. Let him owe you a favor. Ning Rongrong was about to bid, but was stopped by Elder Gu. Hearing Elder Gu's words, Ning Rongrong still agreed. But she still couldn't be happy. 65 million gold soul coins, 3 times sold. Lingling once again struck her hammer decisively. This auction has come to an end. The next auction will be announced separately. Lingling smiled at everyone, feeling that this auction was undoubtedly the most successful for her as a newly promoted senior auctioneer, and it seemed she would earn quite a bit of commission. Ye Xiaofeng paid the money and smoothly obtained the armor, with the sword Douluo by his side. Others could only envy him, and not even with 1,000 times their courage would they dare to feel jealous. Rongrong, what brings you here? Sword Douluo smiled at Ning Rongrong. Is it only allowed for Grandpa Sword to bring his disciple here? Can't Grandpa Bones bring me here? Although Ning Rongrong retorted. She didn't dare to throw a tantrum at Sword Douluo. Rongrong, if I had known you wanted to come, Grandpa Sword would have brought you along, Sword Douluo smiled, not changing his demeanor due to Ning Rongrong's little tantrum. Rongrong, let's go. Don't listen to that cowardly man's words, Douluo said unhappily, quickly taking Ning Rongrong away to avoid having the lie exposed. Young master, don't rush to leave. Let us go to the heaven and earth together. Ye Xiaofeng thought of easing the tension between them. You go aside, Rongrong. Grandpa Bones will take you to taste Manager Lie's cooking. Douluo's lie was almost exposed by Ye Xiaofeng, so he hurriedly flattered Ning Rongrong. Sword Douluo helplessly shook his head. This black fool must have said something bad about him to his little granddaughter. However, Sword Douluo then sneaked a cunning smile. Fono, it's getting late. We should head back. Sword Douluo glanced at Ye Xiaofeng and turned to follow Ning Rongrong and Douluo. Hey, you two tailing us. What are you doing following me and Rongrong? Douluo looked at Sword Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng unhappily. This isn't your place. If you can come, why can't I? Sword Douluo retorted directly. You're talking nonsense. A dignified title Douluo being said to be unable to pay for a meal. It's good that it's Sword Douluo joking. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead by now. Watching the two bickering at the door, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh. A few of you, let us go to the private room. It's too crowded here. Manager Li couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School bickering at the entrance of his inn, which would surely become the hottest headline if it got out. The four of them arrived at the private room for lunch. Since Ning Rongrong was present, Manager Li changed it to tea and didn't serve alcohol. Rongrong, what did this black fool say to you? Sword Douluo smiled as he looked at Ning Rongrong. Hey, don't assume I have a villainous heart and think of me as a gentleman. Douluo, anxious, quickly interrupted without giving Ning Rongrong a chance to speak. You all can go to the auction house. Can't the two of us go to the auction house? Douluo hurriedly asked a series of rhetorical questions. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. The dishes will be served shortly. Manager Li poured tea for the four and then quickly withdrew. Ye Xiaofeng remained silent throughout the journey, quietly accompanying. For him, the afternoon meal was not as delicious as before. It wasn't that the food prepared by Manager Li was bad, but rather that Ye Xiaofeng's state of mind had changed. After finishing the meal, the four of them chose to return to the sect. What's wrong, Feng? Sword Douluo noticed that Ye Xiaofeng's mood was not very good. It's nothing, master. I just want to learn swordsmanship as soon as possible. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the topic. Learning swordsmanship, the most important thing is the state of mind. When your mind becomes calm, come to me to learn swordsmanship. Sword Douluo, as a master of swordsmanship, had an understanding of the sword that transcended his own realm. The disciple understands. The disciple takes his leave. Ye Xiaofeng said nothing more and directly left Sword Douluo's room. After returning to his room, Ye Xiaofeng laid down on the bed, not knowing what was on his mind. He wanted to calm his heart quickly, but the more he thought, the more chaotic it became. Ye Xiaofeng finally lost interest and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, Ye Xiaofeng interviewed the Sword Douluo Chen Xian again. After a night of rest, he was calm and tranquil. Master Ye Xiaofeng arrived at the Sword Douluo's room, where the Sword Douluo was still sitting in a chair, elegantly sipping tea. Are you ready? The Sword Douluo smiled slightly at Ye Xiaofeng. Yes, Ye Xiaofeng replied directly, eager to learn the sword technique to quickly improve his personal level. Follow me, the Sword Douluo said as he stood up and walked out of the room into the courtyard. Let us see what level you've reached, the Sword Douluo said, gesturing with one hand. With a sweeping motion, Ye Xiaofeng released his second soul skill and slashed at the Sword Douluo. Is this all you can do? I'm so disappointed, the Sword Douluo said, effortlessly pinching the 7 killing sword with 2 fingers. Again, the Sword Douluo released the 7 killing sword, standing firm like a mountain. With a thrust, Ye Xiaofeng used his third soul skill to attack. The Sword Douluo flicked it away with his finger, making Ye Xiaofeng's proud soul skill seem like a child playing in the mud before an adult. The fourth soul skill, instantaneous no trace, was Ye Xiaofeng's most proud soul skill, capable of sealing the surrounding space, and its duration could extend with his increasing level. Just as Ye Xiaofeng thrust at the Sword Douluo's second soul skill, Spiritual Sword Guardian, directly deflected Ye Xiaofeng's attack. Even though the Sword Douluo's second soul skill was a century old, Ye Xiaofeng could not break through it, and his confidence was shattered. Your heart is disturbed, the Sword Douluo said calmly. I'm not, Ye Xiaofeng insisted. You are. Your journey has been too smooth, making you complacent and arrogant, the Sword Douluo said without giving Ye Xiaofeng any face, each word piercing deep. I'm not, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Soul skill, human sword unity, which he had comprehended from watching Ye Xiaofeng's self-created soul skill, human gun unity. Since understanding this self-created soul skill, Ye Xiaofeng had gained the ability to challenge soul kings as a soul master at level 45, allowing him to challenge soul emperors at level 60. You should wake up, the Sword Douluo condensed the 7 killing sword in his hand. When Ye Xiaofeng attacked again, the Sword Douluo directly struck him into the nearby water pool with a single sword. Don't forget, there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. The Sword Douluo turned to look at Ye Xiaofeng in the water. Please give me more guidance, Master, Ye Xiaofeng said as he climbed up, soaked. Being struck into the water indeed made Ye Xiaofeng much more alert. Let me see how strong your protective barrier is. The Sword Douluo observed Ye Xiaofeng's clothes and waved his sleeve, instantly drying them. Body as sword. Ye Xiaofeng wasted no more time and quickly used his first soul skill to prepare for the upcoming attack. The Sword Douluo's soul rings slowly descended from the air, forming 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. The Sword Douluo completely merged with the 7 killing sword, At that moment, the 7 killing sword was him, and he was the 7 killing sword. Ye Xiaofeng could also blend into the 7 killing sword, but compared to the sword Douluo, it was simply child's play. He couldn't merge with the surrounding environment. The broken sword Douluo, Chun Xian, formed a character for kill with his 2 fingers in an instant, shattering the Qinglian protective barrier. Ye Xiaofeng was suddenly engulfed in darkness, feeling an endless aura of killing intent, as if he were being pulled into the abyss of death. The sword Douluo waved his hand, and Ye Xiaofeng, who was originally standing, gently sat down on the ground like a clock, motionless. The sword Douluo waved again, forming a barrier around Ye Xiaofeng. As for how much he could comprehend, it depended on his own fortune. The sword Douluo had put in a lot of effort to allow Ye Xiaofeng to enter the state of enlightenment. A teacher leads you to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. The sword Douluo wouldn't hand everything over to Ye Xiaofeng. Of course, the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, didn't want to withhold knowledge from Ye Xiaofeng, but if he handed everything over, it was likely that Ye Xiaofeng's future would only reach his current level, stagnating. This was not what the sword Douluo wanted to see, nor was it what Ye Xiaofeng desired. The only way was for Ye Xiaofeng to gain insight from his own sword path. Then the sword Douluo turned and left. Thinking of how that black fool had turned things upside down for Rongrong yesterday, he decided he couldn't let it go. Rongrong, Grandpa Sword is here to see you. The sword Douluo said with a smile at Ning Rongrong's door. Grandpa Sword, you've come. What? Aren't you accompanying your precious disciple? Ning Rongrong ran out upon hearing the sword Douluo's voice, but when she saw him, she suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed. In Grandpa's heart, you are the most important. How can Fenger compare to you? Today I'll take you to heaven and earth. Let Manager Li cook for us personally. How about that? The sword Douluo smiled at Ning Rongrong and patted her head. Not taking Ye Xiaofeng? Ning Rongrong felt a bit embarrassed by the sudden affection from the sword Douluo. No need to worry about him. The sword Douluo has let Ye Xiaofeng enter the state of enlightenment. Who knows when he'll wake up? Then I'll let Grandpa Bone know. Ning Rongrong didn't forget to call out to Bone Douluo. After all, Bone Douluo was also very fond of her. Why call that black fool? It's just the 2 of us. Clearly, the sword Douluo didn't want to have dinner with Bone Douluo. It wasn't that they had enmity, but they had never had a quiet meal together. Grandpa Sword, you can't say that about Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong had a strong opinion about the sword Douluo, referring to Bone Douluo as a black fool. Okay, I won't say it, but I'll tell you. Maybe your Grandpa Bone has left you and gone to heaven and earth for a meal. The sword Douluo quickly avoided further argument with Ning Rongrong. However, he thought about the possibility, especially since he sensed that Bone Douluo was not within the sect when he came here just now. Impossible. Grandpa Bone isn't that kind of person. Ning Rongrong quickly interrupted the sword Douluo, not believing that Bone Douluo was that kind of person. Then let's go see, and we'll know, right? The sword Douluo smiled slightly, holding Ning Rongrong's hand as they left the sect, heading towards heaven and earth. Manager Li, did you know we were coming? The sword Douluo smiled at Manager Li. I didn't know Senior Chun Xian and Miss Ning were coming too. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Manager Li quickly smiled at the 2. What do you mean by also came? Are we not welcome? The sword Douluo deliberately said this to Manager Li, actually for Ning Rongrong to hear. Where is it unwelcome? Your arrival is a great honor for our establishment. What I meant was that Elder Gu also came. Manager Li quickly clarified the facts, unaware of Ning Rongrong's situation. I see. Rongrong, did you hear what Manager Li said? Sword Douluo deliberately asked Ning Rongrong, Old Bone, it's nothing for me to eat alone. After all, I'm old, and it's understandable if I forget. You all forgot to bring me yesterday. Ning Rongrong felt embarrassed and had to find an excuse, feeling uncomfortable inside. Not wanting to make a fool of herself in front of Sword Douluo. Manager Li, go ask that black fool why he came alone today and why he didn't bring the young sect master. Sword Douluo wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, especially since Old Bone was using Rongrong to make things difficult for him. Isn't this inappropriate? Manager Li sensed that something was off and felt a bit awkward. If the old man tells you to go, just go. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Ning Rongrong also wanted to know why her beloved Old Bone didn't bring her along to eat. Manager Li carried a jug of wine, with Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong following behind. As he entered, Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong prepared to eavesdrop outside the door. Manager Li entered and saw Old Bone eating and drinking, completely engrossed in his meal and ignoring everything outside. By the way, yesterday Old Senior brought the young sect master. Why didn't the young sect master come today? Manager Li poured wine for Old Bone and weakly asked this loaded question. Hey, don't ask. That little girl is really hard to please. I brought her yesterday just to make things difficult for that coward. Old Bone rambled on as he drank. The young sect master is quite cute and makes people feel pity for her. Manager Li felt he couldn't let Old Bone down, even with the two outside backing him up, so he quickly said something nice. Yes, she is indeed quite cute and makes people feel pity for her. But her temper is just as fierce as her cuteness. Look at my body, I've been tormented because of her. Old Bone didn't catch Manager Li's words and instead escalated his complaints. The two outside heard everything clearly. Sword.Sword's mouth curled into a smug smile, while Ning Rongrong clenched her fists tightly, her anger boiling over. Finally, at that moment, Ning Rongrong exploded. She kicked the door open, and Old Bone, furious, looked toward the entrance, wondering who had the audacity to disturb his enjoyment. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, he panicked, realizing he had said the wrong thing. I'll let you eat and drink enough. Ning Rongrong saw the table in front of Old Bone and directly flipped it over. Rongrong, let me explain. Old Bone wished he could slap Manager Li, but looking around, he found Manager Li had slipped out when Ning Rongrong flipped the table. Is it that in your eyes, I've always been just a spoiled and willful little girl? Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. He had always thought that way. We heard everything clearly outside. Sword.Sword didn't care about Old Bone and just added fuel to the fire. Get lost. This is none of your business. Old Bone was filled with grievances, truly feeling like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his feelings, and could only vent his anger on Sword.Sword. You did this, and now you don't want me to say anything. Rongrong, let us go. No need to pay attention to this black fool, Sword.Sword said to Ning Rongrong and turned to leave. Rongrong, listen to me, this isn't Old Bone's fault. He must have conspired with Manager Li to frame me. Old Bone hurriedly said. No need to explain, I understand, Ning Rongrong coldly replied. As long as you understand. Old Bone really thought Ning Rongrong understood him and had forgiven him. Grandpa Sword, let us go, Ning Rongrong said, taking Sword.Sword's hand to leave. Get lost. Don't. Old Bone was wrong. How about this? I'll give you anything you want. Old Bone pulled Sword.Sword back, not wanting Ning Rongrong to leave. Manager Li, come out. Old Bone couldn't vent his anger on Ning Rongrong, so he turned to Sword.Sword and Manager Li. Rongrong, didn't have a happy meal today? So this and doesn't need to exist anymore, Old Bone said angrily, ultimately blaming Manager Li for setting him up. Everyone calm down. The private room next door has prepared a feast. Please take your seats. Manager Li smiled slightly, having gone out earlier knowing something bad had happened, and hurriedly prepared a feast in the next room. Rongrong, let us go. Old Bone pulled Ning Rongrong's hand over, and Ning Rongrong had no choice but to follow. By the way, didn't you eat enough? You should go back. I'll keep Rongrong company here. Sword.Sword directly sent him away. Who said I'm full? Besides, I haven't eaten enough. What does it have to do with you? Old Bone vented his frustrations on Sword.Sword. But Sword.Sword had long since grown immune to Old Bone's temper. No matter what you say, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. In the private room next door, Old Bone faced this little ancestor for an hour before it ended. Throughout the whole time, Sword.Sword elegantly drank wine and watched the show, feeling delighted inside. Ning Rongrong was very satisfied with the lunch arranged by Manager Li. And after an hour of soft coaxing from Old Bone, her anger had also dissipated. Soon, the three returned to the sect, and Old Bone was still brooding over this matter, feeling that it was all arranged by Sword.Sword to make him look foolish. By the way, where's your precious disciple? Old Bone hadn't seen Ye Xiaofeng all day. Since he became my disciple, I should teach him something, otherwise. If he loses to someone outside, I wouldn't have your thick face to bear the shame. Sword.Sword glanced at Old Bone, smiling slightly. Coward, if you're unconvinced, let us have a match. Don't resort to personal attacks, or I'll get angry. Old Bone was extremely furious, and it looked like the two were about to fight. All right, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword, why don't we go see him? Ning Rongrong was also curious about what Sword.Sword had taught Ye Xiaofeng. The three entered the courtyard where Sword.Sword lived, and Ye Xiaofeng was still sitting there, motionless. This kid has entered the state of enlightenment. Old Bone was somewhat surprised to see Ye Xiaofeng in this state. Grandpa Bone, what is enlightenment? Ning Rongrong had just broken through to level 30 and had never experienced the state of enlightenment. Enlightenment, simply put, is the realization and sublimation. Take the mind control secret technique closest to you, for example. If you have an epiphany in mind control, mastering the 3 apertures of control for apertures of constancy, 5 apertures of dispersion, 6 apertures of wish, and 7 apertures of clarity will come easily. Old Bone looked at Ning Rongrong with a bit of regret. If you worked a little harder in your training, you might have mastered the 3 apertures of control long ago. Old Bone glanced at Ye Xiaofeng and then at Ning Rongrong, thinking how other children could be so much better than his own. Grandpa Bone, do you think Ye Xiaofeng is very impressive? Of course. Do you also feel a urge to take him as a disciple? How do you know? It's just a pity that this kid is unwilling to become my disciple. Old Bone looked at Ye Xiaofeng, feeling a sense of regret for not meeting him earlier. As Sword Douluo had taken the first step. The more Ning Rongrong listened to Old Bone, the angrier she became, and she stomped her feet in frustration. Rongrong, let me explain. I was just using it as an analogy. No matter how impressive that kid is, he is not as good as my precious granddaughter. Old Bone realized he had said the wrong thing. Even if he thought that in his heart, he couldn't say it in front of this little witch. How long will he be unconscious? Ning Rongrong was no longer angry upon hearing Bone Douluo plead for mercy. Although she was a bit willful, Ye Xiaofeng was indeed stronger than anyone else she knew. This wasn't certain, as some people realize things in an hour, some in a day, some in a month, and others even longer. However, the longer the time for enlightenment, the better. Bone Douluo looked at Ye Xiaofeng and said that the reason he had always been suppressed by Sword Douluo was that Sword Douluo had an epiphany when he reached level 95. It was this epiphany that allowed Sword Douluo to successfully break through to level 96 and comprehend the essence of 7 killing techniques. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Ning Fengji also arrived at Sword Douluo's courtyard. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you are all here. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. This time I want to send Rongrong to Shrek Academy to study. Ning Fengji was not just delivering a message, but was earnestly seeking their consent. Fengji, what do you mean? Do you think us two old guys can't teach Rongrong, or do you think that Shrek Academy teaches better than us? Sword Douluo was the first to disagree with Ning Fengji's words. Exactly, I also disagree. I'm not used to Rongrong being away. This time Bone Douluo finally reached an agreement with Sword Douluo. Black fool, I didn't expect this time your thoughts would align with mine. Sword Douluo was somewhat surprised, as Bone Douluo usually rebutted his decisions. Don't flatter yourself. I'm doing this for Rongrong, not for you. Bone Douluo looked at Sword Douluo with disdain. Dad, what's so good about Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong was tired of staying in the sect and wanted to go out for a walk, but her freedom was always restricted. Her eyes rolled, as if she had caught an opportunity. Shrek Academy specializes in recruiting elite youths. The president is Flinder, a major player in the Golden Iron Triangle. And the theoretical teacher is Yu Xiaojing, an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, also one of the Golden Iron Triangle. There are also other teachers like the immovable King Zhao Wujin. Ning Fengji said with a smile, clearly satisfied with Shrek Academy. I disagree. I also disagree. I decided to go to the Shrek Academy that Dad mentioned. Just as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were in unanimous opposition, and Ning Fengji was at a loss. Ning Rongrong's words broke their decision. Rongrong, you can't treat your grandpa Bone like this. Bone Douluo was reluctant to let Ning Rongrong leave. Rongrong, why go to that Shrek Academy? Your grandpa Jian will teach you and will definitely satisfy you. Sword Douluo also did not want his little granddaughter to leave. Both grandpas. You need to understand that Rongrong has grown up and should learn to stand on her own. Don't worry, Rongrong will come to see both of you every week. Ning Rongrong finally managed to get rid of them, but her words still sounded reluctant. I've already talked to President Flinder. The headmaster is waiting for you at the entrance. You should go over today. Once you're there, you can't act recklessly like in the sect. If something happens, no one will take care of you. Ning Feng histil remindet Ning Rongrong. Got it, Dad. Daughter has grown up. Why are you both nagging like your grandpas? Ning Rongrong pochtet impaciently. What did you say? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo asked simultaneously. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I'm going over right now. Ning Rongrong realized she had said something wrong and hurriedly slipped away. Miss, the sect leader has arranged everything. We should set off. The headmaster welcomed Ning Rongrong. Let's hurry, in case Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone change their minds. We won't be able to leave. Ning Rongrong seemed like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. A girl should not stay at home too long. Bone Douluo and the others watched the carriage fly away from a distance, inevitably feeling a bit emotional. In fact, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo understood that Rongrong was not going to study for Shrek Academy as educational philosophy, but more to get rid of their constraints. Headmaster, you can go back now. I can enter by myself at the entrance. It was Ning Rongrong's first time going to Shrek Academy, and she didn't want other students to see her getting special treatment. Miss, you go ahead. Once you enter the school, I will naturally leave. Headmaster Lei was still a bit worried. After all, Ning Rongrong's identity was quite noble, and he couldn't afford to take responsibility if something went wrong. Hello, I'm here to register. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly and handed over her registration form. Did your family agree to let you come? Li Yusong measured her soul power and age with the measuring ball, and upon seeing her martial soul, he looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise and asked, Teacher, Students don't inquire about their origins. Why should there be a distinction of ranks? Ning Rongrong's words left Li Yusong speechless. You have been successfully admitted to Shrek Academy. The tuition fee is 10,000 gold soul coins per semester. The school uniform is 2,000 gold soul coins. The meal fee is 3,000 gold soul coins. And the accommodation fee is 5,000 gold soul coins, totaling 20,000 gold soul coins, Li Yusong said seriously. Other academies charge 200 gold soul coins. Why is your school uniform 2,000 gold soul coins? That's a tenfold price increase. What a terrible school. Clearly just using enrollment as an excuse to cheat students out of money. The parents in line behind them directly cursed upon hearing Li Yusong's words. The school uniform was designed by our academy's president, and each generation's student uniform is unique, so it is relatively higher than other academies. Li Yusong said this. But he had also seen the clothes designed by President Flender, and they were truly hard to look at. He had once asked Flender why such beautiful uniforms, and which student would want to wear them. But after hearing Flender's words, he understood immediately why teacher Zhao Wujin never dined with him. Teacher, we are registering for 2 people. Here, S40,000 gold soul coins. Tang San and Xiao Wu proactively handed over their registration forms and then measured their soul power and age. Good, both of you have also been admitted to Shrek Academy. Li Yusong said happily while looking at the registration forms, even more delighted to receive the tuition fees. Teacher, I also want to register. My soul power level and age are the same as the previous 2. Zhu Zhuqing handed in her registration form and came over to pay the tuition. All right, the people behind can go back. The academy has reached its enrollment limit, Li Yusong said impatiently, as it was usually very difficult to recruit even one student. But this year, they had suddenly enrolled 4 new students. Teacher, I protest. I've been here since morning. The academy has only recruited 4 students, and there are so many people behind us. You can't just send us away without measuring us. The people in line behind looked angrily at Li Yusong. When recruiting students, I forgot to tell you that our academy has limited resources and can only enroll 4 people. Mubai, see them off. Li Yusong completed his task and was too lazy to pay attention to the people in line. In fact, Li Yusong had looked at all the registration forms. It wasn't limited resources, but rather that Shrek Academy looked for strong backgrounds and potential when recruiting students. Currently, there were 3 students in the academy. Ma Hongjun was Flender's student, so he didn't need to consider anything else and was directly admitted through the back door. Then there was Oscar, an innate full soul power level 10 support type student who was also directly accepted. As for Dai Mubai, he was initially not wanted, not because of his martial soul being a waste, but because he could clearly be a genius but was obsessed with beauty. Flender accepted him for 2 reasons. First, the academy's finances were tight, and second, to give some face to the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Today, during the student recruitment, Flender notified Li Yusong that one was the young lady from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, another was Dai Mubai's fiancée, Yi, and the other 2 had a powerful backing with the surname Tang, which he couldn't offend, so they had to be accepted. Thus, with the 4 students accepted today, the academy had a total of 7 students. The number of teachers is about the same as the number of students. Mubai, take them to arrange their dormitories. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, everyone will gather on the playground. Anyone who is late or absent will be fined 10,000 gold soul coins. Li Yusong said to the new students, then turned and left. By the way, Mubai, you should also inform the other 2. You are the senior students of the academy. Pay attention to your image. Remember to restrain yourselves in some aspects, especially you, Mubai. Li Yusong left without waiting for Dai Mubai's response. Reporting to the sect leader, the young lady has successfully joined Shrek Academy. Should we send someone to protect her in secret? Lord Lei, seeing Ning Rongrong enter Shrek Academy, finally felt relieved and left. No need. Shrek Academy is not as weak as you imagine. Not many people are willing to offend them. Ning Fengji handed Ning Rongrong over to Flanders, feeling no worries. The subordinate takes his leave. Lord Lei was not verbose. Having completed his task, he exited. Dai Mubai arranged dormitories for the 4 newcomers. They could have built better houses, but due to Flanders being stingy, the academy was located in a remote village, which he called harmonious coexistence with nature. The matter did not end so quickly. Other teachers suggested constructing new buildings, but Flanders insisted on using local materials and not wasting the academy's financial resources. Eventually, all the houses were built with wood. The 4 newcomers were assigned to the first floor, while Dai Mubai and the others lived on the second floor. Due to the remote location, the academy had a wide area, and the teachers' and students' dormitories were not in the same place. Late at night, Strange noises came from upstairs, and the four newcomers downstairs immediately felt embarrassed. Even Tang San, who had lived 2 lives, felt a bit awkward. After more than half an hour, a girl's pleading voice came through. Fatty, please let me go. It's already 5 times. I can't take it anymore. Can we do it next time? Lily, I'm sincere to you. Just tell me one last time. Okay? Fatty's voice came through. Back and forth like this, Fatty went through 7 rounds, and the girl cried and begged for mercy. Eventually unable to endure Fatty's actions, she left in the middle of the night. At this time, it was already late at night, and Fatty, feeling uneasy, chased after her. Dai Mu Bai and Oscar upstairs had already gotten used to Fatty's habits. As for the other 4 downstairs, they had just moved into the dormitory and were a bit unaccustomed. With Fatty chasing the girl away, the dormitory finally became quiet. It was unclear when everyone fell asleep. It was still Dai Mu Bai who woke everyone up outside the door in the morning. Tang San, who usually got up early, overslept due to last night's events and woke up just as the sky was about to brighten. After hastily washing up and tidying up, everyone left the dormitory and headed to the playground. Xiao-san, I don't want to wear this outfit. The design is too ugly. Just after waking up, everyone hurriedly put on their clothes without having time to check themselves. Upon reaching the playground, Xiao Wu couldn't help but complain about everyone's outfits. This is too much these days. Tang San also agreed with Xiao Wu's words, though he didn't finish a sentence. In Flanders' words, this was also a form of training. Dai Mu Bai's mind flashed with Flanders' lecherous and stingy image. But how could one not bow their head under the roof? By the way, why do you all have dark circles under your eyes? Oscar curiously asked the new students. Shameless Zhu Qing turned her head away. So young and already so shameless. Ning Rongrong angrily looked at Oscar, who only realized when he saw the 3 girls blushing. Who are you calling shameless? The happiness I give is not something someone like you can enjoy. At that moment, Ma Hongjun walked in from outside and happened to hear Ning Rongrong's words. We are all in the same school. From now on, we are a family. You newcomers will gradually get used to it. Oscar quickly played peacemaker. Hello, everyone. I am Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy. This year is quite good. We have suddenly added 4 little monsters. Flanders looked at the 7 students below, especially pleased with the 4 newcomers. I'll lay the ugly truth out in advance. Since you have entered Shrek Academy, you must follow the rules and regulations of Shrek Academy. I don't care how powerful your backgrounds are. Anyone who disobeys the rules here will be expelled. Do you have any questions? Flanders directly intimidated the 4 new students. Dean, what are the rules? Tang San weakly asked Flanders. You are Tang San, right? That's a good question. The rules here are that all matters are decided by me. My word is the rule. Do you understand? Flanders leered at Tang San and the other 3 new students. Tang San felt as if he had been struck by lightning and couldn't recover. Dean Flanders, why are you talking so much jargon? Anyone who doesn't know would surely think you are a bandit claiming the mountain as king. I know you have strong opinions about the clothes I designed. However, I tell you that this is also a form of training for your temperament. If you dislike it because it is ugly, it only shows that your temperament is not strong enough. Flanders was quite satisfied with his design clothes. He had previously designed clothes for the teachers. And ever since the teachers' uniforms were introduced, the other teachers had suffered greatly. In the end, Zhao Wujia requested Flanders not to wear them. But the cost of the teacher's uniform still had to be paid 10,000 gold soul coins per semester, and Zhao Wujia had to pay it too. Such ugly clothes. And you speak so grandly about them, Xiao Wu said angrily without any subtlety. What did you say? Flanders' eyes looked like they could kill Xiao Wu instantly. Dean, Xiao Wu's temperament is not strong enough. She needs the clothes you designed to train her temperament, right? Tang San cleverly smoothed things over for Flanders. Tang San, you can take my words to heart. Very good. Others should learn from Tang San. And you, don't let it happen again. Flanders was pleased by Tang San's flattery and let Xiao Wu off the hook. Your task this morning is to run 10 laps around the academy perimeter. If you don't finish by noon, there will be no lunch. Mu Bai, you lead the team. Flanders finished his words and left. Mu Bai led the other 6 to start running laps around the academy perimeter. At first, everyone was actively cooperating, but later Ning Rongrong couldn't keep up, and the others slowed down. By noon, everyone finished 10 laps one after another, but Ning Rongrong was still not back. And only after lunchtime did she complete her last lap. When they went to the cafeteria, they found no food. The 7 of them were both tired and hungry, and angrily went to find Flanders. You are a group. If one person can't finish, everyone suffers the penalty. So figure out your own lunch. Flanders lay back in his office chair and scolded them. Flanders, you didn't arrange lunch. Don't use my situation as an excuse. Ning Rongrong could no longer hold back her anger. The young lady of the seven treasure glazed tile school had never suffered such humiliation. Then why did you drag everyone down? You should temper your anger. You are the weakest here. If it weren't for your father's face, I wouldn't bother taking you as a student. Flanders directly poured oil on Ning Rongrong's anger. How can you say that? Ning Rongrong did not believe it. Oscar is also a support type, but he has full innate soul power at level 10. What do you say? Flanders' response was to the point. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Let's go eat. Ning Rongrong said, too hungry to argue now. Let us fill our bellies first. Soon, the seven of them arrived at a nearby town and found an inn to have a big meal. Ning Rongrong paid. After all, she had been a burden. After that, the seven returned to Shrek Academy, but at the academy gate, Flanders blocked their way. I'm very disappointed with your performance at noon, so I've decided that your breakfast, lunch, and dinner will be on you. Of course, you can also request help from teacher Xiaofeng, Flanders said sternly. In the afternoon, they would attend 2 hours of theoretical classes with the master, 2 hours of practical classes with teacher Zhao Wujie, and on weekends, they could study freely with other teachers. Flanders finished speaking and turned to leave. Principal, since we are handling our own meals, can we get our meal fees refunded? Oscar asked, but the other 6 agreed with this statement. Oscar, are you itching for a fight? Don't the ingredients in the cafeteria cost money? Don't vegetables, eggs, and meat cost money? Flanders fired off 3 questions, leaving Oscar speechless. Principal, I didn't consider it thoroughly. Hearing you say this suddenly opened my mind. Oscar quickly flattered Flanders, fearing that Flanders would make things difficult for him. Do the other 6 of you still think we should get a refund on the meal fees? Flanders took the opportunity to lecture the other 6, leaving the rest to argue with him later. Teacher, your decision is the wisest at this moment. Ma Hongjun echoed Flanders' words, making Flanders feel delighted. This kid was indeed a good disciple. With Ma Hongjun's agreement, the others could only nod and then shake their heads, no longer bringing up the meal refund issue. In the following days, the new 4 learned from Dai Mubai and Oscar about Principal Flanders' stinginess and frugality. Later, even if they were unwilling, they still agreed or echoed his words. The Shrek 7 monsters exercised every morning, followed by 2 hours of theoretical classes and 2 hours of practical classes in the afternoon, training day after day. A whole month passed, and Ye Xiaofeng was still in the courtyard of Douluo Continent, gaining enlightenment. Today, Douluo came to the courtyard to check on Ye Xiaofeng's condition, hoping to see signs of awakening. So, Douluo waited in the courtyard, and by noon, Ye Xiaofeng's eyes slightly moved, and then his fingers began to move as well. When Ye Xiaofeng opened his eyes, Douluo appeared in front of him. Looking at him, Master, Ye Xiaofeng called out, then fainted about to fall. Douluo caught him with one arm. After a whole month of enlightenment, his physical strength was severely depleted, but fortunately, Douluo was by his side. Douluo slowly delivered soul power with one hand and placed a pill in his mouth. When Ye Xiaofeng awakened, he was already lying in bed. Fenger, you've woken up. How does your body feel? Douluo looked at him kindly, as if he were looking at his own child. Master, I'm fine. How long has it been? Ye Xiaofeng said as he tried to get out of bed, realizing he was lying on Douluo's bed. However, his body was still very weak. After trying, he couldn't move. You've been in enlightenment for a whole month and just fainted for 3 days and nights. Fenger, your body is still very weak. Just rest here and recover. We'll talk when you're better. Douluo smiled slightly, as if seeing through Ye Xiaofeng's dilemma. Thank you, Master. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Silly boy, you're my disciple. If you die easily, where'd I put this old face of mine? When Douluo saw Ye Xiaofeng for the first time, he felt a familiarity, as if he had known him for a long time, like a father rejoicing over a long-awaited son. He later decided to take Ye Xiaofeng as his closed-door disciple. After more than a week of recovery, Ye Xiaofeng's body had fully returned to peak condition, and his aura became sharper. Fenger, let me see how much you've improved from this enlightenment, Douluo said, ignoring Ye Xiaofeng and directly drew his sword. Master, are you serious? Ye Xiaofeng quickly used the 7-killing sword to defend himself, even without using his martial soul. Douluo's attack was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Ye Xiaofeng has been resisting the attacks of the Douluo. He thought to himself that if this continued, his soul power would eventually be exhausted. Master, here comes my attack. With the soul skill of human sword unity, Ye Xiaofeng directly condensed the character kill in the air using the 7-killing sword and launched it at the Douluo. Indeed, the Douluo caught the first character of kill from Ye Xiaofeng's 7-killing sword with one hand. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully comprehended the first character of the 7 killing sword. Reward. Soul power level increased by 5 levels. All soul rings break through to 10,000 years. The voice of the heavenly machine systems, Xiao Bing, came again. As Xiao Bing's voice ended, 5 black 10,000-year soul rings slowly fell at Ye Xiaofeng's feet. Seeing this scene stunned the sword Douluo Continent, but he quickly reacted and waved his hand, forming a barrier around the entire courtyard. Without his permission, no one could enter unless they had a higher soul power level, and forcibly broke the barrier. Fengya. Even though the sword Douluo Continent had heard Ye Xiaofeng mention that every time he breaks through a realm, his soul rings would increase accordingly, it was still surprising to see it in person. Master, it's not just this martial soul, the other one is the same. Ye Xiaofeng harmlessly released his other martial soul, the Emerald Swan, and again 5 black 10,000-year soul rings slowly fell from above his head. How is this possible? Ye Xiaofeng's secret shattered Chen Xian's worldview. Not just him, even a 99-level peerless powerhouse would be shocked to see this. Master, look, Ye Xiaofeng has released his martial soul in a simulated state again, forming the best soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Remember, from now on, release your soul rings in the simulated state no matter when or where. If you weren't my disciple, I might even be envious and want to capture you to study the secrets on you, the sword Douluo said seriously. Master, I understand. Ye Xiaofeng was relieved to have encountered the sword Douluo Continent. If other titled Douluos investigated him thoroughly, not only would he be in trouble, but would also implicate Xiao Bing and the others. Of course, your strength is enough to resist titled Douluos. You can do as you wish. But the premise is to protect yourself. Fenger, you must understand that overconfidence can lead to downfall. The sword warned Ye Xiaofeng repeatedly, fearing that he would become arrogant. By the way, previously, Manager Li and Luo Xiaotian looked for you, but I arranged for them to be told that you are currently busy with training and cannot meet them. You will naturally go find them when you have free time. The sword Douluo smiled slightly. Got it. Ye Xiaofeng had an epiphany for a month, which was quite long. By the way, Master, I promised the sect master before, but I forgot about it when I got busy. Ye Xiaofeng said as he took out from his soul guide a storage ring containing 200 million black gold cards. I will pass this to the sect master for you. Go out and relax a bit. Don't just focus on training. You need to learn to let things flow naturally and not blindly pursue, the sword Douluo advised. Yes, I understand. After saying this, Ye Xiaofeng left the 7-treasure glazed tile school and went to the heavenly realm to find Manager Li. Manager Li, what a pleasant surprise. Ye Xiaofeng entered the inn, where Manager Li was busy at the front desk checking the accounts. Didn't he see me busy, did you guess? Please attend to other customers. Manager Li was completely focused on his accounts, thinking Ye Xiaofeng was just a staff member. Seeing this scene, the staff hurriedly tugged at Manager Li's sleeve. What's wrong? Don't you know I'm busy? Manager Li looked at the staff, confused. Manager, young Master Yi has arrived, the staff said awkwardly. Why young Master Yi? What did you come here? Look at my old brain. I'm getting forgetful. Manager Li quickly flattered Ye Xiaofeng. Wasn't I the one you just reprimanded? Ye Xiaofeng teased with a smile. I didn't know young Master Yi was coming. Please come upstairs. Manager Li quickly invited Ye Xiaofeng to an upstairs private room. Previously, Manager Li had specially arranged a private room for Ye Xiaofeng, which had good sound insulation and a view of the street from the window. Manager Li, how has business been lately? Ye Xiaofeng asked with a smile as he sat down. Young Master Yi, this amount of money is not enough anywhere. How about we make a profit at the Great Soul Arena? Manager Li hurriedly poured wine for Ye Xiaofeng and arranged for the staff to bring dishes. Previously, I had to give 400 million to get some money, and I don't have much left on me. Ye Xiaofeng explained the situation regarding the Great Soul Arena to Manager Li. I see. Since the Great Soul Arena is ours, I assume young Master Yi has thought of a way to make money? Manager Li smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. I've already arranged it with Luo Xiaotian. Ye Xiaofeng was confident that Luo Xiaotian wouldn't dare to act recklessly. There was no chance of losing money under the rules he set. Young Master Yi, I heard from Elder Chen Xian that you're training. How has your training been? Manager Li became one of Ye Xiaofeng's close associates and naturally cared about this aspect. I successfully broke through to the Soul King realm. As for my strength, Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Manager Li but didn't continue, and Manager Li seemed to understand immediately. Truly impressive, young Master Yi, to break through to the Soul King level at such a young age. Manager Li quickly poured wine for Ye Xiaofeng, his face filled with smiles. After an afternoon of communication between the two, Ye Xiaofeng left the inn and arrived at the Great Soul Arena in the imperial capital. Hey, beautiful, what is your name? Ye Xiaofeng approached the front desk of the welfare betting area and greeted the female attendant who had previously recommended the overdraft purple gold card to him. The female attendant was particularly attractive at first glance, wearing a purple outfit with a black leather jacket, and her purple hair made her look enchanting. "You dare to come here again?" The female attendant looked up and recognized Ye Xiaofeng, recalling how he had tricked a lot of money last time under the name of the Sword God. Because of this incident, the owner of the Great Soul Arena was replaced, but over a month had passed, and she hadn't seen what the new owner looked like. All matters were handled by manager Luo, who had doubled the wages instead. "Why can't I come here? You haven't told me your name yet." Ye Xiaofeng continued to smile at the female attendant. "Hey, are you buying a ticket or not? If not, hurry up and stand aside. We need to buy tickets too," said someone behind Ye Xiaofeng impatiently, as they were all waiting in line behind him to purchase bets for the match. "Exactly. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think someone like you deserves to be with Qingqing?" Another person in line echoed, clearly getting impatient. "Qingqing, a very nice name. I'll remember it." Ye Xiaofeng completely ignored the insults from behind and continued to smile at Qingqing. "Young Master Yi, if you're not buying welfare bets, please step aside," Qingqing said politely, knowing she couldn't offend anyone. "I would like to invite Miss Qingqing for a cup of tea. Would you do me the honor?" Ye Xiaofeng said, growing more interested in teasing the girl. "Young Master Yi, can't you see I'm busy? I advise you to leave quickly." Qingqing found a reason to refuse. "Then let us bet on a game. I believe Miss Qingqing has time. The gold soul coins in this purple gold card will be the stake. If I lose, it's yours. If I win, you don't need to do anything. Just have tea with me." Ye Xiaofeng smiled as he looked at Qingqing. The people behind him began to insult Ye Xiaofeng again, but he seemed not to hear them. Before Qingqing could respond, he left the welfare betting area. Ye Xiaofeng directly entered Luo Xiaotian's office, where Luo Xiaotian was being intimate with a beautiful woman. "Get out. Who told you to come in without knocking?" Luo Xiaotian angrily turned to scold Ye Xiaofeng. "Well, Manager Luo, it's only been a month since we last met. How come your eyes have gotten so bad? I might need to consider changing the person." Ye Xiaofeng's expression suddenly changed. "Who do you think you are?" The woman Luo Xiaotian was with retorted directly at Ye Xiaofeng. "Shut up, get out." Luo Xiaotian slapped the woman angrily across the face. After being slapped, the woman glared at Ye Xiaofeng and, sensing something was off from Luo Xiaotian's expression, wisely left the office. "Ye Xiao, I didn't know when you arrived," Luo Xiaotian stammered. "Do I need to report my arrival to you?" Ye Xiaofeng looked at Luo Xiaotian and asked back. "Ye Xiao, it's not what you think, let me explain." Luo Xiaotian said, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he quickly knelt down. "Get up. How's business been lately?" Ye Xiaofeng only wanted to assert his dominance over Luo Xiaotian and had no interest in punishing him. "Everything is going well. Last month's net profit was 20 million. The money has already been deposited into the account." Luo Xiaotian hurriedly reported the earnings of the Grand Battle Arena and then handed over a black card. "Only 20 million? Just as Luo Xiaotian was feeling pleased with himself, thinking that a month's income of 20 million would surely earn Ye Xiaofeng's praise, reality slapped him in the face. Ye Xiaofeng was not satisfied with the current earnings, so he did not take the card. "Ye Xiao, ever since you won last time, there have been very few bets of 10 million, so the income," Luo Xiaotian quickly explained. "This isn't your fault. Keep the card for now. Consider it as working capital for the Grand Battle Arena. If the money runs low later, just go find Manager Li from Tianshang Rinjian. Tell him I said so, and he will handle it." Ye Xiaofeng thought of this and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps he had already left a psychological shadow. "Understood. Ye Xiao, please take your time." Ye Xiaofeng sat down on the sofa, and Luo Xiaotian hurriedly served tea. At this moment, Luo Xiaotian was no different from a servant in an inn. If there was any difference, it was that he might serve even better. "By the way, go call Miss Qingqing over." Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback when he heard Ye Xiaofeng mention Qingqing. "She's at the front desk of the welfare betting area," Ye Xiaofeng reminded him when he saw Luo Xiaotian not responding. "Okay, I'll call her over right away." Luo Xiaotian suddenly understood and gave Ye Xiaofeng a lewd smile, as if to say, "Ye Xiao, I understand. Qingqing, come to my office." Luo Xiaotian said to Qingqing in the welfare betting area, "Manager, I'm a bit busy here. Can I go over later?" "Tomorrow at noon. There's a finals match between Xian and a level 65 Soul Emperor, so there are particularly many investors. I've already arranged for people here, just come with me." Luo Xiaotian smiled slightly at Qingqing. "Manager, if there's something, you can say it now." Qingqing walked up to Luo Xiaotian and directly asked, "The boss wants to see you. Come with me." Luo Xiaotian led Qingqing to the office door. You go in first. I have something to take care of. Luo Xiaotian found a topic and left. Qingqing looked at Luo Xiaotian leaving and couldn't help but feel nervous. After hesitating for a moment, she knocked on the office door and then entered. Boss, Qingqing said, not daring to look up at the boss's face for the first time. Hello, Ye Xiaofeng said, seeing Qingqing looking down and deliberately deepened his voice a bit. Boss, I don't know what you need me for. Qingqing still kept her head down, not daring to look at Ye Xiaofeng. I wanted to invite you for a cup of tea. Ye Xiaofeng stopped teasing Qingqing and replied in his original voice. You want to invite me for tea? Qingqing suddenly thought of something and looked up to see Ye Xiaofeng. How is it you? Qingqing was a bit surprised. She never expected her boss to be Ye Xiaofeng. Of course it's me, what's wrong? Miss Qingqing doesn't recognize me anymore? Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at Qingqing. I recognize you. I just didn't expect young Master Yi to become my boss, and I didn't know anything. Qingqing said self-deprecatingly. Now you know, right? I don't know whether to call you boss or young Master Yi. Qingqing said, no longer keeping the distance she had from Ye Xiaofeng before. You can call me Xiaofeng, or you can call me Xiao like everyone else, however you want, Ye Xiaofeng said, showing no airs at all, as if he were talking to a friend. I think it's better if I call you Ye Xiao like the managers, Qingqing said softly, then took out the card Ye Xiaofeng had given her earlier and returned it to him. Qingqing, can I invite you for a cup of tea now? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Qingqing, who had a curvy figure that constantly caught Ye Xiaofeng's eye. Qingqing nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. Qingqing wanted to proactively make tea for Ye Xiaofeng, and just as Ye Xiaofeng was thinking the same, the two of them simultaneously grabbed the teapot. And Ye Xiaofeng held Qingqing's hand. Sorry, but out of politeness, Ye Xiaofeng quickly withdrew his hand. It's okay. Qingqing's face turned red, but she still poured tea for both Ye Xiaofeng and herself. Why are you standing? Sit down and talk. Ye Xiaofeng was very easygoing, but he still maintained a smile on his face. Luo Xiaotian waited outside for 3 hours, not knowing what was happening inside, and couldn't help but fantasize that a young man and woman might have sparked a love affair in those 3 hours. Manager Luo, come in. Hearing Ye Xiaofeng's call, Luo Xiaotian hurriedly opened the door and entered. In fact, Ye Xiaofeng had seen through his eyes that Luo Xiaotian had been waiting outside for his message. Manager Luo, from today onwards, Qingqing will be the deputy manager of the Grand Battle Arena. Ye Xiaofeng said gently while looking at Qingqing. Ye Xiao, this is absolutely not possible. I don't know anything. Qingqing quickly refused. Ye Xiao, I think this matter is inappropriate, Luo Xiaotian said to Ye Xiaofeng. Luo Xiaotian, what do you mean? Ye Xiaofeng did not expect that at a critical moment, he would dare to go against his wishes. Ye Xiao, you misunderstood. I meant that it would be more suitable for Miss Qingqing to be the general manager, and I can just be the deputy manager. I will wholeheartedly assist Miss Qingqing. No, it should be Manager Qingqing. Luo Xiaotian, having spent 3 hours outside, had his mind filled with images of Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing in a passionate affair. Manager Luo, this is absolutely not acceptable. Qingqing was startled by the sudden turn of events. Luo Xiaotian, are you serious? Ye Xiaofeng asked coldly. Ye Xiao, my life is yours. Luo Xiaotian, swear to be loyal to you. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng's expression change, Luo Xiaotian immediately looked down, afraid to meet Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. The last time he saw those eyes, it was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, leaving him with a psychological shadow. All right, let's do it your way. Of course, you won't miss out on your benefits. Your salary will double. Ye Xiaofeng chatted with Qingqing for 3 hours and learned many things about her, and their relationship unintentionally became closer. Ye Xiao, no, I can't. Qingqing quickly refused. However, the more she rejected it, the more determined Ye Xiaofeng became. You don't have to do anything. All the matters will be handled well by Manager Luo. Manager Luo, right? Ye Xiaofeng turned to look at Luo Xiaotian. Yes. Qingqing manager, you don't have to worry about anything. I will take care of everything. You can just have a name and spend more time with Ye Xiao. After all, you're both the same age and will have more common topics to discuss. Luo Xiaotian, being someone who had gone through it himself, couldn't be too direct. After Luo Xiaotian said this, Qingqing no longer refused. By the way, Manager Luo, my suite office can be used by Qingqing for work. Ye Xiaofeng decided to be a good person all the way. During the conversation between Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing, Qingqing gradually revealed her inner thoughts. She grew up in Suatawa City and lost her parents at a young age. However, she is a strong girl who juggled multiple part-time jobs to survive. She would take any job that could earn her money, including being a model, a trainee in a dance troupe, a waitress at the Soa Great Soul Arena, and using her martial soul to heal injured people in exchange for some compensation. To buy a portion of vegetables, she would bargain for a long time with the vendor. Everything was to save money and then use it to buy a suitable soul ring. Now, she is at level 23 with a martial soul of a bluebird, which belongs to the healing category and has little attack power. When she broke through to the Great Soul Master level, she came to the Imperial Capital's Great Soul Arena and chose a job she was familiar with, but her life remained simple, and her actions aimed at breaking through to the soul respect level required more money. All the happiness came too suddenly, as if she had just had a dream, and Ye Xiaofeng noticed Qingqing's unusual behavior. You didn't dream. Everything is real, Ye Xiaofeng said as he walked in front of Qingqing and brushed her bangs aside. However, Luo Xiaodian thought that these two were just showing off their affection, and he couldn't bear to watch them any longer. Young Master Yi, I will arrange to clean the room right away, Luo Xiaodian said, quickly leaving the room and closing the door before Ye Xiaofeng could respond. Young Master Yi, why are you so good to me? Qingqing still couldn't believe the sudden happiness. As long as you're happy, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. And then? Ye Xiaofeng's answer was not what Qingqing wanted. If you're happy, I will be happy too, Ye Xiaofeng replied like a wooden person again. Oh, I see. Qingqing's face became a bit disappointed. Of course, seeing you a little moved, Ye Xiaofeng smiled harmlessly at Qingqing. Hate it. I'm not talking to you anymore. Qingqing's face turned red as she ran out of the office. Qingqing, wait for me. Ye Xiaofeng followed closely behind. Then Ye Xiaofeng accompanied Qingqing to go shopping, buying various things for her, and fortunately, Ye Xiaofeng's soul guide ring could store them. After shopping, it was still early, and Qingqing wanted to go back to her old place to get some things, so Ye Xiaofeng went with her. When they arrived at Qingqing's place, the house barely provided shelter from the wind and rain. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the house and then at the smiling girl in front of him, feeling inexplicably heartbroken and having a strong impulse to protect this girl. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry for bringing you to such a place. I shouldn't have let you see this. Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment. It's okay. It won't happen again, never again, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly said inexplicably. Young Master Yi, what are you talking about? Qingqing was confused by Ye Xiaofeng's strange words. You pack up. Let's go, Ye Xiaofeng said. The longer he stayed here, the more uncomfortable he felt. Young Master Yi, let me pour you a cup of tea. Please wait a moment. It will be ready soon, Qingqing said, suddenly becoming flustered. She poured a glass of water for Ye Xiaofeng, but it was still cold. It's okay, I'm just thirsty. I like drinking it cold, Ye Xiaofeng said. Seeing Qingqing's embarrassed and shy face turn red. To avoid making Qingqing feel more awkward, Ye Xiaofeng raised the cup and drank it all at once. Watching Qingqing's flustered gestures as she tidied up, Ye Xiaofeng was a bit mesmerized. At that moment, Qingqing's back was turned to him as she packed her clothes. Not noticing Ye Xiaofeng's unusual behavior, Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qingqing from behind. Qingqing was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her shoulders, along with a super short skirt and ultra-thin white stockings. He hadn't paid much attention to what Qingqing was wearing while accompanying her shopping earlier. As Qingqing bent down to tidy up, her short skirt lifted slightly. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng felt his throat becoming increasingly dry and found it hard to control his body, not knowing when he had come to stand behind Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng gently touched Qingqing's back and quickly withdrew his hand. Qingqing felt something was off behind her and turned around, startled. Ye Xiao, she exclaimed, while also feeling a blush creeping on her cheeks as she sensed Ye Xiaofeng's unusual behavior. I'm sorry, Qingqing, I didn't do anything just now, right? Ye Xiaofeng began to stutter. Qingqing couldn't help but laugh at Ye Xiaofeng's actions, surprised to see this boy showing a shy side. As Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng, he was carefully observing her as well. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but hug Qingqing. Ye Xiao. Qingqing wanted to say something, but was silenced by Ye Xiaofeng's lips. Unable to speak as he became bolder, his hands roaming over Qingqing's body. Qingqing couldn't hold back a sound, which snapped Ye Xiaofeng back to his senses. I'm sorry. Qingqing, I acted impulsively just now. He quickly withdrew his hands. Ye Xiao, I'm not ready yet. Give me some time. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with pleading eyes. What are you thinking? I know my limits. Ye Xiaofeng gently pinched her face. In truth, he couldn't even believe what he had just said. Who could control the flames of passion? Then let's go back, Qingqing said, her face flushed as she glanced at Ye Xiaofeng. Okay, Ye Xiaofeng, repeat. And then he stored Qingqing's clothes into his soul-guided device. Ye Xiaofeng took Qingqing to the Tianshang Run Jian, and Li Zhonggui originally wanted to say something, but when he saw the girl beside Ye Xiaofeng, he suddenly thought, could it be that the young master has had a breakthrough? Last time, Dai Xiao sent two beauties to Ye Xiaofeng's room, only to be kicked out in the end. Li Zhonggui always thought that Ye Xiaofeng focused on cultivation and had no feelings between men and women. Seeing a girl beside him today made him realize that Ye Xiaofeng liked to hunt for his own prey and did not like those who came to him actively. Li Zhonggui, what are you daydreaming about? Li Zhonggui usually greeted him warmly when he saw him, but today he was in a daze. Suddenly realizing that he was not looking at him, but at Qingqing. Yi Xiao, you haven't had dinner yet. Hurry up and go upstairs. Li Zhonggui quickly changed the subject when he realized his mistake. Li Zhonggui, have you renovated the room? Ye Xiaofeng entered his exclusive elegant room, which now had an additional staircase leading upstairs. Yi Xiao, for your convenience, I took the liberty of connecting one room upstairs with this elegant room, Li Zhonggui explained, saying that it was for Ye Xiaofeng's convenience to directly access the bedroom on the third floor from the elegant room. You've worked hard. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly, expressing his satisfaction. By the way, who is this girl? Li Zhonggui recognized her as Qingqing from the Grand Dahan Arena's welfare gambling area, which was why he asked Ye Xiaofeng. This is Qingqing, the general manager of the Grand Dahan Arena. Ye Xiaofeng introduced to Li Zhonggui. Qingqing, this is the shopkeeper here. Li Baokai. Li Zhonggui also introduced himself to Qingqing. Li Zhonggui quickly poured wine for the two, thinking that a waitress had transformed into the general manager of the Grand Dahan Arena, and perhaps she would become his future mistress. However, Qingqing's figure and appearance were top-notch, but she was dressed a bit too coldly. Li Zhonggui, why are you serving wine? Can't you see Qingqing is here? Hurry up and serve tea. Ye Xiaofeng took a sip and realized it was wine. It was fine for him to drink alone, but now Qingqing was also beside him. Yi Xiao, don't you know? Drinking tea at night will cause insomnia, Li Zhonggui said understandingly, still smiling. Then bring me boiled water. Drinking boiled water should be fine, right? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Li Zhonggui displeased. Yi Xiao, didn't you see when you came in? Li Zhonggui did not answer directly, but asked Ye Xiaofeng back. What did I see? Ye Xiaofeng was confused by Li Zhonggui's response. So many guests, the boiled water is in short supply, so let's make do with it, Li Zhonggui said with an innocent expression, as if he were in a difficult position. Then surely you have cold water, right? Ye Xiaofeng felt a bit unsatisfied. How could such a large and not have boiled water? He really didn't know what Li Zhonggui was up to. Of course, there is cold water. But have you considered Miss Qingqing? Eating meat and drinking cold water. What if her body feels unwell? Li Zhonggui directly shifted the blame to Qingqing. Ye Xiao, don't blame Li Zhonggui. We can drink less wine. It should be fine. Qingqing quickly helped him out, not wanting to see Li Zhonggui in a difficult position. Thank you, Miss Qingqing, for understanding, Li Zhonggui said, but in his heart, he thought, just don't blame me later. Yi Xiao, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served soon. Li Zhonggui turned to leave, a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth, but Ye Xiaofeng didn't pay much attention. At first, the two were reserved and drank little wine, but after the dishes were served, they ate and drank. They finished a pot of wine, and Ye Xiaofeng felt it wasn't enough, so he asked Li Zhonggui for another pot. After they had drunk quite a bit, Ye Xiaofeng was used to drinking, but Qingqing was a bit tipsy, though still somewhat clear-headed. Li Zhong arranged a room for Miss Qingqing. At this point, it was dark, and Ye Xiaofeng planned to rest here. Don't tell me all the other rooms are full. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Li Zhonggui, who had a difficult expression, and felt that something bad was about to happen. Yi Xiao, that's just the way it is, Li Zhonggui said with a straight face, showing no sign of deceit. Then why didn't you arrange it earlier? Ye Xiaofeng was a bit unhappy. How could Li Zhonggui mess up such a small matter? Ye Xiao, your room upstairs is still empty, Li Zhonggui said weakly, shamelessly. Qingqing and I are both innocent. How can we share a room? The more Ye Xiaofeng thought about it, the angrier he got. Yi Xiao, let Qingqing use the bed upstairs and you can make do on the sofa. I still have some matters to attend to. Li Zhonggui left directly without waiting for Ye Xiaofeng to reply. Ye Xiaofeng was rendered speechless. Who was the boss here? He called out a few times, but Li Zhonggui ignored him. Qingqing, I'll help you upstairs. After turning on the lights in a room on the third floor, Ye Xiaofeng helped Qingqing sit by the bed. You rest here. I'll step out for a bit. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to take advantage of her. Plus, they were still young. You can't leave. Ye Xiaofeng, you bastard, you want to let go halfway after chasing me. It was unclear if Qingqing was really drunk or just speaking her mind under the influence. But she grabbed Ye Xiaofeng's hand as he turned to leave. All right, I won't leave. You rest well. I'll stay with you. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng had no choice but to agree with Qingqing, not taking her angry words to heart. Qingqing, feeling tipsy, fell drowsily by the bed, and Ye Xiaofeng had to take off her shoes. Under the lights, a drunken Qingqing had a rosy complexion, and her outfit revealed her curves. But Ye Xiaofeng did not take advantage of her. He respected the boundaries between men and women and did not help her take off her clothes, instead covering her with a blanket. Ye Xiaofeng turned off the light and returned to the sofa. However, the moonlight was quite bright tonight, so the room was still visible. But Ye Xiaofeng had no interest in admiring the moonlight. He lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and after a long day and having had a bit to drink, he was indeed a little tired. He didn't know when he fell asleep. Late at night, he was awakened by the sound of crying. Ye Xiaofeng's senses were stronger than those of ordinary people, and he saw Qingqing crying alone. He quickly got up. Qingqing, why are you crying? What happened? Ye Xiaofeng asked with concern as he walked to the bedside in the moonlight. Do you not like me? Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with tearful eyes. She had originally pretended to be drunk to see how Ye Xiaofeng felt about her. If Ye Xiaofeng chose to take advantage of her vulnerability, even if she got him, her heart would never accept him. But seeing Ye Xiaofeng's virtuous side made her heart ache, fearing that she wasn't beautiful enough for him to want her. Unknowingly, she had placed Ye Xiaofeng in the most important position deep within her heart. Having lost her parents at a young age, she longed even more for Ye Xiaofeng's care and attention. No, how could you think that? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qingqing's red eyes and felt an inexplicable pain for her. He couldn't help but step forward and hug her. As soon as he hugged her, she cried even harder than before. And Ye Xiaofeng didn't know how to comfort her anymore. I'm scared to sleep alone, Qingqing said softly after a while, no longer crying. Scared of what? I'm sleeping on the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng still didn't understand what Qingqing meant. Can you sleep with me? Qingqing bit her lip and said with a red face, then buried her head deep in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. Silly Qingqing, isn't this me keeping you company while you sleep? Ye Xiaofeng said, gently touching Qingqing's forehead. Come sleep over here. Qingqing still kept her head buried in his embrace, saying in a very soft voice, but Ye Xiaofeng heard her clearly. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly realized why Qingqing was crying, why she said she was afraid. It was all because of him. She didn't like the hot and cold treatment. She craved more warmth. Qingqing moved out of Ye Xiaofeng's embrace and shifted her position inward. Ye Xiaofeng took off his shoes and lay down at the edge. How can you sleep in your clothes? Qingqing complained unhappily. Ye Xiaofeng stopped talking, took off his coat and pants, lay down at the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and wanted to fall asleep quickly. Xiaofeng, you're sweating so much on your forehead. Are you sick? Don't sleep on the edge. It's warmer in the middle. Saying this, she tugged at Ye Xiaofeng's arm. I'm fine. I'm used to sleeping at the edge, Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling a turmoil of emotions, wondering what karma he had created as this little demon constantly tormented him. He kept telling himself, Ye Xiaofeng, stay calm, stay calm. Are you annoyed with me? As she spoke, Qingqing's eyes began to redden, ready to cry. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't take it and quickly moved to the middle of the bed. All right, Qingqing, now we can sleep, Ye Xiaofeng said calmly as he looked at Qingqing, then quickly closed his eyes. I'll listen to you, Qingqing said. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng's tightly closed eyes and his forehead glistening with cold sweat, suddenly smiled wickedly. Ye Xiaofeng thought that Qingqing was sleeping soundly. But this clever girl was not being obedient. Qingqing, why aren't you wearing clothes? Ye Xiaofeng felt something was off as Qingqing moved around. He had not noticed earlier due to her crying. This silly girl was now only wearing the last layer. Wearing clothes to sleep. Do you want to suffocate me? Besides, you're still wearing one piece of clothing, Qingqing playfully retorted. Have you ever seen a girl sleep in clothes? Xiaofeng, are you feeling uncomfortable? Qingqing snuggled into Ye Xiaofeng's arms and drew circles on his body with her finger. Little fairy, stop being mischievous and go to sleep, Ye Xiaofeng said, his throat dry. I'm just being mischievous. What are you going to do about it? Qingqing said, leaning closer to Ye Xiaofeng. It's nothing. Hurry up and sleep. Ye Xiaofeng felt more nervous. No, I want to see, Qingqing said, turning over and straddling Ye Xiaofeng. You can't. Ye Xiaofeng didn't have time to stop her as Qingqing threw his last piece of clothing away. Ye Xiaofeng, get lost, she exclaimed, seeing something she shouldn't have, her face turning red. You're the one who seduced me. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng couldn't hold back anymore. Due to the commotion they caused last night, Ye Xiaofeng only woke up at noon. The two of them were completely naked, and Qingqing was still in Ye Xiaofeng's arms. Ye Xiaofeng gently got up to fill the bathtub with hot water. After what happened last night, Ye Xiaofeng felt an even stronger urge to protect the girl in front of him. Last night, he had managed to restrain himself at a critical moment. He didn't want to ruin Qingqing. What are you thinking? Qingqing opened her eyes and saw Ye Xiaofeng watching her from the bedside, rubbing her eyes sleepily. It's nothing. Just this little fairy stole my heart, Ye Xiaofeng smiled. Who knows how many girls you've deceived with that smelly mouth of yours? Ching said, though she felt happy inside. Is my mouth smelly? Who was it that kissed someone all night last night? Ye Xiaofeng, T-sit. You want to fight? It's broad daylight, and you're still not wearing clothes. Aren't you ashamed? Ching scolded Ye Xiaofeng while looking at his naked body. You still have the nerve to talk about me. Look at yourself. Ye Xiaofeng pointed at Ching's body. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, you big jerk, you big pervert. Ching quickly wrapped herself in the blanket and threw a pillow at him. Hee, you can't hit me. Ye Xiaofeng caught the pillow and walked to the edge of the bed with a mischievous smile. Get away, you big bad guy. Ching immediately swung her right hand at him, but Ye Xiaofeng wouldn't let her succeed and grabbed her arm midair. Stop messing around. The hot water is ready. I'll carry you over. Ye Xiaofeng ignored Ching's response, pulled the blanket away, and Princess carried her to the bathtub, gently placing her in the water. All right, you can leave now. I'll wash myself, Ching said, dismissing him. Ching, that's where you're wrong. After using your boyfriend, you just disregard him. Do you think I'm disposable? Ye Xiaofeng lightly flicked Ching's forehead. You only realize it now. It's too late. Ching playfully stuck out her tongue. Ching, washing alone is so boring. Let me help you, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly said, then got into the bathtub himself. A big bad guy, get out. Ching quickly splashed water at Ye Xiaofeng, but to him, this was pure temptation. On my eyes. Just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to embrace Ching, she punched him in the left eye. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly sat in the bathtub, covering his eyes with his hands, the passion from earlier instantly evaporating. Xiaofeng, are you okay? Ching looked at Ye Xiaofeng, covering his eyes, and tentatively asked. It hurts so much. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng heard Ching's concern and deliberately shouted. Although it hurt, it wasn't that serious. Xiaofeng, I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean it. I don't know what happened earlier, I just couldn't control my emotions, Ching said, her eyes reddening, tears nearly spilling out. It's fine, I just wanted to scare you a little. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Ching, trying to hide his pain to avoid making her sad. You big pervert. How dare you deceive me? Upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, Ching felt betrayed and angrily punched her right eye again. You little vixen, do you want me to go blind so you can bully me? Huh? The pain in Ye Xiaofeng's left eye hadn't subsided, and now he got punched in the right eye. Now you know my strength, right? Next time, let's see if you dare to deceive me again. Oh, and you can't bully me either. Otherwise, for every time you deceive me, I'll punch your left eye once. And for every time you bully me, I'll punch your right eye once. Ching warned Ye Xiaofeng with justification. Hearing Ching's words, Ye Xiaofeng felt like he was about to vomit blood. How did he end up provoking such a female devil? Ah, Ye Xiaofeng wanted to speak, but the pain in both eyes left him speechless. Hey, stop pretending. If you keep pretending, my fist is ready, Ching said, raising her fist to show Ye Xiaofeng. He was in so much pain that he didn't dare to say anything. Then you just keep pretending. I regret not hitting you harder. Next time, I must make you blind in both eyes. Ching pouted, looking regretful. I didn't expect you to be so malicious. No wonder people often say that the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. They must be talking about someone like you. Ye Xiaofeng retorted immediately after hearing Ching's words. Now you know it's too late. If you don't wash, I'll wash myself. I can't be bothered with you. Ching completely ignored Ye Xiaofeng, acting as if he didn't exist. Hey, give me the clothes I bought yesterday. I want to wear them now, Ching said, seeing Ye Xiaofeng still rubbing his eyes, feeling a bit unhappy. Ye Xiaofeng dared not offend this female tyrant again and quickly took out something from the Soul Guide device's storage ring to give to her. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng's eyes hurt, and he had no mood to appreciate Ching getting dressed. After dressing up, Ching felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Hey, hurry up. Why are you dawdling like a woman? Ching saw Ye Xiaofeng still in the bathtub and felt that he was affecting her. I'll be done soon, you go down first. I'll come down right away. Ye Xiaofeng quickly urged Ching to leave. Today, Ching had her hair down instead of tying it up in a ponytail like usual. She had changed her outfit entirely, wearing high heels, a long-sleeve top that exposed part of her chest, a bodycon skirt, and of course, a pair of black ultra-thin stockings. As Ching came down from upstairs, the private room was spotless, as if it had been cleaned at some point last night. Now it was noon, and Ching's stomach was growling. She directly set a bell to call for service, and soon a waiter came upstairs. Where's Manager Li? Ching asked when she saw that the person was not Manager Li. The manager has something to attend to and went out of town. Please enjoy your meal, the waiter said as he placed a wine pot on the table. Are you okay? Why is your nose bleeding? Ching reminded the waiter. No, I'm fine. The weather has been hot lately, and I've been a bit fiery, the waiter quickly said as he left the wine and ran out. Feeling unable to control himself after seeing Ching, as if a goddess had descended. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng finished dressing and came downstairs. Seeing Qingqing, his eyes lit up. She had just changed clothes, so what was the big deal? Xiaofeng, why is your nose bleeding too? Qingqing asked, puzzled. The waiter had mentioned it was because of the heat, but Ye Xiaofeng had been in the room the whole time. So how could he also have a nosebleed? Who else has a nosebleed? Ye Xiaofeng curiously asked, as there were only the two of them in the room. The waiter just came up to deliver wine and got a nosebleed too. Qingqing told Ye Xiaofeng honestly. Qingqing, why don't you put on the clothes from yesterday instead? Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Qingqing and also felt unable to control himself. Why? Is this outfit not fitting, not pretty, or is it that you don't like it? Qingqing felt that the outfit was tailor-made for her, and she was very satisfied. Qingqing, this outfit is both fitting and beautiful, and I like it too, but when you wear it outside, everyone who sees you will get fiery, Ye Xiaofeng explained gently. Well, I don't care. If others look at me, their fate will be the same as yours, Qingqing warned Ye Xiaofeng. Okay, then I won't say anything. You can wear whatever you like, Ye Xiaofeng said, and his eyes suddenly hurt even more, quickly soothing Qingqing. At this moment, a waiter knocked and came into work, lowering his head and not daring to look up, afraid of getting a nosebleed again. Where's Manager Li? Ye Xiaofeng noticed Manager Li was not around, as he usually took care of his daily life. Young Master Yi. The manager, the waiter began, but upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, he looked up at Qingqing and quickly shifted his gaze back to Ye Xiaofeng. Not wanting to look at Qingqing any longer, as it was more terrifying than getting fiery. Ye Xiaofeng had become a national treasure. I accidentally fell. Ye Xiaofeng quickly made up an excuse, his eyes still hurting. Hearing Ye Xiaofeng's lie, Qingqing almost couldn't control her laughter. Young Master Yi, you need to be careful in the future. If you're not careful, you might hurt other places, the waiter said with concern while looking at Ye Xiaofeng. It's fine. I'll be careful. Ye Xiaofeng thought the waiter was implying something. By the way, where's Manager Li? Ye Xiaofeng was led astray by the waiter. Well, Manager Li has something to attend to and went out of town. He was a bit rushed when he left and didn't have time to inform young Master Yi. The waiter explained honestly. Got it. Ye Xiaofeng said no more. Although Manager Li was one of his people, he also had his own freedom. By the way, young Master Yi, I suggest you don't go outside. Wait until your injury is healed, the waiter kindly said. Xiaofeng, it's okay. After eating, accompany me to go shopping. Qingqing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. You go by yourself. I'm not going. I want to rest for half a month. Ye Xiaofeng quickly refused. Accompanying her outside would attract attention. She was admired, while he felt embarrassed. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Qingqing retorted unhappily. Young Master Yi, enjoy your meal. The waiter brought in the last dish and quickly backed out before Ye Xiaofeng could respond. After the waiter left Ye Xiaofeng's room, he sneered cunningly. Manager, I've delivered the dishes you arranged. The waiter reported back to Manager Li's room. Did you convey my exact words? Manager Li looked at the waiter, and the two shared a lewd smile. Manager, I saw that young Master Yi seemed to have not slept all night. His eyes had become panda eyes. Before I could say anything, young Master Yi took the initiative to say he would rest for half a month. The waiter exaggeratedly recounted what he saw. With Miss Qingqing around, young Master Yi must need a significant boost. Manager Li was as lewd as ever. Manager, the signature dishes have already been served. You have foresight. You can guess right. The waiter quickly flattered Manager Li. Do I need you to say that? If I didn't have this bit of skill, how could I have survived in the capital for decades? Take good care of young Master Yi. Starting this month, you will receive half a month's extra salary. Don't tell the other waiters. Also, don't forget to serve young Master Yi the signature dishes for lunch and dinner every day. Manager Li specifically instructed the waiter. What about breakfast? The waiter asked without thinking. Breakfast? Manager Li looked at the waiter and smiled lewdly. Oh, I understand. The waiter quickly realized he had asked the wrong question, smiling even more lewdly than Manager Li. Xiaofeng, what is this dish? Qingqing looked at the last meat dish, which she had never seen before. This is the restaurant's signature dish. It should be good for the body. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the familiar dish. Recalling how Shui Wu had tricked him into ordering a dish with lamb kidneys and tiger penises, saying it was the restaurant's signature dish. He felt like he had been duped. Then you should eat quickly. Look at how thin you are. You should supplement your body. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with concern, especially since Ye Xiaofeng had received 2 punches from her and now had panda eyes. I can eat other dishes. You can eat this one. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to eat. Wanted to go beat up Manager Li instead. Why aren't you eating? Qingqing sensed something was off with Ye Xiaofeng. I'm tired of eating meat dishes. I want to eat more vegetarian dishes. Ye Xiaofeng continued making excuses, truly not wanting to eat the dish made from lamb kidneys and tiger penises. No way, you must eat. Qingqing directly picked up a lamb kidney with her chopsticks and fed it to Ye Xiaofeng's mouth. Then I'll eat just a little. Ye Xiaofeng closed his eyes and took a bite of the lamb kidney that Qingqing brought to his mouth. Are you serious? Eating a meat dish feels like I'm forcing you to eat poison, Qingqing teased Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I shouldn't have hit you. I couldn't control myself. Qingqing said to Ye Xiaofeng with grievance. But I've thought it over. To show my apology to you, I will feed you this signature dish. Qingqing said while smiling adorably. I'd rather take 2 more punches from you. Ye Xiaofeng muttered softly. Yes, Ye Xiaofeng would rather become a panda again than eat this signature dish. What did you say? I have already apologized to you, and you are still unwilling to accept it. Qingqing is getting jealous again. How could that be? I wasn't angry with you at all. Ye Xiaofeng knew that this silly girl misunderstood him and quickly started to comfort Qingqing. Then you must finish eating, or I won't believe you, he. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a smile again. Are you women made of water? How can your moods change so quickly? Ye Xiaofeng was directly bewildered by Qingqing's quick change of expression. You're the one who is a woman. I'm not married yet. I'm still a girl. Qingqing said, blushing. Can I ask you something? Goddess Qingqing, who do you want to marry? Ye Xiaofeng teased Qingqing on purpose. What is it to you? If I marry, it won't be to you. Qingqing's face turned red with embarrassment and anger as she glared at Ye Xiaofeng. I was just asking casually, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling confused, thinking to himself that women change their minds faster than flipping a book. You talk too much. I can't even eat my food with you around. Qingqing directly brought the signature dish to Ye Xiaofeng and used chopsticks to feed him. Qingqing, why don't you eat a bit too? Ye Xiaofeng used chopsticks to feed Qingqing, but she quickly turned her head away. No, this dish is only for you today, so you must finish it. Qingqing smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, continuously picking food until he finished the signature dish. After that, the two had lunch, drank a bit of wine, and when one pot wasn't enough, they had another. In fact, Qingqing knew that her alcohol tolerance wasn't good, but she still accompanied Ye Xiaofeng in drinking. They'd been restless all night and didn't sleep well, and Ye Xiaofeng thought about going back to sleep. Qingqing, let us go back to the room. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng, you big bad guy, shameless, trying to take advantage of me in broad daylight. Qingqing said while punching Ye Xiaofeng's chest. What? I meant let us go up to sleep. Ye Xiaofeng quickly explained. Look, you're still saying it's not that. No, I meant I'm sleepy. And I can sleep on the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng quickly explained again to avoid having this girl misunderstand him again. Really? You're such a liar. Qingqing was a bit skeptical of Ye Xiaofeng. If you don't believe me, fine, I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me. Ye Xiaofeng ignored her and went straight upstairs to his room. If you're not going to disturb me, then I won't bother you. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng going back to his room and angrily retorted. After a while, Qingqing suddenly thought of something. Hee. Qingqing smiled mischievously and followed him upstairs to the room. Qingqing pushed the door and entered the room. Ye Xiaofeng really wasn't lying. He was sleeping on the sofa. To avoid waking him up, she deliberately took off her high heels and quietly approached the sofa barefoot. She gently pinched Ye Xiaofeng's nose to obstruct his breathing, and Ye Xiaofeng seemed to feel that he couldn't breathe through his nose, so he switched to breathing through his mouth. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng able to sleep like this, Qingqing felt displeased and thought she must do something to him. I don't believe I can't handle you. Qingqing used her long hair to tickle Ye Xiaofeng, who quickly covered his face with both hands. Ye Xiaofeng was being tickled by Qingqing to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. So he simply turned over and went to sleep, deliberately facing away from her. Since you won't let me tickle you, I'll tickle you anyway. Qingqing started to tickle the soles of Ye Xiaofeng's feet. Ye Xiaofeng was too uncomfortable from the tickling in his sleep and instinctively kicked backward with a swift kick, sending Qingqing flying. Qingqing lay on the ground, her chest in excruciating pain, with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Just now, Ye Xiaofeng had kicked her in the chest while dreaming. Fortunately, Qingqing landed on the carpet and didn't suffer further injury. Earlier, Manager Li had arranged for someone to lay a carpet in Ye Xiaofeng's room, which ended up saving Qingqing's life. Qingqing lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Ye Xiaofeng felt as if nothing had happened, turned around, lay flat on the sofa, and continued to take a nap. You bastard, I want your life. Qingqing climbed up, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, and ran to the sofa. You deserve it, she sobbed. Qingqing sat on the sofa. Her eyes seemed to be like a faucet, with endless tears streaming down her cheeks. The two seemed unwilling to back down. Whoever stopped first would lose. Ye Xiaofeng was still rolling on the ground in pain, while Qingqing covered her chest with one hand and wiped her tears with the other, continuing to cry on the sofa. Qingqing, I'm fine, you don't need to worry, Ye Xiaofeng said, thinking that Qingqing was crying for him. I just want to kill you. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with tearful eyes, pounding on his chest. Qingqing, it's my fault. I'll be careful next time. After you sleep, I'll sleep too, okay? Ye Xiaofeng thought he had fallen asleep before Qingqing, which made her angry. You kicked me. Qingqing cried even harder upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's explanation. What did I kick you? Ye Xiaofeng was bewildered, as he had clearly been sleeping just now. Get away from me. I don't want to see you. Qingqing scolded Ye Xiaofeng directly, still wiping her tears with one hand and covering her chest with the other. She had been caught off guard by a kick and was slightly injured. I'm sorry, Qingqing. It's my fault. Let me see where you were kicked. Ye Xiaofeng hugged Qingqing and hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, noticing a bit of blood at her mouth. Ye Xiaofeng, you big bad guy, you kicked me in the chest, and now you still want to take advantage. Qingqing couldn't take it anymore and tried to break free from Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? The attendant was cleaning the last room. Manager Li was listening with his ear pressed against the wall of the next room. Shoo! Manager Li quickly signaled the attendant to be quiet with his finger. Isn't this next door to young Master Yi? The attendant asked quietly. You should leave now. You have nothing to do here. Manager Li hurriedly dismissed the attendant. Shopkeeper, let me listen too. The attendant ignored Manager Li and leaned closer to listen to the sound from the next room. You child, you don't understand anything. Hurry up and get out, the shopkeeper said unhappily. Shopkeeper, although I, Xiao Lu, have never been married, I still understand this kind of thing, the attendant said with a lewd smile. Shopkeeper, it's broad daylight and young Master Yi is still messing around with Miss Qingqing. His stamina is quite impressive. The attendant couldn't help but comment. Did you not hear the sounds just now? From now on, change the signature dishes and don't let guests stay in this room anymore. Manager Li and the attendant had extremely lewd expressions as they exited the room. Qingqing, let me see how serious the injury is. Close your eyes. Ye Xiaofeng comforted Qingqing. Do you want to take advantage of me? Qingqing shot Ye Xiaofeng a glare. You silly girl, where did you come up with these random thoughts? Hurry up. Ye Xiaofeng was speechless. Blessing. As Qingqing closed her eyes, Ye Xiaofeng directly used the first soul skill of his second martial soul, the Emerald Swan, to heal her. After checking, it turned out not to be a serious injury, and the treatment was quickly completed. Is it better? Why do I feel warm in my chest? And no pain. Qingqing kept her eyes closed. It's all better. You can open your eyes, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. How amazing. Quickly tell me how you healed me. Qingqing opened her eyes and felt no pain at all. Her body felt better than before. So, have you forgotten the pain now that the scar has healed? Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to reveal his secret to Qingqing so soon. Not because he didn't want to tell her, but because he was afraid of bringing her harm because of himself. Get lost. You are an ugly and smelly Xiaofeng. Qingqing felt her body was completely healed, but she still didn't let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook, though her tone was much better than before. Qingqing, why don't you rest a bit? Ye Xiaofeng said with concern. No need for you to say, I know to rest. By the way, you sleep on the sofa. You're not allowed to come over here, Qingqing said, not wanting Ye Xiaofeng to get close to her because of what happened earlier. Don't be so petty, Ye Xiaofeng said playfully as he pounced over and hugged Qingqing, who curled up like a little lamb in his arms. Ye Xiaofeng, you big pervert. You're a big bad guy, let go of me. Qingqing struggled with her words. Scream all you want. Even if you tear your throat, no one will save you. Hee hee. Ye Xiaofeng smiled lewdly on purpose, then picked Qingqing up in a princess carry and took her back to the bed. Qingqing screamed in fear. No more yelling. If you do, I'll tear your clothes. Ye Xiaofeng said directly to Qingqing, scaring her into quickly closing her mouth and lying obediently on the bed. All right, have a good sleep. No more messing around, understood? Ye Xiaofeng gently covered Qingqing with the quilt. Qingqing blinked her eyes in agreement, and then Ye Xiaofeng turned to leave. Where are you going? Qingqing thought Ye Xiaofeng had ulterior motives, not expecting him to do nothing now. I'm going to sleep on the sofa. No, you stay with me. After I fall asleep, then you can go sleep, Qingqing said unhappily, wanting Ye Xiaofeng to stay with her. Close your eyes quickly and sleep. Ye Xiaofeng walked over to her side, accompanying Qingqing. Why don't you come up and sleep instead? I can't sleep with you sitting there, Qingqing said, blushing as she looked at Ye Xiaofeng. If you don't sleep soon, I'm going to sleep on the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng thought it was impossible to sleep with her. Sleeping with her wouldn't be good, and it would be more comfortable to sleep alone on the sofa. No, I'm going to sleep now. You're not allowed to leave. Do you hear me? Qingqing said anxiously. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng nod, she finally closed her eyes and went to sleep. Ye Xiaofeng saw that Qingqing was sleeping peacefully, and only then did he feel relieved. He covered her with a blanket and returned to the sofa. after being tormented by this little troublemaker. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past 2 days. He closed his eyes again and fell asleep, waking up deep into the night. Ye Xiaofeng got up to turn on the light and splashed cold water on his face, instantly feeling much more awake. He turned around, intending to wake Qingqing up for dinner, when he suddenly saw blood streaming from his nose. He hurriedly ran over again to wash it with cold water, trying to calm his heart. This girl was perfectly fine while sleeping, so how did she end up taking everything off and throwing it all over the floor, even kicking the blanket to the ground? Ye Xiaofeng picked up the clothes and noticed a faint fragrance. Unable to resist, he brought them to his nose to sniff, then shook his head, wondering when he had become so perverted. He picked up the quilt again and placed it on the bed. Qingqing, get up to eat, stop sleeping, Ye Xiaofeng said. Although he saw nothing but white in front of him, he didn't let his thoughts wander again. Let me sleep a bit longer, Qingqing mumbled, still half asleep, and reluctantly kicked Ye Xiaofeng with her foot. As she lifted her leg, Ye Xiaofeng once again saw the source of life, so close, and his throat became unusually dry. Get up quickly, Ye Xiaofeng couldn't stand the torment any longer and slapped Qingqing's full buttocks. The sound of the slap echoed throughout the room. Ye Xiaofeng, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Qingqing suddenly sat up and pushed Ye Xiaofeng down onto the bed. I'll let you hit me. Qingqing directly grabbed Ye Xiaofeng's ears and twisted them hard. The spot Ye Xiaofeng had just hit was now burning with pain, but there was also an indescribable feeling mixed in, somewhat pleasurable. Qingqing, I'm sorry, I won't dare again. Ye Xiaofeng felt like his ears were about to be twisted off, but he was captivated by the beautiful sight of white in front of him, and his nosebleed couldn't be controlled any longer. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, you bastard. Taking advantage of me while I'm sleeping, boo-hoo. Qingqing then realized she wasn't wearing any clothes. Ye Xiaofeng hurried over and rinsed himself with cold water again to calm down. Qingqing, I'm Rond. I saw your quilt on the floor and your clothes thrown around, so I helped you up. I called you several times but couldn't wake you. Ye Xiaofeng explained it in detail. Shut up, Qingqing said angrily, her face flushed as she turned away. Ye Xiaofeng stared at her, unable to look away while she was getting dressed. I covered my eyes with both hands, firmly refusing to look at Ye Xiaofeng's shamelessness, and then slightly opened my fingers, thinking that missing such a beautiful sight would bring misfortune. Qingqing didn't expect Ye Xiaofeng to be so shameless, so she had no choice but to get dressed with a red face. Have you seen enough? Qingqing angrily got out of bed and walked in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Not enough. Ye Xiaofeng insisted on his shameless way of speaking. Qingqing ignored him and went downstairs directly, with Ye Xiaofeng following behind. The meal still revolved around the signature dish. Qingqing, I apologize for what happened at noon. To show my sincerity, I'll feed you this signature dish, Ye Xiaofeng said with a lewd smile, clearly not wanting to let Qingqing off the hook. Don't imitate my way of speaking. Offering favors without reason is either a thief or a schemer. Qingqing seemed to see through Ye Xiaofeng. Girls shouldn't speak recklessly. What do you mean by either a thief or a schemer? Haven't we had anything happen between us? Ye Xiaofeng spoke as if he were an adult educating a child. I've gotten tired of eating meat lately. I'll just stick to vegetables, Qingqing replied, mimicking Ye Xiaofeng's words. No way, you have to eat. Ye Xiaofeng wouldn't let Qingqing off, since she had eaten the signature dish at noon. Honestly, what ingredients are used in this signature dish? Qingqing had noticed something yesterday, so she forced Ye Xiaofeng to eat it. Ye Xiaofeng ate it without any issue, and his concerns were gone. Today, Ye Xiaofeng recommended this dish again. Lamb kidney. You know it can nourish the body, Ye Xiaofeng said as he picked up a piece and ate it. Come on, you try it too. How does it taste? Ye Xiaofeng picked one up and brought it to Qingqing's mouth, but it was not lamb kidney. Seeing that Ye Xiaofeng was fine, Qingqing also ate it. What kind of meat is this? It has such a strong chewiness. I chewed for a long time before swallowing, she said, noticing Ye Xiaofeng chuckling. What are you laughing at? I'm not. I clearly saw you laughing. You must have seen it wrong. Ye Xiaofeng, you're bullying me. Honestly, tell me what you were laughing about. Is there something wrong with this dish? I really didn't laugh, and the dish is fine. Well, if you want tea, tell me. I'll ask someone else. Qingqing stood up to leave. I'll tell you, okay? This dish is made from lamb kidney. It can nourish and invigorate. This is lamb kidney, but what about this? Qingqing picked up a piece of meat that was clearly not lamb kidney. It also nourishes yin and yang and can help with anti-aging. I'm asking what kind of meat it is. Let us say it's tiger meat. Let us say it's tiger meat. Be honest, what meat is it? Qingqing felt something bad was happening. Tiger whip. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't hide it anymore and had to tell the truth, wishing he could beat up Manager Li for 3 days and nights. What? Qingqing's eyes widened as she looked at Ye Xiaofeng, realizing that this big jerk had just tricked her into eating that thing. You big bad guy. Not only did you deceive me, but you also bullied me. Qingqing burst into tears, feeling her stomach churn at the sight of the food on the table. Wanting to vomit. Qingqing, let me explain, I didn't know before, Ye Xiaofeng said as he hugged the crying Qingqing. Get away. Do you remember what I said before? Ye Xiaofeng hadn't reacted, yet when Qingqing broke free and, in her anger, started punching him. My eyes. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes were once again targeted by Qingqing's fists, and he became a national treasure again. This is the consequence of deceiving me, Qingqing said, seeing Ye Xiaofeng turn into a national treasure again, her anger subsiding. Qingqing, do you have a grudge against my eyes? Why do you always target my eyes? Ye Xiaofeng said pitifully, actually feeling like a victim himself, blaming manager Li for it all. Okay, then I won't hit your eyes anymore. Really? Ye Xiaofeng was about to say thank you when he received another punch in the stomach from Qingqing. You, Ye Xiaofeng, have completely lost your mind. You suddenly regretted provoking this female tyrant. Stop pretending. Get up. I'll feed you, Qingqing said, very pleased with her earlier performance, feeling particularly good inside. Can I not eat? What did you say? Did I hit you too lightly just now? I'll eat. Is that okay? Ye Xiaofeng could neither fight back nor scold this female tyrant, so he had to give in. Since you want me to eat, don't blame me for being rude when it's time to sleep. Hee hee, Ye Xiaofeng thought with a lewd smile. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng cooperate, Qingqing stopped feeding him and let him eat by himself. I'll eat half and leave the other half for you. Ye Xiaofeng grinned lewdly. I don't want it. Qingqing quickly protested. This is not up to you, Ye Xiaofeng said as he pulled her into his arms, forcing her to finish eating. After that, Qingqing stopped causing trouble, and the two happily finished their dinner and drank 2 bottles of wine. After they were full and had enough to drink, Ye Xiaofeng directly picked Qingqing up in a princess carry and took her upstairs. Ye Xiaofeng accompanied Qingqing to watch the 9th match of awaken on the Soul Guide's big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me warmly welcome today's match. Please look at the big screen for the strength of both sides. Awaken versus Ye Xiaofeng. Name, Awaken, Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear. Soul Power Level, 58th Level Assault System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Ring Levels. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Name, Ye Xiaofeng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Soul Power Level, 66th Level Assault System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Ring Levels. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Xiaofeng, do you think Awaken can win? Qingqing hugged Ye Xiaofeng's arm and looked at the big screen. It's hard to say. Awaken was pushed out from the dead. Every battle he fights, he disregards his life and death. However, Ye Xiaofeng's strength cannot be underestimated. As a blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul, he is inherently stronger than most. And now he has 8 levels higher soul power than Awaken. Ye Xiaofeng rationally analyzed the match. Are you still rooting for Awaken? Qingqing suddenly said. How do you know? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qingqing in surprise. This is a girl's intuition. People like you wouldn't understand, Qingqing said seriously, but secretly laughed inside. Ye Xiaofeng was left speechless and continued to watch the battle between the two. The moment to decide the winner arrived. Ye Xiaofeng saw that both had used their moves, and it was now a matter of who could hold on longer. Awaken, I have to say, you are indeed strong, but to defeat me, Ye Xiaofeng, who possesses the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul, is a delusion. Likewise. But today I will pull you down from your high position and step on the ground. Awaken coldly stared at Ye Xiaofeng. 6th Soul Skill, Tyrant Thunder Domain. Soul Power, Gun and Man combined. Quickly activate the Advanced Energy Shield. The host saw the final moves of both and quickly shouted, clearly indicating that the intermediate energy shield couldn't withstand such a strong attack. Who won? Qingqing asked, watching the screen where the attacks of both completely obscured the view. In fact, other spectators were the same, unsure of who had won. How is this possible? I won't lose. Ye Xiaofeng was in a pool of blood, slowly falling down. Not expecting that he, a dignified 66th level Soul Emperor, would lose to a 58th level Soul King. You overestimated the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul. There is no strongest martial soul in this world, only stronger martial souls. Awaken slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Congratulations to Awaken for achieving 9 consecutive victories and successfully challenging across levels. Awaken, with the previous 8 consecutive victories. The audience blindly chose Awaken, investing in him in the welfare betting area, resulting in a loss of 150 million at the Great Soul Arena. In the end, it was Ye Xiaofeng who made up for it from his pocket. Manager Luo, I want to meet Awaken. Please help me arrange it. Ye Xiaofeng said with his eyes closed, not looking at Luo Xiaotian. Young Master Yi, I will arrange that right away. Luo Xiaotian hurriedly left, fearing Ye Xiaofeng's anger, but could not discern his emotions from Ye Xiaofeng's face, which made him even more afraid. Xiaofeng, do you also want to fight a match? Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng in confusion. How do you know? Ye Xiaofeng was even more surprised. Could it be that a girl's intuition is really that accurate? I said it's a girl's intuition. Why don't you believe it? Do you want to worship me as your teacher? I can teach you, Qingqing mischievously said, trying to take advantage. If you are accurate this time, I can consider worshipping you as my teacher, Ye Xiaofeng slowly said, teasing Qingqing. Guess what? Qingqing was about to ask when she saw Ye Xiaofeng staring at her chest with a lewd look. Ye Xiaofeng, you big pervert. I'm going to beat you up. Qingqing immediately stood up from the sofa and jumped onto Ye Xiaofeng, who was sitting there. Qingqing, be gentle. Let go. Ye Xiaofeng's ears were almost twisted off. I won't. I'll twist your ears off so you can't lewdly look at me. Qingqing thought Ye Xiaofeng wanted her to guess something, but ended up finding this guy lewdly taking advantage of her. Manager Luo knocked on the door, just entering. Qingqing and Ye Xiaofeng were playing around, not paying much attention to the knocking. You don't need to go out. Is the person here? Ye Xiaofeng said to Luo Xiaotian, pushing Qingqing. Qingqing quickly sat beside Ye Xiaofeng, lowering her head, blushing, too shy to look at Ye Xiaofeng and Luo Xiaotian. The person is waiting outside. Luo Xiaotian respectfully looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Bring him in. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly, and as Luo Xiaotian turned around, Qingqing pinched Ye Xiaofeng's arm, blaming him for making her embarrass herself, sitting here and laughing shamelessly. Congratulations, Ye Xiaofeng warmly greeted as Xian walked in. Young Master Yi, may I ask what you need from me? Xian said lightly, still looking a bit pale from the previous match, indicating that it wasn't easy for him to win. Please sit. Ye Xiaofeng politely gestured for Xian to take a seat. Xian sat down without hesitation, and Luo Xiaotian hurriedly served tea. Xin, get a taste. How is it? Ye Xiaofeng offered tea to his guest. Xian didn't hold back and took a sip. Not bad, it's good tea. However, young master, you didn't invite me here just for tea, right? If you have something to say, just say it. Xian still looked a bit gloomy because of the previous incident. Ye Xiaofeng took out a piece of paper from the soul guide storage ring with his fingers and pushed it to Xian on the table. Do you want to challenge me in the 10th match? Xian took it in his hand. It was his challenge letter from Ye Xiaofeng. One could say that, or one could say not. Ye Xiaofeng didn't clarify all at once. I'm not quite sure what young master Yi means. Please explain. Xian indeed didn't understand. And Qingqing and Luo Xiaotian listened, equally confused. Xian, I need you. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xian earnestly. He needed someone like him by his side. Qingqing shot a fierce glare at Ye Xiaofeng. This bastard. Could it be he has a problem with his sexual orientation? No wonder he always avoids her, saying it's for her own good. Ahem, young Master Yi, please be more respectful. Xian was stunned by Ye Xiaofeng's words and slowly replied. Luo Xiaotian didn't dare to look at Ye Xiaofeng, his face filled with black lines, not expecting his boss to be this kind of person. You misunderstood. What I mean is that I need people like you. Ye Xiaofeng quickly explained, realizing his words had been misinterpreted. Young Master Yi, isn't your appetite a bit too big? Xian felt displeased at Ye Xiaofeng's words. Then how about we make a bet? Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at Xian. Now, it was his turn to set a trap for others. What kind of bet? Hearing Ye Xiaofeng say this, Xian suddenly became interested. What do you think of this great soul arena? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xian. It's pretty good. Are you using it as a bet? Xian looked at Ye Xiaofeng as if he was certain of himself. Yes, but I don't have that much capital. I don't need you to invest so much. And you don't have that capital either. It's actually quite simple. If you could take 3 of my moves, then this great soul arena is yours. Ye Xiaofeng still smiled. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Luo Xiaotian was about to say something, but Ye Xiaofeng glanced at him, and Luo Xiaotian quickly shut up. In fact, Qingqing didn't agree with Ye Xiaofeng's method either. Because his opponent was Xian, not someone else, but she still believed in Ye Xiaofeng's decision. Ye Xiaofeng, you really don't take Xian seriously, do you? This is a humiliation for Xian. Wait until you take 3 of my moves to talk. Ye Xiaofeng said as he picked up his cup and drank it all. By the way, you can only make demands if you win. As for losing, Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xian. If you lose, your life belongs to me, Ye Xiaofeng. Xian glared at Ye Xiaofeng and said 3 moves? Even if Ye Xiaofeng is strong, I can still withstand 3 moves. Remember your words. Go back and rest well. In half a month, you and I will have a battle. Manager Luo, Why not send AXIN off? Ye Xiaofeng similit enigmatijad. AXIN, you don't need to see me off. I'll leave by myself. Before Luo Xiaotian could finish, AXIN interrupted him and angrily left. Manager Luo, go publish the top news in the capital. In half a month, AXIN will challenge the Sword God to wash away the humiliation from before, and by the way, release a rumor that the Sword God claims he can defeat AXIN in 3 moves. Ye Xiaofeng had thought of a strategy. The loss of 1.5 billion gold soul coins in the afternoon would be recovered with interest in half a month. Let's get this done. Luo Xiaotian didn't know what scheme Ye Xiaofeng was up to, but he still went to execute it. When he returned, he ordered that in the welfare gambling area, the Sword God would be bought out and only AXIN could be bet on, while also finding some trustworthy people to act as moles. Ye Xiaofeng similit enigmatijad. Okay, I'll handle that right away. Luo Xiaotian immediately went to deploy it. You're so bad, and you still say others are taking advantage of you. Qing looked at Ye Xiaofeng's operation and was left speechless. A bad man is loved by no woman. Ye Xiaofeng instantly wrapped his arms around Qing. Ah, big pervert, let go of me. Qing quickly struggled free from Ye Xiaofeng's clutches. I was just trying to scare you. Is it that serious? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qing and smiled lewdly. No one would believe you. Qing didn't believe him at all. Come on, I'll take you to your room. Ye Xiaofeng had previously asked Luo Xiaotian to tidy up the room. He didn't know how it had turned out. What are you standing there for? I'm not going to eat you. Ye Xiaofeng waited for Qing to come over, but that silly girl remained unmoved. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Qing looked at Ye Xiaofeng discontentedly. Well then, you can sit here. I'll go ahead. Ye Xiaofeng ignored her and walked out of the room. What? Didn't you say you didn't want to follow? Why are you coming now? Qing saw that Ye Xiaofeng ignored her and then followed him. What I said to you? Qing said angrily, but both hands wrapped around Ye Xiaofeng's shoulders. Ye Xiaofeng opened the door and entered his original room. The outside office area hadn't changed much, but the suite inside had completely transformed. The curtains were replaced with pink ones, the bed linens on the double bed were changed to red, and a bouquet of roses was placed on the cabinet by the bed. Wow, so beautiful. Qing directly pulled Ye Xiaofeng's shoulder and jumped onto the bed. Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. Sitting on the sofa by the window, he poured himself a glass of wine and started sipping leisurely. Qing, do you like it here? Ye Xiaofeng asked, looking at Qing comfortably lying on the bed. Of course I like it. Don't you like it? As long as you like it, I like it too. Then you can stay here from now on. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Qing, clearly implying something. What about you? I should go back. Where are you going? To the inn? If you want to go to the inn, I'll accompany you, Qing said. No, I'm going to see my master. Oh. Qing realized she was asking for too much, not wanting anything, but after spending so many days with Ye Xiaofeng, she had gotten used to his company. Hearing that Ye Xiaofeng was leaving, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. After I go back, I'll come back to accompany you after a while, Ye Xiaofeng said and was about to leave. Stay tonight and leave tomorrow, okay? Qing instantly lost her previous joy and ran over to hug Ye Xiaofeng from behind. Silly, I'm just going to see my master and we'll be back soon. Why are you acting like it's a tearful farewell? Ye Xiaofeng turned around and hugged her, quickly comforting Qing. I just want you to stay with me, Qing said, her eyes reddening. Okay, no crying. Why are you acting like a child, crying at the drop of a hat? Ye Xiaofeng saw Qing's eyes turning red and agreed, since going to see his master tomorrow wasn't a problem. You were the one who spoiled me. I'm just a child. Qing pouted, feeling unhappy about Ye Xiaofeng calling her a child. Huh, how am I the one who spoiled you? Ye Xiaofeng felt he was being unfairly blamed. What? You're not going to take responsibility after getting your pants up? Qing shot Ye Xiaofeng a glare. We didn't do anything. Ye Xiaofeng still hadn't broken his own choice. Qing was still a girl. Didn't do anything? Then what do you want to do? Qing twisted Ye Xiaofeng's ear directly. I'll help. Qing is trying to murder her husband. Ye Xiaofeng pretended to shout loudly. Don't put it on your face. I'm not your wife, Qing said, letting go, but she didn't like Ye Xiaofeng being so shameless. I never said you were my wife. Ye Xiaofeng teased Qing. Ye Xiaofeng, you're such a jerk. Okay, you're my wife. Ah, Shamel. Qing broke down, as Ye Xiaofeng was always taking advantage with his words. Stop it. I'm already staying to accompany you. Ye Xiaofeng hugged Qing and pinched her cheek. Staying to accompany me. Does that mean you're losing out? If so, you can leave now. Qing scrutinized Ye Xiaofeng, afraid he might lie. How could that be? What are you thinking? I wouldn't lie to you. Ye Xiaofeng said without batting an eye. I'll temporarily believe you. If one day I find out you dare to deceive me, I won't let you go. Qing said, pulling Ye Xiaofeng's left shoulder and biting down hard. Ah, Qingqing, stop biting. You're making me bleed. Ye Xiaofeng saw Qingqing's teeth had broken his shoulder skin. I want you to remember what you said today for a lifetime, Qingqing said, licking the blood off her red lips. I'll remember. No need to be so cruel. Ye Xiaofeng wiped the blood off his shoulder and got dressed. I'm afraid of losing you. Qingqing tightly hugged Ye Xiaofeng, feeling insecure every day. Ye Xiaofeng's meticulous care for her these days filled her with happiness, but the happier she was, the more she feared losing it. In less than a month, she had been deeply conquered by the boy in front of her, determined to marry him for life. What are you thinking? Don't always act like it's a tearful farewell. Don't worry, I'll accompany you to grow old slowly, under the sunset, with a bunch of kids to accompany us, Ye Xiaofeng said, gently patting Qingqing's head. A bunch of kids? Are you trying to take my life? If you want to have kids, you should have them yourself. I'm not having any, Qingqing murmured, but a long-lost happiness appeared on her face. You need to cooperate too. Enough of the nonsense. Can I accompany you to go shopping? Ye Xiaofeng felt it was still early and wanted to go out for a walk. Okay. Qingqing revealed her girlish nature at the mention of shopping and quickly grabbed Ye Xiaofeng's hand to head outside. Ye Xiaofeng directly brought the imperial capital auction house, where he bid 1.5 million to purchase a 30 cubic meter soul guide storage ring. Qingqing, let me put this ring on your finger, Ye Xiaofeng said, kneeling down and gently sliding the ring onto Qingqing's left ring finger, kissing her left arm lightly. The people at the auction house turned to look at Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing when they saw this scene. Silly, just put on for me, why kneel? Qingqing glanced at the others, her face slightly flushed, but Ye Xiaofeng's gesture stirred her heart again. Qingqing, in a distant star, when two people in love get married. The man puts a ring on his beloved's finger, representing eternal love. Ye Xiaofeng thought of all his memories from his previous life. But we haven't married yet, Qingqing said, her face red but filled with happiness. I'm telling everyone that Qingqing is the woman I've chosen. If anyone has any improper thoughts, I'll twist their heads off and use them as a urinal, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile, looking at Qingqing. I haven't agreed to you yet. So how can you decide? Even if you want to take charge, the decision is in my hands, Qingqing playfully retorted, then walked away. So my heartfelt gesture, just now, was in vain? Ye Xiaofeng chased after her, scratching his head. However, I can give you a chance. If you behave well, I'll agree to you, he said, watching as Qingqing didn't show her joy, but was very happy inside. A warm man like me is hard to find again. Qingqing, think carefully. Once you miss this village, there won't be this shop anymore. Suddenly, I've thought of something. It's better for us to start as friends, Qingqing said, seemingly seeing through Ye Xiaofeng's heart. Actually, I think I should seize the opportunity and go against the current. I heard someone say, just now, once you miss this village, there won't be this shop, Qingqing said, not falling for Ye Xiaofeng's tricks. You must have heard wrong. Come on, I'll take you to eat grilled fish. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject. Don't think you can fool me with a piece of grilled fish. But Qingqing held on to Ye Xiaofeng's hand, not letting go. Soon, Ye Xiaofeng took Qingqing to the hottest grilled fish restaurant, accompanying her to eat grilled fish. Eat slowly. You've got grease all over your mouth, Ye Xiaofeng said, wiping the corner of Qingqing's mouth with a tissue. I've never eaten such good grilled fish before, Qingqing said, as she usually saved money and didn't dare to spend recklessly. With Ye Xiaofeng, everything was provided by him. If you want to eat, you can come here every day. Take this. If it's not enough, tell me later, Ye Xiaofeng said, having given Qingqing his previous purple gold card, which still had 5 million gold soul coins in it. I have my own. No need, Qingqing refused, as she didn't want to rely on others for even such matters. I understand your concerns, but I'm not just anyone. If you don't accept it, I'll feel bad. Ye Xiaofeng knew Qingqing's thoughts and found a way out. All right, I'll pay you back when I have money. Qingqing accepted it, but still felt a bit awkward. You're almost my wife now. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. Why distinguish so clearly? Ye Xiaofeng said seriously, making Qingqing's face turn red. Men's words are deceitful. Qingqing ignored Ye Xiaofeng and continued eating grilled fish. Why didn't I notice before that this silly girl is so clever? Ye Xiaofeng thought. All right, I'm done eating. Today, I'm happy. So I'll treat you to grilled fish, Qingqing said as she went to the front desk to pay. Then thank you for treating me to grilled fish. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Qingqing. As the two walked out of the grilled fish restaurant, it was already dark. Qingqing suddenly smiled cunningly as if she thought of something. Xiaofeng, my foot hurts so much. Did I twist it? Qingqing said, blocking Ye Xiaofeng, who genuinely thought she had hurt her foot. Qingqing, you sit down over there. Let me take a look, Ye Xiaofeng said earnestly, not noticing that Qingqing was secretly smiling. I can't walk now, what should I do? Qingqing quickly dug a pit. Don't worry, sit down first, I'll help you take a look. If it really doesn't work, I'll help you back, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at Qingqing with concern. Do you have conscience? I can't walk, and you still want me to walk? Qingqing said, punching Ye Xiaofeng. How about this? I'll carry you back first. Ye Xiaofeng hadn't finished speaking when Qingqing jumped on his back. Aren't you in pain? How come Ye Xiaofeng suddenly realized that Qingqing's foot wasn't injured? Ah, don't ask so much. Just carry me back, Qingqing urged Ye Xiaofeng, afraid he would change his mind. You silly girl, did you think of this bad idea just to make me carry you? Ye Xiaofeng finally understood that he had been fooled. I don't understand what you're saying. Hurry up, Qingqing began to play dumb. Then hold on tight. Qingqing didn't say anything, quietly leaning on Ye Xiaofeng's back, closing her eyes to enjoy the comfortable feeling. Ye Xiaofeng noticed that Qingqing was silent, so he didn't disturb her and carried her to the Grand Soul Arena. Qingqing, we're at the door now, it's time to get down. Ye Xiaofeng called for a long time, but seeing that Qingqing didn't respond, he slowly crouched down and found that she had already fallen asleep on his back. He then embraced Qingqing in a princess carry and took her back to the room. He placed her by the bed, helped her take off her high heels, and covered her with a blanket. Ye Xiaofeng sat down and quietly watched Qingqing, his mind free of distractions, simply appreciating his lover. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he remembered that he had promised Qingqing to stay and keep her company. He then took off his clothes, returned to bed, and held Qingqing as they slept. That night, Ye Xiaofeng did not disturb Qingqing's sleep, and she slept particularly sweetly, not waking up until the next morning. When Qingqing woke up, it was just dawn, and seeing Ye Xiaofeng holding her while sleeping, she couldn't help but playfully tease him. She pinched Ye Xiaofeng's nose, twisted his ear, and then directly pulled open his eyes with her fingers. Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? Ye Xiaofeng, who was initially enjoying a comfortable sleep, was unexpectedly disturbed by Qingqing's antics, and finally, he couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. You sleep your sleep, and I'll play my games. We won't disturb each other. Qingqing mischievously said, with you like this, how can I sleep? Little demoness, stop tempting me, or I'll have to take you in. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but reply, then lewdly glanced at Qingqing. Where are your eyes looking? Close them. Qingqing quickly covered Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. All right, it's still early. Let's sleep a bit more. Ye Xiaofeng pulled Qingqing into his arms. He thought Ye Xiaofeng would have ulterior motives, but this time he said nothing, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. However, Qingqing didn't want to let Ye Xiaofeng off so easily and began to draw circles on his chest with her fingers. Little demoness, you keep provoking me. Don't blame me for what happens next. Ye Xiaofeng turned over and pinned down Qingqing. Just as she was about to speak, Ye Xiaofeng covered her mouth, and things became wild like fish in water finding a river. By noon, Qingqing was obediently curled up in Ye Xiaofeng's arms. Ye Xiaofeng got up and took Qingqing to the bathroom. After they changed their clothes, Ye Xiaofeng took her to the inn. After having lunch, he left Qingqing behind and went to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Master, how have you been lately? The first thing Ye Xiaofeng did upon arriving at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was to pay his respects to sword-fighting Luo Qinxin. You still remember that I am your master? It's been a whole month. Honestly tell me, where have you been? Sword-fighting Luo directly launched into questioning. Master, didn't you often say that one shouldn't just focus on cultivation? So, I went outside to take a look and gain some insights into my understanding of the Tao. Ye Xiaofeng said seriously, talking nonsense to sword-fighting Luo Qinxin. So how have your insights been? Sword-fighting Luo had his eyes closed since Ye Xiaofeng entered. Disciple is dull. Disciple has suddenly gained some insights. Seeing sword-fighting Luo frown slightly, Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed his words with a smile. Since that's the case, then I will help you for a bit. Sword-fighting Luo waved his sleeve, and Ye Xiaofeng was blown out of the window by a powerful gust of wind, landing directly in the pool. Feng, are you awake? Sword-fighting Luo suddenly appeared beside the pool. Disciple knows I was wrong. I shouldn't be infatuated with the mundane world. Seeing that sword-fighting Luo had no intention of helping, Ye Xiaofeng climbed up himself and honestly admitted his mistake. I do not oppose you being with anyone, but have you really thought it through? Sword-fighting Luo Qinxin taught Ye Xiaofeng like a father, not opposing him, but addressing the issue from Ye Xiaofeng's perspective. Just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to say he was ready, a moment of confusion flashed through his mind. Was he really ready? Even if Qingqing was willing to be with him, what about Binger and the others? Could he really protect them with his current strength? He still had to return to Sea God Island. If his strength wasn't enough, could he really be at ease by his mother's side? Ye Xiaofeng fell into deep contemplation. Seeing this scene, Sword.Luo was also relieved. Even if Ye Xiaofeng had great talent, he still needed someone to guide him, to help him broaden his path and extend his vision. Sword.Luo Qinshin hoped that Ye Xiaofeng could break through that realm in the future. Master, I understand. Thank you for your guidance. After being enlightened by Sword.Luo, Ye Xiaofeng felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. In the following days, Ye Xiaofeng focused on practicing his swordsmanship, easily executing the first killing word decision. Until the day before his duel with awaken, Ye Xiaofeng asked Sword.Luo for help with something. As a title Douluo, it was not proper to do so, but he agreed for the sake of his disciple. Master, I'm going out for a bit today to relax. Ye Xiaofeng had been so busy with his training that he had neglected Qingqing. Since you want to relax, then I will accompany you. It just so happens that I have a bit of time. Sword.Luo smiled as he looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng's mind was in turmoil. Master, I'm going to see my girlfriend. Is it really okay for you to follow me like this? Ye Xiaofeng had a helpless expression. What? You're not happy that I'm accompanying you? Douluo didn't expect his disciple to show a hint of disdain just now. How could that be? Master accompanying me is something I could only wish for. Hee. Ye Xiaofeng quickly forced a smile. Then let's go to Manager Li's place and try his cooking. Douluo hadn't eaten the dishes made by Manager Li for a while, and he suddenly felt interested. All right, Ye Xiaofeng said this, but his mind was in chaos. Not knowing what to do, as if he were bringing his parents and unexpectedly running into his girlfriend. Whatever you fear will come true. As Ye Xiaofeng walked alongside Douluo on the street, just as they were nearing the inn, he saw Qingqing rushing towards him, and there was no time to stop it. You jerk, you took so long to come back and see me. Qingqing directly hugged Ye Xiaofeng and started to complain. Ye Xiaofeng was instantly petrified, unable to move, wishing he could find a mouse hole to burrow into, regretting his own big mouth. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Don't you want to talk to her at all? Qingqing sensed that something was off with Ye Xiaofeng, and when he remained still, she stopped hugging him. Qingqing then pinched his cheeks with both hands and said, Come on, smile a little. Ye Xiaofeng's smile was more awkward than a cry. Fengya, aren't you going to introduce me? Sword.Luo couldn't bear to watch the two youngsters flirting and thought, the kid is getting bold enough to try and fool me. Qingqing, this is my master, Ye Xiaofeng awkwardly said. Hello, master. Hello, senior. Qingqing then realized that Ye Xiaofeng had brought his master with him. She had only focused on Ye Xiaofeng and overlooked the presence of another person. Feeling shy and excited, she quickly called out master, and only afterward realized she had called him incorrectly. Master, Qingqing is being rude, please don't mind. Ye Xiaofeng also awkwardly scratched his head. The one being rude, I believe, is you. Is this the insight you told me about? Sword.Luo looked at him, as if to say, You think you can fool me? There's no way I'm letting you off easily. Hee. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng could only smile in response. As for her, accepting one more person wouldn't matter. Sword.Luo said before walking into the inn. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing were stunned. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly came to his senses, not expecting that the master would agree just because Qingqing said one wrong thing. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. Qingqing, hurry up and pay your respects to the master, Ye Xiaofeng reminded the dazed Qingqing. By the time they regained their composure and entered the inn, Sword.Luo had already been invited by Manager Li to Ye Xiaofeng's private room. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing went upstairs. Ye Xiaofeng gave a glance, and Manager Li immediately arranged for the dishes to be served. Disciple Qingqing, greet your master. Qingqing directly knelt down and bowed. Qingqing, there's no need for such formalities. Your master does not care for these trivial rituals. Sword.Luo hurriedly helped Qingqing up. Ye Xiaofeng saw this scene and thought, Master's being biased. When I worshipped, it was just a wave of the sleeve and done, but he treats Qingqing so well. Why do you have an opinion? Douluo seemed to see through Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts and turned to look at him. How could that be? I'm just happy for Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng quickly smiled in response. By the way, Xiaofeng, you call Master Shizuan, and I call him Shifu. It feels so awkward, Qingqing said, having heard Ye Xiaofeng refer to Douluo Shizuan earlier. Actually, as your master, I still prefer you to call me Shifu. Douluo interrupted Ye Xiaofeng before he could say anything. Ye Xiaofeng was petrified upon hearing Douluo's words. Shifu is still wise. Qingqing quickly flattered Douluo. Shifu, you can't do this to me. Shizuan and Shifu mean the same thing, Ye Xiaofeng said discontentedly, feeling deceived. Xiaofeng, you just don't understand. Qingqing smiled as she looked at him. What do you mean? Ye Xiaofeng looked at her in confusion. Actually, what Shifu means is that you just need to follow the rules without asking too many questions. Qingqing said with an innocent smile. What puzzled Ye Xiaofeng even more was that his master also agreed with Qingqing's words. Qingqing, if Fenger bullies you, just tell me, and I'll teach him a good lesson. Duoluo smiled at Qingqing, as if he were looking at his granddaughter. Sure, Fu, you don't know, this big bad guy bullies me every day. Qingqing was about to say when Ye Xiaofeng quickly covered her mouth, fearing that if he didn't interrupt her, who knew what trouble this silly girl would cause. Some things shouldn't be casually mentioned. Even if they happened, they shouldn't be spoken of. After all, matters between men and women are best kept to oneself. Sure, Fu. How could that be? I care for Qingqing more than anything. How could I possibly bully her? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Duoluo. Qingqing, don't you think so? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Duoluo, who seemed dissatisfied, and quickly pleaded for mercy. Sure, Fu, let him go this time. If he bullies me again, you can skin him. Qingqing directly complained to Duoluo. Fenger, do you remember? Duoluo asked seriously. Disciple remembers. I will never bully Qingqing again, Ye Xiaofeng said aggrievedly, feeling innocent in this situation. During dinner, Qingqing kept serving Duoluo. Every time he took a sip, she would refill it, and whenever a dish was brought out, she would place it in front of him. Duoluo was quite pleased with his meal today and suddenly smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, who felt something was amiss. Fengya, greed can lead to downfall. The three before you had great expectations for you. Duoluo smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Sure, Fu, I know, Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling a surge of anxiety. You old rascal, you clearly know Qingqing is here and still bring up other matters. Aren't you trying to break us apart? Fengya, with your current small stature, you can't handle so much, right? Duoluo seemed unwilling to let Ye Xiaofeng off easily. Sure, Fu, I don't want to either. But some things can't be controlled. Since I can't control them, I might as well accept them all. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly blurted out something shameless. Duoluo frowned slightly, wondering if this kid had taken all four girls. Previously, the sect master had privately discussed the possibility of marrying Rongrong to Fo, but it seemed that was better off not happening. Sure, Fu, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Qingqing looked at Duoluo with a puzzled expression. This matter is best explained by Fenger. Duoluo didn't know how to respond and shifted the burden to Ye Xiaofeng, letting him sort out himself. What Sure Fu means is that I should focus on my cultivation and not be distracted by worldly matters, Ye Xiaofeng said without skipping a beat. So were the three you mentioned earlier? Qingqing pressed for details. They refer to the sect master, the elders, and the hall masters. Ye Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, thinking that since he had already lied, it didn't matter if he repeated it. Sure, Fu, is what Xiaofeng said true? Qingqing looked a bit doubtful at Ye Xiaofeng and turned to Duoluo for confirmation. Duoluo found himself in a dilemma. To tell the truth might break these two little ones apart, but to lie would go against his integrity as a revered title Douluo. The food this afternoon was indeed good. You two haven't seen each other for a while. You should catch up. I have some matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave. Duoluo quickly found an excuse and left the inn. Sure, Fu, you still haven't answered my question. Before Qingqing could finish, Duoluo flew away on his sword. Qingqing, it's been a while since we've seen each other, Ye Xiaofeng said with a lewd smile as he pounced toward her. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? Qingqing questioned Ye Xiaofeng. Didn't I just say, don't overthink it, okay? Then you mustn't lie to me. If there's anything, you can tell me, but you can't deceive me. What if I have someone I like outside? I don't care about who you like. Just keep a spot for me in your heart. Qingqing was momentarily stunned by Ye Xiaofeng's words but still took a step back, feeling unworthy of taking all of Ye Xiaofeng for herself. Although Qingqing was prepared, hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words made her tears fall uncontrollably. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? Seeing Qingqing cry, Ye Xiaofeng panicked and quickly used both hands to wipe away the tears on her face. After Ye Xiaofeng wiped it away, his heart began to ripple, and he directly pulled Qingqing into his arms and kissed her. This was a punishment for deceiving me. Qingqing knew that Ye Xiaofeng had other people in his heart, but she was still willing to accept him. However, she didn't want to be kept in the dark by him, so when Ye Xiaofeng kissed her, she bit down hard. Ye Xiaofeng's mouth bit, as if it was about to break. This girl truly loves fiercely and hates fiercely, showing no mercy to herself at all. Qingqing, I swear, I will never abandon you in this lifetime. If I go against the promise made tonight, may I, Ye Xiaofeng, be struck by lightning. Just as Ye Xiaofeng finished speaking, the sky suddenly flashed with lightning. Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, damn it, it seems vows shouldn't be used lightly. I just warned you. Don't talk nonsense. If you die, I won't live alone either. Qingqing pressed her hand against Ye Xiaofeng's mouth, not wanting to hear him continue. The next morning, Ye Xiaofeng was still holding Qingqing while sleeping. While at the Great Soul Arena, it was packed with people, and the welfare betting area had long lines. Everyone was betting on awaken. Prince Xiaofeng and Xueqinghe were also watching this scene, feeling a bit hesitant. Awaken, 100 million is right here. Douluo came to the welfare betting area and directly invested 100 million in awaken. Hey, aren't you going to invest a bit for your disciple? Douluo started to encourage Douluo. Buy 10 million for Sword God. Give awaken 40 million. Douluo shook his head helplessly and then left. Others, seeing this scene, directly logged in to buy awaken. After all, two titled law believed in awaken. Xueqinghe and Prince Xiaofeng were initially hesitant, having suffered losses at Ye Xiaofeng's hands, but when Douluo invested 100 million, they began to feel tempted. Douluo's investment was undoubtedly a bomb, completely shattering their doubts. In their view, Douluo's investment of 10 million was just a safe face for his disciple, so he invested. In fact, Douluo still had confidence in awaken. Investing 40 million in awaken showed he also believed in him. Invest 200 million in awaken. Prince Xiaofeng wanted to win back his previous losses with interest. 500 million. What? Everyone was stunned at this scene. His Highness was completely gambling, wanting to resolve the previous insult this time. Invest 500 million in awaken, Xueqinghe said coldly. Not wanting to let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook and planning to deal with him after winning this time. Everyone arrived early at the Great Soul Arena, waiting for the peak showdown at noon, while Ye Xiaofeng was still enjoying his sleep with his beautiful companion. Young Master Yi, Senior Qinshin has sent a message asking you to go early, Manager Li said, seeing that it was almost noon and Ye Xiaofeng had not moved. So he came to the door to remind Ye Xiaofeng. Manager Li, I know you can go down first, Ye Xiaofeng said sleepily, continuing to close his eyes and enjoy life, his hands not being honest, starting to play with two big white rabbits. Qingqing was awakened by this action. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng with his eyes closed, his hands were not behaving, and she directly twisted his ear to wake him up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Soul Arena at noon is about to begin. Please both sides be prepared. Awaken had another 9 consecutive wins, bringing in huge income for everyone. Now the big screen in the welfare betting area showed. Awaken, 1.01 billion invested, odds 1.15. Sword God, 105 million invested, odds 1.15. From this data, it was clear that most of the investments were in awaken. As for Sword God, Ye Xiaofeng's investment, 10 million was from Douluo, and the other 5 million was hurriedly invested by Qingqing just now. Ye Xiaofeng, let's see how you win this time. Even if you are strong, thinking you can defeat awaken in 3 moves is too confident. In my view, you are too arrogant, Xueqinghe watched from the podium. It was likely that everyone who invested in awaken shared Xueqinghe's thoughts, except for Douluo and Douluo, who seemed to have everything under control. Ladies and gentlemen, let's first watch the gap in strength between both sides. Please look at the big screen. Name, awaken, Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear. Soul Power Level, 58. Soul Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Name, Sword God, Ye Xiaofeng. Martial Soul, 7 Killing Sword, Soul Power Level, 51. Soul Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. What? Ye Xiaofeng actually broke through. Xueqinghe looked at Ye Xiaofeng below, her fists clenched tightly, her nails almost digging in. Prince Xiaofeng was not too surprised. He believed awaken would win the match, even if awaken's strength was not as good as Ye Xiaofeng's. As long as he could take 3 moves, he would win. Ladies and gentlemen, the match officially begins. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the Soul King realm. No wonder you're so arrogant. Awaken looked at Ye Xiaofeng, thinking this battle could clear his previous shame. Breaking through to the Soul King realm is nothing impressive. Only someone like you would be complacent over such a minor achievement. Ye Xiaofeng replied with a cold smile. Indeed, it's nothing impressive, but 3 moves are more than enough for me. Ye Xiaofeng regarded those 3 moves as a disgrace, not considering him as an opponent at all. Stop talking nonsense. Just make your move. Ye Xiaofeng coldly looked at awaken again. You make your move first, and I'll take your 3 moves. Awaken didn't want to take advantage. If I make a move, you won't even have the chance to draw your spear. Ye Xiaofeng's word struck at awaken's pain point directly. Then let me see where your confidence comes from. 3rd soul skill, 100 steps through Yang. Blue Lotus Shield. Ye Xiaofeng directly used the shield to block. At this moment, the Blue Lotus Shield had evolved to the 10,000-year level, which cannot be broken by a 1,000-year soul skill. Sweep the world. Awaken felt the Blue Lotus Shield was very strong and directly used his 4th soul skill. But his 4th soul skill could not break Ye Xiaofeng's Blue Lotus Shield. Previously, his fourth soul skill could break through, but now, with Ye Xiaofeng's increased strength, the shield had also become stronger. Since that was the case, he could only use the 10,000-year soul skill. Destruction, kill. Seeing that his third and fourth soul skills were ineffective, Xian directly used the 10,000-year soul skill, trying to break through with a penetrating method. The blue lotus shield of Ye Xiaofeng slightly cracked. Everyone watching this scene suddenly became quiet. The originally lively audience area was now focused intently on the two on the ring. Your disciple is a bit unusual. Normally, the first soul skill shouldn't be this strong. Douluo, as a title Douluo, had already seen something was off. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Douluo retorted to Douluo. Moreover, if Feng is strong, it can only show one point. His master teaches well, Douluo said with a slight smile. Douluo thought Douluo was going to reveal some secret. But unexpectedly, this old fellow shamelessly praised himself in disguise. By the way, can you have some face? So many people are watching, Douluo said helplessly, but he felt particularly displeased inside. What? Do they all have opinions on me, old man? Douluo saw that all the audience's attention was on the ring, and only he and Douluo were talking. You, Ye Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to become stronger again. This is your arrogant capital. Xueqing suddenly appreciated Ye Xiaofeng a bit. If such a strong person could be loyal to her, how could she not realize her grand ambitions? Xian, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have comprehended my self-created soul skill so quickly. Recently, my self-created soul skill has had a small breakthrough. How about you take a move for me? Ye Xiaofeng saw that Xian's fifth soul skill was finished, and it was his turn to strike. Your comprehension is entirely due to yourself. You don't need to thank me. Feel free to use any moves. Xian knew Ye Xiaofeng was strong, but he would rather die in battle than retreat. Ye Xiaofeng gathered the 7-killing sword in his right hand, completely merging himself into the sword. Did you really entrust this to him? Douluo didn't expect Sword Douluo to teach his 7-killing technique to Ye Xiaofeng. He is my disciple. Isn't it only right to teach him? Sword Douluo looked at Ye Xiaofeng as if he saw the ambitious young version of himself. But no, to be precise, Ye Xiaofeng was stronger than he was. He had already comprehended the first character of the 7-killing technique at the age of 16. It seems you are serious now. Douluo no longer bickered with Sword Douluo, but felt a bit envious of him. In my lifetime, I have exhausted all my efforts. It's very hard for me to break through that realm. But Feng is different. He is still young. As long as nothing goes wrong, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through that realm. Sword Douluo was completely obsessed with the sword path. His current cultivation level was already 96, and every subsequent level would require comprehension. Now, at 82 years old, wanting to break through the 100-level barrier was as difficult as climbing to the sky. All his hopes were now pinned on Ye Xiaofeng. With the soul skill 7-killing technique, Ye Xiaofeng released his soul power and manifested the first character of kill, which directly materialized and rushed towards Xian. Using all his soul power, Xian employed his self-created soul skill to resist, but he still felt the damage from Ye Xiaofeng's attack. At the moment their self-created soul skills collided, Xian was sent flying, crashing through the arena's protective railing, leaving the entire arena in a sorry state. Xian lay on the ground outside the arena, unable to get up, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. His clothes tattered and drenched in blood. He thought he was strong, but he didn't expect to be unable to withstand even one move from Ye Xiaofeng. This time, Ye Xiaofeng wins. The host shouted, but all the spectators felt no joy as all their money had gone to waste. Ye Xiaofeng, this king will tear you to pieces. Prince Xueqing, who had previously lost 1 billion, now lost another 2 billion, spewing curses and erupting in rage. Sword Douluo didn't expect Prince Xueqing to threaten his disciple, treating him as if he were air. With just a glance from Sword Douluo, Prince Xueqing felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. Sword Douluo withdrew his gaze, giving him a warning, also stating that Ye Xiaofeng was under his protection. If anyone dared to harm him, they should be prepared for death, even if they were a prince of the Qiando Empire. Prince Xueqing shivered, realizing he had overstepped. Fine, get lost. Prince Xueqing could only vent his frustration on the people below. Even though he had poisoned Douluo by his side, Sword Douluo was not someone he could provoke. In stark contrast, Xueqing felt happier today. For her, 5 billion was nothing, and someone like Ye Xiaofeng was worth cultivating a relationship with. Ye Xiaofeng stepped down from the arena and walked up to Xian, who looked ashen. This setback had hit him hard. If he couldn't even bear this small matter, he wasn't worthy of being a strong person. A true strong person should rise to challenges, not go with the flow. Ye Xiaofeng exerted all his effort just to make a Xian serve him, and seeing a Xian give up on himself now was infuriating. A true strong person faces challenges head-on, not just drifts along. A Xian, on the brink of death, seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope. Manager Luo, take him for treatment. Ye Xiaofeng said upon noticing a Xian's reaction, and instructed Luo Xiaotian to take him for treatment. When you're better, come find me at Manager Li's inn. With that, Ye Xiaofeng left. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the office and saw that souls.Sword and Douluo were waiting for him. In order to get Douluo to cooperate with souls.Douluo in acting, Ye Xiaofeng had begged his master for half a month before he finally agreed. As for Douluo, he was invited by Ye Xiaofeng's master as a stand-in, but he asked for a reward of 100 million. Nevertheless, he agreed readily. In the end, Douluo received a total of 200 million, which included a principal of 100 million and a reward of 100 million. This was a friendly price. Otherwise, Douluo wouldn't necessarily be willing to be a stand-in for money, as it would offend people and also tarnish the reputation of a title Douluo. Ye Xiaofeng gave his master the souls.Douluo 200 million, but he did not accept it. It is likely that the souls.Douluo knows that Ye Xiaofeng needs money to develop his own strength. When have you ever been so generous to your own disciple? You're so wealthy. Why not help me out? Douluo started to tease the souls.Douluo. Get lost. Do you still need my help? The souls.Douluo showed no mercy to Douluo. Earlier, that quirky Qingqing went to invest 5 million in herself, and now it has directly turned into 7. 500 plus 5 cents, totaling 80 millions. Ye Xiaofeng directly gave Qingqing a black card. Originally, he didn't want it, but for fun, he supported Ye Xiaofeng, and now he had no choice but to accept it. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoluo and Xiao Tian walked in, and seeing so many people, they weren't sure whether to speak. Everyone here was their own, but it wouldn't hurt to say something. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Luo Xiaotian. Only Douluo wasn't too close to him, but his relationship with his master was also unusual, so there shouldn't be any problems. Ye Xiao, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience, Luo Xiaotian said submissively. Master, you all wait a moment. I'll go meet him, Ye Xiaofeng said to Douluo, and then walked out. Even if Shui Qinghe lost money, he wouldn't dare to make a move against him openly. Just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to leave, he heard the voice of the Tianji system Xiao Bing in his ear again. Master, this time the task is to build a good relationship with Qian Rinxue and to take her first time. Only then will the task be considered complete, Xiao Bing said. Can I refuse this task? Ye Xiaofeng thought of rejecting it directly. What kind of joke was this? If he got involved with the disguised Qian Rinxue, he would fall in an endless pursuit. You have no choice. If you choose to refuse, you will become a mortal with nothing at all, so you can only move forward. Good luck, Xiao Bing said before disappearing. The system he had was particularly troublesome. It malfunctioned the first time he encountered it. Not only was his martial soul awakening delayed by 5 years, but every time a task appeared, it only gave a brief hint, and then there was no follow-up. The pitiful system also provided no real choices. Even if it was bad, there should be some options. Having a system felt little different from not having one, and the only benefit was that the rewards were decent. This was also one reason for his rapid improvement. Otherwise, at his current age, he wouldn't have reached the Soul King level. Now, giving him such a task clearly meant to set him up, but thinking about Qian Rinxue, Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but drool a little. Ye Xiaofeng went out to look for Shui Qinghe. He heard from Luo Xiaotian that he had arranged for Shui Qinghe to be in another conference room. After all, she was a person of status and couldn't be treated carelessly. Your Highness, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I just had to handle a small matter, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile to the seated Shui Qinghe, curious about why she sought him out. Small matter? From my perspective, it seems like young Master Yi is busy distributing 1 billion in resources. Shui Qinghe smiled back at Ye Xiaofeng. So even your Highness can see through that? I didn't expect women's intuition to be this sharp, Ye Xiaofeng said, surprised. Is your Highness looking for me today for that 500 million? Ye Xiaofeng probed, trying to gauge her intentions. To me, wealth is just an external matter. This small issue is nothing, Shui Qinghe replied nonchalantly, as it was the money of the Tiando Empire, not hers. Of course, your Highness will one day be a ruler. You're not someone we small-time crooks can compare to. Ye Xiaofeng began to flatter her, a skill he was quite adept at. Young Master Yi will surely reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. How could he be a small-time crook? Shui Qinghe responded, also flattering him. Your Highness, you aren't here just to praise me, are you? Ye Xiaofeng wondered what Shui Qinghe's true purpose was after all this talk. You can understand it that way. Actually, I really admire young Master Yi, which is why I waited so long for you, Shui Qinghe said with a smile. I didn't expect your highness to have such a preference. It's a pity I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I would definitely offer myself to you. Ye Xiaofeng joked, knowing full well Xue Qinghe didn't mean it that way. But he had to say it for his mission. Young Master Yi, you misunderstood my meaning, Xue Qinghe said, surprised that he thought she had a preference for the same sex. Your highness, you really shouldn't say that. If you were a woman, I, Ye Xiaofeng, would definitely go through fire and water for you. Ye Xiaofeng dropped a bombshell. Really? Xue Qinghe exclaimed excitedly. Would I joke about such a thing? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xue Qinghe seriously. Young Master Yi, it's a pity I am not a woman. Otherwise, offering myself in return wouldn't be out of the question. Xue Qinghe quickly changed the subject, not wanting to jeopardize her plans for a mere Ye Xiaofeng. That's a great regret in life. Ye Xiaofeng sighed deliberately. Young Master Yi, may I call you Xiaofeng? Xue Qinghe politely asked. Of course, your highness can call me whatever you like. Just don't call me something like cat or dog. Ye Xiaofeng joked. Xiaofeng, you really know how to joke. But you can also call me Qinghe. There's no need to always call me your highness. She couldn't help but laugh at Ye Xiaofeng's words. Qinghe, when you smile, you look like a beautiful girl. Ye Xiaofeng remarked again, although Qianrenshua disguised as Xue Qinghe still looked quite good with every frown and smile. Ah, Xiaofeng, don't say such nonsense. Xue Qinghe blushed slightly and said angrily, having never made such a low-level mistake before and fearing exposure of her identity. Qinghe, you don't know. I speak from the heart. But there are three major things in life that one must not miss, Ye Xiaofeng said seriously. The first is fine wine. Ye Xiaofeng poured wine for Xue Qinghe, of course, pouring himself a glass as well, then raised a toast and drank it down. But Xue Qinghe didn't drink like Ye Xiaofeng. She was very elegant, not as bold as him. What is the second thing? Xue Qinghe asked, intrigued by Ye Xiaofeng's words. The second thing is martial arts. As humans, we should pursue a higher martial arts level. If one cannot break 100 in this life, what is the point of cultivating to become an unparalleled strongman? Ye Xiaofeng said excitedly, which was actually his inner pursuit. And the third thing? Xue Qinghe became more engrossed, not expecting Ye Xiaofeng's pursuits to align with her own. The third thing is beautiful women. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beautiful women. But I say it's not that heroes have a hard time with beautiful women, but that they know it's a test, yet still find it hard to extricate themselves. Ye Xiaofeng fixed his gaze on Xue Qinghe at that moment. Xue Qinghe's body trembled slightly, but then quickly recovered. That's simple. If Xiaofeng likes beautiful women, I can find you a batch of them, and of course, their beauty and figure will be top-notch. She smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. It seems Qinghe didn't understand my meaning. If they were ordinary women, how could there be heroes having a hard time with beautiful women? The women, I mean, are celestial beings, untouched by the smoke of the mortal world. Ye Xiaofeng raised his glass and drank again. This time, Xue Qinghe was a bit stumped. She could find all kinds of beauties skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and capable of managing both the hall and kitchen. But she had no clue how to find a woman who was untouched by the smoke of the mortal world. I know, Qinghe, you value my strength. If you ever need help in the future, I, Ye Xiaofeng, will do my best without hesitation. Ye Xiaofeng stopped beating around the bush. Then, thank you, Xiaofeng. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Xue Qinghe understood that haste makes waste. Qinghe, take care. Ye Xiaofeng watched Xue Qinghe leave and then returned to his original office. Xiaofeng, did that prince give you a hard time? Qingqing ran over, grabbing Ye Xiaofeng's arm, anxiously asking. Fenger, what does His Highness want with you? Sword Douluo was also quite concerned about this matter. After all, Xue Qinghe lost 500 million, and it's possible that he might take action against Ye Xiaofeng because of it. It's nothing. His Highness the Crown Prince is merely interested in my strength and wants to build a good relationship with me. It's somewhat of an attempt to win me over, Ye Xiaofeng explained honestly. Well, this matter may not be a bad thing for you. However, remember to leave some room for maneuvering in everything. That won't be wrong, Sword reminded Ye Xiaofeng, saying that one should not harbor malicious intentions but should be cautious of others. Xiaofeng, you need to be careful in the future. Qingqing still felt uneasy. The Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire could cover the sky with one hand, but Ye Xiaofeng was relatively weak. Working with His Highness the Crown Prince required extreme caution. One wrong step could lead Ye Xiaofeng to a situation from which he could never recover. Although Ye Xiaofeng's master, Sword Douluo, was very strong, he couldn't protect Ye Xiaofeng every day. That wasn't what Ye Xiaofeng wanted either, but he had to take risks to complete his mission. Fenger, let's head back first. You all be careful, Sword Douluo said no more and left with Bone Douluo. Master, don't worry, I know what to do, Ye Xiaofeng said, but he already had his plan in mind. Qingqing, you go back to your room and wait for me. I'll check on Xian first. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qingqing, not wanting her to follow him. Okay, then come back early, Qingqing said and returned to her room. Manager Luo, how is Xian? Ye Xiaofeng asked Luo Xiaodian in front of him. I've already arranged for a therapist to go and treat him. However, Xian's injuries are a bit severe. It will still take some time, Luo Xiaodian reported to Ye Xiaofeng. I will go and check on him again. Ye Xiaofeng wanted to temper Xian into his own weapon, which would make things much more convenient for him. I still overestimated your abilities. Ye Xiaofeng arrived at Xian's room, where Xian lay with a somewhat pale face. You won. I will keep my promise. From now on, my life belongs to you. Xian also understood that historically, the victor takes all. He had nothing to say after losing to Ye Xiaofeng. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was just that the person in front of him was too strong. That's good, but with your current body and strength, you can't help me much. Ye Xiaofeng stared at Xian, observing his expression. I know. I will work hard to recover as soon as possible. Xian closed his eyes and said. In reality, he felt a bit disappointed and pained. He was seen as a strong person by others and had thought of himself as one. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Ye Xiaofeng. Being strong was so laughable and tragic. Xian, actually, I find you quite likable, so that's why I want to win you over. Your strength is secondary. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xian, who had a hint of disdain on his face. I know you are unconvinced, but if you follow me, your martial path will not be neglected, Ye Xiaofeng said as he used his second martial soul, the Emerald Swan, to heal Xian directly. In fact, Ye Xiaofeng had observed Xian for a long time and had seen many of his past battle records and investigated a lot of his background. Xian, like Qingqing, was an orphan. To obtain cultivation resources, he often walked among the dead, and it was precisely because of this that he displayed astonishing talent. His strength was earned through blood, something Ye Xiaofeng couldn't compare to at present. How is that possible? Xian couldn't believe that he was healed. Ye Xiaofeng was clearly a powerful attack-type soul master. How could he heal? Could it be? At this moment, Xian stared at Ye Xiaofeng in disbelief. A twin martial soul, how rare. Ye Xiaofeng actually revealed this secret. I'll give you a choice. If you want to leave, it's not too late. As for my secret, even if you don't say it, it will eventually be exposed one day. However, I still believe you won't tell anyone, Ye Xiaofeng said confidently, trusting in Xian and in himself. I want to stay, Xian thought for a long time. Ye Xiaofeng revealing his twin martial soul secret to him was more about trusting him. If he chose to leave, even if Ye Xiaofeng didn't kill him, would Sword Douluo let him go? Even if they both spared him, following a future unmatched powerhouse wouldn't disgrace his lifelong skills. Moreover, the resources in Ye Xiaofeng's hands should allow him to easily support himself. Previously, Xian had been offered an olive branch by Shueqinghe, but he had become accustomed to cultivating alone and refused. However, he still promised to help her when needed, within his means. The first reason was that he didn't want to be bound by others. In Ye Xiaofeng's words, a man born in the world shouldn't remain in the shadows for too long. The second reason was that he and Shueqinghe were not on the same path. She would be the future monarch of the Tiando Empire, while he was a martial enthusiast, so he didn't agree. But Ye Xiaofeng was different. He was also a martial enthusiast. Even if he established a kingdom in the future, it would be the result of their joint efforts. The outcome wasn't important, but the process was enjoyable. Very well, you are already quite strong. It's just that you are different from me. As for how you are different for now, you don't need to know. Focus on your cultivation. With your current strength, you can't help me. Let's talk when you reach the soul sage level. Ye Xiaofeng then left. After a conversation, Xian's belief was strengthened again. People can fail, but faith cannot fail. To become a true powerhouse, one cannot be without strong belief. In the future, Xian would regard Ye Xiaofeng as an opponent. Today's defeat was nothing. Through hard work, he would one day be able to take a blow from him. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room, where Qingqing was sitting on the sofa, waiting foolishly. Today I want to eat grilled fish. Qingqing rubbed her belly. It was indeed a bit hungry by afternoon. You silly girl, have you become addicted to grilled fish? Ye Xiaofeng pinched Qingqing's nose. What? Is it not okay? You won't even let me eat grilled fish and still say you love me. You can see from this little thing that I'm not happy. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng unwillingly. I never said I wouldn't let you eat grilled fish. Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, Qingqing said as she pulled Ye Xiaofeng outside. Slow down. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't keep up with her pace and almost fell. If you don't catch up, there won't be a seat left. Ching forcefully dragged Ye Xiaofeng to the entrance of the grilled fish restaurant. Boss, 10 grilled fish a bit burnt, and add more chili. As soon as Ching arrived at the door, she said to the boss, "You too. Please come in." The boss quickly welcomed them warmly, recognizing them as the big spenders from last time. "Miss, our restaurant has introduced lamb skewers recently. Would you like to try them?" The boss asked tentatively. "How do they taste?" Ching asked with childlike curiosity. "Let me put it this way. If you are not satisfied with the lamb skewers, the meal will be on the house," the boss confidently explained. "Then I'll have 20 skewers, add more chili, slightly burnt, and 10 lamb kidneys." Ching said without blushing or skipping a beat, and even gave Ye Xiaofeng a wink. "Sure, please wait a moment, miss." The boss suddenly smiled lewdly and brought out a jug of wine. "By the way, can you finish all this?" Ye Xiaofeng asked quietly. "Aren't you here with me?" Ching mischievously glanced at Ye Xiaofeng. "Dear customers, please enjoy." Soon after, the boss brought out 10 grilled fish, 20 lamb skewers, and 10 lamb kidneys. The grilled fish smells so good. The lamb skewers smell even better. "By the way, how does your lamb kidney taste?" Ching curiously asked Ye Xiaofeng, who was eating lamb kidneys. "Why don't you just try it yourself to find out?" Even if Ye Xiaofeng said it was delicious, Ching wouldn't believe him. "If you don't want to say, then don't. I'm too lazy to ask," she said as she snatched it from Ye Xiaofeng's hand and took a bite. It's not bad. The taste is okay. Why don't you take from the plate? Why do you have to snatch it from my hand?" Ye Xiaofeng looked at Ching with curiosity. "Is there any difference?" Ching retorted directly. Shouldn't that be something I say?" Ye Xiaofeng was left speechless by her response. "Oh, hurry up and eat your kidneys. They won't taste good when they get cold," Ching said mischievously, then quickly poured wine for Ye Xiaofeng to cheer him up. "How are you two enjoying your meal?" the boss asked as he saw that Ye Xiaofeng and the others were almost finished eating. "Today, I'm having a great time. You should make him pay," Ching said playfully as she glanced at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng didn't say much and made the payment directly. The two left the store. It was still early. "Why don't we take a stroll?" Ching looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a pleading expression. "It's so hot. What is there to stroll about? Let's go back and rest." Ye Xiaofeng, feeling a bit drowsy after eating and drinking well, said, "I don't care," Ching said as she moved to a bench by the street and sat still, pouting like a little girl. "Little Ching, if you don't move, I won't accompany you to shop anymore." Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly and continued walking forward, ignoring Ching. "Stinky Xiaofeng, won't you wait for me?" Hearing that Ye Xiaofeng would accompany her to shop, she immediately chased after him, grabbing his arm with one hand. "Handsome, our store just received a new batch of beautiful high heels. Aren't you planning to buy a pair for your girlfriend?" As they walked down the street, the two looked good together. The female staff member could tell Ye Xiaofeng was a big spender and quickly threw out a tempting proposition. Ye Xiaofeng could only follow Ching inside. If he refused, Ching might feel sad. After entering, Ching browsed around and suddenly took a liking to a pair of crystal shoes. "Miss, your taste is spot on. This pair is our store's signature item and is very suitable for a woman of your taste," the female staff member praised, flattering Ching while actually boasting about the quality of her shoes. "Xiaofeng, what do you think of those shoes?" Ching asked, looking at Ye Xiaofeng. "Since you like them, try them on," Ye Xiaofeng responded lightly, but the crystal shoes did look pretty good. "How do they look? Are they nice?" After trying them on, Ching walked back and forth in front of Ye Xiaofeng. They're indeed nice, but somehow they feel like they're missing something." Ye Xiaofeng looked at the crystal shoes and then at Ching. "Handsome, this pair of crystal shoes seems tailor-made for your girlfriend," the staff member quickly praised, fearing to lose this big spender, knowing she might not sell the crystal shoes for a long time. "I'll take this pair of shoes. Let us swipe the card," Ye Xiaofeng said as he handed over his black gold card. "Sir, this pair of crystal shoes is originally priced at $1.99 million, but since we have the privilege of meeting someone with your taste, we can offer a discount, and you only need to pay $1.66 million. The female boss saw the black gold card in Ye Xiaofeng's hand and immediately smiled, knowing the person holding the black gold card was of extraordinary status, and offered the biggest discount. "Okay, I remember." Ye Xiaofeng took back his card and prepared to leave with Ching. "Handsome, the clothing store next door is also mine. I suggest you get your girlfriend a white dress to match the crystal shoes. Why don't you go take a look?" the female boss warmly suggested. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng didn't object, she immediately took him and Ching to the clothing store next door. "Handsome, this white dress is also a bestseller and is one of our store's treasures," the female boss detailed the dress. Ye Xiaofeng looked at it and thought, "Isn't this just the wedding dress that women wore in his previous life?" "Xiaofeng, let us forget it." Ching saw the price tag of 660 000 gold soul coins, and her eyes widened. This price was something she could never earn in her entire life before meeting Ye Xiaofeng. Of course, since it's a limited edition treasure, the price is naturally higher. However, meeting you two is also a kind of fate. So let's consider it a friendship price of 5 million. The female boss thought Ye Xiaofeng found the price too high. Xiaofeng, let us forget it. Qingqing really liked it. But 5 million was too high. Oh, why forget it? Buy it. I would never let my girlfriend feel wronged. Ye Xiaofeng was still recovering from his memories. However, Qingqing still thought the price was high. There's no buts. As long as you're happy, everything is worth it. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Qingqing and then handed the black gold card to the female boss again. Girl, you have such a caring boyfriend. You're really lucky. The female boss praised. Really? Qingqing blushed slightly at the female boss's words. Girl, let me take you try it on. The female boss said as she took Qingqing into the fitting room to change clothes. Soon, Qingqing came out in the dress. Xiaofeng, how does it look? Is it pretty? She asked, remembering to puff out her chest. It looks pretty good, Ye Xiaofeng said, stunned by the sight. He felt a warm flow from his nose. Xiaofeng, why are you having a nosebleed? Qingqing asked worriedly, but the female boss smiled slightly, knowing how such things worked. I'm fine, just a bit overheated. Ye Xiaofeng quickly went to clean his nosebleed. Girl, you don't need to worry. You have to learn how to make men fall at your feet. The female boss whispered in Qingqing's ear. That doesn't seem appropriate. Qingqing shyly responded. Men are creatures that love novelty. If you don't hold on tightly, you will have another target. The female boss looked at Qingqing as if she understood. Qingqing thought for a moment. What the boss said wasn't wrong. Ye Xiaofeng already had 3 girlfriends, and she was the 4th. In the future, there might even be a 5th or 6th. Qingqing shook her head, not daring to imagine further. The boss was right. Even if Ye Xiaofeng flirted with other women, she still had to occupy the most important position in his heart. Girl, your hairstyle also needs a change. The hair salon next door, the female boss hadn't finished speaking when Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing spoke in unison. It's not also yours, is it? The female boss laughed at their reaction. I told you, Ye Xiaofeng smiled, but before he could finish, the female boss's next words struck him like lightning. The hair salon next door is run by my sister. This time, I'll let my sister do your hairstyle for free. Qingqing, the female boss smiled at Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng didn't expect the female boss to want to take advantage of her own sister. Due to the hairstyle, the female boss first asked Qingqing to change out of her dress, and after the hairstyle was done, she would change back. The female boss took Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing and spent another hour at the hair salon. Finally, after changing back into her dress, they left the store. Qingqing, you look really beautiful today. Ye Xiaofeng was a bit mesmerized, feeling his throat dry as they got closer together. Candied hawthorn. Fresh candied hawthorn is here. An old man's voice interrupted their next move. Xiaofeng, I want to eat candied hawthorn, Qingqing said as she ran over. Boss, give me 3 of those, this one, and that one, Qingqing said, almost drooling. All right, hold on. The old man retrieved the candied hawthorn that Qingqing wanted. Old man, how much is it? Ye Xiaofeng asked as he watched the greedy Qingqing stepping forward to pay. 1 skewer is 1 gold soul coin, a total of 3 gold soul coins. The old man pointed. Ye Xiaofeng took out 3 gold soul coins from his soul guide ring and handed them to the old man selling candied hawthorn. Xiaofeng, why didn't you buy any? Qingqing asked curiously. I don't want to eat. You can help me eat it, Ye Xiaofeng said, wiping the sugar from the corner of Qingqing's mouth with his hand. No way. Today you must eat one, Qingqing said, handing a skewer to Ye Xiaofeng. Under Qingqing's strong insistence, Ye Xiaofeng finally chose to eat one, but the gazes of people on the street were all drawn to them. More accurately, it was Qingqing who attracted attention, as today she wore her long purple hair, a white dress, and crystal shoes, looking truly beautiful. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the Grand Soul Fighting Arena with Qingqing. Luo Xiaodian and Axin were waiting for him, so he let Qingqing go back to her room to wait for him and went to meet them alone. Manager Luo. This time the Grand Soul Fighting Arena went very smoothly. You personally spent 5 million. Consider it a reward from me. Everything else can proceed normally. Thank you, young Master Yi. Luo Xiaodian quickly expressed his gratitude. In fact, Ye Xiaofeng rarely intervened in the affairs of the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Although he was now a deputy manager, his power was greater than before. Ye Xiaofeng rarely overexposes his private life. Initially, he thought that following Ye Xiaofeng and preserving his life was already quite good, but unexpectedly, his life has been getting better and better. You can go down first. Ye Xiaofeng then dismissed Luo Xiaotian. Yi Xiao, then I won't disturb you. Luo Xiaotian understood the situation and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Xin, please have a seat. Ye Xiaofeng smiled and looked at Xin. I want to ask you for a favor, Ye Xiaofeng said while actively pouring tea for Xin. Ye Xiao, since I followed you, just let me know directly if there's anything in the future, Xin replied readily. Here are 2 black gold cards, each with 100 million gold soul coins. One is for you to use yourself. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Xin. Ye Xiao, I can't use that much, Xin quickly declined. Perhaps thinking this was Ye Xiaofeng's test for him. You don't need a rush to refuse. Giving it to you is like giving it to myself. Cultivation requires resources, and resources need money to acquire. Only then can you become stronger and help me in the future, Ye Xiaofeng calmly said, hoping Xin would grow stronger and better. Then thank you, Ye Xiao. Xin agreed to Ye Xiaofeng. As for the other card, I want you to go to the Tianshui Academy and give it to a girl named Shui Binger. Oh, and there's a letter. Give it to her at the right time as well. They're all at the Soul King level, and in the future, I hope you can help them. This is my request to you. Ye Xiaofeng has been worried ever since he borrowed the task from the Tianji system Xiaobing, so it's wise to prepare early. Don't worry, young Master Yi, I will handle this matter well. However, young Master Yi, it seems that Xin is looking at Ye Xiaofeng as if he is giving his last words. Soon, I might bring about a calamity, so it's best to prepare early. You must not mention this to anyone. If one day I do not return, I hope you. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Xin and did not continue. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will protect them, Xin said firmly. That makes me feel at ease. You go to your thing, Ye Xiaofeng then looked at Xin and turned away, no longer looking back. Take care, goodbye. Xin then left the imperial capital Great Soul Arena. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly changed his expression, his face breaking into a smile as he returned to Qingqing's room. Little Qingqing, have you missed me? Come here and give me a hug, Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly, looking at Qingqing with a lewd grin. No way. You just think about how to take advantage of me every day, Qingqing murmured in response. If you don't hug me, I might go find someone else to hug, Ye Xiaofeng said without thinking. You jerk. Qingqing directly punched Ye Xiaofeng in the left eye. On my eye. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly felt that his mouth was really reckless. Why did he have to provoke this female devil? I didn't do it on purpose. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for trying to annoy me, Qingqing said, sticking out her tongue, realizing that she had hit him too hard, but there was no way she would apologize. Forget about it for this lifetime. Stop pretending. I only gave you a light punch. You won't die from it, Qingqing said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng rolling on the ground while covering his eye. A look of schadenfreude on her face. You're making me so angry I could spit blood, Ye Xiaofeng said, nearly losing his temper. Stop with the you and I. Just get up quickly. Let me give you a hug. Consider it a consolation, Qingqing said, sitting on the sofa, swinging her feet back and forth in the air. Ye Xiaofeng was too lazy to pay attention, sitting on the ground with his left eye covered, tears uncontrollably streaming down. The most vicious woman's heart. Ye Xiaofeng was really angry and said, Bah, who said that? Haven't you heard of the fire beacon drama among the lords, just to win a smile from a beauty? I don't need you to mock the lords. I'm already very happy like this. Qingqing thought for a long time before coming up with such a twisted logic. Little enchantress, you have successfully annoyed me. Ye Xiaofeng directly pounced on Qingqing on the sofa. I'm wrong. Isn't that enough? Seeing Ye Xiaofeng coming towards her, Qingqing hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Now that you know you're wrong, it's too late. I'll deal with you first, little enchantress. Ye Xiaofeng pressed Qingqing down on the sofa, and Qingqing quickly covered her face with her hands. Qingqing, you look really beautiful today. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qingqing beneath him, once again infatuated. So you mean I wasn't beautiful before? Qingqing retorted. You were beautiful before, but you're even more beautiful today. Saying this, Ye Xiaofeng pulled Qingqing into his arms. If that mission was completed and he set off on the path of escape, he could only leave Qingqing beside Master Sword.Sword. Even if Shui Qinghe held the power of heaven, it was impossible for her to take action against Qingqing, who was beside Sword.Sword. Xiaofeng, hold me gently. I can barely breathe, Qingqing hurriedly said. I'm sorry. Qingqing, I was too excited. Ye Xiaofeng quickly loosened his grip. What's wrong with you? You've been acting strange ever since you came in. Qingqing hugged Ye Xiaofeng, her head resting close to his chest. It's nothing. I just missed you too much. So I couldn't help but hold you too tightly. Ye Xiaofeng quickly made an excuse. That's good. I've always been by your side. Am I really that good looking to make you so infatuated? Qingqing said playfully, her face flushed as she glanced at Ye Xiaofeng. Of course. My soul has long been taken by you. Ye Xiaofeng smiled and said, Smooth talker, you only know how to make me happy. Although Qingqing said this, She slowly felt happy inside. Suddenly, Qingqing wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng's neck, closed her eyes, and kissed him. Ye Xiaofeng did not hesitate and welcomed her kiss. Ye Xiaofeng's hands began to wander, moving over Qingqing's body. Qingqing also stopped being reserved and became more proactive. By evening, the two of them lay in bed, with Ye Xiaofeng embracing Qingqing, the air filled with the warmth of their romance. Little Qingqing, get up. I'm taking you to eat at Manager Li's, Ye Xiaofeng said, giving her a light tap. It's all your fault, Qingqing complained, curled up in Ye Xiaofeng's arms, motionless, but enjoying the love he gave her in her heart. Why am I complaining? Ye Xiaofeng leered at Qingqing. Ah, you're so annoying. Qingqing shyly buried her head in Ye Xiaofeng's chest, feeling her face burning. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me carry you and get ready, Ye Xiaofeng said, lifting Qingqing out of bed. Young Master Yi, young madam. Manager Li greeted them as they returned. Manager Li, how have you been lately? Ye Xiaofeng smiled faintly at Li Baochai. Thanks to young master Ye's good fortune. Manager Li quickly led Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing upstairs to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive private room. Manager Li was always considerate about Ye Xiaofeng's dining preferences, which was one of the reasons Ye Xiaofeng held him in high regard. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Ye Xiaofeng leered at Qingqing, who, noticing his gaze, quickly covered her chest with her hands. Ye Xiaofeng, you big bad guy, you pervert, what do you want? Qingqing frowned. What do I want? Don't you know? Ye Xiaofeng grinned lecherously, shifting his body closer to hers. We already did that on the way here, Qingqing said, sensing something bad was about to happen. But she couldn't help but speak up. What happened on the way here is in the past. Now is now, it's different. Ye Xiaofeng, too lazy to argue, simply picked up Qingqing and headed upstairs. Perhaps it would be the last time. He didn't know when the next opportunity would come. How about tomorrow? Qingqing said in a small voice again. There's no better day than today. I'll take you to see Master tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng said as he carried her upstairs. What do we need to see the Master for? This is nice as it is. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with her two eyes. Your cultivation speed is a bit slow. I think Master can teach you better, Ye Xiaofeng said, making sure Qingqing was settled before beginning his task. I know, Qingqing replied, already at level 25 in her cultivation. Although she wasn't far behind her peers, it wasn't what Ye Xiaofeng wanted. He wanted Qingqing to reach a higher realm, and by entrusting her to Master, he would feel at ease. Ye Xiaofeng carried Qingqing upstairs, locked the door, and pressed Qingqing against it for a wall slam kiss. Before running for their lives, he wanted to enjoy this moment to avoid regrets. Ye Xiaofeng began to act unruly again, but Qingqing was already used to it. While Qingqing was lost in her memories, Ye Xiaofeng had already thrown their clothes onto the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng, you big bad guy, you lecher. Hey, get up, continue. Vink sukoldit Ye Xiaofeng unhappily. Qingqing, let me rest for a bit. No way. Why can't you do it so soon? Qingqing retorted sarcastically. How about I lie down? Ye Xiaofeng suggested, lying quietly. The next day at noon, Ye Xiaofeng took Qingqing to the Qibao glazed sect. Master, Xiaofeng is bullying me. Qingqing ran over and grabbed Sword Douluo's right arm. Then tell me how he bullied you. Sword Douluo smiled at Qingqing. Qingqing was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain without revealing the inappropriate things Ye Xiaofeng had done. Come on, tell me how I bullied you. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qingqing triumphantly. Qingqing was so angry her teeth itched, but she couldn't do anything to Ye Xiaofeng. Master, I want to talk to you alone. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Sword Douluo. Why so mysterious? Can I know? Sword Douluo frowned slightly. It's a secret. I'll tell you later. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Qingqing. King Ye, you go sit in the room for a while, Sword Douluo said, not wanting Qingqing to know. Qingqing said nothing more and turned to go back inside. What is it? Speak. Sword Douluo led Ye Xiaofeng to a pavilion in the courtyard. Ye Xiaofeng didn't know how to start. Don't worry, no one can hear us now. Sword Douluo waved his sleeve, creating a spatial shield around them. Master, please take care of Qingqing for me. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Sword Douluo with a pleading expression. Where are you going? Sword Douluo asked directly, not agreeing. I actually don't know. Soon I might be hunted, so I will leave the Heavendo Empire for a while. Who dares to hunt my disciple Qin Xin? Master, I'm different from others. I have to complete a task, and if I don't succeed, I will remain at level 51 Soul King forever. Of course, if I complete the task, my cultivation will greatly improve again, but I will offend the Crown Prince. If that's the case, I'll shamelessly protect your life in front of the Crown Prince. Master, a direct attack can be dodged, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Besides, even if you intervene, the Crown Prince may not let me off. Then what are your plans? Just keep running? Maybe. Once I have enough strength to protect myself, I will come back for Qingqing. I hope Master can take care of her. Ye Xiaofeng said as he knelt on the ground. Fenger, what are you doing? Since I have taken Qingqing as my disciple, I will naturally help her. No need for you to kneel, Sword.Douluo said with some anger, upset that Ye Xiaofeng was being so self-deprecating. In that case, once you complete your task, go to the small forest outside the east gate of the imperial capital at the first opportunity. I'll take you to a place. Sword.Douluo looked at Ye Xiaofeng, clearly prepared, and stopped saying more. Ye Xiaofeng nodded. Speaking of which, would you really just leave? Would you really be willing to abandon this little girl? Perhaps the other 3 little girls will chase after you as well, Sword.Douluo joked. With Qingqing having a master, I can rest assured. As for Binger and the others, I have already arranged for Xin to go protect them. Ye Xiaofeng had already arranged for Xin to go protect them. Xiaofeng, what did you say to your master? When Ye Xiaofeng and Sword.Douluo returned to the room, Qingqing couldn't help but ask. It was a request from Fenger. To take care of his future, Sword.Douluo smiled at Qingqing. Master, how can you be so disrespectful? Qingqing blushed and didn't dare to look up at her master. When I said it, you can ask Fenger. Sword.Douluo directly shifted the blame to Ye Xiaofeng. Where are you going? Qingqing sensed that Ye Xiaofeng had been acting mysteriously lately. I need to go complete a task. You need to practice well with your master, Ye Xiaofeng said seriously. It's dangerous, isn't it? Qingqing stared at Ye Xiaofeng, unable to hold back her tears. It's not too dangerous. After all, I'm a master's disciple. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Sword.Douluo, as if to say, old man, cooperate a bit, but Sword.Douluo indicated that it had nothing to do with him at the moment, and he couldn't help. How long will you be gone? Qingqing looked into Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, afraid he would lie, afraid he would leave her behind and not return, and even more afraid that he would be in danger. Soon, once I can truly protect you, I will come back and marry you, Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but say, reassuring Qingqing, which was what she had been waiting for. Ignoring Sword.Douluo beside her, Qingqing directly hugged Ye Xiaofeng and kissed him, then gently whispered in his ear, if one day I find out you're not here, I will go with you. I don't want to be left alone. Qingqing suddenly couldn't control her tears, which began to fall slowly. It won't happen, trust me. Ye Xiaofeng's heart was racing, but as a man, he had to act decisively. Then Ye Xiaofeng left the 7-treasure glazed tile school and returned to the inn, where Manager Li gently whispered in Ye Xiaofeng's ear. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard what Manager Li said. Just as he was thinking about finding you, you came to his door. Ye Xiaofeng did not return to his exclusive private room, but instead went to the private room opposite Shui Qinghe. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? As he entered the private room, he happened to be seen by Shui Qinghe. Your Highness, Qinghe, why are you here too? Ye Xiaofeng greeted her as if they had just run into each other, but everything was under his control. I was so bored in the palace, so I came out for a walk. Shui Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, but her whole demeanor radiated a noble aura that could not be feigned. It was innate. I see. I didn't expect us to have such a connection, Ye Xiaofeng replied smoothly. If I had known you were coming too, I would have waited for you a little longer. Shui Qinghe had already started eating when Ye Xiaofeng arrived, which was somewhat awkward. Next time, just wait for me. Ye Xiaofeng joked, actually preparing for the next time. Manager Li, aren't you ruining your own reputation? Hurry up, bring everything delicious and drinkable tonight. I'm going to drink to my heart's content with His Highness. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the light dishes in front of him, feeling a bit displeased. Xiaofeng, this is what I requested. You can't blame Manager Li. Shui Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. It will be served soon. Manager Li hurriedly arranged. Xiaofeng, I found some of your previous points quite reasonable, Shui Qinghe said while drinking and looking at Ye Xiaofeng. Qinghe, I'm just boasting. How can my words compare to those of your highness? Ye Xiaofeng continued to drink with Shui Qinghe. Xiaofeng, I actually have high hopes for you. Why not work with me? Shui Qinghe threw out a challenging proposition under the influence of alcohol. Qinghe, it's not that I don't want to work with you, but I think your vision is still too narrow. Ye Xiaofeng could not comply with her. What makes you say that? Shui Qinghe was not angry, but looked at the man in front of her, who always carried a certain aura that attracted her. What is the ultimate goal of our cultivation? Ye Xiaofeng stared at Shui Qinghe, observing her reaction. This originally easy question became complicated. For a moment, Shui Qinghe did not know what to say. Qinghe, we are actually not on the same path. One day, you want to become an emperor above all. Well, I just want to break through that step in my lifetime. Ye Xiaofeng was actually speaking the truth. The ultimate goal of cultivation is nothing more than breaking through 100 levels to become a god. But who in the entire Douluo Continent can achieve this? Shui Qinghe understood this better than Ye Xiaofeng because her grandfather was also a peerless powerhouse at level 99. Of course, if one day Qinghe needs me, even if it means reaching for the stars, I would try to pluck them. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to flirt with Shui Qinghe, which should be Qian Rengshu. I was too abrupt. I didn't expect Xiaofeng to understand more than I do. Shui Qinghe felt a slight flutter in her heart, but she dared not and could not reveal her feelings. Come, let us drink. Ye Xiaofeng continued drinking with Qian Rengshu. Qinghe, not long ago, I had a strange dream. Ye Xiaofeng seemed to fall into a dreamy recollection. A dream? What dream? Shui Qinghe looked puzzled. I dream of a beauty, Ye Xiaofeng began. What do you mean, Xiaofeng? If you want a beauty, I can have someone bring her to you, Shui Qinghe teased. It's mundane. I said she doesn't exist in the mortal realm. She doesn't partake in the smoke of the world. But this beauty doesn't exist, so I said I dreamed of her. She has a pair of beautiful white wings, golden long hair, and holds an angelic sword. Ye Xiaofeng closed his eyes, lost in memories. Shui Qinghe frowned slightly, her mind racing with thoughts, and a hint of killing intent emerged, but seeing Ye Xiaofeng so absorbed in his dream, that killing intent vanished, replaced by a sense of intimacy. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to daydream. Shui Qinghe teased, but inside, she felt a sudden joy. No, it should be called a fluttering feeling, with a touch of happiness, realizing that the woman this man dreamed of was none other than herself. Ha ha ha, Qinghe. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head, pretending to be embarrassed. If such a woman truly existed, but she was unattainable. Shui Qinghe suddenly became a bit interested, wanting to see how Ye Xiaofeng would respond. If such a woman truly existed, Shui Qinghe asked tentatively. Really? Ye Xiaofeng excitedly grabbed Shui Qinghe's hand. Qinghe. Sorry, I got too excited. Ye Xiaofeng was actually deliberately taking advantage of Qian Rengshu. Why are you so excited? I said it. If such a woman existed, and she was unattainable for you? Shui Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng, clearly unaware of his true thoughts. I know. Right now she's indeed unattainable for me. But I will work hard to cultivate, to break through to title Douluo. If title Douluo doesn't work, then I will strive to become super Douluo, Ye Xiaofeng said excitedly. What if super Douluo doesn't work? Shui Qinghe asked again. Then I will cultivate to the ultimate limit Douluo, and if that doesn't work, I will spend my life pursuing a divine position, breaking through 100 levels to become a god, spending my life telling that angel that I. Ye Xiaofeng didn't finish, leaving Shui Qinghe in suspense. What do you want to tell that angel? Shui Qinghe looked at Ye Xiaofeng curiously. For her, I would be willing to wait another 1,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng stopped speaking and downed 3 cups of wine. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng, you are such a sentimental person, Shui Qinghe's heart fluttered. But she had her own path to walk and couldn't quickly give up everything for romantic feelings. Qinghe, sorry, I lost my composure. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shui Qinghe at this moment. I like you, Xiaofeng. I believe you will meet that angel in the future. When that angel hears everything you have done for her, she might really give herself to you. Shui Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Really? Ye Xiaofeng once again held Shui Qinghe's hand. My mistake, I got too excited, but Qinghe, your hand is even softer than a woman's. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shui Qinghe innocently. You're asking for it. Shui Qinghe felt a bit flustered by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden boldness. You see how I am. I can't control myself after drinking. Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized. It's fine. I'll just take it as a joke. Shui Qinghe's face turned slightly red, but she still dared not reveal her feelings. It's getting late. Let us call it a night for today. Another day. I'll treat you to a couple more drinks. Shui Qinghe feared revealing her true feelings and decided to leave first. Then it's a deal. Shall I see you off? Ye Xiaofeng tentatively asked. Let us not. I can go back alone. Shui Qinghe's words hinted at something. She was indeed conflicted, wanting Ye Xiaofeng to see her off, but also not wanting him to. I'll see you off. What if something happens to the crown prince of the empire on the way? I couldn't bear that. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Shui Qinghe. The empire has heavy guards. Who would dare to cause trouble? Do they want to live too long? Shui Qinghe obviously didn't take this matter to heart. Well then, your highness, I want to see you off. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to be too proactive. Otherwise, if Shui Qinghe saw through the flaw, it would be troublesome. Xiaofeng, you're not a man of your word. A man should keep his word, Shui Qinghe said, feeling a bit displeased. Since Qinghe has said this, if I don't see him off, I would feel bad. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Shui Qinghe, and then the two left the inn. What are you looking up at? Shui Qinghe couldn't help but curiously ask as she noticed Ye Xiaofeng was staring at the sky. I'm looking for shooting stars, Ye Xiaofeng replied, gazing at the starry sky, waiting for a shooting star to appear. And then, Shui Qinghe didn't expect Ye Xiaofeng also liked stargazing. When a shooting star passes by, I will make a wish to see that angel sooner. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Shui Qinghe, observing her reaction. Xiaofeng, I think you've become obsessed with your training. Always talking about angels, Shui Qinghe said, speechless, not expecting Ye Xiaofeng's infatuation to reach this level. Even if I'm obsessed, as long as I can meet her, I would have no regrets. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xue Qinghe. Xiaofeng. Actually, Xue Qinghe suddenly felt an impulse. She wanted to tell Ye Xiaofeng her true identity. You don't need to say anything. I actually understand. This is just my obsession, a yearning for something ethereal. Ye Xiaofeng interrupted Xue Qinghe, thinking that if he knew now, perhaps Xue Qinghe would realize and assassinate him. Even if she couldn't do it, the strong people around her could easily kill Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, you're making me emotional. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Xue Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. It's a pity we are fated not to be together in this life. Ye Xiaofeng sighed, feeling particularly regretful. If you don't mind, we can be sworn brothers of the opposite sex. What do you think? Xue Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Sure. I couldn't ask for more. How old are you? Ye Xiaofeng suddenly became a bit interested. I'm 14 years old, and you? Xue Qinghe replied honestly. I'm 15, 1 year older than you. Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly said. Are you serious? You don't look like a 15-year-old to me, Xue Qinghe said, noticing that Ye Xiaofeng was younger than her, but claimed to be 15. Of course, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe I just look young. Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself that he was actually 13 years old, but by claiming to be 15, he could be the older brother. All right, I'll temporarily believe you. Xue Qinghe said, though she had some doubts, she still chose to trust Ye Xiaofeng. Come on, hurry up and call me big brother, let me hear it. Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly, feeling pleased with himself, suddenly realizing that it was better for them to just be friends. Xue Qinghe realized she had been tricked by Ye Xiaofeng and quickly ran away. Hey, just now you said a man should keep his word. Ye Xiaofeng didn't expect that Xue Qinghe would see through his trick. I'm not man. Xue Qinghe couldn't help but say. What did you say? Ye Xiaofeng didn't expect that Xue Qinghe inadvertently revealed her identity. I mean, I'm still a boy. I'm not a great man. Xue Qinghe said with a cunning smile. Ye Xiaofeng was left dumbfounded by her words. I'm almost there. You can go back, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? Ye Xiaofeng said with a shameless smile. Of course you can. But Xue Qinghe's words were interrupted again by Ye Xiaofeng. I want to go in. We'll meet again at the inn some other day. Ye Xiaofeng ignored Xue Qinghe and turned to leave. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng leave, Xue Qinghe showed a long-lost smile. After watching Ye Xiaofeng's figure disappear, she returned to her room. Once back in her room, Xue Qinghe locked the door, removed her disguise, and in that moment, she transformed into Qianren Xue, releasing her martial spirit as the angel wings slowly unfolded from her back. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was the angel Ye Xiaofeng longed for, and her heart fluttered. Ye Xiaofeng's potential attracted her even more than his appearance. Xue Qinghe could only remove her disguise when she was alone, turning back into Qianren Xue. Looking at herself in the mirror, the image of Ye Xiaofeng lingered in her mind. Not long after, she switched back to her identity as Xue Qinghe. After all, the identity of Qianren Xue from the Tiando Empire was too sensitive and couldn't be maintained for long. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the inn, lay down on the bed. Everything was ready, just waiting for Xue Qinghe to take the bait. He didn't know what would happen after he hooked Qianren Xue, but he had to do it to complete the task. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day at noon, Ye Xiaofeng groggily woke up, his head still slightly aching, possibly due to the amount of alcohol he had consumed after returning yesterday. After getting up, Ye Xiaofeng took a shower and went downstairs. He ordered a few jars of wine from Manager Li and sat in a private room. Young Master Yi, here's the wine you wanted, Manager Li said amicably. Manager Li, I might need to go out for a few days, take this card. Ye Xiaofeng handed Manager Li a black gold card with 200 million inside. Young Master, what does this mean? Manager Li sensed something was off, as he didn't need money at the moment. The inn had a steady income every day. I want to go out and train a bit. Staying here all the time makes it hard for me to reach a higher level, Ye Xiaofeng said to Manager Li. Young Master, how about I go with you? That way we can look out for each other. Manager Li still felt a bit uneasy, as the world outside was perilous. No, this time I'll go alone. You can focus on developing here. If you encounter difficulties, you can seek help from the master. He will provide assistance. Ye Xiaofeng preferred to cultivate alone, as it was more convenient for him. Young Master, how long will you be gone? Manager Li knew that this journey would not be short and wanted Ye Xiaofeng to remind him. At least 3 years, at most 5 years. We can discuss other matters when I return. And don't tell anyone about this. Ye Xiaofeng instructed Manager Li. Go ahead, the prince will be here soon. Bring him to this room. Ye Xiaofeng instructed Manager Li to directly bring Xue Qinghe to his exclusive private room. Manager Li didn't say much more and went to make arrangements. and soon after, Xue Qinghe arrived. She didn't bring any attendance, as it wasn't necessary to meet Ye Xiaofeng, to avoid making him uncomfortable. Qinghe, you're late today. You should punish yourself with 3 cups. Ye Xiaofeng said as he poured her some wine. I got held up with a small matter before coming out, so it took me some time, Xue Qinghe said, not being pretentious, and she took the 3 cups. Managerly served the delicious food and then left, leaving only Ye Xiaofeng and Xue Qinghe in the room. Since Ye Xiaofeng hadn't eaten since he got up, his stomach was growling, and Xue Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that Ye Xiaofeng had been waiting for her without eating. Qinghe, I've thought for a long time about wanting to go out and train, Ye Xiaofeng said while drinking, his eyes on Xue Qinghe. Indeed, one cannot just focus on cultivation all the time. Otherwise, it's hard to make progress. Going out to experience the world might not be a bad thing for you. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly, feeling a connection with Ye Xiaofeng recently, and her heart fluttered. By the way, how long will you be gone for this training? Xue Qinghe suddenly looked at Ye Xiaofeng. I'm not sure either. At least 3 years. But no more than 5, Ye Xiaofeng replied honestly. That's a long time. Xue Qinghe felt a mix of emotions, thinking it would only be a few months. And now it would be this long, making her heart ache uncontrollably. Let us not talk about unhappy things. Let us drink, Ye Xiaofeng said as he ate and drank, noticing that Xue Qinghe was getting a bit tipsy. Didn't you say that for the angel in your heart, you must work hard? Only true, strong people are worthy of her. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly changed the topic. Then you take care on your journey. Don't let me down. Hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, Xue Qinghe felt much better. The two of them continued to drink. But suddenly Xue Qinghe felt too hot and couldn't help but tug at her clothes. Qinghe, let us go upstairs. It's too hot here, Ye Xiaofeng said, having also drunk a bit too much. Xue Qinghe responded softly, and the two of them drunkenly went upstairs. Come on, we didn't drink enough just now. Let us get drunk today, Ye Xiaofeng said to Xue Qinghe, who was sitting on the sofa. At this moment, Xue Qinghe felt dizzy and continued to drink the wine Ye Xiaofeng handed her. Xiaofeng, do you feel a bit hot? Xue Qinghe felt her body getting warmer. I'm okay. Are you wearing too many layers? Ye Xiaofeng, also a little tipsy, went over to help Xue Qinghe take off her clothes. How is that? Is it a bit cooler now? Ye Xiaofeng had already helped Xue Qinghe take off her outer jacket. A little better, but still quite hot. Xue Qinghe tugged at her inner clothes again. Come on, let us have another cup. I can't anymore. Just 1 cup. And so, Xue Qinghe and Ye Xiaofeng continued to drink, with Ye Xiaofeng also getting dizzy and taking off his outer jacket. Unable to control himself, he directly pushed Xue Qinghe down on the sofa. Huh? Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Xue Qinghe sensed something was wrong, but Ye Xiaofeng covered her mouth. Xue, I like you. Haven't you always liked me? Ye Xiaofeng said to Qianren Xue. Now Xue Qinghe is Qianren Xue. It's not like that. Let me go, and I'll pretend today never happened. We're still friends. Qianren Xue's heart raced. She indeed liked Ye Xiaofeng, but things were happening too fast, and she wasn't prepared. Xue, after this, you can do whatever you want with me, but this time I can't care so much, Ye Xiaofeng, having drunk too much, said. Master, you have successfully completed the task. Your soul power level has increased by 5 levels, and you have been rewarded with a pair of angel wings, which will upgrade as your cultivation level increases. The voice of the heavenly machine system, Xiao Bing, echoed in his ear. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qian Ruxue in his arms. Even though he felt danger approaching step by step, he was still unwilling to give up this opportunity. From the afternoon to deep into the night, even Ye Xiaofeng couldn't remember how many rounds he and Qian Ruxue had gone through. After each session, he couldn't help but want to have one last time, until he finally ran out of strength and chose to give up. In the deep of night, Qian Ruxue was still asleep. Ye Xiaofeng got up, left a letter on the bedside, and quietly left the imperial capital. Just as he was leaving, a tear rolled down the corner of Qian Ruxue's eye, and at that moment, her heart was filled with complexity. Ye Xiaofeng actually never thought that things would happen so quickly between him and Qian Ruxue, but everything has happened, and there is no way to turn back. If it weren't for the annoying system forcing him, why would he have to do this? He had the time to let things develop naturally. Ye Xiaofeng arrived at the small forest outside the city, where souls.Sword was already waiting for him. He followed souls.Sword to the seaside, where a ship was docked. His master asked him to leave the Heaven Do Empire and go to a place called Demon Island. Before leaving, Master souls.Sword handed Ye Xiaofeng a sword manual and a map. By dawn, Ye Xiaofeng was already in the vast ocean, accompanied by a few others on the ship. Although they did not display their strength, they were not weak, as they were all arranged by his master, souls.Sword. Qian Rinchue's bare body was covered by a quilt, but her white shoulders were still visible. She woke up in a daze, not knowing what had happened. With a lingering pain in her head and occasional aches below, suddenly startled awake, she quickly pulled back the quilt and realized she was completely undressed, with some of her clothes scattered on the ground and the sofa nearby. She closed her eyes, trying to recall what had happened the night before. She felt something under her right hand, looked down, and saw an envelope along with her handkerchief, which had a bloodstain on it. Qian Rinxue hurriedly opened the envelope and, upon reading its contents, felt as if she had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Swear, by the time you wake up and read this letter, I will have already left the Heaven Do Empire. I only discovered your identity last night, and no one else knows. As for everything between us, I will explain when I return. Love, Ye Xiaofeng. Qian Rinxue trembled as she held the letter Ye Xiaofeng had left her. She picked up the handkerchief, gripping it tightly, and seeing the bloodstain on it, she could no longer control herself as tears slowly fell. Ye Xiaofeng, I will tear you to pieces. Anger overwhelmed Qian Rinxue, causing her to spit blood and faint. When she woke up again, she tidied herself up as if nothing had happened. But now there was a significant increase in her killing intent. Transforming back into her identity as Xue Qinghe, she went downstairs. Your Highness, did you sleep well last night? Manager Li greeted Xue Qinghe with a smile. Get out. Xue Qinghe struck Manager Li, sending him flying. Your Highness, please calm down. Manager Li quickly realized he had misspoken and begged for mercy. At that moment, Xue Qinghe considered silencing Manager Li, but was afraid of being overwhelmed by her anger again. So she left the inn in fury. Walking down the street, her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the people quickly made way for her. However, she occasionally felt pain in her lower body, unaware of how many times Ye Xiaofeng had taken advantage of her. Ye Xiaofeng lay on the deck, closing his eyes to bask in the sun, while recalling yesterday's events in his mind, feeling regretful for not taking the opportunity to go out more often. Xue Qinghe returned to the palace and immediately issued a wanted notice, offering a high bounty of 100 million gold soul coins for anyone who could provide information on Ye Xiaofeng's whereabouts. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Tiando Empire, and everyone was discussing it privately. Have you heard about today's bounty notice? It's that Ye Xiaofeng who claims to be the sword god. He has offended the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Manager Li furrowed his brow slightly, realizing why Ye Xiaofeng had mentioned wanting to go out for training earlier. He had been on good terms with the crown prince, and now the crown prince had issued a bounty on him. Manager Li understood why the crown prince had been so angry with him that morning. It turned out that Ye Xiaofeng had angered the crown prince, and he had caught the backlash. Master, where has Xiaofeng gone these days? Qingqing couldn't help but ask the sword Douluo. Fenger has left. Before he left, he asked me to tell you not to think about him and to focus on your training. The sword Douluo, although unaware of what had transpired between him and the crown prince, knew that Ye Xiaofeng had gotten into some serious trouble. Why didn't he come to say goodbye to me? Qingqing's expression suddenly turned sad. Hey, did you hear? The crown prince has put a bounty of 100 million on your precious disciple. Aren't you going to do something about it? At that moment, Bone Douluo barged in. The sword Douluo wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Master, are you hiding something from me? Qingqing's eyes turned red upon hearing Bone Douluo's words. Fenger is fine. The sword Douluo comforted Qingqing. I clearly heard that the crown prince is after Xiaofeng. Master, are you also lying to me? Qingqing's tears could no longer be controlled and streamed down her face. I think I misspoke just now. Bone Douluo realized he had said the wrong thing, not expecting this little girl to be unaware of the situation. Get out of here. The sword Douluo glared at Bone Douluo, who quickly left. Yes, Fenger has had some conflicts with the crown prince. This matter was likely arranged by Fenger himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you here. I was the one who sent him away. The crown prince won't be able to find him. When he is capable of protecting himself, and you, he will come back. The sword Douluo said, smiling as he reassured Qingqing. Upon hearing her master's words, Qingqing felt relieved. Even if the crown prince had immense power and couldn't find Xiaofeng, it meant that Xiaofeng was safe. Now you can rest assured. No more crying. Come, master will take you out for a walk. Seeing that Qingqing was feeling down, the sword Douluo took her away from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Senior Qingqing, Lady Xiao, managerly greeted as he saw the sword Douluo and Qingqing enter. I came to accompany Qingqing for a meal. The sword Douluo smiled slightly, saying no more. Manager Li led them upstairs, and Qingqing went straight to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive private room, filled with many beautiful memories between them. After entering the room, Qingqing went upstairs to the bedroom, no longer paying attention to the sword Douluo and Manager Li. Senior Qingqing, Lady Xiao, Manager Li saw that Qingqing still had a hint of sadness on her face. She is still a child. Many things are beyond her understanding. After a while, she will come to terms with it, the Sword.Luo said, choosing not to say more and not inquiring about the matter between Ye Xiaofeng and Xue Qinghe. Even if he asked, Manager Li might not be clear about it, so it was better not to ask. Haven't you found Ye Xiaofeng yet? In the Crown Prince's palace. Xue Qinghe asked Snake Spear Douluo. Young master, we searched the entire Tiando Empire for him. Ye Xiaofeng seems to have evaporated. He is no longer in the Tiando Empire. Snake Spear Douluo reported to Xue Qinghe. Understood. You may leave, Xue Qinghe said, closing her eyes. This matter had planted a seed in her heart. She hated Ye Xiaofeng for taking her body when she was completely unguarded. In her mind, she still vaguely remembered everything that had happened between them on that day. She hated even more that Ye Xiaofeng did not cherish her. He had been deceiving her all along. What obsession with a damn angel. He clearly is just attracted to my beauty. Xue Qinghe couldn't help but mutter, not even realizing how she had come to think this way. Ye Xiaofeng disappeared in the Tiando Empire, as if nothing had ever happened. Gradually, others also forgot about the prince's bounty notice. Because Ye Xiaofeng could not be found at all. Ye Xiaofeng has been on Demon Island for 5 years, during which he has been tormented in turn by the 7 immortal old men on the island, until he is left with only a breath of life. Ye Xiaofeng remembered that when he was about to reach Devil Island, an old man on the boat kicked him off, and then they hurriedly left. It seemed that they were particularly unwilling to approach this island. After Ye Xiaofeng landed on the island, he remained vigilant, instinctively telling himself that this was no ordinary place. Master, your next task is to complete the challenge of Devil Island. This was the mission given to him by the heavenly machine system, Xiaobing. As he arrived on the island, it wasn't until later that he encountered 7 despicable characters, representing gluttony, desire, anger, greed, laziness, jealousy, and pride, among whom the desire Douluo and jealousy Douluo were women with stunning looks. Just by their names, it was clear they were not good people. Their initial warm hospitality gradually turned into a series of steps to lead him to become a fallen person. The most detestable was the jealousy Douluo, who made Ye Xiaofeng indulge in dreams with her, transforming into the enchanting figure of Qian Rixu. Now, thinking back, Ye Xiaofeng felt disgusted. He later realized that these 7 individuals were untrustworthy. They had brought human malice to its peak, and one could easily fall into their trap. Eventually, Ye Xiaofeng slowly adapted to this place, and actively sought them out, using them to hone himself. Over the past 5 years, he had been training with them while also practicing the sword techniques given to him by the Sword.Luo. Now, he could unleash 5 killing words. Kid, you have passed our tests, and we are willing to wait for you to become king. We will grant you endless beauties and power, said the greedy Douluo to Ye Xiaofeng, as this was their final test for him. Oh, is that so? Shouldn't I thank you, 7? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a cold smile, then immediately attacked the greedy Douluo. Kid, didn't you understand my words? The greedy Douluo hurriedly said, don't try to confuse me. I'm no longer fooled by your tricks, Ye Xiaofeng declared as he unleashed the 7 killing technique, immersing himself in battle. You won. You can leave now. The greedy Douluo quickly interrupted Ye Xiaofeng, not wanting to be chased by this madman day and night. This could not be blamed on Ye Xiaofeng. They had pushed him to this state, turning him into a madman who only practiced and fought. The ancient soul beasts on the island were nearly wiped out. Congratulations, Master, for completing the Devil Island task. All soul ring ages have been upgraded to 100,000 years, and the 7 colored angel wings have been upgraded to 4-winged. The voice of the heavenly machine system, Xiaobing, rang out again. Finally reached the soul emperor level. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the 7 people on Devil Island and smiled coldly. Congratulations, kid. You've reached the soul emperor level. The 7 hurriedly congratulated him. I've just reached the soul emperor level and have some deep insights. I would like to ask the 7 for guidance. Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile as he looked at them. No need. We know you are already very powerful. By the way, I have something to attend to, so I'll be off. The desired Douluo, since something was off with Ye Xiaofeng, and quickly found an opportunity to slip away. Yes. I also have something to do, the jealousy Douluo quickly chimed in. Since you all have matters to attend to, let's make this quick. Ye Xiaofeng no longer held back and went all out. Fortunately, he had the Emerald Swan martial soul, which constantly honed his body to accommodate vast amounts of soul power. Ever since he obtained the angel wings, Ye Xiaofeng's body experienced an unprecedented transformation, no longer needing the enhancement of soul bones. Kid, you're too arrogant. Daring to challenge all 7 of us, the pride Douluo said angrily. How will I know my limits if I don't try? Ye Xiaofeng's total soul power had reached 1. 2 million years, and the 7 killing sword in his hand was trembling. No, it should be said it was excited. The 7 Sindal were no longer holding back, but although they were all titled Douluos, they were not good at attacking. Their martial souls were not attack types, but more about confusing the mind. Kid, stop. We admit defeat. The angered Douluo quickly apologized. Prepare to face justice. Ye Xiaofeng's 7 killing words had already coalesced in the air. Kid, take this head soul bone as a token of our apology, and hurry up and leave. The greed Douluo finally couldn't hold back. 3 pieces. I, Ye Xiaofeng, will turn around and leave, and I won't disturb you all, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly said. Do you think soul bones are jelly beans? Just 1 head soul bone, over 70,000 years of cultivation, and you don't want it? Just kill us. The greed Douluo said angrily. 1 piece is fine. Ye Xiaofeng accepted the head soul bone and placed it in his storage ring. In fact, Ye Xiaofeng was just about to say he was joking, but was interrupted by the angered Douluo. The boat is at the shore. Hurry up and leave. Clearly, the 7 Douluos did not want to see this madman any longer. It's time to say goodbye. I feel a bit reluctant. How about a kiss? Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly teased the jealousy Douluo, who was even more beautiful than the desired Douluo, and had maintained her looks exceptionally well. Like a 30-year-old beautiful woman with an alluring figure, constantly stimulating Ye Xiaofeng's nerves. No man could resist her temptation. Hurry up and leave. The jealousy Douluo suddenly blushed, not expecting that she used to be the one teasing others, but now Ye Xiaofeng was teasing her. If we don't kiss, how about a hug? That should be okay, right? If you say that again, I'm not leaving. The other 6 Douluos looked at the jealousy Douluo as if seeking help, thinking, you sacrifice a bit of your beauty and quickly send this madman away. The jealousy Douluo glared fiercely at the other 6 Douluos, blushing, and gave Ye Xiaofeng a hug. Ye Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to hug the jealous Douluo and kissed her on the right cheek. Just as the jealous Douluo was about to get angry, Ye Xiaofeng kissed her on the left cheek, making the jealous Douluo stomp her feet in frustration, resembling a little woman. I'm leaving now. Don't worry, I won't come back. Of course, if I think of her one day, I'll come back to see you all, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile at the jealous Douluo. Why don't you take her with you? The desired Douluo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. That's a good suggestion, Ye Xiaofeng said with a lewd smile. All of you get lost. The jealous Douluo finally got angry, and the other 5 quickly fled. Don't look at me, it's what they said. It has nothing to do with me. Ye Xiaofeng also sensed something was wrong and wanted to make a quick escape. If you want to leave, it's too late. Don't you like me? Then take me with you. The jealous Douluo walked over and wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng's. Actually, I think it's pretty good here. The outside world is quite complicated. Ye Xiaofeng wished he could slap himself. He could have left, but his mouth was too reckless. Why provoke this woman? I don't care. I will be with you for life, the jealous Douluo said, blushing, holding on to Ye Xiaofeng tightly. Sister, why don't you stay here for now? And when I make a name for myself, I'll come back to get you, okay? Ye Xiaofeng felt bitter inside. Be good, Xiaofeng brother. The jealous Douluo smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Then it's a pleasant decision. Ye Xiaofeng thought the jealous Douluo agreed to stay. Then let's go. The jealous Douluo refused to let go. You all pull her back. Ye Xiaofeng saw the other 6 watching him and the jealous Douluo from a distance. This has nothing to do with us. Ye Xiaofeng, you just take her with you. She could be a strong assistant for you, the desired Douluo said, looking harmless. While the other 5 nodded in agreement. You guys fine, but let's make it clear. Once we step out of here, everything will be according to my instructions. Or else you can stay here. Ye Xiaofeng said seriously to the jealous Douluo. Okay, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. The jealous Douluo said happily, looking at Ye Xiaofeng. By the way, what's your real name? Don't tell me it's jealous. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the lust Douluo. Ziyan. The jealous Douluo truthfully revealed her name for the first time. Ziyan, that's a nice name. It suits your beauty. Ye Xiaofeng complimented her. Really? Ziyan's eyes lit up. It was the first time someone said she was beautiful. They had always lived on the island, and the other 5 were afraid of the desired Douluo's anger, so they didn't dare to speak the truth. Ye Xiaofeng nodded. His appearance had changed drastically, making it difficult to recognize him without a closer look. In desperation, he left Devil Island with Ziyan. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the Tiando Empire and found out that Shuqing had once issued a bounty of 100 million for his capture. Ye Xiaofeng brought Ziyan to the Tiando Empire, then gave her a black gold card and asked her to wait for him at the Tianshang Renjian Inn, telling her not to wander around. After Ziyan left, Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly. It was time to settle his grievances with Qian Renshua. Shuqing, feeling bored, was walking down the street when a little girl approached her. Big brother, this is a message from a big brother. the young girl said in a childish voice as she walked up to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe received a piece of paper from the girl, which only had a pair of wings drawn on it, with no other words. What else did that big brother tell you? Xue Qinghe hurriedly asked. If you buy me a Tonghu, I will tell you, the girl replied, holding a Tonghu in her hand. This was the reward Ye Xiaofeng had given her, instructing her to deliver the message to Xue Qinghe, and she would buy her another Tonghu later. What did he say to you? Xue Qinghe quickly bought 3 Tonghu on the street and gave them to the girl. If you want to see him, you can go to the small forest outside the city, the girl said with a smile, not expecting someone to be so nice to her just for saying a few words. Your Highness, please forgive my child at that moment. The child's mother rushed over and quickly knelt down to apologize. It's fine, Xue Qinghe replied with a cold smile. She had endured pain for a full 5 years. Ignoring everyone, Xue Qinghe headed alone to the small forest outside the city. In the small forest outside the city, Ye Xiaofeng saw Xue Qinghe coming alone and appeared behind her to meet her. Xue, Ye Xiaofeng gently called out from behind her, shattering Xue Qinghe's heart once again, causing her body to tremble slightly. Xue, is that what you call me? Xue Qinghe suddenly filled with killing intent, turning around in an instant, pointing the angelic holy sword at Ye Xiaofeng's chest. I know you hate me. I owe you, Ye Xiaofeng said, taking a step forward. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? 5 years, a full 5 years. At that moment, Xue Qinghe transformed back into Qianrenxue. She hated Ye Xiaofeng for being unreachable for 5 years, and she hated him for deceiving her in the beginning. I know, but I once said that only a true strong person deserves you. Ye Xiaofeng stepped closer to Qianrenxue. I don't need it anymore. If you take another half step forward, I will definitely kill you, Qianrenxue said angrily. I know you hate me. Wanting to kill me is understandable. After all, it was I, Ye Xiaofeng, who hurt you. Ye Xiaofeng stepped forward, and the angelic holy sword had already touched his chest. But Qianrenxue did not strike, and took a step back. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to strike? Qianrenxue looked coldly at Ye Xiaofeng. If my death could exchange for these 5 years of your pain, I would willingly die. Ye Xiaofeng grasped the angelic holy sword in his left hand and stabbed it into his chest. Do you think by dying, you can make up for what you owe me? Qianrenxue looked at Ye Xiaofeng, who chose to die by his own hand, her heart trembling slightly. At that moment, she softened and suddenly felt she didn't want to see Ye Xiaofeng die like this. Xue, I know you hate me. Once, there was a sincere love placed before me, but I didn't cherish it. Only when I lost it did I regret it. There's nothing more painful in this world than this. If heaven could give me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I would hope it lasts for 10,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly recalled a classic line from his past life and couldn't help but say it out loud. Enough. I don't want to hear it. Qianrenxue looked at Ye Xiaofeng with anger, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Ye Xiaofeng felt it was about time, and with one more push, he allowed the angel's sacred sword to pierce his own chest, holding onto Qianrenxue. No. Qianrenxue saw the sword. She held completely pierce Ye Xiaofeng's chest. Although she wanted him to die, this was not the outcome she desired. Qianrenxue quickly withdrew the angel's sacred sword and held Ye Xiaofeng in her arms, but at that moment, Ye Xiaofeng was covered in blood, unable to control the blood pouring from his mouth, with sweat streaming down his forehead. Even though Ye Xiaofeng had calculated everything, knowing he had the Emerald Swan martial soul and wouldn't die, he still had to endure the pain. Xue, if there is a next life, I will cherish you well. Ye Xiaofeng struggled to catch his breath, looking at the tearful Qianrenxue. I won't allow you to die. Do you hear me? You still owe me. Qianrenxue took out a pill from her body and fed it to Ye Xiaofeng, but he remained silent while healing his wounds. Don't you hate me? I don't hate you anymore. I just want you to get better. You promised me that you would become an unparalleled strong person and break through the final barrier to become a god. Qianrenxue continued to cry in a panic, not noticing that Ye Xiaofeng's injuries were almost healed. Do you love me? Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. I don't want you to leave me alone. You've taken my heart, and I want you to repay me for this lifetime, Qianrenxue said through her tears. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qianrenxue, who was holding him tightly, feeling incredibly pleased. This sword didn't stab himself in vain. How are you? Let me take you for treatment. Qianrenxue looked at Ye Xiaofeng nervously. I'm fine now. Being able to see you again, I have no regrets even if I die, Ye Xiaofeng said, wiping away the tear stains on Qianrenxue's face with his right hand. You mustn't say such things. I will take you to find the best healer. They will definitely be able to cure you. At that moment, Qianrenxue had no other thoughts in her mind, only wanting to save Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer control his emotions and hugged Qian Rinxue from behind, kissing her. Qian Rinxue was startled. Just a moment ago, Ye Xiaofeng was clearly hanging by a thread. So how did he suddenly get better? Swear, for these 5 years, have I not missed you day and night? Ye Xiaofeng held Qian Rinxue tightly, kissing her passionately, his hands roaming over her body. Xiaofeng, let's talk about it when we get back, Qian Rinxue said shyly. Her face flushed as she embraced Ye Xiaofeng. It's too much trouble to go back. It's nice and quiet here without anyone disturbing us. Ye Xiaofeng said with a cheeky smile. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer control himself, and their clothes began to fall off one by one. Not far away, a pair of eyes witnessed everything. How'd your wound heal? Qian Rinxue, exhausted, collapsed in Ye Xiaofeng's arms, and there was not a trace of the wound left. Guess. Ye Xiaofeng said with a lewd smile, his actions becoming unruly again. Ugh, if you don't say it, how would I know? It's been several times already. And you're still not satisfied? Qian Rinxue complained as she looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Who told you to look so alluring? Didn't you say you thought about me for 5 years? Why are you giving in so easily now? Ye Xiaofeng clearly did not want to let Qian Rinxue off the hook. The pair of eyes not far away could no longer bear to watch. They hadn't expected Ye Xiaofeng to be this shameless and left the woods early. Aren't you afraid I would kill you? Qian Rinxue asked Ye Xiaofeng. Afraid? Anyone would be afraid of death. But over these 5 years, my longing for you has grown stronger, so even if you killed me, I couldn't help wanting to see you, Ye Xiaofeng gently said in Qian Rinxue's ear. Xiaofeng, you should leave. You shouldn't have come back. Qian Rinxue looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Her previous hatred gone, replaced by a hint of tenderness. She feared that the two elders would discover her relationship with Ye Xiaofeng. If that happened, even if she wanted to save him, it would be impossible. Her grandfather would definitely want to crush Ye Xiaofeng to pieces. I owe you this, and I will use time to make it up to you, Ye Xiaofeng said as he took out the head spirit bone he had previously obtained from the demon island from his storage ring. Xuya, this is a head spirit bone left by a soul beast over 70,000 years old. If you need it, I give it to you. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qian Rinxue with guilt, regretting that he had toyed with her before. Xiaofeng, thank you, but I can't use it. If I use this head spirit bone, it will ruin the angel inheritance, Qian Rinxue said to Ye Xiaofeng. Although she did not accept it, the fact that Ye Xiaofeng could give her such a precious spirit bone was enough to prove his feelings for her. I was too impatient. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Qian Rinxue. Don't think that giving me a spirit bone means I forgive you. Qian Rinxue suddenly thought of something. Ye Xiaofeng had been entangled with her junior sister before, and who knew what their relationship was. Didn't you just forgive me? Ye Xiaofeng was suddenly puzzled. Why were women all the same, saying one thing and meaning another? What? Do you have an opinion about me? What is your relationship with Qingqing? Vien Randrua Pidesit, Ye Xiaofeng. I'm her senior brother. Ye Xiaofeng did not expect Qian Rinxue to be jealous. But she told me about your relationship. Qian Rinxue looked into Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. Since you already know, there's no need for me to hide it from you. I and her. Ye Xiaofeng thought Qian Rinxue really knew and was ready to tell the truth. Get lost, Qian Rinxue said as she slapped Ye Xiaofeng. She had originally been testing him, but did not expect Ye Xiaofeng to also have a connection with her junior sister. Swear, let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng grabbed Qian Rinxue's arm. What else do you want to say? Qian Rinxue glared at Ye Xiaofeng angrily. The imprint of her slap was still on his right cheek, and he felt a bit soft-hearted. I know you won't believe what I say. I swear, you are my first, and I haven't gone that far with her, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly explained. If Qingqing heard Ye Xiaofeng's words, she would probably spit blood and die on the spot. Although he hadn't had a first time with Qingqing, it was not much different. It was just that he hadn't broken that layer of paper. Then I'll trust you once for now. Qian Rinxue took a step back. I promise. The woman I love most in my heart is definitely you. Ye Xiaofeng comforted Qian Rinxue while gently stroking her golden hair. Do you have any plans for the future? Qian Rinxue looked at Ye Xiaofeng and asked curiously. Not for now. If you want to find me, just come to Manager Li's inn. Don't worry. I won't expose your identity. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qian Rinxue, his face filled with love for her. Was everything before this all planned by you? Qian Rinxue couldn't help but ask. Yes, but which one of our moments has been out of my control? That time I was also drunk, and I only knew what happened after sobering up. Ye Xiaofeng truthfully replied. Then what should I do in the future? Qian Rinxue had been lurking in the Heaven-Do Empire for over 10 years and didn't want her plans to fall apart. Just proceed according to your own plan. If one day you don't want it anymore, just come back to me. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to disrupt her plans. Xuya, you are beautiful when you return to your true self. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Qian Rinxue with golden long hair and couldn't help but admire her stunning beauty. I'll show you every day in the future, but not now. I'm afraid of being discovered, Qian Renshua said softly. All right, let's go back. Ye Xiaofeng, having vented his longing for Qian Renshua, realized it was getting late and they should rest. Qian Renshua changed back to her identity as Shui Qinghe, still afraid of being discovered. They then quietly returned to the inn. And Ye Xiaofeng did not greet Manager Li too much, but directly took Shui Qinghe back to his exclusive private room. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng return, Manager Li quickly arranged the meals. Soon after, Manager Li brought the food over. When serving the wine, Shui Qinghe glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, seemingly recalling events from 5 years ago, and couldn't help but blush. Manager Li, you can leave now. I have something to discuss with His Royal Highness. Also, don't tell anyone that I've returned. All matters can wait until tomorrow. Ye Xiaofeng clearly did not want anyone to disturb his time alone with Shui Qinghe. Yes, young Master Yi. Manager Li did not dare to ask more and exited, closing the door to avoid further interruptions. After a hearty meal and drinks, Ye Xiaofeng directly carried Shui Qinghe in a princess carry upstairs. Others thought he was having a private conversation with His Royal Highness Shui Qinghe, but in reality, he was entangled with Qian Renshua upstairs. In Ye Xiaofeng's bedroom, the two were venting their longing for each other over the past 5 years. Ye Xiaofeng held Qian Renshua, admiring her wonderful figure. At this moment, Qian Renshua was like a little bird, leaning against Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. Xiaofeng, it's getting late. We should rest, she said. The temptations from Devil Island were constantly luring him, and now, with Qian Renshua, he could finally release the emotions in his heart. Late at night, Qian Renshua cuddled with Ye Xiaofeng, nestled in his arms, feeling satisfied. Are you happy now? Qian Renshua complained with her mouth, but in her heart, she was particularly enjoying it. The next day, Qian Renshua finally woke up, while Ye Xiaofeng was still sound asleep, possibly too tired from the previous night to wake up yet. As Qian Renshua moved around, she might have disturbed Ye Xiaofeng, who then woke up. Xiaofeng, why are you up so early? Ye Xiaofeng asked groggily. It's almost noon. Are you still sleeping? Qian Renshua frowned and looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a complaint. It's still early. Let me sleep a bit more, he said while pulling the already awake Qian Renshua back into his embrace. Get up quickly. If you don't, I'm leaving. And next time, don't even think about it. Qian Renshua pinched Ye Xiaofeng. After hearing this, Ye Xiaofeng instantly woke up, realizing it was time to get up. He directly picked up Princess Qian Renshua and headed to the bathtub. The two only came down in the afternoon, and Qian Renshua changed back to her identity as Shui Qinghe. After having lunch, Qian Renshua left the inn. Zian, when did you get here? Ye Xiaofeng turned around after sending off Qian Renshua and saw Zian behind him. Guess? Zian looked at Ye Xiaofeng with an innocent expression. By the way, how did it feel? Zian suddenly added. What feeling? I don't understand what you're saying. Ye Xiaofeng walked into his private room, and Zian followed him in and closed the door. Last night, I was bored and took a walk in the small woods outside the city. Zian said with a sly smile. What did you see? Ye Xiaofeng suddenly felt something was off. I didn't see anything, just that the small woods were quiet with no one around. Zian said seriously. You weren't watching me the whole time, were you? Ye Xiaofeng asked nervously, not expecting his every move to be seen, and even worse, that Zian had seen it. What did you say? I didn't understand. Xiaofeng, I didn't realize your body was so great, Zian said with a playful smile at Ye Xiaofeng. Sister, keep this matter a secret. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Zian pleadingly, feeling desperate for having her around. Now you know to ask your sister for help. Where were you before? Zian clearly did not want to let Ye Xiaofeng off easily. Actually, I didn't expect the consequences to come so quickly, Ye Xiaofeng said helplessly, looking at Zian. It's okay to promise to keep a secret. I knew Sister Zian was the best, but there's a condition. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. What did you say? Zian frowned a bit unhappy. He. It's nothing. Sister Zian, whether it's one thing or 1,000 things, I'm willing to help. Ye Xiaofeng, caught in a bind, had no choice but to lower his head. I was in the small woods all night yesterday, Zian said while still eyeing Ye Xiaofeng's body. You were watching from not far away. Ye Xiaofeng had a thought of wanting to hit his head against a wall in frustration. Not really, I just left, Zian said with a sly smile. Is there a difference? Ye Xiaofeng felt like crying without tears. By the way, what did you want me to help with earlier? Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject. Since we're at it, why not let sister have taste? Zian looked at Ye Xiaofeng with hungry eyes. Are you kidding me? How old are you? How old am I? This is clearly an old cow eating young grass. Ye Xiaofeng nearly spat blood upon hearing Zian's words. Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself that although he had a bit of a habit of eating from the bowl while looking at the pot, and had close relationships with several women, it didn't mean he was picky. He could eat anything. Age wasn't an issue. He didn't mind that. Zian smiled and looked at Ye Xiaofeng. But I do mind, Ye Xiaofeng said with grievance, feeling that he usually only tricked others. But today, it was his turn to be tricked. I think many people will be particularly interested in what happened in the grove last night. Zian said with a sly smile. Sister, I'm wrong. You don't have to threaten me like this, do you? Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized. So you agree to it? Zian liked to see Ye Xiaofeng's helpless expression. Give me some time to think about it. Ye Xiaofeng had to take a step back. Then tell me a time frame. 10 years or 8 years. Sister doesn't have that much time. Zian saw through Ye Xiaofeng's excuse. Sister, you're so beautiful. Even in 10 or 8 years. People will still be captivated by you. Ye Xiaofeng quickly flattered her. Well, at least you have good taste, but flattery won't work on me. Zian was not fooled by Ye Xiaofeng's words. After calling you sister for so long, a person like you is not even worth a pair of underpants. Ye Xiaofeng muttered in complaint to Zian. What did you say? Zian's teeth were itching with anger. Even though Ye Xiaofeng spoke softly, she still heard him. 1 year. Give me a year to think. Ye Xiaofeng felt something was off and could only give a clear time frame. No way. The most I can give you is 3 days. What a joke. I can't think in 3 days. Then 1 week. Since it's like this, you might as well force me. Ye Xiaofeng was dissatisfied that Zian only gave him 1 week. Then it's settled. How pleasant. Zian smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. What you can get from me is just my body. You can't have my soul, Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly. 1 month. Half a year. No, half a year is too long. At most 2 months. 3 months. Deal. Zian happily agreed. I misspoke. I meant to say 5 months. Ye Xiaofeng wished he could slap himself. Get lost. It's your blessing that sister likes you. Don't think you're so wronged. Zian looked down on Ye Xiaofeng. Sister, I'm still a child. Please spare me. Can an old cow eat tender grass? Ye Xiaofeng had no choice but to play the victim. You're a child? Do you still have any shame? Zian looked at Ye Xiaofeng with disdain. Zian recalled what Ye Xiaofeng did in the grove and could hardly bear to think about it. Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaofeng was so capable. Thinking about this made Zian's face slightly blush. What was even more incomprehensible was that after returning, he tormented her for a whole night. And she had to admire Ye Xiaofeng's ability and his shamelessness. I'm just a kid. Even if I'm not a kid, I'm still a young man, Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly. Bah, last night in the grove, you and that little girl went at it 7 times. Aren't you satisfied? After returning, you continued in the upstairs bedroom. And that was about 7 times too, right? Zian didn't buy Ye Xiaofeng's nonsense at all. By the way, don't you think it's shameful to spy on others' privacy? Ye Xiaofeng's mind was racing. It was truly a sin to bring her back from Demon Island. You don't think it's shameful to do this? I saw it accidentally. I don't think it's shameful, especially since I'm still a girl, Zian said nonchalantly. Girl? How old are you? You're still a girl? Ye Xiaofeng suddenly widened his eyes at Zian, unable to believe that the woman before him had not experienced the mundane world. What? Are you infatuated with sister? Zian noticed Ye Xiaofeng staring at her 2 peaks and couldn't help but smile. How do you know? No, how could I be infatuated? Ye Xiaofeng realized he had misspoken and quickly changed his explanation. Stop pretending. Your expression has already given you away, Zian said and left the room. Was my expression really that obvious? Ye Xiaofeng muttered to himself. Forget about that. I should go see my master first. You stay here. Don't go outside and cause trouble. I'll be back soon, Ye Xiaofeng called out to Zian, afraid she would cause trouble. No. He should be afraid she would tempt others. Ye Xiaofeng then left the inn and headed to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. This time, Zian did not secretly follow him. Ye Xiaofeng entered the Qibao Liuli sect and headed straight to the area of the Sword de Law. Upon entering the courtyard, Ye Xiaofeng did not see the Sword de Law, but noticed Qingqing sitting in the pavilion, lost in thought. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but call out to Qingqing. Hearing the voice, Qingqing's body trembled slightly as she slowly stood up and turned her head, seeing the man in front of her. He was exactly the one she had been yearning for over the past 5 years. Qingqing stared at the man before her, motionless, tears streaming down her face. She feared this might also be a dream. For 5 long years, there had been no news of him. If it weren't for her master stopping her, she would have surely gone to find him, even if it meant searching to the ends of the earth. Ye Xiaofeng slowly walked towards Qingqing. His heart was complicated. He owed her too much over the past 5 years. I'm back, he said. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng could no longer control himself and hugged Qingqing tightly. Qingqing burst into tears, holding on tightly, as if every drop of her tears pierced through Ye Xiaofeng's heart. She couldn't believe that he had really returned. Xiaofeng, you really came back. She sobbed, am I dreaming? Qingqing continued to cry, fearing that she would wake up from this dream again. I'm back. You're not dreaming, Ye Xiaofeng said, leaning in to kiss her. After an unknown amount of time, a cough interrupted their longing. Feng, when did you come back? Jianduo had noticed him the moment he entered, as the airflow and the empty hand had changed. Master, I just returned, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at Jianduo as if he were his father. All this time, his master had silently given everything without asking for anything in return. I assume your strength has improved significantly, Jianduo said, waving his hand to seal off the entire courtyard. Let's see how much you've progressed in these 5 years. Jianduo's expression suddenly changed, and he was filled with murderous intent. It's fine. You can sit here for a while, Ye Xiaofeng comforted Qingqing before engaging in battle. Master, please test how much I've improved, Ye Xiaofeng said, condensing the 7 killing sword in his hand, as 600,000-year soul rings slowly descended from above his head to his feet. What? Qingqing was stunned to see the 600,000-year soul rings, the overwhelming aura suffocating her. Jianduo noticed Qingqing was being suppressed and waved his hand, causing the pressure on her to disappear. Not bad. Let me test you properly, Jianduo said with a slight smile. Since you're stronger, I cannot hold back. Ye Xiaofeng launched the first attack with sweeping across the army. Even facing 100,000-year soul skill, Jianduo chose to use his first soul skill to defend. How is that possible? Ye Xiaofeng didn't expect that his master could block his 100,000-year soul power with a 100-year soul skill. Don't think that just because you've broken through to Soul Emperor, you can look down on everything. You must understand that there are always people stronger than you. Jianduo was telling Ye Xiaofeng that as a swordsman, he must always maintain a learner's heart and not be complacent. With a display of killing intent, Jianduo attacked directly. Ye Xiaofeng used momentary no trace to defend. And in the instant the space froze, he seized the opportunity. A sword to seal the throat. Ye Xiaofeng's 7 killing sword flew towards Jianduo. Spirit Sword Guardian. Jianduo took half a step back but still managed to block it. Thousands of swords returning to the sect, Ye Xiaofeng directly used his 5th soul skill, and the sky suddenly filled with 7 killing swords, descending from above and stabbing towards Jianduo. You think you can win? Jianduo chuckled. For the first time, Jianduo used a 10,000-year soul skill to block Ye Xiaofeng's attack. Fenger, I've experienced your thousands of swords returning to the sect. How about you experience mine? With that, Jianduo condensed his own thousands of swords returning to the sect, which was clearly a 10,000-year soul skill that seemed even more terrifying than Ye Xiaofeng's. Ye Xiaofeng could only use his first soul skill to defend, and now his first soul power had already reached 100,000 years, making his defenses even stronger. Jianduo chose to attack at the same spot to break through Ye Xiaofeng's Blue Lotus Guardian, but unexpectedly, Ye Xiaofeng's Guardian was exceptionally strong. In that case, let's make the storm even bigger. Jianduo's thousands of swords returning to the sect condensed again, this time even more terrifying, and suddenly, cracks appeared in the Blue Lotus Guardian. At the moment when the 10,000 swords returned to the sect shattered, Ye Xiaofeng used his 6th soul skill, Thunderbolt. Douluo did not expect that Ye Xiaofeng could harness the power of heaven and earth. Douluo directly used his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body, to withstand Ye Xiaofeng's 6th soul skill. Master, take this. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly closed his eyes, and his entire being merged into the 7 killing sword. Douluo understood that Ye Xiaofeng was about to use the 7 killing technique. Ye Xiaofeng's disturbance was so powerful that it caused the house to crack and the air to surge. With the 7 kill sword technique, Ye Xiaofeng spread his golden 4-winged angel wings and soared into the sky, infusing 600,000 years of soul power into the 7 killing sword, shattering the barrier that the sword Douluo had just formed. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed 5 killing words towards the sword Douluo. The 8th soul skill, Mountain and Sea Sword, allowed the sword Douluo to create 5 sword shadows to counter Ye Xiaofeng's attack. The sword Douluo's 8th soul skill can condense up to 12 sword shadows, each possessing 80 of the sword Douluo's attack power. The 5 sword shadows from the sword Douluo blocked Ye Xiaofeng's 5 killing words, while his main body directly slashed towards Ye Xiaofeng, knocking him down from the sky with just 1 strike. Ye Xiaofeng had a slight trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that the fight had ended, Qingqing quickly rushed over to check on his injuries. Master, why did you go so hard on him? Qingqing noticed the blood on Ye Xiaofeng's lips and felt a bit unhappy. Qinger, I remember you kept saying before that when Fenger comes back, you would definitely teach him a good lesson. Why are you blaming your master now? Jianduo smiled as he looked at the two in front of him. Qingqing, I'm Fine. Master just wanted to see if my strength has improved, Ye Xiaofeng explained as he glanced at Qingqing. It seems that your 5 years of training have paid off, Douluo said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng with satisfaction. To force out my 8th soul skill is already quite impressive. What happened? At that moment, a figure appeared in Douluo's courtyard, looking disheveled. Brat, when did you come back? Douluo looked at Ye Xiaofeng, slightly surprised. Bone Elder, I just returned not long ago. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Douluo. You can't settle down right after coming back? Douluo frowned slightly as he looked at the traces of the fight, not expecting Ye Xiaofeng's strength to have reached this level. Master wants to test his disciple's level, so of course he has to go all out. Ye Xiaofeng directly shifted the blame to Douluo. These 5 years, he hasn't disappointed me. Shall we go out for a drink? Douluo smiled slightly at Douluo. The sun is rising from the west. It's the first time in 20 years I've seen you. Douluo was a bit surprised. He and Douluo had been sparring verbally for half their lives, neither willing to back down, always at odds when they met. I'm in a good mood today. Since you're not willing, then forget it. Finga, let this go, Douluo said as he turned to leave. Oh, I was just joking. No need to take it seriously. Douluo quickly softened and followed him. Unknowingly, the 4 of them arrived at the inn's entrance, where manager Li hurriedly welcomed them. I didn't know you were coming. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Manager Li greeted them with a smile. Manager Li, we're all old friends. No need to be so formal. You know what today is. Douluo patted Manager Li's shoulder, implying that he understood. Of course, please come upstairs. Manager Li quickly led the 4 to a private room upstairs. Because Douluo and Douluo were present, they didn't take them to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive room, but to another private room. Brat, Prince Zhan issued a bounty of 1 billion for you. How did you show up here? Douluo asked Ye Xiaofeng while drinking in the private room. The matter has been resolved, Ye Xiaofeng replied. I didn't realize you had some skills, Douluo teased Ye Xiaofeng, not expecting him to be able to talk about Shueqinghe. Can't you stop talking even while eating? Jiando couldn't help but interject as he looked at Douluo's incessant chatter. I'm just multitasking, Douluo smiled innocently. Since we've eaten and drunk enough, let's go, Douluo said, seeing that he had eaten enough and didn't want to disturb Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing's time together any longer. I haven't eaten and drunk enough yet. Wait a bit longer. Douluo was obviously a bit unhappy, not wanting to go back so soon after finally coming out. I didn't expect your eyesight to be getting worse. Douluo looked at Douluo with disdain, showing a look of disappointment. Your 2 disciples haven't spent a good time together in 5 years, and you're this old fool. Why are you meddling? If I had known, I wouldn't have brought him out. Got it so annoying? Next time, let me drink to my heart's content. Douluo complained as he followed Douluo out of the inn. What is it? Master and Elder haven't left yet. Qingqing was startled by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden attack. Don't worry, Master. With his eyesight, he naturally understands and won't come back to disturb us. Ye Xiaofeng directly cornered Qingqing, but Qingqing felt that this was very inappropriate. Xiaofeng, let's go back to the bedroom. It's not convenient here, Qingqing said, blushing. You really think ahead? I overlooked this point, Ye Xiaofeng said as he took Qingqing back to his private room, directly Princess carrying her into his bedroom. Just as the 2 entered the door, they were both stunned. Ye Xiaofeng was petrified. Zian had seen Ye Xiaofeng leave earlier and sneaked into his bedroom, thinking that no one would disturb her. She happened to see the bathtub and started to take a bath. When the 2 entered, Zian knew, so she deliberately shouted. Qingqing also screamed. Xiaofeng, someone is still taking a bath. Why did you bring someone here? Zian looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a pitiful expression, squeezing out 2 tears. Zian, you. Ye Xiaofeng was so angry he almost spat blood. He didn't expect Zian to set him up. Qingqing, let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng saw Qingqing about to leave and quickly locked the door. Qingqing, furious, slapped Ye Xiaofeng on the left cheek. She set me up on purpose. Ye Xiaofeng, regardless of the pain, hurriedly explained. Set you up on purpose? Haha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Set you up in the bedroom. Set you up in the bathtub? Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng angrily. She was too disappointed in him. Xiaofeng, you didn't say that last night. You said you would be responsible for me. Zian, adding fuel to the fire, made Ye Xiaofeng unhappy, but she felt very pleased. You, put on your clothes and get out. Ye Xiaofeng, gritting his teeth in anger, threw Zian's clothes at her, having no mood to appreciate the beautiful sight of Zian bathing. Sister Qing'e, men are no good. Zian put on her clothes and sat on the sofa, revealing her long, snow-white legs. What are you doing here? Ye Xiaofeng was filled with anger. He initially wanted to cheer Qingqing up, but now with Zian causing trouble, he felt nothing inside, and as for Qingqing, even less could be said. Xiaofeng, You didn't say that last night. You said you would take care of me for a lifetime. I don't mind you finding someone new, but you can't drive me away, Zian said, crying. If Ye Xiaofeng hadn't had anything with her, he might have almost believed Zian. Xiaofeng, you can't do this for me. Qingqing looked at Zian, whose face was covered in tears. Even though she was unwilling 1,000 times, she still softened. As women, why make things difficult for each other? Qingqing, I really didn't. Ye Xiaofeng was truly at a loss for words. Xiaofeng, it's been 5 years. I didn't expect you to change so much. I must have misjudged you. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a hint of disgust. Qingqing, Ye Xiaofeng was about to say something when he was slapped by Qingqing, this time on the right cheek. It was perfectly symmetrical, with one slap on each side of his face. Sister Qing'er, don't blame Xiaofeng. It's my fault for not being good enough. I can understand his prejudice against me, Zian said, stealing a glance at Ye Xiaofeng, feeling extremely pleased inside. This tactic of feigning desire to retreat in order to advance was truly brilliant. In Zian's heart, she thought, just wait and see how I deal with you, letting so many people take advantage of you on Demon Island. What has she done wrong to you? Why can't you stand her? Qingqing coldly stared at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng knew he couldn't clear his name this time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Sister Qing'er, it's my fault. I'll leave now and won't disturb your lives any longer. Zian squeezed out tears again, her face full of sadness, which made Qingqing's heart ache. Sister Zian, don't go. If someone has to leave, it should be me. Qingqing didn't want to see Zian sad and thought it would be better if she left instead. No, if Sister Qing'er doesn't mind, I don't mind either. Zian looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a flirtatious glance. Now, Ye Xiaofeng could only eat bitterness in silence, unable to say a word. The more he explained, the worse it got. After thinking for a moment, Qingqing slightly nodded in agreement, leaving Ye Xiaofeng stunned. This works too? Zian, Ye Xiaofeng decided to still push Zian away, as he didn't want to entangle himself with her too much for now. Sister Qing'er, let me tell you something. Just the night before, in the small woods outside the city, Zian smiled at Ye Xiaofeng with a mischievous glint. Zian, I'm sorry for you. I still have feelings for you. Ye Xiaofeng forced out a guilty statement, knowing that if he didn't say something, this enchantress might expose what happened before. Xiaofeng, if you have no place for me in your heart, there's no need to force it. Staying here would be meaningless. Zian was raising her price. I've thought it through. I will treat you well in the future. Ye Xiaofeng's heart was tumultuous, but he still smiled and agreed. But you can't go back on your word. Sister Qing'er will be my witness. Zian saw that her scheme was working and quickly had Qingqing pressure Ye Xiaofeng. Qingqing nodded eagerly, indicating she would be a witness. By the way, Sister Zian, what happened in the small woods outside the city? Qingqing asked curiously. Ye Xiaofeng's face was filled with pleading towards Zian. I've known Xiaofeng for 5 years, and finally, in the small woods, I got to be Xiaofeng's woman. Zian said, her face slightly flushed, feeling embarrassed for telling such a lie. However, Qingqing didn't seem to think so. Zian's slight blush indicated that she wasn't deceiving herself. Sister Zian, I can accept that. You don't need to blame yourself anymore. Qingqing was still considering Zian, more for Ye Xiaofeng's sake. Qingqing, Ye Xiaofeng, don't know where to start. All along, nothing has happened between me and Zian, but she has turned black and white upside down, and I don't know how to explain it. Ye Xiaofeng regretted bringing Zian back from Demon Island. Just the name of the island suggests it's not a good place. And the 7 people on the island are truly a curse. Xiaofeng, I once said that as long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's enough. Qingqing said as she hugged Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I feel the same. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's enough. She said as she also came over to hug Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't stand it any longer and slapped her hot bottom. You, Zian, stomped your foot in anger. This bastard dared to hit his own. You go out first, come back later. Ye Xiaofeng said as he pulled Zian out of the room and locked it from the inside. Xiaofeng, you and Qingqing haven't calmed down yet. It's fine. I'll let her in later. She's not here now, so no one is bothering us, Ye Xiaofeng said as he lewdly pounced forward. Unexpectedly, that little girl was so easy to fool. But Ye Xiaofeng, this bastard, is really something else. How many partners does he have? Zian thought there was only one before, but now there was also Qingqing. Who knows if there are other women? Zian helplessly shook her head, not expecting that the hungry would starve to death, and the full would burst. Ye Xiaofeng occupies several women on his own, and the other person's child is still single, showing no sympathy at all. Xiaofeng, be gentle. Qingqing frowned slightly. I know. Qingqing, just hang in there for a bit. It won't hurt after a while, Ye Xiaofeng comforted. Zian, feeling bored, went out shopping and eventually arrived at the Great Soul Arena. After seeing the welfare betting area and reading the rules, she found it quite interesting, especially since she had a black gold card worth 1 billion that Ye Xiaofeng had given her. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing were free from the disturbance of Xian, expressing their feelings of longing for each other. The current Qingqing was no longer the silly girl from 5 years ago, but had grown into a graceful beauty. 5 years ago, the two had shared countless intimate moments, but Ye Xiaofeng never harmed Qingqing. Now, Qingqing had fulfilled her wish and become Ye Xiaofeng's woman. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing had no strength left after hugging each other to sleep for who knows how many rounds. Xian had already won 50 million at the Great Soul Arena and was in a particularly good mood, planning to stop and continue playing next time. Leaving the arena, it was already late, and it was time to go back, as the two must have finished as well. Upon returning to the inn, Xian chose not to disturb Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing, opting instead for her own room. The next afternoon, Xian came to Ye Xiaofeng's private room, and he was already down. By the way, where's Sister Qing? Xian innocently looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Xian, are you doing this on purpose? Ye Xiaofeng was still upset about what happened yesterday. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Xian knowingly didn't admit it, as if yesterday's events had nothing to do with her. At this moment, Qingqing slowly walked down from upstairs, but her way of walking seemed a bit off. Xian looked at Ye Xiaofeng, signaling understanding. Sister Qing, did you sleep well last night? Xian smiled slightly at Qingqing. Qingqing's face turned slightly red as she thought about what happened yesterday. Xian had not disturbed them all night, so she naturally knew what had occurred in between. Sister Qing, after a night apart, you seem even more radiant. Last night, Ye Xiaofeng must have taken good care of you, right? Xian whispered in Qingqing's ear. Oh, Xian, you're so annoying. Qingqing scolded Xian, but her smile betrayed her. All right, I won't tease you anymore. At this moment, Manager Li had arranged the food and drinks on the table, and the three of them sat together to eat and drink. It seems you're in a good mood today. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xian, who was beaming with joy, and couldn't help but ask. Of course. Today I'm in a good mood. I won't hold it against you, Xian replied with a smile as she continued to eat and drink. Xian, tell us. What made you so happy? Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Well, you can't tell anyone, Xian said seriously. Qingqing quickly nodded, and Xian and Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng, who also nodded in agreement. Yesterday, I went to a place and didn't expect to find such a fun place in the capital, Xian said, reminiscing about the excitement of yesterday. What fun place? Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but interject. Don't interrupt, I was just about to say. Xian frowned slightly, displeased that Ye Xiaofeng interrupted her. Xian, ignore him, take your time to talk, Qingqing said, holding Xian's hand and smiling to soothe her. Yesterday, I went to a place called the Great Soul Arena. Xian smiled as she looked at the two of them. And then, Ye Xiaofeng sensed that something bad was about to happen. The Great Soul Arena has a place called. Xian was busy recalling her winnings and didn't remember the name. The welfare gambling area, Ye Xiaofeng reminded her. Yes, that's the place. Guess how much I won there? Xian smiled as she looked at Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing. How much? Ye Xiaofeng's heart raced, feeling that something bad was indeed happening. Xian extended 5 fingers, still basking in the joy of yesterday, having woken up from happy dreams. 500,000? Qingqing asked tentatively. Xian shook her head. 5 million? Xian shook her head again. 50 million? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xian's nodding smile, his heart bleeding. Why aren't you two smiling? Today I'm happy, and this meal is on me, ha ha ha. Xian continued to laugh heartily, not realizing Ye Xiaofeng's face was dark. I won 50 million in less than 3 hours yesterday, and I want to go again today. From now on, I'll have money that I can't spend in a lifetime. Xian was still imagining a beautiful future. Come on, hurry up and eat. What are you doing? It would be a shame to waste such good food, Xian continued. Sister Xian, Qingqing noticed Ye Xiaofeng's dark expression and gently reminded Xian. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? It's like I owe you money. Xian turned around and saw Ye Xiaofeng's grim face. You took my money to win your own. Is that okay? Ye Xiaofeng said unhappily, continuing to drink his sorrows away. Are you saying, Sister Xian, the Great Soul Arena is ours? Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Well, you didn't tell me. How would I know? But it was indeed quite fun. At this moment, Xian didn't know what to say. Hey, don't look so glum. If it's a big deal, I can always give you back the money, Xian said, noticing Ye Xiaofeng's unchanged expression and try to comfort him. Sister Xian, you don't have to worry about him. He earns money just to spend it on us, Qingqing said, smiling at Ye Xiaofeng. Why should I? Ye Xiaofeng felt like he had been tricked. Just because we are your women. Xian brought it up. And what was even more infuriating was that Qingqing agreed with her. Sister Qing, I just came here not long ago and felt a bit shy to speak up. Sister Xian, let me take you shopping. Xiaofeng, you should come along with us too, Qingqing said, smiling at Ye Xiaofeng. On the street, Qingqing and Xian strolled like close sisters, hand in hand, looking here and there. Qingqing led Xian directly to a styling shop, where the same female owner from 5 years ago attended to them. They both changed into off-shoulder white dresses and white stockings. And they also got a pair of crystal shoes. Xiaofeng, how do I look? Ye Xiaofeng looked at the two people a bit dumbfounded, not expecting that Qingqing had changed so much after growing up, and didn't want to mention that Xian had become a bit more mature, exuding more femininity. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but swallow, immediately noticing that he was captivated by the two people. I haven't seen enough yet. I'll slowly show you when we get back. Xian whispered in Ye Xiaofeng's ear. Really? No, your clothes are quite nice. Ye Xiaofeng realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Are the clothes nice? Or am I nice? Xian looked at Ye Xiaofeng and smiled slightly. Of course, both you and the clothes are nice. Originally, Ye Xiaofeng wanted to say she was beautiful, but felt it wasn't appropriate, so he changed his words again. Xiaofeng, your drool has already betrayed you, Qingqing said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng quickly wiped the drool from his mouth, but there was nothing there. He looked up to see Qingqing and Xian covering their mouths and giggling. All right, Qingqing, how dare you trick me? Oh, come on, I was just joking. Qingqing quickly admitted defeat. Xian, having money, generously paid for both of them, knowing that in the end, it was Ye Xiaofeng's money, and she didn't feel a bit sorry about it. Walking down the street, they attracted countless familiar glances, with a high rate of people turning their heads. Ye Xiaofeng walked among them, drawing the envy and jealousy of many. Sister Xian, let me take you to a great place to eat. Sure, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly as he watched the two of them. No matter where he went, the nature of women remained unchanged. Shopping and delicious food were always their favorites. Soon, Qingqing arrived at the barbecue restaurant with Xian, while Ye Xiaofeng lagged behind. Qingqing, I didn't expect you to become more beautiful, he said. Since Qingqing often came to this restaurant, she was familiar with the owner. Boss, I'm here with a friend today. You know what I mean? Qingqing smiled at the owner. Don't worry, I guarantee your friend will be satisfied. By the way, this young man looks familiar, the boss said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng, though he couldn't quite remember. Boss, he brought me here 5 years ago, Qingqing said, looking at Ye Xiaofeng with love in her eyes. So it's you, kid? Do you know how Qingqing has been doing all these years? The boss asked. Boss, don't say anymore, Qingqing said, her eyes slightly reddening. Kid, don't let such a good girl down. She has been waiting for you all these 5 years. Boss, rest assured, I will treat Qingqing well this time, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Qingqing, I'm sorry for making you wait for 5 years. Hey, get a room and go home. Don't be so mushy, I'm getting goosebumps. Xian couldn't take it anymore. We're here to enjoy good food, not to watch you two flaunt your love. Boss, 10 grilled fish, 60 lamb skewers and some wino. And don't forget 10 lamb kidneys, Ye Xiaofeng said to the owner. All right, please wait a moment. The boss immediately went to arrange it. The wine arrived quickly, and the other items were slowly grilled over the charcoal. Xian could smell the delicious food from a distance as she sat there. Boss, is it ready? I can't wait any longer. Xian couldn't help but drool. Young lady, since it's your first time here, you should know that this kind of food has to be grilled slowly over charcoal to be more fragrant, the boss patiently explained. Then hurry up, Xian urged again. Xian, hurry up and wipe your mouth. Look, you're drooling, Qingqing said with a smile, handing her a tissue to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. I just can't wait, Xian said, slightly blushing as she took the tissue and wiped her mouth. Soon, the boss brought the food over. Please enjoy, he said. Xian, eat slowly. It's a bit hot, Qingqing reminded her. I love hot. No, I really enjoy it hot, Xian said, drooling as she ate the skewers, almost revealing her age. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Xian, surprised to see this side of her, and couldn't help but be lost in thought. Xiaofeng, what are you daydreaming about? Qingqing noticed that Ye Xiaofeng had been staring at Xian without moving. It's nothing. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly realized something was off. How could he have feelings for Xian? That was impossible. Xiaofeng, if you like me, just say it. Although Xian was eating skewers, she could tell what Ye Xiaofeng was thinking just now. How did you know? No, how could I possibly like you? Ye Xiaofeng quickly explained. Xiaofeng, how can you say that? You promised Xian before. Do you want to go back on your word? Qingqing was displeased upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's explanation. That's not what I meant. Ye Xiaofeng wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. Then you should treat me the same way. Treat Xian well, or don't even come near me. Qingqing frowned at Ye Xiaofeng, clearly dissatisfied with his words. Ye Xiaofeng didn't know how to respond. What? Did you hear me? Qingqing glared at Ye Xiaofeng angrily. Don't worry. Ye Xiaofeng, respondit vanguidi. After eating, the three had nothing to do and went to the Great Soul Arena. It was agreed beforehand that once they arrived at the Great Soul Arena, they would behave. Ye Xiaofeng quickly warned Zian to avoid getting himself into trouble again. Got it, you're such a miser. I spoiled you for nothing. Zian initially wanted to play a couple of rounds after they arrived, but upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, she immediately felt unhappy. Sister Zian, you don't have to pay attention to him. Qingqing led Zian into the office. Young madam, who is this? Luo Xiaotian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, finding her just as attractive as Qingqing, if not more so. This is Sister Zian. Sister Zian, this is our manager at the Great Soul Arena. Qingqing introduced the two. But Luo Xiaotian had already noticed Zian yesterday, especially after losing 50 million. Manager Luo, long time no see. Ye Xiaofeng walked in from outside and happened to see Luo Xiaotian. Ye Xiao, you're back. Luo Xiaotian looked at Ye Xiaofeng, who had been away for 5 years without a word. Just came back not long ago. Ye Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Xiaotian looked at the three of them and immediately went to make tea. After a short while, Luo Xiaotian returned. Ye Xiao. Luo Xiaotian glanced at Zian, unsure whether to speak. We're all on the same side. You can speak freely. Although Ye Xiaofeng pretended to be at odds with Zian, he had never considered her an outsider. Ye Xiao, this is the income from the Great Soul Arena over the past 5 years. It includes 1 billion gold soul coins. Luo Xiaotian handed Ye Xiaofeng a black gold card, reporting on the income from the past 5 years. I understand. You've worked hard these 5 years. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Luo Xiaotian with satisfaction. Serving Ye Xiao is what I should do. It's not hard work. Luo Xiaotian felt quite happy hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words. Over the past 5 years, with Sword Douluo backing him, no one dared to cause trouble at the Great Soul Arena. Qingqing had barely interfered with anything. All matters were handled by Luo Xiaotian, and no one questioned it. Thus, Luo Xiaotian had been living quite well, enjoying a rich life. Take 200 million from the card as the working capital for the Great Soul Arena. You've worked hard these 5 years. Keep 1 billion for yourself. Ye Xiaofeng said as he handed the card to Luo Xiaotian. Ye Xiao, my usual salary is enough. I don't need this much. Luo Xiaotian was a bit at a loss upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng offer him 1 billion. Stop with the nonsense. Just do as I say. Oh, and give Qingqing 1 billion too. Ye Xiaofeng said with a slight smile at Qingqing. Xiaofeng, at this moment, Zian quickly started to act cute. Give her 1 billion too. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't stand Zian's cuteness, and goosebumps rose on his skin. I knew you were the best. Before Ye Xiaofeng could react, Zian kissed him on the cheek. Ye Xiao, I didn't see anything. You all carry on. Luo Xiaotian hurriedly ran out upon witnessing this scene. Zian, behave. Don't mess around. Ye Xiaofeng still couldn't accept a relationship with someone younger, especially since Zian was almost like an aunt. Qingqing, look. Xiaofeng only has you in his heart. Zian, seeing Ye Xiaofeng's helplessness, could only use Qingqing to pressure him. All right, I concede. Is that okay? Ye Xiaofeng quickly admitted defeat. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to find a way to get rid of Zian. Otherwise, he would be tormented and trapped every day. Zian, you go back to the inn first. After distributing the money, Ye Xiaofeng didn't want Zian to continue disturbing him and Qingqing. All right, by the way, aren't you two leaving? Zian also felt it was getting late and should head back. Qingqing and I will be back soon. Ye Xiaofeng stammered. Who would believe you? Honestly, what do you two want? Are you planning to stay here? Zian looked at Ye Xiaofeng, who showed no signs of guilt, but Qingqing was different. Wherever my sister Qingqing sleeps, I will sleep too, Zian said as she wrapped her arm around Qingqing. Qingqing and I sleep together, and you want to sleep with me too? Ye Xiaofeng was furious. Sure. I couldn't ask for more. Zian playfully stuck out her tongue. Okay then, you sleep, I'll go back to the inn to sleep. Ye Xiaofeng felt that he had no chance with Qingqing and had to let them rest while he returned to the inn. What's wrong? We won't disturb you. Isn't it more comfortable to sleep at the inn? Zian's words hinted at something. Ye Xiaofeng was caught off guard and didn't dare to offend Zian. How could it be? If you don't mind, then let's all sleep together. Ye Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. Shameless. You still want to sleep together? Go back to the inn and rest. Although Zian took advantage of Ye Xiaofeng verbally, she probably couldn't sleep with him, let alone 3 people sleeping together, which was even more impossible. You just said to let me stay. Ye Xiaofeng was confused and annoyed by Zian. Did I say that? Qingqing, did I say that? Zian looked at Qingqing. Qingqing, with a guilty conscience, shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard. You guys, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Ye Xiaofeng then returned to the inn. The Great Dahan Arena originally had Qingqing's office, which also had a bedroom. When the two returned to the bedroom, Xian began to set up schemes against Qingqing. Facing an old hand like Xian, how could Qingqing possibly be her opponent? Under the cunning tactics of Xian, Qingqing revealed everything about herself to Xian. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the inn and couldn't sleep for a long time. He left a note from Manager Li and departed late at night. In a courtyard of the Tianshui Academy, a girl sat under a peach blossom tree, unable to remember how many days and nights had passed. After saving him by the seaside, she never expected to develop unforgettable feelings for that boy. 5 years ago, a man named Ye Xiaofeng brought back news that he was being pursued by the prince of the Tiando Empire and had left the capital. She wanted to search for him several times, but didn't know where to look and could only focus on her training. Over the years, Ye Xiaofeng had helped them and gave him a black gold card, but this was not what she wanted. She was still waiting for him to return. Sister Xiaowu, you asked me to come eat. The food will get cold if you don't hurry, said Yue in the room to Xiaowu, feeling a bit distressed for her sister's state. Xiaowu nodded slightly. She approached the peach blossom tree and looked at Xue Bing'er, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, they both were waiting for that person. But 6 whole years had passed, and besides the news Ye Xiaofeng brought, there was still no word from him. Eldest sister, can we eat now? Xiaowu looked at Xue Bing'er with a pleading tone, feeling a pang of heartache. You all eat first. I'm not hungry right now. Xue Bing'er replied, toning ave. For 6 years, Xue Bing'er had sat under the peach blossom tree, daydreaming, and Xiaowu's heart ached for her. All of this was caused by Ye Xiaofeng. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaowu walked up to Xue Bing'er and slapped her hard across the face. Wake up. If he wanted to come back, he would have done so long ago. No matter how much you torture yourself, he won't return. Xiaowu vented her suppressed anger. Her feelings for him were no less than Xue Bing'er's. But seeing her former sister torturing herself made her heart feel as if it were being pierced by countless needles. Or, tell me he will come back, Xue Bing'er pleaded, lacking confidence and understanding, like a pitiful child. He has been gone for 6 years, a full 6 years. He won't come back. No, you're lying. He promised he would definitely return. He wouldn't lie to me. Xue Bing'er seemed to have her only belief shattered by Xiaowu's words, becoming lost and tearful. Eldest sister, he won't come back. If he wanted to, he would have done so by now. At that moment, Xiaowu hugged Xue Bing'er, both of them crying uncontrollably. He won't. Woo. Xue Bing'er actually didn't dare to think about whether he would come back. The more she thought, the more afraid she became that he wouldn't. Not far away, at the door of the room, Yue was also in tears. For 6 years, she had not dared to mention him, especially in front of her eldest sister, as he was the most vulnerable part of her heart. Sister, I'm sorry. Does it still hurt? Xiaowu gently stroked Xue Bing'er's cheek, where her slap had left a mark. Xue Bing'er shook her head. She no longer felt the pain. Eldest sister, let us eat something. Even if you wait for him, you need to take care of yourself. Xiaowu, regardless of whether Xue Bing'er agreed, directly pulled her into the house. What are you still doing at the door? Xiaowu said coldly to the tearful Yue. This wasn't the time for comforting her. The priority was to take care of her eldest sister first. Oh, I'll be right there, Yue quickly responded. Thus, through soft persuasion, Xiaowu managed to get Xue Bing'er to eat a bit. Perhaps the slap from Xiaowu had brought her to her senses. After dinner, Xiaowu stayed with Xue Bing'er until late at night, and only then did she fall asleep. Looking at Xue Bing'er's haggard face, Xiaowu wished she could tear Ye Xiaofeng apart. To avoid disturbing Xue Bing'er's rest, she quietly left the room. Sister Xiaowu. My sister. Xue Yue saw Xiaowu coming out of Xue Bing'er's room and was about to speak when Xiaowu interrupted her. She just fell asleep. Xiaowu whispered to Xue Yue and then took her hand back to the room. Sister Xiaowu, what should we do if my sister continues like this? Xue Yue couldn't help but worry about her sister. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? I can't slap her every day, Xiaowu said, not believing she actually slapped her sister, but the effect wasn't bad. Then what should we do? To untie a bell, one must find a person who tied it. Are you talking about Xiaofeng? Who else but that heartless man? Kuo Drusit Ye Xiaofeng angrily. Not far away, Ye Xiaofeng yawned, unaware that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. It's getting late. You should rest early. And in front of my sister, try not to mention that heartless man again. Do you understand? Xiaowu was still a bit worried about Yue's straightforwardness. Don't worry, Sister Xiaowu. I want to talk nonsense. Xue Yue patted her chest in assurance. It's getting late. Hurry up and sleep. Xiaowu, tired from the day, didn't want to continue this conversation with the girl. I don't want to sleep alone tonight, Xue Yue said, jumping onto Xiaowu's bed and burrowing into the quilt before Xiaowu could respond. You little girl, if you're on my bed, where am I supposed to sleep? Xiaowu looked at the mischievous Yue, speechless. Sister Xiaowu, The bed is so big. How can it fit me? Come up, and I'll hold you while we sleep. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you. Yuer, did you get water in your head tonight? Shuwu was astonished by Shui Yuer's words and came over to touch her forehead. You're not running a fever. Just as Shuwu touched her forehead, Shui Yuer playfully pinched Xuevo's waist. You little Yuer, if that heartless man can't wait any longer then. That's right, Shui Yuer agreed. All right, turn off the lights and sleep. Sister Shuwu, there's one more question. Where did you get so many questions? Just one, please. The next day, Shui Binger slept particularly soundly, perhaps because Shuwu's slap had brought her to her senses. Usually when Shui Binger woke up, she would see Shuwu and Yuer, but today, the two were nowhere to be found. Just then, Shuwu opened the door, sleepily walking out, stretching and yawning. Good morning, eldest sister. Shuwu greeted Shui Binger with tired eyes. It's almost noon. Is it still early? Shui Binger replied, rising on eyeball. By the way, Wuer, didn't you sleep well last night? Shui Binger observed Shuwu's fatigue, frowning at how Shuwu seemed more tired than herself. It's all that dead girl Yuer's fault. Shuwu thought of last night, and couldn't help but feel angry. Yuer, like a curious child, had asked her 100,000 questions, keeping her up all night. Sister, why did you get up so early today? At that moment, Shui Yuer also walked out of Shuwu's room. You. Shui Binger looked at the two coming out of the same room, a bit surprised. It's all that dead girl Yuer's fault. Last night, just as Shuwu was about to tell what happened last night, Shui Yuer covered her mouth from behind. Last night, Sister Shu couldn't sleep alone, so I kept her company, right, Sister Shuwu? Shui Yuer had a look that said, if you dare to say anything reckless, I'll take you down. Shuwu had her mouth covered by Shui Yuer, unable to speak even if she wanted to, and could only nod in agreement. You're both so grown up, and yet you still sleep together. Shui Binger shook her head helplessly, not saying much more. Aren't you going to cook? Wait until I tell the eldest sister about last night's events. Shuwu directly pulled away Yuer's hand. I'm going right now. Shui Yuer quickly ran off. Shui Binger continued to sit under the peach blossom tree, as usual, while Shuwu went into the room to tidy up. Ye Xiaofeng arrived at the entrance of Tianshui College, and memories of the past kept surfacing in his mind as he looked at the college before him. This is a women's college. If there's nothing else, please leave. The female teacher at the entrance issued a dismissal to Ye Xiaofeng, who stood motionless. Teacher, this is my proof. Ye Xiaofeng took out the special recruitment token that Wang Yin had given him from his storage ring. You can go in. The female teacher at the entrance glanced at the special recruitment token Ye Xiaofeng provided. Although she felt a bit puzzled, the proof was not fake, so she allowed him to enter. Ye Xiaofeng did not keep looking for teacher Wang Yin, but instead went directly to the entrance of Taohua Garden. Looking at the words on the plaque at the entrance, he still couldn't forget. Ye Xiaofeng gently pushed the door open and was greeted by the fragrance of peach blossoms. Seeing the woman by the peach tree not far away, his heart became very complicated. Over the past 6 years, even with Qingqing and Schwerer by his side, his longing for her had not diminished. Classmate, I'm a bit thirsty for my journey. Can I trouble you for a bowl of water? Ye Xiaofeng said to the woman who was lost in thought under the tree. Please wait a moment, Shui Binger replied, interrupted by her memories. Not paying much attention to Ye Xiaofeng, as her mind was completely elsewhere. Shui Binger went to the group to fetch a water jug and a cup, and came back to pour water for him. Ye Xiaofeng did not take the cup from the woman in front of him. He had countless words he wanted to say to her, but now that they met, it felt as if his throat was choked, and he inexplicably felt tears welling up. Shui Binger looked at the man in front of her, feeling a strange familiarity, but she dared not confirm it. Binger, I'm back. After waiting for a long time, Ye Xiaofeng finally spoke those words. Upon hearing this, the kettle and cup slipped from Shui Binger's trembling hands, and she could no longer control her tears. It had been 6 whole years. The person she had missed day and night had finally returned. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer contain his longing and embraced Shui Binger tightly. She also held on to Ye Xiaofeng, not speaking, as tears streamed down onto his chest. Cease. Just now Shui Wu came out of the house and was about to ask what was broken. However, when Shui Wu saw her sister tightly embracing a man, she froze. Sister Shui, didn't I tell you to call sis? Shui Yuer initially wanted to scold Shui Wu for hesitating, but seeing her remain motionless, she came over to see what was happening. Sis, Shui Yuer looked at the scene and Shui Wu's reaction, and she too froze. Bingar, Aimbach? Ye Xiaofeng didn't know what to say at that moment. He just wanted to hold her tightly. Do you know how I've spent these 6 years? Shui Yuer burst into tears in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, venting all her grievances from the past 6 years. I know it's all my fault. Ye Xiaofeng didn't know how to explain. He felt he owed her too much. You. Shui Binger wanted to say something, but Ye Xiaofeng kissed her directly, thinking this was probably the best way. Sister Shui, the heartless man you mentioned seems to have come back. Shui Yuer looked at Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger entwined together and couldn't help but whisper. It's not just seems. That bastard really has returned. But sis is too lacking in willpower, being easily fooled by him with just a few words. Hee. Let us continue to see how long they can hold on. Shui us meet at Mishivosli. Let us go back. I really can't watch this anymore. Shui Wu felt her skin crawl. Where have you been for these 6 years? Shui Binger suddenly stopped, realizing that Shui Wu and Yuer were still there at noon. It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly later. Are you all okay? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shui Binger, feeling a pang of heartache, knowing she must have suffered a lot over the years. I'm fine. Everyone misses you a lot and has been waiting for your return. Shui Binger wanted to mention herself, but felt it was inappropriate, her face slightly reddening, so she could only say everyone. Let's go inside. Wuer and Yuer are still waiting. Shui Binger said, pulling Ye Xiaofeng toward the house. Wuer, guess who is here? Shui Binger smiled as she spoke at the door. Xiaofeng, when did you come back? We miss you so much. Shui Wu ran over as if nothing had happened, enthusiastically opening her arms in a gesture to hug him. Ye Xiaofeng really thought that Shui Wu missed him, but he didn't expect her to be so enthusiastic when she saw him. Just as they were about to hug, Shui Wu suddenly slapped Ye Xiaofeng hard across the face, showing no mercy. Blood trickled from the corner of Ye Xiaofeng's mouth. Sister Shui Wu, why did you hit me so hard? Shui Yuer also ran out, and Ye Xiaofeng felt a slight warmth in his heart. This silly girl, Where, still cared about him. Brother Xiaofeng, does it hurt? Shui Yuer looked at the red handprint on his right cheek and the blood at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't hurt. Just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to say it didn't hurt, he was met with another slap from Shui Yuer, which was just as hard as Shui Wu's. What are you two doing? Xiaofeng just got back. Shui Binger glared at Shui Wu and Shui Yuer with anger. What do you mean? He knows how to come back. It's been 6 whole years. Shui Yuer, who usually listened to her sister and was the most gentle, showed no fear of her sister today. Get lost, never come back. And don't let us see you. Shui Wu's eyes were red, as if she wanted to cut Ye Xiaofeng into 1,000 pieces. Wuer, please listen to me. Ye Xiaofeng wanted to explain, but they gave him no room to do so. Xiaofeng is back. Let's go inside and talk properly. Although Shui Binger felt even more heartbroken, she didn't want to see Shui Wu and Yuer clash with him. Wuer, I was really wrong. Please forgive me just this once, okay? Ye Xiaofeng couldn't care about the pain on his face anymore. After all, he owed them for the 6 years they had waited. It turns out you can still do this. We waited for you for 6 years here. You can kneel by the peach blossom tree. And when the peach blossoms wither completely, you can get up and we'll consider it as forgiving you. Of course, you can also just turn around and leave, as if we have never seen you. Shui Wu said coldly, her eyes red. Wuer, if you want to kneel with him, we won't stop you. Shui Wu directly interrupted Shui Binger's words. For the past 6 years, they had missed Ye Xiaofeng so much, and now they hated him just as much. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Binger, no need to say more, I'll go kneel. Ye Xiaofeng could have turned and left, but he chose to kneel under the peach blossom tree. Ye Xiaofeng had not even stepped into the house, and now he knelt under the peach tree. Looking up at the peach tree above him, which had just begun to bloom, he wondered how long it would take for it to wither. This was clearly a trap for himself. What are you looking at? Get inside. I'm still hungry. Shui Wu pulled Shui Binger into the house, while Shui Yuer paid no attention to Ye Xiaofeng and followed them in. Yuer, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Today's meal is especially fragrant. This was the first time Shui Wu praised Yuer's cooking. Usually, Shui Wu never cooked herself, but she always found fault in the meals Yuer prepared. Actually, I think today's meal is the most fragrant too. Shui Yuer smiled mischievously and quickly served herself more food. Is it really okay for us to do this? Shui Binger couldn't help but say, still concerned about Ye Xiaofeng. What? You're not even married to him yet, and you care so much about him. Are you afraid we'll mistreat him? Shui Wu glanced impatiently at Shui Binger. That's not what I meant. Shui Binger knew it wasn't the right time to plead for Ye Xiaofeng. Only someone like you can be easily fooled by him with just a few words. Shui Yuer looked at her sister with disdain. No way. Upon hearing Shui Yuer's words, Shui Binger's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. No way. TCH, the two of you were so affectionate under the sun for so long. Do you think we didn't TC? Shui Yuer answered, sweeping his words, directly questioning her. You too. Shui Binger's face turned red, not knowing what to say. Sister, isn't today, meal quite fragrant? Xuavu teased Shui Binger. It is a bit. Ye Xiaofeng had been kneeling under the scorching sun for almost an hour. Fortunately, there was a peach blossom tree providing some shade. Otherwise, he might have roasted under the sun. After lunch, Shuewu glanced at Ye Xiaofeng at the door and stretched lazily. Ye Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't expect this girl to have developed so well. Suddenly, a cup flew towards him, and Ye Xiaofeng quickly dodged it. What are you looking at? If you dare to stare again, next time you won't be so lucky, Shuewu said, noticing Ye Xiaofeng staring at her chest before turning to go inside. Sister Shuewu, weren't you supposed to exercise more after lunch? Why did you come in? This was you bringing up an awkward topic. Looking at that bastard Ye Xiaofeng makes me angry. What did he do to make you angry? What's it to you? Just as Shuewu was about to speak, she realized something was off. She couldn't tell you about this. Sister Shuewu, why are you blushing? I'm not. Stop pretending. Even if you keep pretending, you won't get a good rest tonight. Saying this, Shuewu gave a lewd smile. Go stretch at the door, and I'll tell you when you come back. Shuewu felt embarrassed to speak up and could only indirectly say something. What does that have to do with what I asked? Shuewu seemed a bit displeased. Less talking, hurry up. Shuewu looked at Shuewu, who was even more reluctant. Shuewu unwillingly walked out, stretching her back. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng, kneeling under the peach blossom tree, was again stunned when he saw Shuewu. He didn't expect this girl to have developed well too. Yu noticed Ye Xiaofeng staring at her. After looking at her chest, and then at Ye Xiaofeng's lewd gaze, she suddenly understood why Shuewu was blushing. She ran back inside, grabbed a basin of water, and headed straight for Ye Xiaofeng. Let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng sensed the situation was not right. Go explain it to the peach blossom tree. With that, she splashed the basin of water towards Ye Xiaofeng. What are you doing? This is getting out of hand. Shui Binger was not pleased with Yuer's actions. Good job. Shuewu clapped her hands in agreement. She just wanted to torment Ye Xiaofeng. The more uncomfortable he was, the happier she was. Xiaofeng, don't take it to heart. They were actually waiting for you to come back. I don't know what happened with them. Shui Binger wanted to explain, but didn't know how. Binger, you don't need to explain. I don't blame them. I owe you all an apology, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling a bit guilty as he looked at Shui Binger. Hurry up and get up. Go change your clothes, Shui Binger said, directly pulling him up as she looked at him drenched from the water. Did we agree to this? Shuewu didn't want to let Ye Xiaofeng off so easily. You two are just talking nonsense. I might as well kick you both out, Shui Binger said, looking at Shuewu and Yu, clearly not joking. Once you have a man, you forget your own sisters. Shuewu didn't stop, but took the opportunity to tease. Shui Binger's face turned red. What did she mean by forgetting sisters once you have a man? She was innocent with Ye Xiaofeng. Don't think that just because the eldest sister is on your side, we will forgive you, Shuewu said, frowning as she brushed past Ye Xiaofeng. After Ye Xiaofeng entered the room, he found that his room was spotless, and he immediately felt a warmth in his heart. In fact, ever since Ye Xiaofeng left this place, they had been coming to clean his room every day, and over time it became a habit. Ye Xiaofeng changed into a new set of clothes from the ring and went out. Xiaofeng, you haven't eaten yet, right? Shui Binger asked with concern. Ye Xiaofeng wanted to say he had already eaten, but his stomach couldn't help but rumble. Yuer, go get some food for Xiaofeng. Binger looked at Yuer and urged her to hurry. Yuer was a bit reluctant. She still hadn't come to terms with it in her heart. It's fine, big sister. I'll go get it. You keep Xiaofeng company in the room. Shuewu smiled slightly at Ye Xiaofeng. Sister Shuewu, what about me? Come over and help me. As she spoke, she turned to Yuer and winked. I'll be there soon. Yuer began to understand Shuewu's meaning. The two of them went to the kitchen and made a bowl of soup noodles. Yuer, remember to add more salt and put in extra vinegar and chili. Looking at the water, Yuer added a little more, while Shuewu directly took the spoon and kept adding seasonings. Sister Shuewu, can this still be eaten? Yuer couldn't help but ask as she looked at the soup noodles. We've worked so hard to make this for him. If he doesn't eat it, does it do justice to our efforts? Shuewu laughed mischievously. Then Shuewu carried the soup noodles to the room. The noodles are here. Shuewu smiled as she looked at the two of them and placed the noodles in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, you should try it. Yuer's cooking. Binger, who had a particularly good meal at noon, couldn't help but praise Yuer in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng took a sip of the soup with a spoon and almost choked, his whole face turning red. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Shui Binger looked at Ye Xiaofeng, reasoning that the food made by Yuer couldn't possibly be bad. Brother Xiaofeng, do you dislike the food Yuer made? Yuer looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a wronged expression. Shuewu silently gave Yuer a thumbs up in her heart. thinking her acting was so good that she almost believed it herself. No, it's quite tasty, Ye Xiaofeng thought wildly, wondering if the soup was meant to poison him. But he swallowed it down anyway. Now, even if he couldn't eat anymore, he had to finish it. Otherwise, these two girls wouldn't let him off easily. I told you, this is the soup noodles that Sister Shui Wu and I carefully made for you. How could it possibly be bad? Yi smiled innocently at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shui Wu and Yu, smiling at himself, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. Unable to hold it back, he closed his eyes and started eating heartily. Thank you, Wu. Yu immediately drank an entire pot of tea by herself after Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, are you still hungry? I'll have Yu make you another bowl. Shui Yu was unclear about the reason, but Ye Xiaofeng was acting too strangely. No need, I'm full. What a joke. If he ate another bowl, he would be in trouble with these two girls. I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly left, or he would throw up. Do you want me to go with you? Bing felt something was off following Ye Xiaofeng. No, I'll be back in a bit, Ye Xiaofeng said as he ran out. What's going on? Shui Bing pondered in her heart, but when she looked up, she saw Shui Wu and Yu snickering. What are you two laughing about? Nothing, Xiaofeng is back, we're just happy. Yeah, big brother Xiaofeng is back. Isn't sister happy? I'm happy, but just now. At that moment, Shui Bing saw the leftover soup in the bowl. She picked up a spoon and took a small sip. It was fine until she drank it, and she almost threw up her lunch. Shui Bing wanted to drink water to alleviate it. But Ye Xiaofeng had drunk all the water. She rushed to the kitchen to fetch water to drink, and only then did she feel better. Turning her head, she saw the seasonings in the kitchen and finally understood. You too. Shui Bing angrily ran into the room, wanting to teach Shui Wu and Yu a lesson. But they'd already realized she was about to explode and hurriedly slipped away. Ye Xiaofeng just walked out of the academy and went to a restaurant to eat, but he ended up vomiting his meal. Shui Wu and Yu were afraid of being scolded by Shui Bing, so they also ran out. They intended to avoid Shui Bing's reprimand, but unexpectedly saw Ye Xiaofeng eating through the window. You want to enjoy a good meal and didn't even bring us along? You said you missed us, but you don't really care about us at all. Shui Wu and Yu came in and sat down at Ye Xiaofeng's table, with Shui Wu being the first to complain. You two still have the nerve to speak. Whose idea was that noodle soup? Ye Xiaofeng felt displeased. You two are messing with me, and now you're turning the tables. Both Shui Wu and Yu said in unison, trying to shift the blame onto each other. Let the past be the past. Can you two stop being angry? Ye Xiaofeng said while eating. You think just saying it's in the past makes it okay? Shui Wu glared at Ye Xiaofeng angrily. I'll accompany you two shopping later. You can buy whatever you want. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at the two. You think that just because you accompany us shopping and buy us something, we will forgive you? Of us even angry you. I'll give each of you a card. You can buy anything you want. Ye Xiaofeng didn't care about their anger at all. Are you humiliating us with money? Shui Wu looked at Ye Xiaofeng with disdain. Each card has 100 million soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng took out 2 black gold cards from his storage ring. Upon hearing this, the two's eyes lit up, and they quickly snatched the cards from Ye Xiaofeng's hands. We'll keep the cards for you, so you don't lose them. But we'll reluctantly accept your offer to accompany us shopping. Shui Wu said this, but her heart was actually delighted. Wow, your face changes faster than turning a page in a book, and the way you say this is truly impressive. After finishing the meal, hurry up and accompany us shopping. Stop dawdling. Yu looked at Ye Xiaofeng leisurely sipping tea, feeling annoyed. This is all thanks to you two. Ye Xiaofeng felt displeased. After eating such terrible food, he couldn't even enjoy a cup of tea. Sigh, what a sin. Shui Wu and Yu pulled Ye Xiaofeng along the street, looking at this and that, buying everything they could without being soft-hearted, since Ye Xiaofeng was the one paying. Luckily, Ye Xiaofeng had a storage ring, otherwise carrying all those things would tire him out. You two ladies, you've been shopping for 2 hours. Aren't you tired? Ye Xiaofeng clearly didn't want to keep shopping. What? You don't want to accompany us shopping and still say you love me? Is this how you show your affection? Shui Wu looked at Ye Xiaofeng, who seemed to have accepted his fate. That's not what I meant. I think we should go back first and continue shopping tomorrow. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly applied it, not wanting to say he didn't want to shop. What about the noodle soup? Once inside, Shui Bing confronted Shui Wu and Yu. Sister, we were just joking with Xiaofeng, right? Yu looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Well, it's fine. It's already in the past. You two should rest well today. The National Soul Master Competition is about to start. Are you both ready? Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at the three of them. The expressions on their faces gradually froze. What's wrong? Ye Xiaofeng frowned slightly. Brother Xiaofeng, with our current strength, we can only match the strength of the Fire Academy. let alone shine in the National Soul Master Competition. Ye muttered, saying the most. Is the Fire Academy really that strong? Ye Xiaofeng looked at the three. How about you go meet them another day? Xuewu smiled slightly at Ye Xiaofeng. Huh? You want me to go to my death, right after I arrive? Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at Xuewu. By the way, what level is your soul power at now? Big sister is at level 45, and both you and I are at 43, while the other members are at level 39. We're almost ready to break through, Xuewu said seriously to Ye Xiaofeng. In that case, let me test your efforts over the past 6 years. You all can attack me together. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Are you sure we should all attack together? Even Shui Binger thought she heard wrong. That's right. I'm already at level 61, so don't hold back. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to strike. Ye Xiaofeng said this very calmly, as if it were a very ordinary matter. Level 61 is quite impressive. You are too arrogant. Let's see how the three of us beat you down. Xuewu couldn't stand Ye Xiaofeng's arrogance anymore. Forget it, let's not compete. Ye Xiaofeng thought for a moment and still felt it wasn't appropriate. What, are you scared? Xuewu angrily looked at Ye Xiaofeng. No, I'm just worried I might not control my strength and hurt you. Ye Xiaofeng was still a bit concerned. What I say may be unintentional, but it matters to you. You, a gentleman, may be killed, but not insulted. Let's all go together. Xuewu couldn't swallow this anger. Although Shui Binger wasn't angry, she still felt a bit uncomfortable with Ye Xiaofeng's arrogance and pride. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger smiled slightly at Ye Xiaofeng and launched an attack. Come on. Ye Xiaofeng gathered his soul power in his right fist and directly blocked the Ice Seal with a punch. What? Xuewu was a bit surprised that he could block the big sister's first soul skill with bare hands. Third soul skill, Ice Explosion. Ye skipped the chatter and directly used her 1,000-year soul skill. Come on. Ye Xiaofeng slashed with a sword, sweeping away the opposition. Third soul skill, Snowfall. Xuewu realized Ye Xiaofeng's strength. Ye, let's use our martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix. Shui Binger saw that even if she used her fourth soul skill, it wouldn't help. She had no choice but to perform the martial soul fusion skill with Ye. Green Lotus Protection. Ye Xiaofeng looked at the Ice Phoenix sweeping towards him from the sky and directly used his first soul skill to defend. Xiaofeng, you can't block that protection. Shui Binger was still a bit uneasy. How do you know it won't work without trying? Besides, as a man, you can't say you can't. Ye Xiaofeng said with a lewd smile. You bastard. Sister, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson. Shui Binger originally wanted to go easy, but after hearing Ye's words, she had no choice. The Ice Phoenix directly attacked the shield of Green Lotus Protection with a violent impact, leaving the entire courtyard blank. Let's see how you act so arrogantly now. Xuewu felt delighted. Is that so? After the white mist dissipated, Ye Xiaofeng's protection still hadn't been broken. How is that possible? Xuewu and the other two were shocked. Their martial soul fusion skill usually couldn't be blocked even by Soul King. But now, even Ye Xiaofeng's first soul skill couldn't break through, and Shui Binger's eyes narrowed slightly. What level had his first soul skill evolved to? Xiaofeng, how could you be this strong? Xuewu was curious, and Ye nodded, equally curious. Only Shui Binger knew that Ye Xiaofeng's first soul skill had evolved beyond their imagination. Do you really want to know? Ye Xiaofeng suddenly felt there was no need to hide it from them. Xuewu and Ye quickly nodded. 100,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Why don't you say all your soul rings are 100,000 years? After hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, Xuewu looked at him disdainfully, always joking around, never serious. How do you know? Ye Xiaofeng thought Xuewu really knew. Anyone can brag. I can too. Ye, can you? Vous smelled at Ye. Sister Xuewu was right. Ye couldn't possibly believe it. Since you don't believe, then I have no need to hide it. Ye Xiaofeng's 6 bright, red, 10,000-year spirit rings slowly descended from above his head to his feet. The powerful pressure made them unable to move. And then Ye Xiaofeng's spirit rings transformed into the normal best configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. What you just saw was just a simulation. No need to worry. I believe he is telling the truth. Shui Binger looked at Ye Xiaofeng and smiled slightly. She saw Ye Xiaofeng's strength and felt that all the waiting over the past 6 years was worth it. Big sister, Xuewu and Ye might not believe Ye Xiaofeng's words, but they have to believe Shui Binger. She is their sister. Just pretend you didn't see anything today. Do you understand? Shui Binger looked at the two of them. Sister, big sister, don't worry. We will never tell anyone. Xuewu interrupted Ye, and she immediately realized. Shui Binger knew that Xiaofeng trusted them, so he shared his secret with her. It's getting late. Let us not cook tonight. I'll take you out to eat. Ye Xiaofeng saw that the three of them had consumed quite a bit of spirit power, so he directly used his second martial soul to help them recover. Xiaofeng, can we call the teacher? Shui Binger looked at Ye Xiaofeng's face, seeking his opinion. How about this? Tomorrow at noon, we can visit the teacher together, and then call the teacher and other classmates. What do you think? Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to miss the opportunity for them to spend time together. There was no need to rush to see the teacher, and tomorrow would be the same. Okay, let's hurry up and go. Yu Er quickly grabbed Shui Wu's hand and rushed forward. Shui Wu and Yu Er led the way in front, while Ye Xiaofeng and Binger walked together behind. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity, so he took Binger's hand. Binger was taken aback by the sudden hand-holding, her face turning red, and she quickly tried to pull her hand back, but Ye Xiaofeng would not let her have her way. After trying a few times without success, she allowed Ye Xiaofeng to hold her hand. Fortunately, Shui Wu and Yu Er were walking ahead and did not see Ye Xiaofeng holding her hand. Hey, you two hurry up. Shui Wu, walking in front, turned around and urged them, only to see the two of them holding hands behind. Xiaofeng, not bad. Didn't expect you to get the elder sister's hand so quickly, Shui Wu said with a sly glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Wu, don't talk nonsense. Xiaofeng and I are innocent, Binger said, her face still flushed as she tried to pull her hand back again, but couldn't break free from Ye Xiaofeng's grasp. Elder sister, I'm afraid you might not even believe it yourself, let alone me. Shui Wu teased Binger. You talk too much. If you didn't speak, no one would take you for a mute, Binger retorted at Shui Wu with a mix of shame and anger. Brother Xiaofeng, this is unfair. Why are you only holding elder sister's hand? Is it because elder sister's hand is a bit softer than ours? Yu Er chimed in, looking innocently at Ye Xiaofeng. You two are just leading us. Hurry up, Ye Xiaofeng said with a slight twitch of his mouth, realizing how clever these two girls were. Are you two throwing dog food on the street? Is this something a person should do? Yu Er completely ignored Ye Xiaofeng's urging. All right then, Binger, you lead the way, Ye Xiaofeng said with a gentle smile to Shui Binger, and then let go of her delicate hand. Ye Xiaofeng took a quick step and grabbed the hands of Shui Wu and Yu Er with both hands. Get off me, you're hurting me. You shameless jerk. What are you doing? You've almost broken my fingers. Shui Wu and Yu Er shouted angrily at Ye Xiaofeng. This was clearly personal revenge, not a hand-holding. It was outright murder. Sister, can't you manage your Xiaofeng? Shui Wu and Yu Er cursed Ye Xiaofeng for being useless, and Shui Wu sought help from Shui Binger. What do you mean my Xiaofeng? Besides, it's not like I made you hold hands. You don't need to worry about us throwing dog food anymore. Just hurry up and leave. Shui Bingwe smiled as she looked at the three of them. Yu Er, I didn't expect your delicate hands to be so soft. As Ye Xiaofeng spoke, he loosened his grip a bit and gently rubbed her hand. Xiaofeng Gu, stop talking nonsense, Yu Er said shyly, her face flushed. Wu Er, your hands are rougher. How could they be rough? They're the softest. Ye Xiaofeng originally wanted to say rough, but seeing the murderous look from Shui Wu, he quickly changed his words. It wasn't until they reached a restaurant that Ye Xiaofeng finally let go. Get off, look at my hand, Shui Wu exclaimed, looking at her bright red hand. Her fingers hurt so much she couldn't move them. Let me see, it's fine now. Ye Xiaofeng grabbed Shui Wu's hand and quickly kissed the back of it. Get off, you big pervert. Shui Wu was so angry she stamped her foot, feeling bullied and now taken advantage of. Hee hee, Yu Er watched the two and smirked. What are you laughing at? Shui Wu glared at Yu Er in embarrassment and anger. Wu Er, let me see, it's all healed now. Yu Er quickly grabbed Shui Wu's hand and kissed the same spot in the same way. I've gone mad. This time Shui Wu was so angry her teeth itched. She didn't expect Yu Er to come over and set her up as well. All right, let's go in and eat. You guys stop fooling around. Binga Kovaltea tried to control her laughter. Who's fooling around? It's clearly you. How about it? Wu Er, let me see your hand too. Shui Binger grinned at Shui Wu's hand. Shui Wu quickly pulled her hand behind her back, wondering why everyone was acting so strangely today. Hurry up and go in. Shui Wu ignored them and directly entered the restaurant. Welcome. Please head upstairs. A lady led them to a private room upstairs. What delicious food do you have? Bring out all the good food and drinks. Shui Wu was still sulking over what had just happened. The waiter glanced at Shui Wu, then at Shui Binger, nodded, and quickly went to give orders. At that moment, Feng Xiaodian from the Wind God Academy came upstairs with Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang from the Fire Academy and spotted Shui Binger and the others. Hey, I didn't expect you guys to be here, Binger. Huo Wushuang's eyes nearly popped out as he looked at Shui Binger. Huo Wushuang had been pursuing Shui Binger, but to no avail, as her heart only had room for Ye Xiaofeng. Huo Wushuang, please call me Shui Binger. After all, our relationship isn't that close. Shui Binger frowned slightly. Binger, Guests should be introduced so I can get to know you. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Huo Wushuang. Xiaofeng. This is Huo Wushuang, the son of the Fire Academy's dean, and this is his sister Huo Wu, and this is Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Wind God Academy. Shui Binger looked at Ye Xiaofeng with infinite sweetness in her eyes. Seeing the scene, Huo Wushuang was furious, but he clenched his fists and endured it. My Binger often mentioned the elites of the Fire Academy and Wind God Academy. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at the three of them. Your Binger? Why should I care? Huo Wushuang glared at Ye Xiaofeng, who looked like a pretty boy, slightly better looking than himself, thinking he was inferior to him. Just because I know how to flirt, unlike you, who is really stupid, and of course, I won't be a wooden person like you. After scolding Huo Wushuang, Ye Xiaofeng turned to continue scolding Feng Xiaotian. Shui Wu and Yu Er held their breath, unsure of what was going on with Ye Xiaofeng. The atmosphere was off. What do you mean? This is your business. Why drag me into it? Feng Xiaotian felt he was being unfairly implicated. This was Ye Xiaofeng and Huo Wushuang's argument. Why did it involve him? Young Master Feng, why bury your feelings deep inside? Ye Xiaofeng locked eyes with Feng Xiaotian. Nonsense. Feng Xiaotian felt as if Ye Xiaofeng could see through him. With a beauty in front of you, you can only follow behind, willing to be a little follower. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Huo Wu. Who do you think you are? Pointing fingers as soon as we meet. You self-righteous fool. Huo Wu couldn't stand her fiery temper. Then remember, I, Ye Xiaofeng, am someone who has never appeared in history, nor will I ever appear in the future. One day, I will make this world bow at my feet. Ye Xiaofeng's words thundered, as if the world could not accommodate someone like him. Haha, not only are you arrogant, but you're also extremely foolish. Huo Wu felt this was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard. I'll give you a minutes to consider. Submit to me, and there will definitely be a place for you in the future soul world. Ye Xiaofeng remained calm, smiling elegantly, not angered by Huo Wu's fiery temper. All right, no need to think, he's clearly crazy. Let's go. Huo Wu didn't want to deal with Ye Xiaofeng anymore. How can you say that about my Xiaofeng? Yu Er couldn't hold back and directly retorted Huo Wu. Why do you say that about your Xiaofeng? It's clear that his head is filled with water. And you guys must be the same. Otherwise, how could it be? Huo Wu scolded incessantly. Just then, Ye Xiaofeng got angry and kicked Huo Wu away. Dare to insult my woman. Where do you get the courage? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Huo Wu, who was stuck to the wall, blood trickling from her mouth. Sister Huo Wu, I'm going to fight you. Feng Xiaotian finally couldn't hold back anymore. Wait. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly stopped Feng Xiaotian. Do you know your mistake now? Unfortunately, it's too late to realize. Feng Xiaotian would not let Ye Xiaofeng go. This was touching his bottom line. No, let's eat first. And later we can find a place without people, so we won't be disturbed. Ye Xiaofeng said to Feng Xiaotian. Okay, if you run away, I'll dig 3 feet into the ground to find you. Feng Xiaotian looked at Huo Wu, thinking it wouldn't be a problem. But Ye Xiaofeng had to be dealt with. You 3 find a place first. We'll deal with our matters slowly. After all, eating is the most important thing. Ye Xiaofeng secretly smiled at Yu. Are you a pig? Huo Wu wiped the blood from her mouth. Fortunately, the injury wasn't serious. But she found Ye Xiaofeng extremely annoying. Miss Huo Wu, that's not right. Everyone eats. Do you eat because you're a pig? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Huo Wu. You'll see. Huo Wu stomped her foot in anger. Later, you 3 come together. If you win, do as you please. I'll listen to Miss Huo Wu's arrangements. Are you satisfied now? Ye Xiaofeng wanted to give them hope, only to extinguish it later. Xiaofeng, you can't fight all 3 of them by yourself. Yu Er said with some concern. Xiaofeng, I know you're very powerful, but I still can't help but worry, Binger added. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Ye Xiaofeng gently patted Binger's hand resting on the table. A challenge for the 3 of us. I hope you won't back out. Huo Wu turned and left. Heading to another private room. Ye Xiaofeng didn't know what was wrong. Suddenly he didn't want to eat, just wanted to drink alone. He poured wine from a jug while drinking. Brother Xiaofeng, why are you so angry? If you can't handle it, we can help you, Yu Er said with a smile. Yu Er, do you smell something? Shui Wu looked at Ye Xiaofeng, then at Shui Binger. No, I don't smell anything, Yu Er sniffed her nose. Don't you smell the strong vinegar scent in the air? Shui Wu winked at Yu Er. Oh, right, I smell it too. Brother Xiaofeng, do you smell it? Yu Er directly brought up the topic. Not only do I smell it, but I've also eaten a whole vat of vinegar. Ye Xiaofeng didn't expect that his woman was being thought of by someone else. Later, he would let that Huo Wushuang see that Ye Xiaofeng's woman was not something he could covet, not even with one-sided feelings. Well, I have nothing to do with him. You can ask them too if you don't believe me. Shui Binger quickly gave a look. You 2 better explain clearly, or else you'll see. Brother Xiaofeng. That Wushuang is just pursuing sister wholeheartedly, but every time he gets rejected, Ye explained. If you don't come back soon, it might not be like what you see now. You heartless guy. You don't even know how long we've waited for you. Shu glared at Ye Xiaofeng. We're eating. The food is getting cold. Binger quickly changed the topic. What's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? Ye Xiaofeng took a bite and then stopped eating. Shui Binger asked with concern. Ye Xiaofeng didn't know how to start talking to them about where he had been for the past 6 years, especially since he now had Qingqing and Qianren Shui, and an unclear relationship with Xian. No, it's quite good. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Then try this and this too. Shui Binger kept adding dishes to Ye Xiaofeng's bowl. Sister, why aren't you giving me any food? Look, Xiaofeng's bowl is already overflowing, and you're still adding more. This is really unfair. Shui Wu teased Shui Binger on purpose. Do you not have hands or something? Can't you serve yourself? Shui Binger glared at her. Yue, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? Shui Wu turned to ask Yue. No, it's quite delicious. Yue is a plastalauk. Then try this and this too. Shui Wu imitated Shui Binger and kept adding dishes to Yue's bowl. Ye Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. Ever since they arrived, these two little spirits have either been digging pits for him or getting ready to. Are you two just full of energy? Shui Binger glared at the two of them angrily. Hee, just making a joke to lighten the mood. What's wrong, big sister? Is the food not to your taste? After hearing the first half of Shui Wu's sentence, Shui Binger's anger subsided considerably, but she couldn't tolerate the second half. Binger, calm down, try this. Ye Xiaofeng simply decided to play with them for a while. And this is also good. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly at the three of them. Why are you also joining in their nonsense? Shui Binger blushed slightly, but didn't get angry with Ye Xiaofeng. How could that be? You've been talking all the time? Why aren't you eating? Isn't the food to your taste? Ye Xiaofeng didn't intend to let Shui Wu off the hook. It's pretty good. I can eat by myself. No need for you to worry. Shui Wu quickly picked up her own bowl and chopsticks. Stop it. I've been eating the whole time. It's none of my business. Yue quickly pulled her bowl back. Then let's not mess around. Let's eat well. And after we finish, we need to stretch our muscles. Seeing that Shui Wu and Yue had settled down, Ye Xiaofeng stopped teasing them. Hey, have you eaten enough? You're not just dragging this out on purpose, are you? Huo Wu walked over and stood at the door, looking at Ye Xiaofeng and the others who were still eating slowly, feeling annoyed. No pity. You three should study your tactics well, or you won't be able to take even one of my moves when the time comes. Ye Xiaofeng leisurely sipped his tea, not in a rush. Huo Wu was so angry she almost spat blood. Huo Wu's sister, there's no need to argue with someone like him. Let your strength do the talking later. Feng Xiaodian interrupted Huo Wu. All right, then take your time eating. This meal might be your last. Huo Wu glared fiercely at Ye Xiaofeng. You don't need to glare at me like that. Don't worry. Even for you, I will live a bit longer. Ye Xiaofeng felt particularly pleased seeing Huo Wu so angry. Please clean up your mouth. Horror is not someone like you who is worthy of being called that. Huo Wu was so angry she almost spat blood, but there was nothing she could do for now. Since you three are getting impatient, let's go then. Ye Xiaofeng took a big gulp of fine wine, wiped his mouth, and reached out. Shui Binger understood his meaning and willingly placed her jade hand in Ye Xiaofeng's palm. There are too many people on the street. Let's go to the woods ahead. Huo Wushuang watched Ye Xiaofeng holding Shui Binger's hand, feeling extremely furious inside. She never expected that the woman she had dreamed of would now be holding Ye Xiaofeng's hand. All right, now that there is no one here to disturb us, you all go wait over there for a bit. After Ye Xiaofeng said this, he turned his head and smiled slightly at the three of them. Then be careful, Shui Binger said with concern. All right, you three attack together. If you can take 3 of my moves, I will consider a loss. Ye Xiaofeng said to Huo Wu and the others. Are you insulting us? Huo Wushuang couldn't hold back anymore. Dignity must be earned through strength. Ye Xiaofeng showed no mercy to Huo Wushuang. Wait, that's not fair. If Xiaofeng loses, you can do whatever you want with him, but if you lose, you just want to walk away. Shui Wu interrupted them directly. Then what do you want? Huo Wu frowned and looked at Shui Wu. How about this? If you win within 3 moves, this 70,000-year-old head soul bone will be yours. Soul bone? Everyone present was stunned. Soul bones were something they could only dream of, having only heard of them but never seen one. A soul bone, and it's a head soul bone. Xiaofeng, are you crazy? Shui Wu looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I think we should just call you Xiaofeng crazy. What about if you lose? Feng Xiaodian looked at Ye Xiaofeng, clearly thinking that presenting such a precious soul bone wouldn't be that simple. If you lose, the 3 of you will join the 7-kill hall and follow me. Ye Xiaofeng said to the 3 of them. 7-kill hall? The crowd was a bit puzzled, as it seemed that there was no such sect on the entire continent. The 7-kill haul is one that I established. There aren't many people for now, but there will be in the future. Ye Xiaofeng similite lightly. Xiao Dian, bet with him. If you can't win in 3 moves, what face will you have? Hu Wu said straightforwardly. Let me remind you, use all your strength, or you won't be able to take even one of my moves. To avoid bullying you, I'll only use my right hand. Enough, Dragon of Rage, Explosive Dragon Claw. Hu Wu Shuang, unable to hold back anymore, directly unleashed her 3rd soul skill, with 2 yellow and 2 purple optimal soul rings appearing beneath her feet. Fire, Shadow, Possession. Hu Wu's feet also had 2 yellow and 2 purple optimal soul rings. Magic Wolf Possession, the Gale Twin Wings. Feng Xiaoyan's feet also had the same configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple optimal soul rings. Seeing Hu Wushuang summon her martial spirit and immediately unleash her 3rd soul skill, Hu Wu followed suit, and Feng Xiaotian summoned the Gale Twin-Headed Wolf, also using his 3rd soul skill to attack. Qinglian's Shield. Ye Xiaofeng was completely calm, and beneath his feet there were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. He directly used his 1st soul skill to defend. How is that possible? Hu Wu saw that Ye Xiaofeng was clearly using a century-old 1st soul skill to block. Yet the 3 of them's 1,000-year 3rd soul skill attacks couldn't even break Ye Xiaofeng's shield. She never expected that the person in front of her had reached the Soul Emperor level. Didn't you 3 before? Is this all the strength you have? Ye Xiaofeng mocked Hu Wu and the others. You're getting too happy too early. Hu Wu, Blazing Fire. Hu Wu angrily unleashed her 4th soul skill. Fire Dragon's Roar. Magic Wolf Storm. Seeing Hu Wu use her 4th soul skill, Hu Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian naturally released their own 4th soul skills as well. It seems we still need to have some fun. Ye Xiaofeng muttered to himself, and then retracted the soul power of his 1st soul skill. The fierce attacks from the 3 of them caused the shield to crack, and it shattered under Feng Xiaotian's final blow. You really disappoint me, Ye Xiaofeng said with a contemptuous smile at the 3 of them. Oh really? Then let me show you my self-created soul skill, Gale Demon Wolf 36 /. This was Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skill and his trump card. Even a Soul King could contend against it under this skill. Ye Xiaofeng gathered the 7-kill sword in his hand, causing the eyes of the other few people to narrow slightly. The 7-kill sword surprised Feng Xiaotian for a moment, but now was not the time to be surprised. Xiaotian brother, I didn't expect you to have some insight. So show me all your strength. Ye Xiaofeng wanted to see Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul technique. As you wish, we cannot lose today. 36 consecutive slashes. Feng Xiaotian's wings unleashed 36 feather blades, with its attack power continuously stacking, each strike more ferocious than the last. Ye Xiaofeng used the 7-killing sword to block, feeling the power of the attack transmitted through the sword. Sister, it's almost 26 consecutive slashes. Why hasn't Xiaofeng made a move? Shuewu looked at the duel in front of her, but couldn't grasp Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts. I'm not really sure either. Maybe he's waiting. Shui Binger was worried about Ye Xiaofeng, but still believed in him. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Now is the time. The 2nd soul skill, sweeping thousands of troops. Ye Xiaofeng made his 1st move. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't be able to withstand the final blow. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes prepared for the final 36 strike with the first 35. The violent impact forced Ye Xiaofeng to take half a step back, illustrating just how powerful the 36 consecutive slashes were. Feng Xiaotian also retreated 10 meters, his wings broken, unable to control a mouthful of blood that spurted out. Xiaotian, are you okay? Hu Wu rushed over to support Feng Xiaotian. No need to come over, I'm fine. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian, in pain, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but didn't want his beloved to see him injured. You're quite impressive. Ye Xiaofeng began to appreciate Feng Xiaotian. With his exceptional talent, if properly cultivated in the future, his prospects were limitless. You're very strong. Feng Xiaotian looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a bit of apprehension, not expecting that his pride in his self-created soul skill only forced Ye Xiaofeng back half a step. Since you've run out of tricks, it's my turn now. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly and leaped into the air. The 7-killing technique saw Ye Xiaofeng merge with the 7-killing sword, unleashing a killing intent towards Feng Xiaotian. Hu Wu and Hu Wushuang sweeping towards them. Although Feng Xiaotian was injured, the 3 quickly used their soul skills again to defend. Ye Xiaofeng did not continuously use the 5 killing techniques, otherwise it would have been hard to say whether even a soul sage could survive. The 3 of them used all their soul power to resist the 2 sword shadows sweeping in. However, the people present underestimated the attack power of the killing techniques. The The two sword shadows had already materialized. The three of them were directly sent flying 10 meters away, spitting blood continuously, while Shui Wu and Yu Er were nearly in shock, their eyes almost popping out. Ye Xiaofeng slowly walked towards Feng Xiaotian and the others. And with a flick of his hand, the 7 killing sword shot out like a 100-step flying sword, directly piercing into Huo Wushuang's shoulder. Ye Xiaofeng directly grabbed Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu by the neck, rendering them unable to move. Ye Xiaofeng, you bastard, let go of my sister and Xiaotian. I am not as skilled as others, and I will take responsibility for my own actions. Huo Wushuang was not a fool. She knew Ye Xiaofeng was acting because of Shui Binger. You could take responsibility, just get lost. Huo Wushuang grabbed Ye Xiaofeng's leg and kicked him away, spitting blood and falling unconscious. Brother, you bastard, I will kill you. Huo Wu looked at her brother being severely injured, and she was on the verge of collapse. Sister Shui Wu, Yuer grabbed Shui Wu's hand, starting to feel a bit scared. They had always joked around with Ye Xiaofeng, just like before, but today, Ye Xiaofeng had completely changed into another person. I will give you both a chance, but only one of you can live. Ye Xiaofeng tightened his grip on Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu, activating the eye of God and demon, making them truly feel the essence of life and death. Let her go, I will die in her place. Feng Xiaotian looked at the pale and dying Huo Wu, feeling angry but powerless, forced to choose death. No. Huo Wu was terrified. She knew Feng Xiaotian had always pursued her, but she had never accepted him, just as Feng Xiaotian was willing to give his life for her. Her cold heart began to melt. Horror, I'm sorry. If there's a next life, I will love you without hesitation. Don't make me wait too long next time. Ye Xiaofeng twisted his hand forcefully on Feng Xiaotian's neck, and with a sound of breaking bones, he released his grip. Huo Wu couldn't believe it. She couldn't dare to believe that Feng Xiaotian was gone just like that. Xiaofeng, Shui Binger couldn't help but call out, not expecting such an ending. Xiaotian, speak. It's all my fault. I was too willful. Please wake up. As long as you wake up, I will do whatever you say. Didn't you want me to be your girlfriend? I agreed. Don't leave me alone. Huo Wu hugged Feng Xiaotian's body, already in tears, crying like a lost child. She recalled all the moments they shared. Feng Xiaotian always followed her, even when she rejected him. He tried everything to make her happy. Besides her brother, he was the one who cared about her the most. She realized she had been too willful, taking everything for granted, feeling a sense of accomplishment in bullying him. Now everything was gone, and it was all her fault. Cough. Horror. Was what you said just now true? Feng Xiaotian said weakly. In fact, Ye Xiaofeng had held back and did not take Feng Xiaotian's life. What did I say? Huo Wu's face turned red, unsure whether to be happy or to cry. She felt shy and didn't know what to say, her heart racing. Ye Xiaofeng retracted the 7 killing sword and directly released his second martial soul to heal the injuries of the 3. Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and the unconscious Huo Wushuang. A green light appeared on them, and their injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace. After a while, they looked as if they had suffered no harm at all. Ye Xiaofeng retracted his second martial soul and took a deep breath. The stone in the hearts of Binger and the other 2 behind him also fell. They didn't want to see Feng Xiaotian and the others fall so quickly, nor did they want to see Ye Xiaofeng kill them for Binger. 3 moves had passed, and the 3 had fulfilled their promise. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Thank you. Feng Xiaotian thought to himself, feeling particularly happy. If it weren't for Ye Xiaofeng's intervention today, how long would it have taken for Huo Wu to be with him? Why thank him? Just looking at him, he didn't seem like a good person. Huo Wu was still recovering from the earlier incident. Sister Huo Wu, that is not the case. If it weren't for me connecting the dots, how could you and Xiaotian have gotten together so quickly? Ye Xiaofeng didn't mind Huo Wu being angry with him. After all, he had helped them for 2 reasons. First, to assist them, and second, to bring the 3 of them under his command. Dare you say you only helped us out of kindness? Huo Wu fixed her gaze on Ye Xiaofeng. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Ye Xiaofeng didn't beat around the bush. We will join the 7-kill palace. But if we can't leave the academy, we will have to wait until we graduate next year. Feng Xiaotian looked at Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, then replied to Ye Xiaofeng. Indeed, with your current strength, you can't help me. Ye Xiaofeng didn't want to be bound by this world. Huo Wu was a bit displeased. May I ask how strong you are now? Feng Xiaotian looked at Ye Xiaofeng, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. Ye Xiaofeng looked younger than him, yet his strength was so formidable. Half a month ago, I challenged my master, but unfortunately he was a bit too strong, only forcing out his 8th soul skill. Ye Xiaofeng was still thinking about his duel with his master. The people present were astonished. Just how strong was Ye Xiaofeng? The 8th soul skill. Was his master a soul Douluo powerhouse? Feng Xiaotian was still pondering. Brother Xiaofeng. Being able to make Senior Qinshin use his 8th soul skill is already very impressive, Yu'er said bluntly. Yu'er's comment immediately darkened the faces of Bing'er and the other two. They didn't expect the little girl to be unable to keep her mouth shut. Qinshin, your master is Sword Douluo Qinshin? Feng Xiaotian asked tentatively, not daring to be certain. What do you think? Ye Xiaofeng did not deny his master. Now that the three of them were joining the 7-kill palace, there was no need to hide it. They would find out sooner or later. Xiaotian, who is Sword Douluo Qinshin? Huowu asked with a bit of confusion, as she rarely read books and paid little attention to matters outside of cultivation. Sword Douluo Qinshin, a 96th level assault type titled Doa, obsessed with the sword path all his life. An elder protecting the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and also an honorary elder of the Wuhuan Palace. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect holds one of the top 3 positions among the 7 major sects because of his existence. I only found out about this by chance when I saw the director's books, Feng Xiaotian said, becoming more and more excited. 96th level assault type, titled Douluo. You can handle your master's 8th soul skill? Huowu looked at Ye Xiaofeng in surprise. If I go all out? Not yet, Ye Xiaofeng thought for a moment. It was only after 5 sword shadows that he could use one move.